I'm standing on the school playground with a bouquet of roses. A crowd has gathered around me. I've been in love with Mo Yuching for 7 years, and I finally decided to tell her. My heart was racing and my palms were sweating. There are whispers and laughter from all sides, but I'm only focused on her. The crowd around me is buzzing, discussing what's going to happen next. Mo Yuching appears with her friends. I step forward and hold out the roses to her. She looks at me and says I was only a friend to her. Laughter erupts in the crowd, and I feel everything crumble inside. Mo Yuching turns and walks away, leaving me alone with the bouquet of roses. After she leaves, I stand in a daze as the crowd slowly disperses. I feel like the whole world has collapsed, but I can't just stand still. I toss the roses into the nearest trash can and decide to walk away from this place. On the way home, my thoughts are jumbled as I try to realize what just happened. In the evening, to forget myself, I go to a bar. The atmosphere there seems lighter, and for a moment I feel better. I order myself a drink, hoping to drown my sorrows. But suddenly I see Mo Yuching with another guy. They're sitting in the corner, laughing and drinking. This sight completely breaks me. I can't take it anymore and run outside. Outside, the cold winds sobering me up a bit. I wander around the city trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, I meet Liang Jiro, an old friend. She notices my condition and without further ado suggests we go for a walk. We start wandering around the night city and I gradually start opening up to her. We stop by a 24-hour cafe to warm up a bit. Liang talks about her life, about the difficulties she faces. Her sincerity and support makes me feel better. We laugh and talk, and I begin to realize that I am not alone in my problems. This night gets warmer and I feel the heaviness begin to go away. Later, we walk back to her dorm and I thank her for her support. She smiles and says she is always happy to help. I realize that this meeting has helped me take the first step towards a new life. The past is behind me. New opportunities and challenges lie ahead of me, and perhaps a new love. But the next day, I get an unexpected twist. I get a message from Mo Yuching. She wants to meet and talk. My heart starts beating faster again. Why does she want to see me? Could this change something in my life? I decide to go to this meeting, not knowing what lies ahead. And it all started like this. Look, another clueless guy is confessing to Mo Yuching, but this guy is actually pretty good looking. He's my type. Yeah, he's not bad, but look at who the girl is. She's stunning, and her family is loaded. Stop watching, it's never going to work out. I heard they've known each other for a long time. He's been chasing her for quite a while. Sigh, just another lovesick fool. In the end, he'll be left with nothing. At this moment, Hangcheng had just entered spring. The plants were only beginning to sprout new buds, and the surroundings still felt somewhat barren. Yet, even on this empty school field, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Chen Lu silently listened to the mockery around him. He was well aware that, right now, he was nothing more than entertainment for them. Standing in the middle of the field, he held a bouquet of roses in his hands, watching as the girl slowly walked toward him. She was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in school, the one he had pursued for a full 7 years. Mo Yuching. The weather was still chilly, and the cool breeze kept brushing against Chen Lu's flushed cheeks. It also swept through Mo Yuching's jet-black, waterfall-like hair and ruffled the hem of her milky white dress. It was as if temperature had no effect on her. Her delicate collarbones and snow-white, smooth neck were still exposed to the cold. Mo Yuching's expression remained indifferent. Her lips were slightly pursed, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shimmered like an autumn lake, making it impossible to look away. Heaven had been exceptionally generous to her, bestowing her with exquisite, icy beauty. Every frown and smile of hers was mesmerizing. Chen Lu exhaled and took a step forward. In truth, he never wanted to confess like this, it felt like emotional coercion. But even more than that, he didn't want Mo Yuching to brush him off again. Yes, this kind of public confession put a lot of pressure on the one being confessed to. But Mo Yuching, that wouldn't apply to you. To everyone, you are untouchable. You are the moon among the stars. The line of people you've rejected could probably stretch outside the school gates. No matter whether the one confessing was worthy or not, each rejection only made you shine even brighter. As expected, just like he had anticipated, Mo Yuching remained unbothered despite the growing crowd. However, since the one confessing this time was him, she furrowed her brows ever so slightly. How long have you been chasing me? Her cold voice, mixed with the chilly wind, entered Chen Lu's ears. Exactly 7 years as of today. She did not let him speak first, and Chen Lu, understanding her, did not shout out any grand declaration of love. Because this was already his second confession. The first time was in high school. Mo Yuching had said she wanted to focus on her studies. Chen Lu understood. So, he gave up on attending universities in other cities and followed her to the same college. But when he realized that their relationship had not changed at all, even in university, he had already figured out the answer. If two single people, knowing each other for years, never get together, then they never will. Especially since they weren't just ordinary friends. They had known each other since they were kids. True childhood friends. And so, he just wanted closure, to put an end to these 7 years of being a pitiful, lovesick fool, desperately chasing after any scraps of attention. I worked hard for 7 years just to be worthy of you. 7 years is too long, Miss M.O. Even I get tired. Isn't it time to finally put an end to this undefined relationship of ours? At last, M.O. Yuching parted her lips, pulling Chen Lu out of his thoughts. Yes, 7 years, Chen Lu. Her expression was indifferent, her tone icy. It's been so long, and you still haven't realized that I never liked you? Let's just stay friends. If you bring this up again, we won't even have that. Chen Lu looked up at the overcast sky, surprisingly calm. Friends? So you expect me to stand by and watch you be with someone else? Watch you get married and have children one day? M.O. Yuching, I love you, but I'm not that pathetic. M.O. Yuching didn't say anything else. After scanning the crowd with her cold gaze, she turned and left, leaving behind only an elegant yet merciless silhouette. M.O. Yuching, I love you. I've loved you for 7 years. Chen Lu shouted at her retreating figure, disregarding the eyes of the crowd. Just as the murmurs of onlookers grew louder, he let out a self-deprecating laugh and spoke again, his voice much softer this time. But never again. Then, he turned around and walked away, back to the crowd, alone and dejected. Like a gambler who had lost everything in a final, desperate bet. And yet, amid the sorrow, Chen Lu suddenly felt a sense of relief. Not being loved. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was an impassable chasm. Wealth, looks, personality, those were things one could work on. But love? You can't force someone to love you. Chen Lu thought of this and forced a smile at Jiang Chao, who had been waiting for him. Jiang Chao was his best friend, practically a sworn brother. He had a strangely charismatic presence, and since he always brought breakfast for his roommates after his morning run, they jokingly called him boss. The best is yet to come. Jiang Chao patted his shoulder reassuringly. We didn't even prepare a celebration, you know? Because whether you succeeded or not, it was never about you not being good enough for her, it was about her not being good enough for you. Chen Lu glanced at the trash bin, which was filled with discarded confetti poppers, and chuckled without saying much. Let's hand these roses out to the little kids on the way back. No point in wasting them, they'll probably love them. Sigh, I told you, with a personality like yours, whoever ends up with you will be lucky. Jiang Chao made a face of mock disdain. Not to mention, you're actually pretty decent in every way. Does she really think just being pretty is enough? Every time she had a problem, who was the first person she called? And who was always the one solving those problems? If I were a woman, I'd drag you straight to the courthouse for a marriage certificate. Alright, I was touched until you said that last part. Chen Lu glanced around. Where are the other two? You guys are taking me out for drinks, aren't you? Of course. You know me too well. Let's go take your mind off things. Jiang Chao grinned and pulled him toward the school gates. By then, the sky had darkened. Street lights flickered on one by one, and food vendors had already gathered near the entrance. Each of their modified tricycles was strung with small, bright bulbs. Insects fluttered around the lights, while the sizzling oil released waves of mouth-watering aroma. These street stalls had long become a lifeline for university students fed up with cafeteria food. Watching Chen Lu's sorrowful expression, Jiang Chao spoke in a deep voice. You two have known each other for so long. If she truly liked you, she would have said yes long ago. Stop torturing yourself. You're smarter than this, Chen Lu. Why are you so stubborn about this one thing? Chen Lu stared blankly into the distance, his lips curling into a complicated smile. I won't chase her anymore. Those 3 words carried all the strength left in him. Hidden within his relief was immeasurable grief. Really? I traded half my life for this realization. If I even think of looking back, I might as well be dead. Chen Lu quickly followed Jiang Chao to a nearby hot pot restaurant. Seeing the place packed with people, Chen Lu became even more certain that everyone had made reservations in advance to celebrate for him. After all, when guys eat together, they usually just find a random food stall. It's unlikely a group of men would go out for hot pot together, right? Chen Lu's expression was somewhat despondent, completely oblivious to the surrounding noise. What a pity. I failed. Noticing his other 2 roommates, Zheng Haoyu and Li Xinian, waving at him from afar, he walked over and took a seat. No one mentioned what had happened earlier that day. This was an unspoken understanding among men when no one knew how to offer comfort. They simply raised their glasses again and again. After a while, the familiar tune of cannon rang out. Chen Lu glanced at his phone, and upon seeing the caller's name, his heart trembled slightly. There was no way she was calling to change her mind, to reconsider and accept his confession. She probably just assumed I would still be her friend. Chen Lu knew that as long as he answered the call, he could continue to stay by Mo Yuqing's side as he always had, watching her dazzling beauty like the glow of a bright moon. And then, it would be as if nothing had happened today. But he really didn't want to pick up. He was exhausted. Hey, that waitress with the low ponytail, what score would you guys give her? With the mask on, I can't see her face properly. Her outfit is way too plain, and those bangs are too long. Her figure is decent, but I'd only give her a 5, Jiang Tao said casually as he lit a cigarette. Chen Lu frowned in disgust. You're so childish. Then, without another word, he declined the call and turned his gaze toward the busy figure moving through the restaurant. The girl didn't seem very old, probably under 170 centimeters tall. Since the hot pot restaurant was quite warm, she was only wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. The design on her t-shirt had faded from repeated washing, and her jeans were noticeably worn out. Though her clothing was ordinary, it couldn't hide the graceful curves of her body. However, her long bangs covered much of her face, and she walked with her head down the entire time. It seemed Jiang Chao's rating of 5 was solely based on her figure. As she moved around, her ponytail swayed behind her, neat and practical, yet unremarkable. Judging by how diligently she worked without slacking off, she was probably a college student working part-time. Seeing Chen Lu decline the call, Jiang Chao let out a sigh of relief. His tone lightened as if his earlier comment had merely been a way to divert attention. What's wrong with rating someone? If a girl gave me a 2, I'd still smile and thank her. I'm not the type to have double standards. Besides, just yesterday, I helped an old lady cross the street. I'm a good guy, okay? Chen Lu had no interest in continuing the conversation. He simply locked his phone screen and downed his drink in silence. Pressing the side button of a phone wasn't a big deal, yet at that moment, it felt like an enormous effort. This is the first time I've ever ignored your call, even though you've hung up on me countless times. Sometimes, you didn't even answer just because you weren't in the mood. How dare he not answer? Mo Yuqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lower lip, her slender fingers repeatedly tapping the screen. I've rejected him before, so why is he ignoring me now? What's wrong with just being friends? Weren't we fine like this before? Her roommate and close friend, Lu Yan, watched her with an exasperated expression. For a moment, she was slightly dazed, because the girl in front of her was so stunningly beautiful that even when she was sulking, she looked charming. It made them somewhat understand why men throughout history had waged wars for women. Even when I fought with my parents, he still answered my calls at 2 in the morning. I'm going to ask him what's going on. With that, Mo Yuqing hurriedly changed out of her lacy nightgown and threw on some clothes, not even bothering to fix her messy hair before heading for the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob and her roommates thought she had finally come to her senses, she turned around, stormed back inside, and plopped onto her bed with a pout. I'm not going to chase after someone who ignores my calls. Although Lu Yan had been trying to talk sense into her ever since she got back to the dorm, she still walked over again, placing a hand on Mo Yuqing's shoulder. Yuqing, this is the last time I'll try to convince you. If you actually like him, it's not too late to change your mind. Chen Lu has pursued you for 7 whole years. Just from what I've seen since I met you, whenever you call him, he brings you food, no matter how late it is. My own boyfriend wouldn't even make me brown sugar ginger tea during my period, but you always had it. Which other guy would learn to cook all your favorite dishes just for you? On the surface, you're the class president, but most of your responsibilities were handled by him. Even though you've taken it for granted, not everyone gets good morning and good night messages every single day. And Lu Yan hesitated, stopping herself from saying you can't live without him. No matter how close their friendship was, some lines shouldn't be crossed. After all, she was Mo Yuqing's friend, not Chen Lu's. What she had already said was pushing the limits of loyalty. But deep down, she firmly believed it. Back when they first started college, Mo Yuqing's personality had caused her to be completely isolated from her dorm mates. It was only thanks to Chen Lu's efforts to mediate that the other 3 girls eventually warmed up to her, allowing Mo Yuqing and Lu Yan to grow close. Chen Lu had been pursuing her, yet he had always maintained a respectful distance from other girls. There was even a time when he stood outside their dormitory in the pouring rain for an hour just because she was upset. The 3 of them had watched, feeling both moved and helpless. And yet, none of it seemed to have touched Mo Yuqing's heart. Lu Yan glanced at the stunning girl in front of her, who was pouting like a child. She suddenly felt like an anxious eunuch watching an indifferent emperor. Chen Lu had both emotional intelligence and good looks. While his family background wasn't as privileged as Mo Yuqing's, it wasn't bad either. It wasn't as if he lacked admirers. but he had only ever been devoted to her. Mo Yuching, his infatuation with you is practically one of his only flaws. I don't like him. I didn't like him before, I don't like him now, and I never will. Mo Yuching buried herself under the covers without even taking off her clothes, leaving only a cascade of long hair spilling out. She had never truly understood what it meant to like someone, but her pride instinctively rejected the idea. Lu Yan exchanged glances with the other two roommates. Their dear friend was driving them insane. Mo Yuching was actually a kind and generous person. She had even bought Chenlu the latest laptop for his birthday. But she had no idea what Chenlu truly wanted. She had never once responded to his love, dragging him along for 7 whole years. Yuching, you'll regret this. Soon, you'll realize something's missing when you, so sheltered from the world, finally have to face it on your own. He'll come back to me. Just like always. I've known him for so long, I understand him better than anyone. Meanwhile, across town, while Chan Lu was drowning in sorrow, his roommates had started drinking themselves into a frenzy. Stop wasting your time. How many 7-year stretches do you have in your life? Sticking to just one tree, don't you think that's unfair to all the other amazing women out there? Zhang Chao patted Chen Lu on the shoulder. So that's your excuse for being a player? Chen Lu frowned slightly. I just want to spread love equally. Yeah, right. Smash. Just as Chen Lu was about to retort, the sharp sound of shattering glass cut through the restaurant. Are you blind? Chen Lu turned his head just in time to see a young man angrily standing up, pointing at the part-time waitress and shouting. The girl trembled in fear, and the hot soup she was carrying splashed onto her arm. Strangely, even under these circumstances, she did not dare to say a word. She only lowered her head deeply. Every time the young man shouted, the girl would flinch, her eyes visibly welling up with tears, though she did not dare to let them fall. This guy must be crazy. The glass clearly fell because he did not place it properly. Zhang Chao squinted his eyes and complained. Without hesitation, Chen Lu stepped forward and gently pulled the girl behind him. He had never been one to seek attention, but he was definitely not the type to just stand by and watch. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep at night thinking about it. It was not her fault. You are making a scene for nothing, Chen Lu said, sizing up the drunk young man. The man seemed to be about the same age as him. A girl sat beside him, and 3 other young men were seated across from him. Seeing a couple after his failed confession only made Chen Lu angrier. There was a campus card from Yuhang University on the table. It seemed they were from the same school. No matter how high the admission standards are, they still cannot filter out the scum. What does this have to do with you? If you want to fight, just say it. Seeing the young man pick up a beer bottle and glare at him aggressively, Chen Lu remained calm and turned to glance at the others sitting across from him. Not a single one of them spoke up to tell the truth. Instead, they looked at him with malicious intent. Chen Lu was a little surprised. Seriously? Even in a situation like this, they were willing to go along with it? At that moment, the restaurant manager rushed over, and several bystanders had already raised their phones to record the scene. Without warning, Chen Lu put his arm around the young man's shoulder and pointed toward a security camera in the corner. There are cameras, brother. Then, he gestured toward Zhang Chao and the others who had already stood up and spoke in a low voice. You are from Yuhang University too, right? We are from the law department. The one wearing glasses is a student council officer. And see that guy who was smoking? He may look laid back, but his father is the chief of police. We definitely should not get into a fight with him. His punches are wild and unpredictable. And worst case scenario. I am just saying worst case, while you are getting a lecture from the police, he might be sitting in his dad's office playing video games. So let us not provoke them. The young man was at a loss for words and stared at Chen Lu in a daze. Are you not afraid your student council friend might lose his position? Chen Lu blinked innocently, looking him straight in the eye. Not at all. He just failed to stop us, and he would not get involved in a fight anyway. Besides, we do not even need him. But I believe we are all civilized people. We run into each other on campus all the time. How about we get to know each other over a drink? Looking at Chen Lu raising his glass, the young man nervously swallowed. Seeing that Chen Lu had said both kind and harsh words, smiling but not genuinely, and noticing Zhang Chao beside him putting out his cigarette with a roguelike demeanor, he actually hesitated. Since he was given a way out, he might as well take it. He then picked up another person's glass, his expression dazed as he clinked it against Chen Lu's with a forced smile. His arrogance from earlier had completely disappeared. Just as Chen Lu had expected, people who act impulsively without thinking usually back down just as quickly. They have the courage to bully women, but when faced with real trouble, they do not dare to take it head-on. And just like that, the small incident ended in an almost anticlimactic manner. As soon as Chen Lu sat back down, His friends resumed their conversation, their tone light and casual, as if they were already used to doing things like this. If Mo Yuching saw this, she would definitely fall for you. Are you here to drink with me or to rub salt in my wounds? Before he could finish his sentence, the waitress hesitantly walked over and murmured a soft thank you. Thank you. Chen Lu glanced at her reddened arm and gently advised, you should rinse it with cold water immediately and get some medicine from the pharmacy. If possible, cover it with gauze. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation again and do not know what to say, just call your manager over. Do not just stand there and take the blame, you do not owe anyone anything. The girl nodded firmly and walked away, leaving behind a single teardrop that fell to the ground. A little while later, the manager brought over 2 plates of meat, setting them lightly on the table and giving Chen Lu and his friends a small nod. Since the troublemakers were still present, Chen Lu did not feel comfortable rejecting the kind gesture and accepted it silently. Once guys get drunk, they can brag about anything for hours. Somehow, Chen Lu ended up staying until almost 11 o'clock. The moment they stepped outside, a gust of cold wind hit them, making Chen Lu shiver. This damn weather, he muttered. The shopping mall nearby had already closed early, but the streets were still brightly lit with neon signs. Since it was too late to return to campus, the group decided to spend the night at an internet cafe. Just as Chen Lu was about to leave, he saw the part-time waitress stepping out of the restaurant, wiping her tears as she walked away in the opposite direction. She really did not even know to apply medicine after a burn? You guys go ahead. I will check on something, Chen Lu said before jogging after her. Why is he going after her? Li Xinian asked curiously. Jiang Chao had just lit another cigarette when he noticed a few kids playing nearby. He quickly put it out and said, he probably sensed something was off. He is sharp like that. Shit. Zhang Haoyu suddenly cursed. Why does Mo Yuching not like Brother Lu? Jiang Chao remained silent, biting the unlit cigarette in his mouth. He glanced down at his phone screen, where a message had popped up. Mo Yuching, where is Chen Lu? Looking up, he realized that Chen Lu had already disappeared into the distance. He tapped his thumb against the glowing screen a few times. You should have asked earlier. Maybe you still had a chance. But now, it is too late. Some other girl will see how great Chen Lu really is. With that, he deleted her contact. After buying ointment and gauze, Chen Lu jogged down the street, searching for the girl. Eventually, he spotted her sitting on the steps in front of a closed store, quietly wiping away her tears. She had deliberately chosen a shop that had already closed, as if she did not want to disturb anyone or be seen under bright lights. It was as if she had been abandoned in a forgotten corner of the world. What is wrong with you? If you do not treat a burn, it will be a real problem, Chen Lu said, panting for breath. The girl was startled by the sudden voice. When she saw that it was Chen Lu, she quickly lowered her head again and wiped away her tears. The night breeze gently lifted the loose sleeves of her t-shirt and strands of her hair. Crouching there, she looked every bit like someone who had been bullied into silence. Chen Lu squatted down in front of her and tapped her arm with his finger, signaling for her to extend it. To his surprise, the girl actually stretched out her arm. And then, she did not move at all. She did not know how to talk back when scolded, and now she could only move when instructed. How could someone be this clueless? Chen Lu silently complained to himself and decided to apply the ointment for her. Even though the light here was dim, he could still see how fair and delicate her arm was, soft enough that pressing it would probably leave an imprint. The burned area was already reddened and slightly peeling. Did you even rinse it with water? Chen Lu asked, lowering his head. I did, the girl whispered timidly. Her voice was quiet, yet pleasant to the ear. Although Chen Lu thought his tone was gentle, for some reason, she still acted like she was being scolded, keeping her head down the entire time. Then why did you not go to a pharmacy? It is so late already. The store was busy, and medicine costs a lot. Chen Lu was speechless. He silently wrapped the gauze around her burn. That should do it. There is plenty of gauze left, so make sure to change it frequently. After he finished, he looked up and found the girl staring at him in a daze. Just then, another gust of wind swept by, lifting her bangs and revealing a pair of clear, jewel-like eyes. Her pure and delicate face came into full view before Chen Lu. Jiang Chao, are you blind? 5 points? This is 100. The noisy traffic and honking horns on the roadside suddenly faded into silence. The world had become eerily quiet, as if nothing else in the world mattered anymore. At this moment, they existed in a world where only the two of them remained. In her soft, untainted eyes, Chen Lu saw the reflection of passing car lights, the towering skyscrapers behind him glowing with 1,000 lights, the brilliant night sky filled with stars, and finally, he saw himself. Please stop looking at me like that, okay? After a long while, the girl finally regained her senses. With her face flushed red, she lowered her head in embarrassment, her eyes misty with unshed tears. Chenlu chuckled for no reason. She had every right to say it outright. Yet she still hesitated and added okay at the end. What a fool. Chenlu immediately stood up and took out his phone to check his missed calls. The night air in Hangzhou was cold, sending a chill deep into his heart. As expected, she only called once. No messages. Mo Yuqing, do you think I will always be the one to reach out to you first? In your eyes, am I really that insignificant? Chenlu tilted his head back for a moment, took a deep breath, and then swiped left to delete the record of the missed call. He glanced at the time. It was already past 11. I will walk you home, he said. Seeing that the girl still kept her head down and said nothing, he added, I have to go this way anyway. It is too late to get back to school now. Only then did she nod slightly, and the two of them began walking side by side down the street. My name is Chenlu Lu, as in a road with no way forward, he said, handing her his jacket. What is your name? My name is Liang Jiro. As she spoke, she kept her head lowered, watching Chenlu's shadow on the ground. She wanted to tell him to keep his jacket so he would not get cold, but she was not good with words and did not know how to refuse, so she simply pretended not to notice. After all, she had not looked up at him even once. He would not realize that she had been watching his shadow the entire way, right? When she still did not say anything, Chenlu simply draped the jacket over her shoulders. It is fine. I am not cold. Seeing that she was about to take it off, he reached out and adjusted the collar for her. Why are you so foolish? You are freezing, and you still say you are not cold. It is going to get colder tomorrow. Make sure to bring a jacket with you. The weather will probably not stabilize until after the Qingming festival. Thank you. Even though Liang Jiro's voice was still soft, Chenlu could hear the shyness and gratitude in her words. For some reason, his heart felt warm. So even for something this small, there are people who will actually say thank you? Chenlu was momentarily dazed. He had draped his jacket over Mo Yuqing countless times, but not once had she ever thanked him. Not even once. Also, I am not foolish. After a long silence, Liang Jiro suddenly said with great seriousness. All right. Liang Jiro seemed to have a quiet personality, and Chenlu was not in the mood to talk much either. The two of them walked in silence. With nothing else to do, Chenlu took a closer look at this girl who seemed a little insecure. When their eyes had met earlier, he had been genuinely struck by how beautiful she was, which made him even more curious. Why would a girl this beautiful want to hide herself? Why do you always keep your head down? And why do you have such long bangs? Chenlu yawned as he spoke. You should be more confident. In all my life, I have only met one other girl as beautiful as you. Even if there are still brainless guys who would try to bully you, at least there would be a greater chance that someone would step in to help. After a long pause, Liang Jiro finally replied, this way. I do not stand out as much. Chenlu understood now. From the way she had hesitated over the cost of medicine earlier, he had already guessed that she probably did not come from a wealthy family. For a girl with her personality, being too attractive was not necessarily an advantage. Looks only became an asset when paired with family background, like in Mo Yuqing's case. They walked for a long time, but for some reason, it felt like only an instant had passed. Eventually, Liang Jiro led him to a bus stop. I will wait for the bus here, she said softly. Once I get off, my home is very close. Chenlu checked the time. Even though they had not dawdled, they had already walked for over 10 minutes. Do you go through this every day? Chenlu tried to imagine it and immediately felt exhausted. Houses that are a little farther away are cheaper to rent. Then why do you not find a job closer to home? I can earn a little more here, even after deducting travel expenses. Chenlu silently nodded. It seemed like whatever he asked, she would answer truthfully. It was kind of fascinating. That must be tough. Just as he said that, the bus arrived. With a hiss, the doors slowly opened. Liang Jiro turned to speak, but before she could finish, she saw Chenlu press his index finger against his lips, as if saying. Then, with a soft smile, he watched as she stepped onto the bus. Only after sitting down did Liang Jiro suddenly realize she was still wearing his jacket. But by then, the bus had already started moving. She quickly stood up and lightly tapped on the window in a panic. Your jacket. I will return it to you. Seeing her finally raise her voice in a moment of flustered urgency, Chenlu found it amusing. He simply waved his hand with a smile. But the moment the bus drove away, his smile suddenly froze. How is she going to return it? Even though Chenlu's reflection was no longer visible in the window, Liang Jiro still stared blankly at the lower right corner of the glass. No one would have guessed that 1,000 years later, there would still be a foolish girl holding on to an impossible hope. Another cold gust of wind blew by, and she instinctively curled up in the jacket. It was so warm. Without thinking too much, Chen Lu hailed a taxi to go home. Both he and Jiang Chao were locals, so if they wanted, they could avoid returning to the dormitory every day. But to maintain a good relationship with their families, they still chose to stay in the dorm most of the time. Driver, Lijiang Garden. Oh, that far? I got lost, that is all. As he gazed at the hazy night sky, Chen Lu slowly pulled out his phone. When he suddenly saw Mo Yuqing, who had been pinned at the top of his chat list for years, he hesitated for a long time before finally removing the pin. Then, he went to his contacts and removed her from his special care list. Thinking back, how he had never once missed sending her a good morning and good night message, how he had always taken the initiative to start conversations every day, his heart unsettled whenever she did not reply, how he had carefully chosen every word, afraid that a dull conversation would make her lose interest, how he had once convinced himself that not responding immediately was his only form of silent protest against her late replies. What a pathetic idiot you are, Chen Lu. With a bitter smile, he scrolled through his chat history with Mo Yuqing. It was all the same, his messages flooding the screen, while hers were sparse, just a few short responses here and there. No matter which part of the chat he looked at, it was always a sea of green bubbles, with only a handful of white ones in between. As he continued, the city lights outside the window grew blurrier and blurrier in his eyes. Even though he was the one removing her from his list, why did it feel like he was the one being abandoned? He sniffled and sent a message to Jiang Chao. Chen Lu, boss, I am heading home. You guys enjoy. Jiang Chao, yeah, go ahead. These two are hopeless. Together, they have died almost 20 times already. Maybe it is better if you are not here. Chen Lu chuckled at the message, just about to turn off his screen when another message popped up. Jiang Chao, I thought you would suddenly be inspired to go after that girl. Chen Lu, screw you. I did not even add her on WeChat. I am going to take a screenshot of what you just said and send it to your girlfriend. Jiang Chao, that is totally unnecessary. Just have a good cry and get some sleep. When you wake up, remember that you still have us. Staring at Jiang Chao's message, Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. Even in the middle of a game, he could reply instantly. So why could Mo Yuqing never do the same? She had never replied to him quickly. Not even once. By the time Chen Lu arrived at his apartment complex, it was already close to 1 a.m. He deliberately glanced up at his own window, only relaxing when he saw that the lights were off. As long as I come home after my parents are asleep and leave before they wake up, it is like I was never here. Thinking this, Chen Lu quietly sneaked inside. Like a thief, he slipped into his room, unlocked his drawer, and took out everything related to Mo Yuqing, preparing to throw it all away. Then, his eyes fell on a bracelet with only a single wooden bead. I still have this? He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he placed the bracelet back into the now empty drawer. Everything related to Mo Yuqing was gone. After a long time without experiencing warmth from others, Liang Zhiro had a comforting dream. She dreamed of the past, of a memory that had kept her going all these years. It was more than 10 years ago. A little girl crouched in the sandy playground of a park, silently watching other children climbing up and down the slide. Her bright, watery eyes were slightly red. She had obviously just been crying. Because she had come from a rural village, she did not dare to go up and play with the others. That sense of inferiority seemed to be ingrained in her bones. Everything that others took for granted, she had never seen before. She did not even know what any of it was. At that moment, a little boy walked over and crouched beside her. Why are you sad? His voice was warm and gentle. It was the first time since arriving in this city that someone had spoken to her like this. Because my dad has an illness that cannot be cured. As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears again, her expression full of grievance. It was her first time visiting the big city she had always imagined, but it was nothing like she had pictured. All Hangzhou had was the endless honking of cars and the sharp smell of hospital disinfectant. There were people everywhere, yet the distance between them felt impossibly vast. Unlike her village, no one would offer help unprompted. She could only follow her worried mother through the hospital, trying to figure out how to register, how to pay for treatment. Seeing the helplessness on her mother's face when people ignored her, she wished more than anything that she was already grown up. The boy silently nodded. After a long pause, he pointed to a group of children blowing bubbles in the distance and said softly, "At times like this, it is best to distract yourself. Do you want to play with a bubble machine? Just press a button, and lots of bubbles will float out. It is really fun. My family is poor. I cannot afford one." The little girl lowered her head even more. "Luckily, I happen to have two." The little boy spoke excitedly, then shoved the only bubble machine he had into her hands. His eyes, still childlike and innocent, showed no sign of deceit or reluctance. "One for each of us," Seeing her hesitance, the boy grinned and added, "The other one is at home. It is even better than this one, so I do not want to bring it out, someone might break it." "What is your name?" The little girl hesitantly believed him, rubbing her tear-stained eyes. Even though she knew she would never see him again, she still wanted to ask. "I am Fire Dragon Hero," the boy declared proudly, then stuffed all the fruit candies in his pocket into her hands. "If you ever feel sad, just eat a piece of candy. Here, for you." The girl took off the wooden bracelet on her wrist and handed it to him. "My mom told me that when someone gives you something, you should return the favor. I cannot take your things for free." She had made it herself. That was why it only had a single wooden bead, tied to a thin red string. The bead had been polished to a smooth finish. It must have taken immense patience, hard to believe a little girl had done it all by herself. "Thank you." Just as the boy was about to ask for her name, a girl dressed in expensive brand-name clothing suddenly pulled him away. Half awake, half dreaming, Liang Jiro smiled faintly. Lowering her gaze, she tucked the blanket more securely around her exhausted mother. The reason she had chosen to attend this university was because she wanted to return to this city. Among the millions of people here, she did not expect to ever find him again. But at the very least, they could look up at the same sky. As soon as Chen Lu woke up, he instinctively reached for his phone, about to send a message. But just a second before hitting send, he snapped back to reality and quickly slapped himself across the face. Later that morning, Chen Lu returned to the classroom. He glanced at his three roommates, who, like him, had dark circles under their eyes, then looked down at the jurisprudence textbook on his desk. They say convincing someone to study law is like cutting them to pieces. But enrolling in the same university just to chase after a girl was one thing, choosing the same major as her? That was the biggest joke of all. That familiar, striking figure sat a little ahead of him, slightly to the left. He needed to break the habit of staring at her during class. Since the lecture had not yet started, students were still trickling in. But every single one of them, upon entering, would glance at Chen Lu first, then at Mo Yuqing, as if they were still eager for more drama. "Did you delete her contact yet?" Zhang Chao leaned in and whispered. Chen Lu shook his head, his expression somewhat bleak. "Damn, have you not had enough of being her lapdog? Why have you still not deleted it?" Zhang Chao was clearly exasperated. Hearing this, Chen Lu turned to look at him. "I need time to let go. 7 years is a long time. What do you think this is, a novel? Just delete and move on? If I could be that decisive, it would mean I never truly had feelings for her in the first place." Li Xinian, sitting nearby, chimed in, "That is true. They say it takes 21 days to form a habit. Expecting Chen Lu to let go of a 7-year-long habit overnight is completely unrealistic." Zhang Chao scooted even closer. "Dude, let me introduce you to someone. I may lack many things, but I never run out of girls to introduce. I will set you up with a new one every single day. If you ever meet the same girl twice, I lose. If any of them are smaller than a D cup, I lose." Seeing that Chen Lu had slumped onto his desk, uninterested, Zhang Chao continued, Fine. If you think the girls I know are too frivolous, I can have my girlfriend introduce someone for you instead. I am exhausted. Let me rest. Maybe if I just sit back and wait, someone who truly loves me will show up on their own." With that, Chen Lu drifted off to sleep. Truth be told, looking at Zhang Chao made his heart ache. Zhang Chao had always been his wingman in pursuing Mo Yuqing. Yet in the end, while Chen Lu failed to win Mo Yuqing's heart, Zhang Chao successfully wooed her roommate, Lu Yan. Chen Lu might have had the luxury of sleeping, but his roommates did not dare to. Last time, they had all dozed off with him, but while Chen Lu still managed to ace his exams, they had failed miserably. Guys like you, who do not even try yet still score high, are the biggest scourge of the class. Zhang Chao cursed silently and forced himself to stay awake. Just as he was about to doze off, his phone vibrated, waking him up again. It was a message from a freshman girl. "Brother Chao, do you know Chen Lu? I am here on behalf of a friend to find him. I am right outside the classroom. Could you call him out for me?" Zhang Chao stared at the message in disbelief. Did Chen Lu just manifest this into reality? Without wasting another second, he shook Chen Lu awake. Whether this was love knocking at the door or not did not matter. What mattered was getting his best friend's mind off the past. Still half asleep, Chen Lu groggily walked outside. As soon as he stepped out, a girl spotted him and hurried over. In an instant, all eyes in the classroom turned toward Chen Lu, who was now leaning against the doorframe. It was no surprise that someone was confessing to him. After all, Chen Lu was good-looking, and his personality was decent. Though he was neither the class president nor part of the student council, he was still widely respected. Back when he was pursuing Mo Yuqing, he had always kept his distance from other girls. So, naturally, very few girls had bothered confessing to him, knowing it was hopeless. But now, with Mo Yuching rejecting him in front of everyone, it was only logical that some would seize the opportunity to confess. Many students even glanced at Mo Yuching to see her reaction. Chen Lu had been her most devoted pursuer, it was common knowledge. Mo Yuching, however, did not spare him a glance. She simply stared out the window with a pout. Hello? Chen Lu looked at the short-haired girl in front of him, slightly taken aback as he greeted her. The girl seemed just as surprised when she saw him up close. She blinked several times, looking him over. Hello, senior. I am a friend of Liang Jiro. She is working part-time and could not take leave, so she asked me to come ask when you are free. She wants to return your jacket in person. She is a student here too? Chen Lu was stunned. That woke him up completely. Yes. We are both in the accounting program. I see. I am free after class. Great, I will tell her to wait for you in front of the cafeteria. For some reason, Chen Lu felt like this girl was smirking mischievously. It reminded him of the way his mother smiled while watching a romance drama when the leads finally got together. Before he could say anything else, the girl strutted away, calling out, Senior, do not forget my name. It is Lin Miao Miao. Chen Lu returned to his seat. He had barely gotten any sleep the night before, yet now he was wide awake. What are the odds? If she is a student here, why does she not live on campus? Alright, stop looking. She is gone. Lu Yan rolled her eyes at Mo Yuching. It was not a confession. What does that have to do with me? Mo Yuching pouted, then slumped onto her desk. After class, just as Chen Lu was about to leave, his counselor suddenly called out to him. Their counselor had only recently graduated with a master's degree, yet for some reason, she had already adopted a mature, authoritative style, exuding the presence of a strict high school homeroom teacher. She was not the easiest person to deal with, but since Chen Lu was efficient at handling tasks, she tended to be lenient when approving his leave requests. The price? Occasionally being roped into doing free labor. Chen Lu, come help me with the student roster. Is it urgent? Can I do it later? Chen Lu asked, exasperated. It is urgent. If you wait any longer, someone else will be approving your leave requests in the future. You might as well start preparing for a new counselor. I will help him. Zhang Chao immediately stepped in to rescue his friend. Do you even realize how unreliable you are? Seeing that the other two roommates had things of their own to do, Zhang Chao could only watch helplessly as Chen Lu was dragged away. At first, when Chen Lu saw the thin stack of documents, he was relieved. If he worked quickly, maybe he could still make it in time. But just as he finished that stack, he was told, the towering pile beside it also needed to be done. He wanted to die. Half an hour later, it suddenly started pouring outside. Before the cold wind could blow in, Chen Lu shut the window. April's weather was even more unpredictable than a woman's mood. One day, it could be a sunny 28 degrees, and the next, single-digit temperatures. Yet, for some reason, this unexpected rain made him feel oddly at ease. It had been so long. With this downpour, Liang Jiro probably would not be waiting anymore, right? He would rather be stood up than make someone wait for him in vain. Another half hour passed, and he finally finished the last stack. At some point, the rain outside had lightened. Thank you, Chen Lu. I can handle the rest. I have an umbrella, you can. Before she could finish, Chen Lu bolted out the door, sprinting toward the cafeteria. Even though he doubted anyone would still be waiting after over an hour, he felt an inexplicable urge to check. As he ran through the crowd, countless couples walked leisurely under shared umbrellas, as if the rain only added to their romance. Yet amidst them all, only one person was dashing through the puddles, splashing water into the air. Completely out of place. When he finally reached the cafeteria entrance, he saw a girl clutching a plastic bag tightly to her chest, as if afraid the rain would soak it. Yet she herself stood near the front, exposed. Whenever a gust of wind blew, rainwater splattered onto her. Whenever someone passed by, she would lower her head shyly and step aside, only to return to that same visible spot. Even though she kept her head down, Chen Lu barely managed to recognize her. He immediately walked up to Liang Jiro. She was still wearing the same jeans from last night, but today, she had immediately put on a light green jacket. It seemed that when she was not working, she did not tie her hair up in a low ponytail but let it fall freely over her shoulders. But this only made the already reserved girl even less noticeable. Last night, at least her figure had been noticeable. Today, no one would have guessed that beneath her timid demeanor was a face stunning enough to take one's breath away. The occasional drizzle had already soaked part of her clothes. Her ears were red from the cold, and with her delicate features, she looked both adorable and heartbreakingly fragile. Why did you not leave? Chen Lu asked in a daze, his emotions complicated. I got called by the counselor to help. Sorry. Hearing the familiar voice, Liang Jiro finally lifted her head. When she saw that it was Chen Lu, the corners of her lips seemed to lift ever so slightly. I was waiting for you. She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At the same time, she handed him the jacket she had been holding. It had been washed meticulously, without a single wrinkle. Even though her own clothes had been dampened by the rain, the jacket in her arms remained untouched by even a single drop of water. The rain came down so suddenly, it is really cold. I was over an hour late. Any normal person would have thought I stood them up. Not to mention, it was rude of me to be this late. You should have just left. Liang Jiro looked at him seriously. In her clear, bright eyes, Chen Lu could only see himself. I promised you. That brief eye contact seemed to drain all her strength and courage. She quickly lowered her head again. And I believed you would come. Chen Lu's emotions grew even more conflicted. He did not know if he felt more happy, more guilty, perhaps. Above all else, he simply felt sorry for her. How could she be this foolish? Then why did you not wait inside? Standing here, you are getting hit by the wind and rain. I was afraid you would not be able to find me. Chen Lu suddenly found himself speechless, frozen in place. So, someone actually waited for me? Not everyone is like Mo Yuching, who would leave if I was even a little late. Just for a moment. A fleeting moment. Chen Lu felt something inside him melt. Well, you are certainly the kind of fool who would stand in the rain for nearly 2 hours just because of a single promise. I am not a fool. Because you also came running through the rain. So I did not wait in vain. But the clumsy, timid girl could not find the words to say it out loud. You say you are not foolish, but I feel like even if someone sold you off, you would still help them count the money, Chen Lu joked. You are not that kind of person, the girl shook her head gently. Back then, you were the only one who helped me. Chen Lu chuckled to himself. No more thanking me, alright? Just as Liang Jiro was about to speak, she obediently closed her mouth upon hearing that. Her small head tilted slightly as she thought for a moment, then cautiously asked, Then, can I treat you to a meal? Chen Lu was about to refuse but then noticed how deeply she had lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her sleeve. Cursing himself in his heart, he quickly smiled and said, Well, I guess my stomach has its own opinion on this. Alright, let's go, I am going to take full advantage of this meal. If he refused her gratitude outright, it would probably only make her feel even more insecure. Liang Jiro's mood seemed to lift instantly, and she nodded eagerly. Chen Lu found it amusing. She actually took my joke seriously? How can someone be this gullible? Since there were a lot of people around, Chen Lu lightly pinched the edge of Liang Jiro's sleeve, leading the way as they squeezed through the crowd. Taking advantage of the fact that Chen Lu was not looking back, Liang Jiro stole a few glances at him, then at her sleeve, which she was holding onto. This subtle yet careful gentleness gave her an overwhelming sense of security. She wished, if possible, that they could walk like this just a little longer. But, unfortunately, the moment they reached a less crowded area, Chen Lu immediately let go and turned to her. The cafeteria is packed at this hour, and the food is both overpriced and awful. Let's eat outside instead. Okay, we can eat whatever you want, the girl responded immediately. But after speaking, she hesitated, lowering her head anxiously. But, I do not have an umbrella. It had not been raining when she left earlier. Chen Lu glanced at the dense rain outside and said casually, No problem, we will have one in a minute. With that, he pulled out his phone, his thumb swiftly tapping the screen. Chen Lu, boss, I am near the library. Bring me 2 umbrellas, fast. Reply when received. Zhang Chao, message received. Over. Chen Lu, make sure to bring one for yourself too. I am taking a girl out for dinner. His reliable big bro was quick. Within minutes, he arrived. Here you go, I am off, Zhang Chao said as he climbed a couple of steps, handing the umbrella to Chen Lu. When he spotted Liang Jiro, he shot Chen Lu a knowing look. Why is there only one? Chen Lu asked, puzzled. Zhang Chao remained stone-faced. The other one, suddenly broke. Watching Zhang Chao walk away without a second thought, Chen Lu sighed helplessly. Slowly, he opened the umbrella, covering the dazed girl beneath it. Will this do for now? Liang Jiro lowered her head, nervously pinching her fingers together. After a brief pause, she let out a soft and quietly followed behind him, looking small and well-behaved. The two of them walked side by side under the same umbrella, gradually merging into the crowd. Noticing that Liang Jiro seemed too shy to speak, Chen Lu did not initiate a conversation either. Silently, they strolled through the fine drizzle. Raindrops pattered against the umbrella, masking the sound of the girl's rapid heartbeat. This was the first time she had ever walked so closely beside a boy, let alone shared an umbrella with one. After a while, Chen Lu led her outside the school gate and stopped in front of an old street. This is the place. Hearing Chen Lu's voice, the girl lifted her head. The first thing she saw was a well-decorated hot pot restaurant. She hesitated for a moment, pressing her lips together before nodding seriously. Alright, let's go in. Money could always be earned again, but kindness had to be repaid. Especially when Chen Lu was the first person who had ever stepped forward to help her. Not there, Chen Lu pointed at a different place. Who eats hot pot in the middle of the day? He gestured toward a small noodle shop beside it. This place has been open for over 20 years. When I was a kid, my dad used to bring me here all the time. Bringing a girl he was not very familiar with to a place like this might not have been the best choice, but since Liang Jiro was the one treating him, it seemed fitting, cheap yet delicious. His reasoning was sound, so Liang Jiro did not doubt him and followed him inside. Even with the rain outside, the shop was still packed with customers, mostly students from Yuhang University. Clearly, no good restaurant could escape the eyes of modern college students. Chen Lu did not rush, simply watching as Liang Jiro scanned the QR code to pick 2 bowls, a total of 28 yuan. Only freshmen still foolishly stick to eating in the cafeteria. Chen Lu chuckled. Try it. Tell me if it is good. Liang Jiro handed him a pair of chopsticks before lowering her head, eating in small, delicate bites. Every now and then, she would sneak a glance at Chen Lu, then quickly look away. Chen Lu gazed at the timid girl in front of him, lost in thought. Ever since their first meeting, everything between them had unfolded in the strangest ways. He did not know whether he had stepped into her world or if she had stepped into his. But one thing was certain, she had added a unique color to his life. He had never imagined that Liang Jiro would actually wait for him in the rain for over an hour, afraid he would not find her. Even now, that warmth still lingered in his heart. Like a pebble dropped into a still lake, sending ripples that refused to fade. It is good, right? Chen Lu asked with a smile. Although Liang Jiro ate quite gracefully, her small mouth was still puffed up like a little hamster's. At one point, her innocent gaze accidentally met Chen Lu's. In an instant, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, she quickly lowered her head again. A faint, almost imperceptible blush appeared on her cheeks, as if convincing herself that if she could not see him, then he could not see her either. It seemed that girls never wanted to look like gluttons in front of others. Watching her, cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, Chen Lu could not help but smile. Resting his chin on his hand, he silently observed her. Then he glanced outside at the drizzle, feeling as though time had slowed, life becoming calm and peaceful. Why are you still so frugal even though you are working part-time? Chen Lu looked at the burn mark on her arm and asked softly. Liang Jiro quickly swallowed the food in her mouth before answering, because I am saving money for my mother's surgery. Seeing the sudden dimness in her expression, Chen Lu chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. For some reason, he suddenly felt sorry for this foolish girl who had waited for him in the rain. That Lin Miao Miao, is she your friend? When she nodded, Chen Lu asked again, then am I your friend too? Liang Jiro froze. Even though her eyes were hidden beneath her bangs, Chen Lu could vaguely make out the way they blinked in confusion. Her eyes were truly beautiful, so beautiful that just from that brief moment last night, the image was already engraved in his mind. It was as if they had been imprinted into his memory. Can I be? After a brief hesitation, the girl cautiously asked. She lifted her head slightly, a hint of anticipation in her gaze. Can she? What is she talking about? Wasn't I the one asking her? Chen Lu was momentarily at a loss. His brain nearly short-circuited. I guess? Thank you, Liang Jiro whispered. Before, I only had her as my friend. Hearing this, Chen Lu did not say anything more. Instead, he pulled out his phone and placed it in front of her. Since we are friends now, let's have a meal together sometime. Liang Jiro carefully took out her phone and scanned his QR code. Her phone was an old, inexpensive model, but it was clearly well cared for, completely different from Chen Lu's, which looked like it had been through a war zone. Why is your profile picture a bubble machine? Chen Lu could not help but laugh. That was way too odd. He had already thought Jiang Chao's profile picture of Koan was abstract enough, because someone gave it to me. I used to have one too. This model was pretty expensive back when I was a kid. I once gave mine away, and my mom beat me black and blue when I got home. Chen Lu laughed as he spoke, but the laughter soon faded. He thought of that little girl who had probably lost her father. Then he looked at the girl in front of him, scrimping and saving every penny just to afford her mother's treatment. This world really is not kind at all. On the other side, as soon as Mo Yuqing walked into the cafeteria, she immediately drew countless gazes. Unlike Liang Jiro, she never wore the same outfit twice. Even though it was drizzling outside, she was dressed in a slim-fitting, light camel-colored high-neck knit sweater paired with a black long skirt. Her perfect proportions were accentuated to the fullest, and with her long, straight black hair, she exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Even though her shoes were slightly muddy, no one was paying attention to them. Her slender waist was enough to draw all eyes upward. However, those who were observant might have noticed that this pampered young lady had barely been touched by the rain. She probably did not go out much on rainy days. Beside her, Lu Yan was more practically dressed in a thicker jacket and jeans. Even so, her natural beauty still shone through. But walking next to Mo Yuching, she was completely overlooked. Mo Yuching felt a little nervous today. She wanted to prove to Lu Yan that she could live just fine without Chen Lu. But the moment she stepped inside and saw the long lines stretching across the cafeteria, her brows immediately furrowed. Does Chen Lu really have to wait in lines this long just to get my meals? She did not think too deeply about it. After all, she could easily afford to order takeout every day. But out of sheer stubbornness, she insisted on coming to the cafeteria herself. She had to pick up her own packages, register for her own classes, handle all her class duties herself. As she listed out her little acts of independence, she felt a hint of embarrassment, because for most people, these were things they had always done on their own. While standing in line, Mo Yuching absent-mindedly wiped Lu Yan's hair with a napkin as she asked where her favorite dishes were served. It took them nearly 10 minutes just to get Mo Yuching's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Lu Yan did not mind, but Mo Yuching was already fed up with waiting. She felt like she was going crazy. The place was unbearably crowded, filled with the sounds of people chatting and laughing. On top of that, some students were blasting tacky internet videos on their phones without headphones. The sheer noise made her ears ache. Just as she was about to ask where to get another dish, she suddenly spotted Chen Lu. But there was a girl sitting across from him, a girl completely different from herself. She was not complaining to Chen Lu about every little annoyance in her day. She was simply sitting there, quietly eating her meal. Every now and then, she would steal a glance at him. And Chen Lu, he was resting his chin on his hand, watching her. They were not talking much, yet. Why do they look so close? Why is Chen Lu having a meal with another girl? He has always only spent time with me. Mo Yuching stood frozen, her chest tightening. She felt irritated, annoyed, furious. He should be looking at me like that. His gentleness has belonged to me alone all these years. Lu Yan noticed a moment later than Mo Yuching. By the time she reached out to stop her, Mo Yuching had already started walking forward. The girl was still eating with her head down. Mo Yuching, however, only had eyes for Chen Lu. What do you think you are doing? She demanded, her voice tense. Chen Lu noticed Lu Yan standing behind her, giving him a look that said, I tried to hold her back. Even though he thought it was unnecessary, he still appreciated the effort. Even if her reasoning was misguided, it was still a kindness. As you can see, Chen Lu replied calmly. Is there a problem? You like me, do you not? Then why are you having a meal with another girl? This is what you call liking someone? Although her voice was soft due to the cafeteria setting, her anger was unmistakable. You are right, I did like you, Chen Lu said, his tone turning cold, surprising even himself. In the past, being this close to Mo Yuching would have made his heart race. But now, he felt nothing. So this is what it means to be completely dead inside. You were the one who rejected me, he continued. You only gave me two choices, either keep being your pathetic little lapdog, or stop being friends altogether. As you can see, I chose the latter. Because I am tired. He let out a self-mocking chuckle. I am not some saint. Knowing there was no future with you, why would I continue treating you like a queen? His icy words struck her deep. For some reason, she suddenly felt like crying. She did not understand why, but her vision blurred, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mo Yuching wanted to hold them back. She wanted to smirk and brush it off, but she had never been one to suppress her emotions. Ever since she was a child, she had always let her feelings run free, waiting for someone to comfort her. And now, she had failed. In the end, she could only let the tears fall while pretending not to care. Fine. No problem. Even if you eat with 10 girls at once, it has nothing to do with me, she said with forced nonchalance. As long as you are happy. Then she reached up and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her delicate fingers brushing away the tears on her cheek. Since you would not take my calls, do not expect me to ever pick up yours. I will never answer. Not even once. All right, Chen Lu nodded. So then, what exactly was your reason for coming here to confront me? Mo Yuching froze. You cannot even explain it yourself, can you? We are not even friends anymore. This is none of your business. Mo Yuching stared at him, dazed. Suddenly, Chen Lu felt like a complete stranger to her. A stranger she had just met for the first time. From the moment Chen Lu gave her that first bouquet of flowers to now, 7 years had passed. If she counted from when they first met, they had known each other for over a decade. But no matter how far back she searched her memories, Chen Lu had never looked at her like this before. There was not a single trace of warmth in his eyes, not even the faintest glimmer of light. Why? Why is he looking at me like this? The Chen Lu she knew had always smiled at her, no matter how upset she was. Where did that Chen Lu go? You were never like this before, she murmured. Before Mo Yuqing could even process what she was saying, the words had already escaped her lips. Mo Yuqing, if you want to talk about the past, then let me tell you properly. Chen Lu looked at the girl he had loved for 7 years and asked, what were you like back then? I once invited you to dinner, and you agreed. That night, I waited for 3 hours. I waited until the restaurant closed, but you never showed up. Later, when I asked you about it, you said you had forgotten. Do you remember that? You probably do not, but I do. I remember the way people looked at me, their amused, mocking eyes. In the past, I humbled myself like a dog, trying to please you. And what did I get in return? 2 rejections. I wanted to be your boyfriend, not a dog at your side. But now, I do not want anything anymore. I just want to keep my distance from you. Whether it was because she was shocked by Chen Lu's cold expression or because she simply did not know how to argue back, Mo Yuqing said nothing. She only wiped her tears in silence. Chen Lu did not react either. He simply sat there, watching her quietly. So this is what they call tears like pear blossoms in the rain. Turns out, when a beautiful girl cries, it really does look like this. Of course, seeing the girl he had loved for 7 years crying in front of him felt strange, but Chen Lu held himself back. Yen, let's go get pickled fish, Mo Yuqing said, her voice choked with tears as she turned away with red-rimmed eyes. Pickled fish is in the East cafeteria, not here, Lu Yen whispered as quietly as she could, feeling a little awkward. Then let's hurry over. Wait, but your other favorite dish is here. Mo Yuqing froze. So this is how Chen Lu ran back and forth every time he brought me food? Lu Yen seemed to guess what she was thinking and simply shrugged. Although Lu Yen could tell that Mo Yuqing was beginning to realize how much effort Chen Lu had put in for her, she was still unwilling to be the first to lower her head. Even after seeing another girl by Chen Lu's side, even after discovering just a small fraction of how difficult things had been for him, Mo Yuqing still refused to give in. She turned around and walked away, without hesitation, without looking back, without saying a word, and she even walked in the wrong direction. You are going the wrong way. We need to go the other way. Lu Yen stood in place, glancing at Chen Lu, who remained motionless, and then at Mo Yuqing, who was storming off in the completely wrong direction. With a deep sigh, she quickly ran after her. Chen Lu had seen this expression before. It was the same look his mom had whenever the main leads in a drama walked past each other without realizing their feelings. Watching Mo Yuqing wipe away her tears as she left, Chen Lu felt a mix of emotions. This was the first time he had ever made her cry. So she actually can cry because of me? But it did not matter anymore. I want to move on. He repeated those words over and over in his heart. Then, he continued sitting there, playing with his phone. Only this time, he mindlessly opened and closed random apps, his fingers tapping aimlessly. Because 7 years was too long. Letting go was not going to be easy. Even if it hurt. Even if it took another 7 years of pain. I will not look back. I never thought that all the time I spent on you was nothing but a sunk cost. After Mo Yuqing left, she continued experiencing the realities of life, but Chen Lu no longer cared. Soon, she would realize that by the time she finished running back and forth to buy all the food she wanted, she would be too exhausted to even have an appetite. She would discover just how frustrating it was to pick up packages from various collection points scattered far apart. She would find that getting a seat in the library was not as easy as she thought. She would learn that no matter how beautiful she was, getting leave approved by the counselor was still nearly impossible. At this moment, she was like the little mermaid in a fairy tale who had just stepped onto land. Every step she took was painful. Chen Lu slowly walked out of the cafeteria and looked up at the sun, which had just broken free from the edge of a dark cloud. The sunlight was warm on his skin, and with the rain having just stopped, the air was crisp and fresh. The rain has stopped. The situation earlier seemed to have been beyond Liang Jiro's comprehension. She kept her head down and remained silent. Chen Lu's thoughts were a mess as well. He could not understand why Mo Yuqing had made such a scene in front of him. Or rather, he had a vague idea, but he did not want to acknowledge it. She is just not used to living without someone worshipping her. Chen Lu took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the cool breeze on his face. With a self-mocking smile, he said, "That was the girl I pursued for 7 years. I never got a single response, yet I still held on for 7 years. Pretty stupid, huh?" To his surprise, Liang Jiro simply shook her head earnestly. Then, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small fruit candy. Since Chen Lu was taller than her, she had to lift her delicate hand slightly, her fingers opening like the petals of a flower. Chen Lu carefully took the candy, looking at her in curiosity. "Why are you giving me this?" he asked. "Because I do not want you to be sad." Her voice was soft, gentle, and sincere. Chen Lu froze. The cold wind blew against him as he stood there in a daze, but it could not cool the warmth in his heart. He never would have thought that, of all things, the one thing that brought him the most comfort in these past few days was someone giving him a piece of candy. It took him a while to snap out of it. Sniffling slightly, he asked, "By the way, why do you live off campus? Our dorms are pretty cheap, are they not? I have to take care of my mom." "I see. Where are you headed now?" "I will take you." Chen Lu's voice was gentle. The green apple-flavored candy slowly melted in his mouth, filling it with sweetness. And along with it, something in his heart seemed to melt as well. "There is no need. I am going to work. It is far from here." Liang Jiro lightly pinched the hem of her sleeve, watching Chen Lu's shadow. She did not know why, but she really liked looking at his shadow. This way, he would not notice. This way, she would not accidentally meet his eyes. This way, she felt at ease. To her, it already felt like she was indulging too much. Her wishes were simple, so simple that just being able to look at his shadow made her happy. Liang Jiro had been mature beyond her years ever since she was a child. After her father passed away, she became even more so. With her mother falling ill, she could not afford to be selfish. She could not afford to act willfully. She could not afford to be ignorant. Suppressing her desires had become a habit. Studying relentlessly and working tirelessly to pay for her mother's treatment had become her way of survival. She had no hobbies of her own. Unlike other girls her age, she did not care about makeup or skincare. She did not understand fashion, nor did she want to spend time picking out clothes. Just being able to look at the boy who brought a sliver of light into her dim world was enough for her. But suddenly, Chen Lu bent down slightly and gave her a soft, playful smile. His delicate features reappeared before her eyes, making her instinctively lower her head even more. Yet she still could not resist sneaking glances at him from the corner of her eye. His smile was so warm. Apart from her mother, it had been so long since anyone had smiled at her like that. The last time. She had to think back 10 years ago. Seeing that she was only lowering her head and not upset, Chen Lu felt relieved and said with a chuckle, "I can take you to work too. I have nothing to do this afternoon." That is the beauty of being a junior, your freshman would not understand. She was just about to refuse when she noticed the way Chen Lu was staring at her, calm, but firm. So, she quickly nodded obediently. Chen Lu deliberately stepped on the shallow puddles along the way, the water splashing with a crisp sound. Watching the quiet girl walking in front of him, he finally let out a small laugh. "Honestly, Liang Jiro, you are so dumb." "I am not dumb." By then, the sun had completely driven away the dark clouds. The golden sunlight spilled generously over the two of them. The world suddenly seemed brighter, the scene bathed in warm hues. Even the girl who always walked with her head down now seemed to be glowing in Chen Lu's eyes. What a beautiful day. A simple walk like this could make me so happy. This damn sun keeps baking me. Yuqing, if you are really tired, let us take a break. Panting, Lu Yan turned to look at the exhausted girl behind her. The long skirt around Mo Yuqing's slender waist swayed with each step. She bit her lip lightly, her lost and helpless expression stirring an inexplicable sense of conquest in others. Lu Yan could not help but sigh inwardly. "Thank God I have a boyfriend. Otherwise, I might actually be tempted. She is just too beautiful." But when will you understand that beauty alone is not enough to keep Chen Lu? When will you let go of your pride? Yes, you have the privilege of being this confident, but this is not how love works. Mo Yuqing seemed not to have heard her at all. Holding two packages in her arms, she stared blankly ahead, moving forward like a wind-up doll, swaying with every step. Her legs ached, and her mood had hit rock bottom. After running around all afternoon, she had finally bought all the food she liked. But by the time she sat down to eat, she was too exhausted to have any appetite left. It was not about the money, she did not care about that. But the fact that she had put in all this effort only to be too tired to enjoy the results made it all feel like a complete waste. Only now did she realize just how many things she had been ordering online. She used to buy whatever caught her eye, never once considering how much of a hassle it would be to actually pick everything up. And then there was her confrontation with Chen Lu earlier. Her thoughts were a mess, her mind completely consumed by that unremarkable girl. Is she prettier than me? Why was Chen Lu eating with her? Why has Chen Lu changed so much? The people I have rejected so many times never changed their attitude toward me, so why did he? But soon, she pushed all those thoughts aside. Whatever. Chen Lu will come apologize on his own, just like he always does. And when he does, I will not forgive him so easily this time. After dropping Liang Jiro off, Chen Lu wandered around West Lake for a while, letting his mind settle. It was already late at night by the time he returned to the dorm. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he heard his roommates chatting inside. "You guys think Chen Lu has a shot with that girl from the hot pot restaurant? He has been gone since lunchtime." Jiang Chao's distinctively raspy voice was easy to recognize. "You are mistaken. I think you are underestimating Chen Lu." The other two roommates immediately objected. "Fuck, he should have moved on sooner. I was really worried he would hang himself on that dead-end love like an idiot." Jiang Chao cursed with a laugh. Then, the dorm fell into silence, apart from the rapid clacking of keyboards. "Boss, why do you sound like an old mother?" Chen Lu pushed open the door, smiling bitterly. The moment he stepped inside, 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes locked onto him. "You bastard, spending the whole day with a girl." "It was nothing. We ate, then went our separate ways. I was alone after that." Chen Lu climbed onto his bed. "We are innocent, all right?" With that, he closed his eyes, ignoring their sarcastic teasing. But a moment later, he suddenly sat up and pulled out his phone. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed before lying back down. Out of habit, he wanted to send someone a good night message only to realize there was no one left to say it to. His gaze drifted to the strange bubble machine profile picture. Almost without thinking, he clicked on it. He was about to casually ask, "Did you get home safely?" But before he could type, he saw the words, "Typing." What a coincidence. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Lu waited to see what Liang Jiro was about to say. 10 minutes later, he was still staring at the same typing message. His expression slowly turned into that of an elderly man staring blankly at a phone on the subway. He closed WeChat, then reopened it. The moment he refreshed the app, the typing message disappeared, returning to just her ID. Did WeChat just glitch out on me? Fresh out of the shower. Fresh out of the shower, Liang Jiro looked as delicate as a lotus emerging from water. Her hair was tied up, and she wore a loose white t-shirt paired with home shorts. Her flawless face was breathtaking, and the wide neckline revealed her snow-white swan-like neck. Her slender, smooth legs were impossible to ignore, and the subtle rise and fall of her chest made it difficult for anyone to look away. However, her arm was oddly wrapped in several layers of plastic wrap. Her clear, bright eyes stared blankly at the empty chat window between them. She typed, deleted, retyped, and deleted again. As time passed, the corners of her lips, which had unconsciously curved upward, slowly fell back down. Her breathing grew more rapid. When she finally looked at the time, 10 minutes had already passed. 10 minutes, and she still had not figured out what to say. What am I even doing? Frustrated and embarrassed, Liang Jiro rubbed her face, tossed her phone aside, and rolled around on her bed twice before finally burying her face under the blanket. Her delicate legs kicked at the air. "He cannot see me, right? No one would stare at our chat window for 10 whole minutes, right?" She both wished that Chen Lu would not accidentally check their conversation and see her hesitation. Yet she also felt disappointed at the empty chat screen between them. Someone like him, so good-looking, so kind, must have plenty of people to talk to. Chen Lu's warmth was like the rain in spring nurturing others without making a sound. He never crossed any lines, never made a fuss. He simply gave, quietly and without expectation. Most importantly, he never put any pressure on her. When he gently held onto her sleeve in the crowd, it made her feel safe, like all she had to do was follow him, and nothing else mattered. But then, she remembered the girl she had seen in the cafeteria that afternoon. That princess-like girl. She was truly beautiful, dressed in clothes that looked expensive, yet fit her so perfectly that Liang Jiro did not even dare to lift her head and look at her for too long. Her eyes radiated confidence, pride. She must have come from a wealthy family, raised in comfort, untouched by hardship. She and I, we are not from the same world. No wonder Chen Lu liked her. Liang Jiro sniffled. Then, she quickly pushed the thoughts aside, plugged in her phone to charge, and went to prepare a basin of warm water for her mother. After her father's passing, she had long since learned how to bury all her emotions deep inside. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, she carefully checked her reflection, making sure there was nothing unusual about her expression. Only then did she pick up the basin and carry it over to her mother, Xiao Xuanfang. Ever since Xiao Xuanfang was injured in a hit-and-run accident years ago, she had lost almost all sensation in her legs. The doctors had said that only surgery could improve her condition, and even in the best-case scenario, she would barely be able to walk with crutches. But that was not the real issue. The real issue was, they did not have that kind of money. The poor did not have the luxury of relying on relatives. No one was willing to lend them such a large sum for the surgery, so all she could do was struggle to keep their household afloat, massaging her mother's legs every day in hopes of delaying the worsening of her condition. until she could prove she had the ability to repay a loan. Burying all her emotions once more, Liang Jiro forced a smile at her mother's weary face. Then, she lowered her head and began washing her mother's feet. Xiao Xuanfang looked at her daughter, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. This foolish girl, who had only just entered university, should have been enjoying her youth. Yet she had been forced to shoulder the weight of the family for so many years. The more sensible and mature her daughter was, the more Xiao Xuanfang's heart ached with guilt. When Liang Jiro was little, she had been so full of life. She loved to dress up, loved pretty little dresses, just like any other girl her age. She would giggle and ask silly, childish questions. But after her father passed, Liang Jiro changed. It was as if she had grown up overnight. She no longer smiled as brightly. But she almost never cried in front of her mother either. Xiao Xuanfang still remembered the day she saw little Liang Jiro standing against a wall, watching other children playing and laughing. She had stared for a long, long time. Then, she had silently turned around, walked into the kitchen, and started preparing dinner. That moment had crushed her heart, suffocating her with pain. More than once, she had thought about ending it all, just so her daughter would no longer have to bear this burden. But she was too afraid to imagine Liang Jiro being left alone in this world. Could Jiro handle it all by herself? Every day, Xiao Xuanfang made up her mind. Every day, she hesitated. Every day, she put the thought aside only to repeat the cycle again the next day. After a long silence, Xiao Xuanfang finally spoke, bringing up a conversation they had had many times before. Xiao Rou, how about we stop worrying about my treatment? I have already gotten used to being like this. No, Liang Jiro rarely spoke with such firmness. Her hands never paused. Then, what if we moved back to our hometown? Living expenses there are lower, and my medical checkups would be cheaper too. That way, you would have less pressure on you. No, I can take care of myself, really. You have grown up now, you should have your own life. If I stay here, I will only be a burden to your future. Her voice trembled, her eyes turning red. No, this time, Liang Jiro's voice quivered, and her hands finally stopped. Plop, tears fell, one after another, into the basin of warm water, freezing Xiao Xuanfang's heart. She quickly reached out, stroking her daughter's head. All right, I will stop. Let's just live our lives together. Liang Jiro wiped her tears with the back of her hand and quietly resumed massaging her mother's legs. That was when Xiao Xuanfang noticed the small red mark on her daughter's arm. She thought back to the ointment and bandages Liang Jiro had brought home the other night. Several guesses formed in her mind, along with a faint hope. After all, her daughter had once refused to buy medicine even when she had a high fever. Nini, was this burn really an accident? No one bullied you, right? She knew her daughter was a bit naive at times, but after years of hard work, Liang Jiro was not the clumsy type. No one bullied me. Liang Jiro lowered her head even further. Her voice was small, almost guilty. She had never been good at lying. Did you buy that medicine yourself? Xiao Xuanfang asked curiously. The girl shook her head. A friend bought it for me. Xiao Xuanfang paused. She thought of that lively, tiger-toothed girl who had visited their home before. Had her daughter ever mentioned any other friends besides her? Was it Miao Miao? She is such a sweet child. No, it was Chenlu. Chenlu? The name sounded like a boy's. Xiao Xuanfang froze for a moment. Then, with a mix of surprise and cautious excitement, she asked, a boy? Are you two close? She had always hoped her daughter would find her own happiness. He is a boy. Just like Miao Miao, he is very nice. Liang Jiro's voice was quiet. After a brief pause, she added, but we only just became friends. Even though she said nothing more, the momentary hesitation in her hands spoke volumes. Xiao Xuanfang did not press further. Instead, she gently reached out and tucked her daughter's loose hair behind her ear. Late at night, finally finished with everything, Liang Jiro lay on her bed, exhausted. Out of curiosity, she tapped on the notification on her phone. The moment she saw the message, the corners of her lips curled into a smile. A soft, delicate smile, gentle and beautiful. In the darkened room, the glow of the screen reflected in her bright eyes. She took a screenshot of the message and stared at it for a long, long time. Chenlu, get some rest. Remember to apply the ointment on your burn. A few days passed. Early morning. Brother Lu, wake up. Chenlu was shaken awake by Li Xinian. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the guy leaning on his bed frame with an impatient expression. Seeing that Chenlu was awake, Li Xinian awkwardly adjusted his glasses and gave him a strange smile. You are out of your mind, Chenlu cursed. I must have been sleeping in the wrong position. Why else would I be having a nightmare where I get woken up by a guy? What bad luck! Just as Chenlu was about to roll over and go back to sleep, Li Xinian pushed him up again. What do you want? Chen Lu sat up, grabbed his phone, and checked the time, 7:15 a.m. A university student, with no morning classes, waking up at 7? What kind of sin did I commit to deserve this? Do me a favor, just like during the freshman welcome gala, help out with the club that's preparing for the performance. Lee Sinian sounded extremely sincere. This time, it is the university's centennial celebration, so it is going to be even busier. I really cannot handle it all myself. Chen Lu glanced at Zhang Chao, who was still asleep, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Are you even human? You are asking a guy who has not even gotten over his breakup to help you? Come on, if you do not help, I will have to suffer the pain of losing you." Lee Sinian looked genuinely anxious, probably having just received the notice. This was obviously one of those fools who believed in the nonsense that student government is a great place to gain experience. Even if he managed to become an officer, he was still just a more competent fool. The two stared at each other for a moment before Chen Lu slowly blinked and said, "Who even are you? Why would losing you affect me in any way?" Seeing Lee Sinian's defeated expression, Chen Lu smirked. "Call me something nice, and I will consider helping you." Despite his teasing, he was already getting up to change. "Father, I will treat you to 2 rounds of all-you-can-eat seafood after this." Chen Lu was so startled by the sudden outburst that he almost tripped. "What the hell, are you serious? I really do not have time. The university leaders keep changing their minds every 5 minutes. Lee Sinian let out a long sigh. "I told you joining the student government was a mistake. I told you that trying to get a head start for the civil service exam was nonsense. Now look at you, suffering." Chen Lu walked toward the bathroom to wash up while Lee Sinian trailed behind him like a shadow, listing all the tasks that needed to be done. "I mean, I am doing pretty well, all things considered," Lee Sinian mumbled, a little embarrassed. Chen Lu glanced at him through the mirror while brushing his teeth, making Lee Sinian immediately shut up. Grinning, Lee Sinian busied himself tidying up Chen Lu's bed, trying to win some favor. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao remained sound asleep, lost in his dreams. Although he was a good guy, being unreliable was probably something he could never shake off in this lifetime. Chen Lu, on the other hand, could handle anything thrown his way, which was why people, professors and even the student advisor included, often came to him for help. Of course, they were never stingy in showing their gratitude. For example, Chen Lu was, without a doubt, the student who had the easiest time getting leave approved. A spacious tiered lecture hall. Watching the dance club freshmen gradually refine their movements, a faint smile appeared on Mo Yuching's face as she sat by the window. But the smile quickly faded, and her expression darkened slightly. She seemed a little absent-minded. Even though she had already quit the dance club in her second year, she had still been invited back to help guide the performance they were preparing. It seemed like a lot of attention was being placed on this centennial celebration. Mo Yuching stretched out her long legs, clad in thick black stockings that effortlessly drew attention, and gazed at the few wisps of white clouds in the sky. Her thoughts inexplicably drifted to the past. Since childhood, aside from her studies, her mother had constantly pushed her to learn all sorts of things: guqin, keyboard, dance, advanced mathematics. It had been exhausting, but she had always had Chen Lu by her side, available at her beck and call, which made it somewhat bearable. Every time her lessons ended, she would call Chen Lu to accompany her, and he had never once refused. Even during summer break, when he stayed at his hometown, he would take a 3-hour bus ride just to wait outside her tutoring class. But now, something seemed different. Why did things change all of a sudden? Mo Yuching could not figure it out. Looking at Lu Yan, who had insisted on tagging along but was now grinning foolishly at a drama on her phone, Mo Yuching felt a strange mix of emotions. "Let's take a break." Mo Yuching clapped her hands lightly. "Everyone has improved. Keep practicing at this pace, and you will be fine." As her cool yet melodious voice fell, the dancers, panting heavily, found spots to rest. No one objected to Mo Yuching's guidance. After all, not only was she more beautiful than most celebrities, but her dancing was also breathtaking, like someone who had stepped straight out of a painting. However, they also never got too close to her, as she was simply too proud. Talking to her always carried a sense of distance that was hard to describe. Even though she had generously bought them all expensive desserts, it still felt somewhat awkward. At that moment, a freshman with a ponytail cautiously approached her. "Senior Yuching, for some reason, the props and speakers we requested still have not arrived. Do you think you could help us with that?" The girl looked disappointed. As a freshman, she took the opportunity to perform in front of the entire school very seriously. "You used to be in the dance club, and you are also the class representative, so I thought I would come to you. I will see what I can do." Mo Yuching answered somewhat helplessly, feeling troubled. Even though she held the title of class representative, she was completely clueless about handling such matters. Chen Lu had always handled everything for her. Back when she performed on stage as a freshman, aside from practicing and performing, she had not dealt with anything else. Chen Lu had taken care of everything. The entire process had been smooth and effortless. It was only now that she realized just how much work was actually involved. I feel like having some milk tea. I will go buy some. What does everyone want? Lu Yan, noticing Mo Yuqing's discomfort, stepped in to change the subject. No need, Senior Lu Yan. My boyfriend said he would bring me one, the ponytailed girl said with a proud smile. She looked like someone who had just fallen in love. How nice, that saves us the trouble. Lu Yan sat back down beside Mo Yuqing, pleased that she would get free milk tea without needing to make the effort herself. At some point, buying milk tea for your girlfriend's friends had become an unspoken rule. Perhaps because the pillow talk of close girlfriends was truly terrifying. A guy in a relationship had to support an entire dorm full of girls, while the girl relied on her dormmates to feed her. That was the reality. Lu Yan had certainly drunk her fair share of milk tea bought by Chen Lu over the past 3 years. Mo Yuqing, however, remained silent, lost in thought. She recalled how Chen Lu used to bring a whole bag of milk tea to her rehearsals. After handing them out, he would walk up to her, smile softly, and say, "This one is yours, 70% sugar, just the way you like it. I only asked them to add a little coconut jelly." And in that moment, she had felt like a princess adored by a prince straight out of a fairy tale, envied by everyone around her. Before long, the freshman's boyfriend arrived. The guy looked around the room from the doorway, and as soon as she saw him, the girl ran toward him excitedly. But then she realized he had only brought 1 cup of milk tea. A moment later, she dragged her boyfriend outside, half embarrassed, half annoyed. Whether she would simply remind him or argue with him was anyone's guess. Mo Yuqing could not help but chuckle at the scene. So foolish. If it were Chen Lu, he would have asked in advance how many people were here. Wait, was Chen Lu really that much better than other guys? The moment that smug smile crept onto her lips, it suddenly vanished. She realized that no matter how good Chen Lu was, he no longer belonged to her. Lu Yan, noticing the shift in her best friend's mood, gently placed a hand on her slender shoulder, as if about to say something. Listen, do not hesitate to speak up if you need something. If you are too polite, people will keep putting you off. Be firm but respectful, and keep following up. Chen Lu entered, carrying a speaker, accompanied by the dance club's vice president, who was struggling under a pile of costumes. It was unclear whether Mo Yuqing saw Chen Lu first or if Chen Lu saw Mo Yuqing first. Regardless, both of them froze for a moment. In any case, remember, you should push them to hurry up, but always be polite. People do not hit a smiling face. Chen Lu continued speaking as if he had not seen her at all. Then, he silently brought in the props and audio equipment, connected them to the computer, and ran a sound check. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word to Mo Yuqing. Once all the miscellaneous tasks were finished, it was time to test whether the speakers were working properly. Standing in front of the computer, Chen Lu tapped the mouse absent-mindedly, feeling speechless. Running into her like this. What kind of bad luck was this? Li Xinian, you really are a son of a bitch. What Chen Lu did not realize was that, to the dance club girls who had been worrying about this issue for days, his arrival was like a god descending from the heavens. Not to mention, he had handled everything alone with such effortless efficiency, as if it were second nature. In the eyes of these freshman girls, all they saw was a senior who was both handsome and gentle, with a clear and reliable way of speaking. To Lu Yan, who was unaware of the situation, the whole thing looked completely different. How did Chen Lu know about this? Did he come here on his own to help? Was he still planning to pursue Mo Yuqing? She was unsure. Although Chen Lu had indeed stepped in to help, judging by his attitude in the cafeteria, he seemed genuinely done with it all. Once the music successfully played through the speakers, Chen Lu lowered the volume. Senior, you are amazing. Thank you. A few girls cheered. Chen Lu smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and casually told them to keep practicing before turning to leave. There were still other groups and all sorts of problems waiting for him to deal with. Sigh, being a dad is hard. Watching Chen Lu's retreating figure, Mo Yuqing slightly parted her lips, her cold, beautiful eyes blinking. This was not what she had expected at all. Not only did Chen Lu not come to apologize before leaving, he had not even spoken to her. Hurry up and apologize. Before she could snap out of it, one of the freshmen grabbed her phone and ran after him. Seeing the girl chase after Chen Lu, Mo Yuqing's heart inexplicably clenched. It felt like an invisible hand was gripping her heart, making her irritable and restless. Her breathing became slightly uneven. Soon after, she saw the freshman return with a disappointed expression. For some reason, she let out a breath of relief. I could not get his WeChat. Maybe it is not that he was not interested in you. A guy this amazing probably already has a girlfriend, another girl chimed in. I just remembered. I actually saw the senior leaving campus with a girl from our class one afternoon. But that girl looked so plain. She always kept her head down, another freshman recalled, scratching her head. But the senior said he had just been rejected after confessing and was not in the mood for anything right now. The girl who had tried to get his WeChat murmured, "You have got to be kidding. A guy this great got rejected? That girl must be an idiot." The chatter grew louder. Alright, back to practice. Mo Yuching frowned slightly, cutting off the discussion. Lu Yan scooted closer to Mo Yuching and, after struggling internally for a while, whispered, "Did you see that? You had better think carefully. There are plenty of girls trying to get close to Chen Lu. When he first walked in, the first person he looked at was you. I guarantee that if you swallow your pride now, there is still time. You really do not want to regret this later. If you have feelings for him, just take a step back. I do not want to see you hurting in the future." Lu Yan said all this because she had noticed Mo Yuching's reaction when the other girl asked for Chen Lu's WeChat. She was much sharper in these matters than most people, otherwise, she would never have been able to keep a player like Jiang Chao in check. To be honest, even she did not fully understand what was going on in Mo Yuching's head. But one thing was certain, Mo Yuching would regret this. Mo Yuching did not say a word. She absent-mindedly twirled strands of her silky black hair around her fingers, a habit she had whenever she was lost in thought. Is it really still possible? Would just lowering my head once be enough? Would things go back to how they used to be? She thought about Chen Lu always being by her side. She thought about how she had not received his usual good morning and good night messages for several days now. These thoughts lingered like sweet candy, making her swallow unconsciously. But would that mean I have to be with him? Do I even like him? Mo Yuching did not know the answer. She felt like she had never truly liked anyone before. After a long internal struggle, she seemed to make up her mind. Under Lu Yan's expectant gaze, Mo Yuching bit her lip lightly and slowly said, "Impossible." Mo Yuching had never bowed her head in her entire life. She was going to wait for him to apologize. Chen Lu had been running around all morning, feeling that far too many freshmen these days were just pampered fools. At noon, he grabbed a quick bite in the cafeteria, coldly Sinian to curse him out for a bit to vent his frustration, and then went back to work in the afternoon. 1 dad and 2 all-you-can-eat seafood meals, definitely worth the hassle. Looking at the messages on his phone, he pondered which clueless freshman he should go help next. The drama club is putting on a stage play? Interesting. Are they not afraid of social death? Chen Lu could not understand it. People are bound to die one day, but social death should never be the cause. As he walked across the field, he saw couples openly displaying their affection and silently expressed his disdain on behalf of all the single people out there. Suddenly, a strangely dressed girl bounced up in front of him and poked him with a folding fan. "Hello, senior." Her voice was lively and sweet, but her cosplay outfit made it impossible for Chen Lu to recognize who she was. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Lin Miao Miao." Chen Lu took a step back and glanced at the sunshade nearby. Only then did he realize this was where the drama club had gathered. So, he sat down in one of the white plastic chairs under the shade, scanning the area for a familiar figure. Last night, Liang Jiro had mentioned she would be helping out, so she should be here. Not recognizing her right away felt a bit awkward, but Chen Lu quickly came up with a solution. "I know who you are. I was asking who you are cosplaying, Kamizato Ayaka. Does it look good? The costume just arrived today, so I figured I would wear it out and have some fun." Lin Miao struck a victory pose, showing off her signature tiger tooth as she took a selfie. "It looks great," Chen Lu responded casually, though his gaze never left the figure in the distance working diligently. Liang Jiro had her long hair tied into a ponytail, carefully arranging the props for the performance. Every now and then, she would use the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Lin Miao, of course, noticed this too. She pursed her lips, both amused and annoyed, but said nothing more. She knew that although she was a bit flat-chested and perhaps a little too youthful in appearance, her looks were not bad. But what could she do? Liang Jiro was just too stunning. Chen Lu simply sat there, waiting to see how long it would take for the clueless girl to notice him. And just like the night he had stared at the typing indicator, 10 minutes passed with no success. "People are already taking breaks, why are you still working? Are you an idiot? You are here to help, not to do everything yourself. Are you part ox or what?" Liang Jiro did not chat with anyone around her, she just kept her head down and focused on setting things up. She moved tables, arranged phone props. Who knew what kind of elaborate production the drama club was planning? Chen Lu was getting impatient, slightly regretting not stepping in to help earlier. "You are in the drama club, right? Liang Jiro is just here to help, so why are you slacking off?" Chen Lu raised an eyebrow at Lin Miao. I am not feeling well, Lin Miao smiled lightly, changing the subject. By the way, did you come here looking for Liang Zhiro? How did you know she would be here? Chen Lu shook his head. I did not know. I came to help. Li Xinian could not make it. Then, clearing his throat, he added, so, what do you all need help with? Lin Miao nearly exploded. Help? Then why did you sit here for half an hour while I stood next to you? Do you have any manners? Are you even human? Senior, you came to help, but you just sat there? I thought you were just here to hang out, she fumed. That was my seat. Oh, come on, you have Liang Zhiro helping you, Chen Lu joked. She is really good to you, so busy with her part-time job yet still making time to help out. If it were the clueless Liang Zhiro, she probably would not have caught the underlying tone in Chen Lu's words, but Lin Miao was different. She got it instantly. And rather than being annoyed by his passive-aggressive remark, a playful smile appeared on her face. I am treating her to a big meal after this. We need to improve our diet, she announced cheerfully. Then, she glanced at the busy figure in the distance and added, sure, it is still work, but this is different from her job. This counts as a break, in a way. Chen Lu nodded slightly, saying nothing more. If someone just invited Liang Zhiro out to eat for no reason, she probably would not agree to it. Lin Miao sure was clever. She has had a tough life, but she is strong, Lin Miao said, her smile suddenly fading. The usually cheerful girl now spoke in an unexpectedly serious tone. Senior, you are so bad, she continued. That senior named Mo Yuqing and Liang Zhiro are probably the two most beautiful girls at our university. Chen Lu's eyebrow twitched slightly, and he let out a bitter laugh. She sure knows a lot. When I first went to help, I did not even notice what she looked like, Chen Lu admitted honestly. She should not be this beautiful, Lin Miao said, forming a frame with her hands as if taking a picture of Liang Zhiro. She is fragile. Almost anyone could hurt her. That is why I do not want just anyone barging into her life. Keeping a low profile was the safest choice. It used to be a little secret that not many people knew, but now you found out. She then turned back to Chen Lu with a teasing smile. Good thing you seem like a decent guy, senior. What do you mean seem like? Chen Lu retorted, getting a sense of Lin Miao's personality. She truly cared about Liang Zhiro. If you were only being nice to her because of her looks, you would not be a good person, Lin Miao said, tapping him with her fan again. Now, tell me, why are you being so good to our Zhiro? Because she is the only girl who has ever waited for me, Chen Lu replied, his joking tone suddenly turning serious. And, she gave me candy. Lin Miao fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Liang Zhiro, who was finally walking toward them. Her mood sank slightly, and she muttered under her breath, I hope you do better than me. We are two of the very few people she calls friends. I doubt anyone else will be able to reach her heart. As Liang Zhiro approached, Lin Miao quickly changed the subject. Want to help out with her? I will treat you both to dinner afterward. Chen Lu blinked. If I do not help, can I still eat? I have a weak stomach, you know. I need to eat soft meals. Lin Miao rolled her eyes at Chen Lu and said nothing more. Chen Lu rested his cheek on one hand, both amused and exasperated. Liang Zhiro, are you part ox or something? Do you not know how to take a break? Hearing this, Liang Zhiro, who had been hesitating over how to greet him, suddenly felt a strange sense of relief. I am not tired. He actually started by mocking me, now I do not have to think about how to say hello. With Lin Miao, she could just naturally grab her arm. But Chen Lu was a boy. As she lowered her head and thought, a bead of sweat rolled down her delicate cheek and landed on her chest. She was not lying. After seeing Chen Lu, she really did not feel tired anymore. You call that not tired? Chen Lu retorted. The moment he said that, he noticed that Liang Zhiro's eyes were slightly red. Then, after glancing at Lin Miao, who looked a little guilty, he was even more confused. What is wrong? Chen Lu stepped closer and bent slightly to meet Liang Zhiro's gaze, which was half hidden behind her hair. Liang Zhiro instinctively wanted to take 2 steps back but stopped herself, thinking that would be rude to Chen Lu. Before she could even process it, she found herself frozen in place. All she could do was shake her head vigorously. And no, nothing at all. Her voice was soft, and for some reason, hearing it made Chen Lu's heart feel inexplicably warm. You do not seem like you are fine at all. But he quickly came up with a way to handle the situation. He put on a serious face and said, Are we not friends? You will not even tell me this? Then he sighed, looking as if he were deeply hurt. Forget it, I was just being delusional. I guess I misplaced my trust. Lin Miao, seeing that there was no point in hiding it, snorted with laughter. Who even are you? She deliberately repeated the words Chen Lu had said to her earlier. She was very petty. Liang Zhiro had never seen people joking around like this. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and in a panic, she blurted out everything. Because I spent too much money on lunch. Before she could finish, Chen-Lu gently pressed her down onto a chair, making her sit properly. Lin Miao stood beside her and started fanning her with the folding fan from her cosplay outfit. The unexpected attention left Liang Jiro feeling overwhelmed. Like a child who had done something wrong, she lowered her head and explained in a small voice. Her classmates from the drama club were not exclusionary at all. When they had lunch earlier, they insisted on having her join them. Since everyone knew she was Lin Miao's friend, she had been afraid that if she only ordered plain rice and shredded potatoes, it would embarrass Lin Miao. So, unlike usual, she did not pick the absolute cheapest dishes. And just like that, her lunch ended up costing over 30 yuan. Even though she had carefully picked the cheapest options, she was still shocked when she swiped her card and saw the final amount. Usually, even when she ate with her mother, their meals never cost more than 5 yuan per person. The money needs to be saved for my mom's surgery. She did not leave a single bite of food, even though she felt so full that she wanted to throw up. When her classmates complimented her on her impressive appetite, she had no idea how to respond. Thinking about it again, Liang Jiro felt like a terrible person, someone who was using money meant for her mother's treatment to indulge herself. Tears welled up in her eyes once more. Guilt filled her heart, pressing down on her chest so heavily that she could barely breathe. Seeing her trying to hold back tears, and Lin Miao looking equally distressed, Chen-Lu ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "What a bunch of idiots," he muttered. "They were just being kind. It is my fault," Liang Jiro whispered, embarrassed to contradict someone, especially Chen-Lu. Chen-Lu glanced at her and smirked. "You are the biggest fool of them all. And you have such a kind heart. No one will ever surpass you in being an idiot." Hearing that, Liang Jiro pursed her lips, lowered her head even further, and felt incredibly embarrassed. But she did not dislike the way Chen-Lu spoke to her. In fact, she liked hearing his voice. Especially when he spoke with that slight chuckle, it made her feel warm inside. Chen-Lu suddenly became curious. "So why did you not cry when you treated me to lunch?" "You are different," Liang Jiro replied earnestly, fingers intertwined as she kept her head down. This time, it was Chen-Lu who found himself at a loss for words. "So, when you paid for that expensive meal, it was fine, but when it was for yourself, it was not?" A faint smile tugged at his lips. "I feel oddly honored. Even if, in the end, I still paid for it myself." After a while, as Liang Jiro's mood began to settle, the embarrassment of having confessed her feelings to Chen-Lu took over. Chen-Lu turned his gaze toward the distance. The drama club members were still rushing about, setting things up. A few were flipping through their scripts, huddled together in discussion. From time to time, students in sportswear jogged past. Many of them had their eyes drawn to Lin Miao's cosplay outfit. One guy in a blue tracksuit had already run 5 or 6 laps, and every time he passed by, he stole a glance. He was practically about to drop from exhaustion. What a lunatic. Even when I was simping, I was never this ridiculous. Chen-Lu glanced up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, squinting as the brightness stung his eyes. The temperatures in April and May were unpredictable. He patted Liang Jiro's head, then glanced at Lin Miao before heading toward the drama club members. "Take a break. I will go help out." Seeing Chen-Lu's departing figure, Liang Jiro immediately stood up. "I will go too." Unexpectedly, Lin Miao pressed her back down again. Seeing Liang Jiro's confused expression and slightly furrowed brows, Lin Miao chuckled in exasperation. He is here to help out on behalf of his friend in the student council. The kind of help he is doing is not something you can assist with. Only then did Liang Jiro relax, her gaze blinking as she watched Chen-Lu, who was now smiling while talking to the drama club members. Soon, a small circle formed around him. They chatted and laughed, handing him scripts and discussing something with great enthusiasm. Unlike herself, who had sat silently through lunch, Chen-Lu seemed to be able to talk to anyone, and everyone was willing to listen to him. At the hot pot restaurant, he had resolved her awkward situation with just a few sentences. "He is amazing." From a distance, Chen-Lu suddenly pointed in their direction. Startled, Liang Jiro quickly lowered her head. "Yeah, that girl earlier had a blood sugar drop. You all know Lin Miao is unreliable," Chen-Lu said as he put his hand down and continued. "If she comes to help out again, just humor her a bit, then tell her to go find somewhere cool to sit and stay out of trouble." No wonder she looked so pitiful. One of the guys nodded knowingly, clearly buying into Chen-Lu's nonsense. "Wait, but I thought people with low blood sugar were supposed to eat a lot." A girl who did not seem particularly bright tilted her head in confusion. Chen-Lu smiled. "As for the remaining issues, I will talk to my friends. Even if there are props or costumes that the school cannot provide, you should not have to pay out of pocket." The group was momentarily stunned before breaking into wide grins. Some of them were not first-year students, so they knew very well that if it were not for Chen Lu, they would not be getting such a good deal. After all, the default response to everything was always limited funding. Thank you so much. Chen Lu sighed helplessly. If you are going to thank someone, thank those two girls. They pestered me non-stop until I had no choice but to come. Since he had no real connection with the drama club members, he figured he might as well pass the favor on to Lin Miao. After finishing up, Chen Lu returned to the shade of the umbrella. Now he kind of understood why Li Xinian enjoyed being in the student council. It was all about the power trip. And honestly, this feeling? Yeah, it was something else. College really is just a miniature society. All done? Lin Miao asked curiously. She was now sitting in the chair, while Liang Jiro leaned against her, quietly memorizing English vocabulary. It was only the second semester of her freshman year, yet she was already preparing for the level 6 English exam. When Chen Lu returned, Liang Jiro looked up at him and took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag. In a soft voice, she asked, "Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" She normally would not spend money on bottled water. This one had been handed out by the drama club. "I do not like drinking water. Real men drink Pepsi." Chen Lu yawned lazily. "People drink toilet cleaner too, you know? Coca-Cola is the best in the world," Lin Miao retorted disdainfully. Hearing that, Chen Lu immediately lifted her out of the chair and took the seat himself. "Coca-Cola? Even dogs would not drink that." Lin Miao was fuming, biting her lip with her sharp little canine teeth. "Dogs would not drink it? So are you going to drink it?" She was beyond frustrated. Chen Lu was treating people completely differently. She was sure that if it were Liang Jiro sitting there, he would never have taken her seat. Seeing the two bicker, Liang Jiro giggled quietly. For the first time in her life, she truly felt like she was playing with friends. Even if it was just two of them. But she was so happy that she started wondering if this was all just a dream. For as long as she could remember, she had always been the one standing on the sidelines, watching others laugh and chat together. Happiness and laughter had never belonged to her. "Should I go back and help now?" Liang Jiro checked the time and asked. "No need." Chen Lu, slouched in the chair, reached out and grabbed her wrist. Her arm was just as soft as it had been that night. Though she was thin, there was still a gentle warmth to her skin. Before he even realized it, Chen Lu gave it a light squeeze. Though he quickly let go, Liang Jiro's face turned as red as a small tomato. She was confused and a little nervous. But I came here to help." The place where Chen Lu had just held her wrist felt even hotter than when she had burned herself. "We have already helped a lot. Even if we just sit here and relax, they still owe us their gratitude." Chen Lu was too lazy to explain everything. "Instead of worrying about that, why do you not fan me for a bit? Your best friend needs your help too." "Oh, okay," Liang Jiro replied softly. A moment later, Chen Lu, eyes half closed as he rested, suddenly felt a soft breeze gently cooling his face. He glanced sideways and saw that Liang Jiro was actually fanning him. She seemed to think he wanted to sleep and was carefully controlling the strength of the breeze, making it gentle and soothing. What kind of god-tier treatment is this? Feeling the vibration of his phone in his pocket, Chen Lu slowly opened his eyes. The gentle breeze was still brushing against his cheeks. He glanced at the time, 5 p.m. 2 hours had already passed. Damn, I actually fell asleep. These kinds of naps always felt like time travel, especially when you hit snooze in the morning, close your eyes for what feels like a second, and wake up with no clue how much time has gone by. Li Xinian, your father is exhausted because of you. When the hell are you going to drop dead? Chen Lu swore that, initially, he had only wanted to close his eyes for a moment to experience the luxury of being fanned by someone. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to actually fall asleep in just a few seconds. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to the side and saw Liang Jiro. One hand was holding her phone as she diligently studied English vocabulary, while the other hand continued fanning him gently. Even though he could not clearly see her eyes at this angle, he could still tell from this distance her skin was flawless, her face smooth, and the shallow dimples on her cheeks made her look particularly charming. A few strands of her hair were stuck to her face with sweat, and her t-shirt clung to her body, revealing a strange light blue hue. However, she seemed completely unaware, her small mouth opening and closing as she silently recited words. It seemed that she had been sitting in this exact position, not moving for the past 2 hours. Chen Lu's emotions grew complicated: joy, guilt, gratitude, and helpless amusement toward this foolishly kind girl. He had no idea which feeling was the strongest. Just then, their eyes met. Chen Lu instantly stood up, gently pressed Liang Jiro back into her seat, and took the fan from her hands. Startled, the girl looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was doing. Before she could say anything, Chen Lu had already started fanning her. The cool breeze brushed against her face, and Liang Jiro finally closed her eyes, which had grown sore from staring at words for too long. You do not have to. I am not hot, she said softly, secretly squeezing her sore arm, which had grown numb from holding the fan for so long. Sit still. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist slapping myself to death. Hearing the unexpected seriousness in Chen Lu's tone, Liang Jiro stopped arguing. She slowly closed her eyes and inexplicably found herself enjoying this moment. Before she met Chen Lu, Hongzhou had been unbearably cold. But after meeting him, the weather suddenly felt much warmer. Especially now. The sunlight was comfortably warm on her skin, and the breeze from the fan was refreshing. She had never experienced anything like this before. Your phone, she cautiously reminded him. Since he had woken up, his phone had been ringing non-stop. It must be something important. I do not care if the caller is the Emperor of Heaven himself. I am going to fan you first. Chen Lu muttered as he fished out his phone to check the caller ID. Let's see which bastard is disturbing my nap. I swear, if it is. Hello? Mom. His voice instantly softened. Oh, so you still remember I am your mother? The irritation in her voice was obvious. That one sentence was enough to make Chen Lu shudder. His hand, still holding the fan, trembled slightly, causing the fan's edge to smack against Liang Jiro's cheek. The girl remained silent. Still half asleep, Chen Lu felt guilty and instinctively reached out to rub her face. But as soon as he realized what he was doing, he quickly withdrew his hand. Liang Jiro, already feeling a little warm, now had cheeks that were practically burning red. She pressed her lips together and lowered her head, afraid that any sound she made would be heard through the phone. This sudden reaction made Chen Lu want to tease her, but his conscience got the better of him, and he gave up on the idea. Besides, if his mom heard a girl's voice in the background, she would definitely interrogate him endlessly. Going to college in another city is not easy, huh? Coming home is such a hassle for you? Do you even know how many days it has been since you last came back? I just went back a few days ago. Oh, and why was I not informed? Well, you were asleep, and I did not want to wake you. So now you are sneaking into your own home like a thief? Your little sister is in a critical stage of high school, and you, as her big brother, are doing nothing to help. Come home in the next few days. Or do not bother coming back at all. Chen Lu hurriedly responded with a couple of got it before hanging up with a sigh. Where the hell did she learn to be so passive-aggressive? Looking up at the drama club members still practicing intensely, he suddenly asked, Where is Lin Miao? She left because of us. Chen Lu frowned. Because of us? Liang Jiro, holding a hair tie between her lips as she retied her ponytail, made Chen Lu involuntarily swallow. To be fair, this kind of action could probably mesmerize 80% of guys. She told me to stop fanning you. I said I was not tired, and then she called us shameless lovebirds before storming off to take a nap in the dorm. Liang Jiro sounded somewhat distressed, still trying to figure out why Lin Miao had gotten upset. She was joking, Chen Lu reassured her. Seeing the girl relax at his words, he ruffled his own hair in exasperation. Do you never get tired? You said you needed me, she replied seriously. Chen Lu's heart nearly stopped. Never mind. Since she is gone, there is no reason for us to stay here either. Do you have anything else to do later? I have a part-time job after this. Hearing those words, Chen Lu suddenly felt like he had been living too idly. Some people had to work part-time 7 days a week, while he spent his parents' money without a second thought. Is this really okay? No, it is not. Chen Lu yawned again. Alright, take a break. I will fan you for a while longer, then take you to your job. Liang Jiro pressed her lips together, saying nothing. She willfully closed her eyes, indulging in a warmth she had never experienced before. She wanted to carve this moment into her memory, etching it deep into her dreams. Just this once, it should be okay, right? Time passed, second by second, minute by minute, as they chatted back and forth. Liang Jiro gradually became more talkative around Chen Lu. Hey, speaking of which, Lin Miao does not act, and she does not help out either. Why does she come here every day? Yawning, Liang Jiro formed her lips into an O shape and said, She is the vice president. Chen Lu cleared his throat. Oh, that makes sense, then. Thinking about it, it was not surprising. Someone who casually wandered around in cosplay had to be one of the backbone members of this group of socially fearless oddballs. They continued chatting for a long time. Even though the questions Chen Lu asked were all over the place and had little substance, Liang Jiro answered each one seriously. There was an inexplicable sense of peace in the moment. Half an hour later, Chen Lu gently woke up the drowsy Liang Jiro, ready to take her to her part-time job. As they walked across the sports field, their shadows stretched long under the setting sun. Chen Lu's arm ached terribly from holding the fan for just half an hour, and this fool said she was not tired. Who would believe that? Looking at the girl walking beside him, his emotions grew more complicated. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Nyamyo approached them, giving him a sharp glare. "What are you staring at?" Chen Lu asked. "You finally woke up, huh?" Lin Nyamyo scoffed. Seeing their direction, she figured out what they were doing. "Go ahead and take her. I am heading back to the drama club." Then she suddenly shouted, "Make sure you come back and do some work. My dear Jiro cannot fan you for free, you owe her. She was supposed to take a nap." Hearing that, Chen Lu felt even guiltier. I need to come up with a word more insulting than idiot to describe myself. A grown man like him had struggled to fan someone for just half an hour. So how had Liang Jiro managed to hold on for so long? She was such a fool, she did not even know when to stop. If I sold her off one day, she would probably thank me and count the money for me, too. After dropping Liang Jiro off, Chen Lu returned to his dorm, holding a cup of fruit tea. It was a gift from the owner of that hot pot restaurant. Chen Lu had not expected the owner to still remember him. And from the moment the owner realized he was there to drop off Liang Jiro, his gaze had turned rather peculiar. Chen Lu walked over to Jiang Chao, who was engrossed in a mobile game. Jiang Chao had managed a dazzling 082 record with Han Xian. His teammates had long since begun bombarding him with friendly greetings in the chat. "Hey, boss, are these guys calling you an idiot?" Chen Lu asked, sipping his fruit tea. "They are cursing out, Yukino is my wife." "What does that have to do with me, Jiang Chao? You are something else." "Chen Lu, pass me the fruit knife. I bought a watermelon this afternoon, this season, they are still expensive as hell." Just as Chen Lu picked up the knife, the door slowly opened. Li Xinian stepped inside, only to freeze when he saw Chen Lu standing there with a knife. His back pressed tightly against the door as he watched Chen Lu twirl the blade in his hand, smiling. Li Xinian's right hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses. "Lu, brother Lu, I swear I did not know. I had no idea the dance club would ask Mo Yuching for help. I only found out because you told me." Chen Lu handed the knife to Jiang Chao with a grin. "Of course, I believe you. Mostly because I do not want to see our other two roommates get a free pass to graduate school." As soon as the knife was in Jiang Chao's hands, Li Xinian suddenly yelled, "Boss! Chen Lu was on a date with that hot pot restaurant girl this afternoon." That night, Chen Lu lay in bed with his laptop, watching a video from Mo Yuching's first-year stage performance. On stage, she was dressed elegantly, her movements graceful and full of charm. With every step of her dance, her long, flowing hair danced along with her. Even though there were other beautiful performers around her, their presence was completely overshadowed. She was the true star of the show. From the moment she stepped on stage, everyone's eyes had been drawn to her and her alone. That performance had made her famous across the school, far more than she had ever been in high school. And in her closing speech, she had thanked many people in the club, even Lu Yan, who had done nothing but cheer her on from the sidelines. But she had not mentioned the person who had worked tirelessly behind the scenes for her. The person who had run around all day like a dog to make it all happen, only to receive not a single word of thanks. The person who had smiled while recording this video, never realizing that all his efforts would amount to nothing in the end. Nothing more than self-delusion. He should have starred opposite Batman for how well he played himself. With a bitter chuckle, he tossed the video into the recycle bin, along with his memories and lingering attachments to the past. Closing his laptop, Chen Lu stared blankly at the ceiling. His phone vibrated. Picking it up, he glanced at the message. "Liang Jiro, Nyamyo said you will definitely come again tomorrow. Is that true?" "Chen Lu, depends on whether you will be there." And then, once again, he found himself staring at typing, for what felt like an eternity. "Liang Jiro, then, in the morning, can you come a little earlier?" Chen Lu blinked, curious, and decided to tease her a little to scare her off so he could get a proper night's sleep. "Chen Lu, you miss me that much?" This time, the typing lasted for a full 10 minutes. Chen Lu's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to doze off, his phone finally vibrated again. "Liang Jiro, one simple word." Chen Lu rubbed his eyes and looked again. The message was still there. This city had gained one more person struggling with sleeplessness. Chen Lu felt as if he had suddenly been bitten by a clumsy little rabbit, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the end, he was still high attack but low defense. After all, he had spent the past few years chasing Mo Yuching and had never actually been in a relationship. He had never received any positive feedback from her either, so how could he possibly handle this kind of shock? What did that mean? Was she joking? But she did not seem like someone who enjoyed making jokes. Did someone else send it? That did not seem likely either. Liang Jiro should be living with her mother in a rented place. Could her account have been hacked? That was even less likely. As the saying goes, no scammer would bother trying to trick someone with an anime avatar like his. Thinking of this, Chen-Lu suddenly became curious about Liang Jiro's mother. While it was possible that Liang Jiro was unwilling to talk about it, he had never asked directly, afraid of making her sad. Maybe he should take the opportunity to learn more about her. What a strange girl. The next day, Chen-Lu was already up early, dark circles under his eyes, brushing his teeth and washing his face. He snatched a bun from Jiang Chao and was about to leave. "You bastard!" Jiang Chao saw his breakfast being stolen and was about to curse, but when he looked up and saw Chen-Lu already fully dressed, he was stunned. Although Chen-Lu did not usually walk around in just his underwear like them, it was still rare to see him dressed so neatly so early. "Give me 2 more buns, I'm starving," Chen-Lu muttered. "Screw off, my girlfriend gave these to me. If you want one, find a girlfriend yourself." Jiang Chao gave him a look as if he had seen a ghost and asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" "To be a laborer for the drama club. Yesterday, when I was helping Li Xinian, I ended up owing the vice president a favor," Chen-Lu said truthfully, though he did not tell the whole truth. "Do you actually have feelings for that girl working at the hot pot restaurant?" Jiang Chao continued the conversation from last night. In this regard, he really was like a nagging old lady. He had not always been like this, but ever since getting together with Lu Yan, he seemed to have been influenced by her. Chen-Lu swallowed his food and replied, "Do I look like someone so fickle? But she really is a good person, at least. At least being with her made him happier than before," though he did not finish that sentence. "Just think of it as me being won over by a single fruit candy." With that, he opened the door and walked out. The weather was nice today, not too hot or too cold at this time of day. The clouds drifted high in the sky, and the air was fresh. Getting up at 7 2 days in a row. As a college student, I really have fallen, Chen-Lu thought to himself as he arrived at the drama club's training grounds. Seeing that he had arrived before Liang Jiro, he felt relieved. "Since she wanted to see me early, I should not make her wait." "Senior, your panda eyes are way too obvious," Lin Miao Miao, who had dressed normally today, commented. She looked more like a high schooler now. Of course, that was partly because she was the flat-chested princess. Chen-Lu glanced at her, lounging in a chair, and felt uncomfortable just looking at her. "Vice President, there's a cockroach on your chair." "Ah!" Lin Miao Miao screamed and immediately jumped up, nearly executing a full set of lightning-fast kicks. Chen-Lu casually pulled the chair over and sat down comfortably. "You!" Lin Miao Miao wanted to curse him, but when someone called her over, she swallowed her anger. "No, I can't beat him up, or Liang Jiro will be sad." Watching her leave, Chen-Lu felt even more at ease in the chair. A stolen seat is always better than your own. He had indeed come here planning to be a laborer, but that did not mean he wanted to stand around waiting for Liang Jiro. Another 15 minutes passed, and Liang Jiro still had not arrived. This made Chen-Lu curious. She did not live in the dorms, but she had insisted on coming early. Just as he was beginning to wonder if he had been deceived, he saw a frail-looking girl slowly making her way over with a lunchbox in hand. She wobbled like a weak little penguin. When she spotted Chen-Lu, Liang Jiro quickened her pace. Finally, she stopped in front of him and handed him the lunchbox. With her head lowered, she said, "I made some porridge for you. Do you want to try it?" Her voice was so soft it was nearly sinking into the dust. Her fingers fidgeted nervously. Like a student who had just turned in their homework, afraid of making a mistake, afraid of being scolded. Liang Jiro's long hair cascaded down her back. Even though her eyes were not visible, up close, her delicate and fair face appeared soft and gentle. She had the elegance of a Jiangnan woman, with a classical beauty that contrasted with the more practical low ponytail she usually wore. She would probably look stunning in traditional clothing. Chen-Lu was momentarily taken aback, but he instinctively took the lunchbox and blinked in curiosity. "You made porridge for me?" Then, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, his pupils shrank slightly. Seeing that he did not reject her as she had feared, Liang Jiro let out a sigh of relief. After a moment, she softly explained, "You have a weak stomach, so you probably don't like eating breakfast. So I made some porridge for you." Lowering her head even more, she added, "If you do not like it, it's okay. But if you do, I can bring it for you when I have time. It really is not much trouble." Of course, she was lying to him. Her dark circles were actually because she had stayed up late massaging her mother and had woken up early to cook porridge for Chen-Lu. To make sure it tasted better, she had carefully simmered it over low heat. But then she thought plain porridge would be too simple, so just as dawn was breaking, she ran out to find an early opening supermarket to buy the necessary ingredients, preserved egg and lean pork, to make century egg and pork congee. Looking at Liang Jiro, who had the same dark circles as him, Chen-Lu thought to himself, "Yeah right, like I'd believe that." But as a grown man, he was genuinely close to breaking down. In his 21 years of life, The only person who had ever gotten up early to cook porridge for him, besides his mother, was Liang Jiro. This silly girl had even taken his casual jokes seriously. She must have woken up at the crack of dawn. As for whether she truly wanted to see him that badly, Qianlu no longer had the energy to dwell on it. In the face of her dark circles and this bowl of porridge, the answer to that question no longer mattered. Qianlu had never been able to handle the taste of century eggs. As a child, he had even thrown up from them. But this time, he still forced himself to finish the whole bowl. He deliberately took big mouthfuls, making it seem like he was enjoying it immensely. Besides, he actually was quite hungry. Jiang Chao, see this? Can your girlfriend do this? Suddenly, Qianlu was puzzled. Wait a minute, why did the century egg not taste so bad this time? Watching Qianlu wolf down the porridge, Liang Jiro finally felt a sense of relief. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, already thinking that if Qianlu liked it, she would make it for him again whenever she had time. Because of her father, she absolutely hated stomach illnesses, so she did not want Qianlu to suffer from them. If he skipped breakfast just because he was lazy, then she would simply have to put in more effort. After all, they were good friends. You didn't sleep well? Liang Jiro asked tentatively. Take a wild guess whose fault that is, Qianlu said, carefully closing the lunchbox before lazily yawning. The girl fell silent. She had a strong feeling he was hinting at her. To be honest, after she sent that last night, she had nearly wanted to die. She hesitated for ages, wondering if she should retract it. But then she was afraid that if Qianlu had already seen it, retracting it would just make things even more awkward. Then, after hesitating a little longer, she became even more convinced that he must have seen it, making her even more terrified of deleting it. Why on earth did she send that message on impulse? All because Qianlu just had to ask, do you really want to see me that much? Liang Jiro's eyelids fluttered, and her vision became hazy. Can I just move to Mars already? Why did today's Liang Jiro have to take responsibility for what yesterday's Liang Jiro had done? Liang Jiro, Qianlu called out. The girl lifted her head slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. Thank you. Qianlu had thought for a long time but could not come up with anything better to say. But it did not matter. No matter how eloquent he could be, this silly girl, who could not even catch the joke about his bad stomach, probably would not understand anyway. Come to think of it, there was one thing he had been right about yesterday: soft rice really was delicious. Liang Jiro responded in a soft, sweet voice, unusually cheerful. All her exhaustion and sleepiness seemed to vanish instantly with that simple thank you. On the way here, she had hesitated countless times, almost turning back more times than she could count. She had imagined every possible scenario. Maybe Qianlu would politely decline. Maybe he would say it did not taste good, or worse, maybe he would think she was being ridiculous. So many wild thoughts had gone through her head, but deep down, she felt that Qianlu was a kind person. If anything, he would probably force himself to drink it just to spare her feelings. While that would not make things too awkward for her, she did not want him to do it out of obligation. Thankfully, it seemed like he genuinely liked it. Qianlu gulped down several large sips of water until the taste of the century egg was completely gone. He stretched lazily, his gaze settling on the girl in front of him. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were gentle. Liang Jiro mustered her courage to look at him, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. Then, as if fleeing, she quickly looked away. Neither of them mentioned that "do you really want to see me that much?" question again. Why do you keep looking at me? After a brief pause, the girl finally could not take it anymore. She turned her face away, head lowered, her voice shy and hesitant. Stay still. Qianlu rubbed his forehead, as if deep in thought. Ha? I said, stay still. Oh, okay. Liang Jiro was confused, but she obediently stood still in front of him, letting her left arm hang down while her right hand gripped her left arm. She turned her flushed face slightly to the side. The white t-shirt she wore was stretched taut by her arm, accentuating the soft curves of her figure, making the scene feel oddly suggestive. To an outsider, it might have looked as if Qianlu was bullying an innocent girl. Liang Jiro's face grew even redder, her ears burning, her clear, bright eyes welling up with unshed tears as if she were about to cry. What are you doing? Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of nervousness, like a frightened little animal. Qianlu was both amused and exasperated by her reaction. He resisted the sudden urge to tease her further and, half-jokingly, said, I'm thinking about how to repay you. He found Liang Jiro completely different from other girls. She had no personal hobbies, no life of her own. Even though they had not known each other for long, he had never once seen her laugh. This silly girl instinctively suppressed her emotions, carrying her inferiority deep in her bones. What should he do? Qianlu felt that, as her friend, He should do something for her, if only as repayment for that candy and this breakfast, but for now, he had no clue where to start. Ha? Why do you need to repay me? Liang Jiro wondered if she was still half asleep. She felt like she had been on a completely different wavelength from him all morning. Why do you always just say? Chen Lu chuckled. Because I want us to be really, really good friends. And for that, the effort we put in for each other should be balanced. Then, looking off into the distance, he added thoughtfully, that way, it'll last. Liang Jiro shyly pressed her lips together, glancing at the rising sun before checking the time on her phone. She stole another peek at the boy in front of her, his gentle face, his delicate features, and, feeling content, picked up the lunchbox and lightly waved at him. I'm leaving now. Where are you going? Chen Lu asked curiously, his tone filled with surprise. So she really did just come here to deliver breakfast? To hand out flyers? Liang Jiro held up a slender, fair finger as if proud of herself. No classes today, so I can earn an extra 100 or so. Enough to buy ribs for her mom's dinner tonight. Chen Lu's first instinct was to offer to help her. But then he quickly dismissed the thought. Liang Jiro needed help, yes, but not that kind of help. She did not need charity. If he insisted on stepping in, it would only make her feel even more self-conscious. You have work today? Then why did you say last night that you'd be coming here? I thought you were going to help out. Chen Lu sighed, feeling a little disappointed. It dawned on him that he had completely fallen for Lin Miaomiao's trap. Hook, line, and sinker. Did she seriously not use Liang Jiro as bait? Chen Lu never expected that he, of all people, would end up taking the bait. Since Liang Jiro was leaving for her job, and he had already promised to help out, he could not just walk away. His plan to get to know her better would have to wait. Will you come back later? The words slipped out before he even realized it. I will. Liang Jiro replied almost instantly. Then, as if realizing she had spoken too quickly, she quickly went over her schedule in her mind. Once she was sure she could make time, she nodded firmly. All right, I'll wait for you, Chen Lu said with a soft chuckle. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Chen Lu sighed and made his way back toward the theater group. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lin Miaomiao about to sit down after going over the script with the others. Stealthily, he reached out and pulled the chair from under her. Ah, that hurts. Liang Jiro walked along the road toward the bus stop, feeling the gentle breeze brushing against her cheeks. After the Qingming festival, the weather had been getting warmer. The sunlight was soft, and willow catkins floated through the air like falling snow, drifting in all directions. Around her, students walked in groups, chatting and laughing about the latest gossip or video games. The girls passing by were all dressed up, boldly expressing the vibrancy of their youth. Only she seemed out of place in this lively scene. Liang Jiro tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, took out her phone, and wiped the screen, catching a glimpse of her reflection. She felt like she could not compare to the girl she had seen in the cafeteria. Even if their hairstyles and facial features were similar, her timid gaze and long bangs made her appear far less striking. After a moment of silence, she let out a quiet sigh and tied her hair back into a ponytail. After all, she was going to work. Long hair would only get in the way and feel stuffy. She could not understand why she had let her hair down in the first place. What a pointless thing to do. By evening, dusk had fallen. Chen Lu yawned lazily as he watched the setting sun paint the sky a deep red. The floodlights around the track had turned on, and the runners were long gone, replaced by couples strolling hand in hand. The drama club members were still enthusiastically rehearsing their lines. Their play seemed to have been inspired by the Age of Awakening. The script they were preparing depicted the awakening and transformation of students at this university during that era. Through the perspectives of a few students, the play showcased the ideological changes of that time, starting from initial ignorance to ultimately following in the footsteps of revolutionary pioneers. Chen Lu had a deep interest in history beyond his coursework. When he was not needed as a laborer, he actually enjoyed discussing possible revisions to the script with the writers. However, his knowledge of modern history was not as extensive, because reading about it truly hurt. When he read about earlier historical events, he could at most sigh and reflect. But modern history often left him with eyes full of tears. Damn, how do you know so much about everything, senior? A bespectacled boy looked at Chen Lu in astonishment, growing more satisfied with the revisions he had made to the script. He could not figure out where the vice president had found such a knowledgeable senior. He was like a real-life Doraemon, able to help with anything. Chen Lu's understanding of history was so precise that he could pinpoint specific years, while the boy himself had long since returned most of his historical knowledge to his high school teachers. At this point, the only thing he was sure of was that he could eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. When you have nothing better to do, you learn a bit of everything. Whether or not there are any fruits, there's no harm in giving a tree a shake. Chen Lu shrugged as he lifted a speaker, then joined the others in moving the equipment back inside. Just then, a girl struggling to carry some props wobbled toward him. It was Liang Jiro. The girl followed behind Chenlu in silence as they climbed the stairs, her ponytail swaying with each step, neat and efficient. Handing out flyers must be exhausting, right? Chenlu casually found a topic to start a conversation. It's not too bad. Just a little tiring today. Liang Jiro thought back to how she had rushed around to finish quickly and replied softly. Chenlu paused for a moment, clearly not understanding. After finishing this round of moving things, he pulled Liang Jiro to sit with him on the field, taking a break. Lately, he found himself enjoying these quiet moments with this silly girl more and more. The two of them sat in silence, watching people of all kinds pass by, occasionally locking eyes unintentionally. Many people felt a sense of melancholy at sunset, and Chenlu was no exception. You really have a tough life every day, he said slowly, watching the sky burn red. Is your mother's illness very serious? Can you tell me about your family? From the beginning, Liang Jiro had always answered whatever Chenlu asked. This time was no different. She wrapped her arms around her knees and spoke slowly about her home. My father passed away when I was little. A few years after that, my mother got into a car accident and became paralyzed. Every year, we have to spend a lot of money on treatments just to maintain some sensation in her legs. That is why I want to work hard, support my mother, and save up for her surgery. After saying this, she paused for a moment. Even if there's a high chance that she won't be able to walk again after the surgery, I still don't want to give up. This was the longest thing Liang Jiro had ever said to Chenlu. Her voice was calm, as if she were telling someone else's story. She had already accepted it. She had made peace with it. Silence fell between them once again. In Liang Jiro's eyes, Chenlu's face became blurry, as though she were looking at him through a veil of mist. She had never told anyone about this before. She was afraid of the pity in their eyes, afraid of becoming a topic of conversation, afraid of being reminded of her own helplessness and weakness. But she was willing to tell Chenlu, because she knew that he would not look at her that way. Before meeting Chenlu, she had been holding on for too long, barely making it through each day. That was why, when she finally spoke, she could not stop. She realized that she was becoming more and more attached to his kindness, like a drowning person clutching onto a floating piece of wood. Liang Jiro, Chenlu suddenly spoke. Do you believe in miracles? She was caught off guard. After a brief moment of confusion, her expression darkened. No. At least, not for someone like me. A girl who had been crushed by hardship, how could she possibly believe in something so unrealistic? But it is possible, Chenlu said seriously. For example, someone suddenly appears in your life. They are willing to understand you, and even willing to stand by your side through everything. After saying this, he slowly stood up. Let's not talk about these things anymore. I'll help you take your mind off it. A moment later, he borrowed a guitar and sat back down beside her, leaving about a seat's distance between them. What do you want to hear? He raised an eyebrow. I know a lot of songs. Just then, Lin Miao Miao, having finished her work, walked up to them. Senior, you really went all out, she teased, handing Chenlu a bottle of water. Get lost. Lin Miao Miao did not argue back and instead continued smiling. She knew that, despite his harsh words, Chenlu had put in a lot of effort to help. She still could not tell whether there was anything between him and Liang Jiro, but if Chenlu suddenly announced that he wanted to pursue her, she probably would not be too surprised. Then, she looked at the guitar in his hands with curiosity. You can play the guitar? I want to hear it. Of course I can. Listen carefully. Chenlu confidently strummed a few chords. Lin Miao Miao immediately frowned in disgust. The sound was completely off. It was obvious he could not play. But even so, Liang Jiro listened intently. This was the first time someone had ever played the guitar for her. Senior, I thought you were going to show off. If you can't play, why act like you can? Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes in exasperation before walking away, losing interest. Anyone could randomly strum some chords, she could do that herself. Watching her leave, Chenlu turned back to Liang Jiro and smiled. Then, he started playing again. This time, his fingers moved smoothly over the strings, producing a clear, beautiful melody. Liang Jiro was stunned. She had not expected that he had been pretending just now. Now that the annoying one is gone, listen carefully. This is just for you. At his words, her heart skipped a beat. A strange happiness welled up inside her, but as soon as she realized how selfish the feeling was, her face turned red with guilt. For the first time, she was not just the pillar of her family. For the first time, she was not just the one carrying all the burdens. At this moment, she was simply a girl, someone who could be cared for, someone who could experience youth, someone who could be happy. The sky seems like it is about to rain. I really want to live next door to you. For you, I'll sing this song. It has no particular style. It simply means, I want to make you happy. For you, I'll melt the ice. For you, I'll be a moth drawn to the flame. There's nothing in this world that isn't worth it. Liang Jiro was completely mesmerized. Chen Lu's singing was even better than she had imagined. His guitar playing was incredible too. She could tell from the number of people stopping to listen. Soon, the crowd grew larger, and she lowered her head even more. Suddenly, Chen Lu reached out and gently lifted her chin with the back of his hand, making her look at him. I'm singing just for you, you can't keep looking down. By the time he finished a few songs, the sky had turned completely dark. The onlookers had all left, but Liang Jiro's cheeks were still burning. There had been too many people watching, and Chen Lu had not let her lower her head even once. I spent 7 years as a lovesick fool. Do you know what I learned? As she was still lost in her thoughts, Chen Lu looked toward the distant streetlights, took a sip of water, and spoke softly. Liang Jiro glanced at him in confusion. If you let people look down on you, then you have already lost. I don't mean right now, he continued, but one day, you will leave school. When that time comes, you won't be able to hide in your own little world anymore. So, no matter how long it takes, you have to learn to hold your head high. Like I do now. He turned to her and smiled gently. Our families love us. We are not less than anyone else. You are your mother's precious treasure. You should learn to love yourself. He was saying this to himself as well. He had once nearly become the lowest kind of lovesick fool, caring more about a girl than about his own parents. I hope you can grit your teeth and lift your head until you have the courage to look anyone in the eye. You are already doing great. Since you got into this university, you will be able to find a good job after graduation. You will definitely be able to give your mother a better life. You will become someone incredible. I want to become incredible, Liang Jiro whispered, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Chen Lu nodded. You will. Really? Instead of giving empty words like believe in yourself, he hesitated for a moment before gently brushing aside her bangs, looking directly into her eyes. Just like on the night they first met. The evening breeze lifted strands of her hair as his voice reached her ears. You have worked so hard, I know that. But you have to hold on and keep going. And if you ever get too tired, just turn around and look. I will be right behind you. Hearing these words, Liang Jiro froze on the spot, momentarily unable to process her thoughts. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she clenched the hem of her shirt tightly, anxious because she did not know how to respond. She wanted to believe in Chen Lu's words. And, for the first time, she suddenly wanted to believe in the future too. Seeing the girl struggling to hold back her tears, Chen Lu panicked. Hey, do not cry. Am I really that bad at singing? Now it was his turn to be confused. He did not think his singing was that bad. He had been practicing the guitar for years too. Was she that moved? That should not be it. If it were that easy to move someone, he would have won over Mo Yuqing long ago. After all, Mo Yuqing never had any reaction when he played for her. He could not begin to understand the ripples his words had stirred in Liang Jiro's heart. Really? She asked again, her voice trembling with tears. She had not even realized that she had already asked the same question just moments ago. Of course. He slowly extended his pinky and linked it with hers. I will always be watching over you. So you must not disappoint me. Glancing at the time, he asked, is it time for your part-time shift at the hot pot restaurant? Liang Jiro nodded. There seemed to be a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but it quickly faded. I will play one last song, and then I will walk you there. I can go by mice. Just listen. Mo Yuqing and the members of the dance club were walking toward the sports field together. They had just finished practice and were planning to take a stroll before heading out for hot pot. These tall, slender girls walking side by side became a dazzling sight against the evening backdrop. Yuqing, was that guy who confessed to you earlier someone who has liked you for a long time? It seemed like it was not his first time. A dance club member leaned closer, gossiping excitedly. That guy was quite handsome. Back in high school, he would have easily been one of the most popular boys in class. They had not expected Mo Yuqing to reject him so bluntly, without even the slightest change in expression. I do not know. I do not remember him, Mo Yuqing answered truthfully. She had thought about it for a while but could not recall who he was. She had only learned his name from the message notification on WeChat. You really have a lot of admirers. I am so jealous. I wish I knew what it felt like to be pursued by so many people. Speaking of which, I found a video of your old performance on the university's website. You looked absolutely stunning. Are you sure you do not want to rejoin us? The girl chattered on, but suddenly, she realized that Mo Yuqing had stopped walking. Turning around, she saw her standing motionless. Yuqing? What is wrong? Following her gaze, the girl saw a young man playing the guitar for a girl with a plain and ordinary appearance. Her impression of this senior immediately improved, but all their curiosity was now focused on Mo Yuching. Could there be some untold story between them? That could not be, right? They had barely spoken a word to each other at the cafeteria. Mo Yuching's long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly's wings. She had not noticed how tightly her fists had clenched. She immediately recognized the girl sitting beside Chen Lu. It was the same one he had eaten with at the cafeteria. Chen Lu was playing his guitar with full concentration, occasionally glancing at the girl beside him, never once looking in their direction. Mo Yuching felt a strange discomfort in her heart, a vague sensation that something precious, something that belonged solely to her, was being taken away. He learned to play the guitar for me. He only picked it up because I liked it. It should be me sitting there beside him, not her. Fragments of the past flooded her mind. She had only casually mentioned once, while watching videos, that guys who played guitar looked cool. The next day, Chen Lu had started learning. At first, he was unaccustomed to using a guitar pick, and for a while, she often saw him with bandages wrapped around his fingers. Later, during a self-study period when the teacher was absent, he had suddenly pulled out a guitar, stood on the podium, and, amidst the excited cheers of their classmates, boldly called out, "Mo Yuching, listen closely." From that moment on, whenever she came across a song she liked, she would casually forward it to Chen Lu, and by the next day, he would have learned it. But now, he was playing for another girl. If their encounter at the cafeteria had merely unsettled her, this time, she felt a real, undeniable sense of crisis. The fear that Chen Lu was about to be taken away. In all her years, she had never experienced this feeling before, and for the first time, she associated a word with Chen Lu: loss. Chen Lu was far more resolute than she had imagined. Ever since she rejected his confession for the second time that day, she had never heard from him again. He had not reached out, not once. Unlike before, when he would always apologize first after their arguments, the boy who had followed her like a shadow for years. Was he really going to leave her? "Yuching? Are you all right?" A girl waved a hand in front of her face, looking puzzled. Mo Yuching finally snapped out of it. "I am fine. Let us go." Seeing her slightly pale face, no one pressed further. Instead, they quickly changed the subject. "What should we eat for dinner? There is a new Hey de Leo nearby. Should we try it?" "Hey de Leo is such a scam," another girl grumbled. "You guys go ahead. I need to head home." Mo Yuching turned around and walked swiftly toward the campus gates. She did not want Chen Lu to see her. "You are not coming with us?" "Next time. My mom just got back from abroad today. I only plan to walk with you all for a bit before leaving." Watching her figure disappear, the girls exchanged glances. Mo Yuching arrived at her doorstep, took a deep breath, and knocked. She had not lied, her mother had indeed told her she would be returning today. It had been a year since she last saw her. Ever since her parents divorced when she was little, her mother had been constantly traveling abroad. She wanted to experience, just once, what it was like to come home and have her mother open the door for her. It was something she had never really had before. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Her already low spirits plummeted. She knocked again, but still, there was only silence. With no other choice, she entered the passcode and let herself in. The house was nothing like she had imagined. The lights were off. There was no one waiting for her. Like always, the first to welcome her home was not a person, but the dim glow of the motion sensor lights. Mo Yuching bit her lip and collapsed onto the sofa without even bothering to take off her shoes, like a deflated balloon. After a long while, she finally gathered the strength to take out her phone and call her mother. The room was completely dark, with only a faint light coming through the window, barely illuminating the surroundings. The already spacious living room now felt even quieter and emptier. Mo Yuching stared intently at the screen of her phone, her face expressionless. After a moment, she squinted and lowered the brightness. The dim glow from the phone cast a soft light on her delicate face, like a spotlight in the darkroom, fully exposing the helplessness and dejection in her expression. After several rings, the call was finally answered. A cold and serious voice came through. "Hello? Mom, you did not come back?" Mo Yuching's voice was slightly hurried, carrying a hint of grievance. "No, something urgent came up. I will come back later." Hearing no response from Mo Yuching, the voice on the other end continued, "Cheer up, sweetheart. Uncle Lin is in the country right now, and he wants to take you out for a meal. Let him keep you company, alright? I have been with him for so many years now. You should start accepting him." "I will not. I can be on my own. Do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me." Mo Yuching fought back the lump in her throat. "You and him, and your new child, live your lives however you want. You do not have to care about me. What nonsense are you saying? You are old enough now. How can you still be so immature? Have I not loved you enough? Do you know how many kids would kill to have the life you have? Have I ever refused to buy you anything you wanted? Be reasonable, alright? Be good. I am hanging up. Let me know if you need more money. Before Mo Yuching could say anything else, the call ended. She slowly placed her phone on the coffee table and leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out at the river view. Hugging her knees, she curled up, feeling completely lost. The buildings in the surrounding neighborhoods were all lit up, each window representing a different life. Only she sat alone, as if abandoned by the world. It was only when she snapped out of her daze that she realized her fingers had almost instinctively dialed Chen Lu's number. She quickly pulled her hand away, stopping just before pressing the call button. She had not expected it to become such a habit. Over the years, whenever she felt this upset, she had always gone to Chen Lu. If it were not for what happened back then, all it would take now was a single call, and he would come running to be by her side. Then, just like before, he would take her out to eat, to the movies, or for a walk in the park. He would patiently listen to all of her complaints with a smile. Mo Yuching sniffled and hugged her knees even tighter. He used to be so good to me. So why can we not even be friends anymore? When did I start believing that no matter what, Chen Lu would never leave me? Mo Yuching looked at her reflection in the glass, her heart feeling unbearably heavy. She could not find the answer to either question. She had turned down so many people, and even after rejection, they still kept trying, to the point where it annoyed her. But Chen Lu, he just left. He would not even stay as a friend. Chen Lu had always been by her side since they were little. Their fathers were close friends, and the two of them had truly grown up together. From the very beginning, Chen Lu had treated her well, giving in to her every whim. So when exactly had she convinced herself that he would never leave? Thinking about how Chen Lu was probably still with that girl right now, her tears finally spilled over, as if someone had taken him away from her. No, rather than saying he was taken away. It felt more like she had pushed him away with her own hands. Mo Yuching, you are really going to regret this. Lu Yan's words echoed in her mind, refusing to fade. Mo Yuching's vision suddenly blurred. All the lights outside turned into a swirl of colorful stars, and the only thing she could vaguely make out was her own reflection in the glass, tears streaming down her face. She had always thought that Chen Lu needed her, not the other way around. But now, she realized she had been wrong. Now, she finally understood just how good Chen Lu had been to her. The ridiculous part? She only realized it after he had turned his back and walked away. Mo Yuching felt like she had figured nothing out, except for one thing. She did not know what Chen Lu was thinking, but this time, he might really never come back to apologize. Late at night, after dropping off Liang Zhiro, Chen Lu returned to the dormitory in high spirits, only to see Jiang Chao playing a game while eating dinner. Every time he got killed and had to wait to respawn, he would seize the opportunity to take a few bites before jumping back into the action. It was a skill all guys seemed to share. Yes, I did just walk her home. Before Jiang Chao could even speak, Chen Lu answered preemptively. Her name is Liang Zhiro. Stop calling her the hot pot restaurant girl. Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow. Oh, already being protective? Things are moving fast. What are you talking about? We are still just good, clean friends. Not what you think. At least, not yet. Chen Lu walked toward the balcony, a faint smile appearing on his face. But who knows what will happen in the future? You do not want your white moonlight anymore? Jiang Chao teased. Or wait, I guess in your case, it is your cinnabar mole. I think she was both. Mo Yuching was both the unattainable moon and the eternal scar. Chen Lu chuckled self-deprecatingly before turning back with a serious expression. Even though I know you are making fun of me, I am still going to say it, I do not want her anymore. Not every unrequited love has a happy ending. So many people love in vain, why should I be the exception? 7 years of chasing her with nothing to show for it, that already says enough. It is time to let go. Jiang Chao paused his game, watching Chen Lu with curiosity. How could he talk about it so casually, sounding both at peace and yet deeply sad at the same time? Just then, a low rumble of thunder echoed outside, followed by heavy rain. What the hell? This weather is crazy. Jiang Chao stared in shock. It had been freezing at the start of the month, then suddenly turned into summer, and now there was a thunderstorm? Where was spring? Had they just skipped it? Chen Lu glanced outside at the flashes of lightning and the pouring rain, and a memory resurfaced in his mind. Mo Yuching had always hated thunderstorms. She was terrified of thunder. If he remembered correctly, it had been storming the night her parents asked her to choose who to stay with. He could still clearly recall rushing through the rain to find her after she ran away from home. They had wandered the streets together, getting soaked for hours. The next day, both of them ended up sick in bed with a fever. Back then, he had naively believed that things would always be good between them, that they would always be together. He never expected that, in the end, she would change. Chenlu let out a bitter laugh and shook his head, sitting down next to Jiang Chao. But what did any of that have to do with him now? A few days ago, he had been surprised by his own coldness. After loving Mo Yuqing for so long, how could he feel nothing when she cried in the cafeteria? But then he realized, he had not changed overnight. He had simply reached his breaking point without noticing. His feelings had not been cut off suddenly. They had been worn away, little by little, over the years, like a slow, agonizing death. Actually, the drama club no longer needed their help, but Lin Miaomiao did not mention it. Everyone got along well with Chen Lu and was happy to have him around to chat and joke with. So, whenever he had free time, Chen Lu still came to the drama club to slack off and have fun. In the morning, he ate the breakfast Liang Zhiro brought, and at noon, he treated her in return. Do not ask why. If you do, the answer is, he was just here to help. Treating her to a meal was something Chen Lu insisted on. If Liang Zhiro did not agree, he would refuse to drink the porridge she made. Since she could not win against him, she had no choice but to accept, and Chen Lu was more than happy to improve her meals. Chen Lu always said that effort should be mutual, but Liang Zhiro never quite understood. She simply continued clumsily figuring out what foods he liked. A week before the anniversary performance, the costumes they had ordered finally arrived early in the morning. They were Republican-era school uniforms, not too different from what was commonly seen in TV dramas. The men's uniform was a gray Zhongshan suit, while the women's uniform consisted of a blue top and a black skirt. Very classic. Excited, Lin Miaomia grabbed a men's and a women's outfit and ran over to Chen Lu and Liang Zhiro, wanting to ask if they wanted to try them on. She had originally planned to keep the extra set as a souvenir, but after some thought, she decided to give them to Chen Lu and Liang Zhiro instead. Besides, out of the entire drama club, there was no one better looking than the two of them. This way, she could also enjoy the view. But as she approached, she saw the two of them sitting side by side. Chen Lu was motionless, staring at his phone, while Liang Zhiro was resting her head on his shoulder, sleeping soundly. She had probably unconsciously leaned over after dozing off. Once she woke up, she would definitely die of embarrassment. Chen Lu put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then, he turned slightly to glance at the sleeping girl, catching the faint fragrance of her hair, feeling both amused and helpless. Liang Zhiro had only been sitting here for a short while before she fell asleep and, for some reason, ended up leaning against him. His heartbeat had not calmed down since. With school and work nonstop every day, she must be exhausted. He thought to himself. Lin Miaomiao did not say another word. She simply shook the men's uniform at him and mouthed, "For you." Chen Lu shook his head, refusing. Then she pointed at the women's uniform and then at Liang Zhiro. Immediately, Chen Lu nodded enthusiastically, like a pecking chick, indicating for her to leave the outfit. Lin Miaomiao, of course, saw right through his thoughts. She rolled her eyes at him before tossing down the clothes and leaving. Half an hour later, seeing that it was almost time for Liang Zhiro's daytime job, Chen Lu shifted his arm slightly and softly asked, "Should you be heading to work?" "I'm not going today." Half awake, Liang Zhiro seemed to find her pillow unsatisfactory and snuggled against it a little more, rubbing her cheek gently against it. Chen Lu instinctively swallowed. Why? He found it strange, he had never seen her take a day off from work before. "That place does not need people to hand out flyers anymore, and I have not found a new job yet." "Then that works out. You can take a break today." He looked at the girl beside him, who was still speaking with her eyes closed, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. At this distance, Liang Zhiro's delicate features and soft skin were completely exposed before him. He could not help but feel like he was enjoying something exclusive. After all, no one else had discovered just how beautiful Liang Zhiro truly was, nor did they have the chance to admire her from so close. Compared to her figure and overall appearance, her eyes were still what he liked the most. The girl responded softly, her voice low and drowsy. She seemed completely unaware as she rubbed against his shoulder again, like a kitten finding a cozy spot. The next second, she suddenly realized something was off and sprang up in a panic. Whether it was from the nap or from embarrassment, her face was noticeably flushed. She quickly looked around, then hurriedly wiped her mouth, checking if she had drooled in her sleep. If she had drooled while sleeping on Chen Lu's shoulder, she might as well go jump into a river immediately. Her gaze darted around nervously, avoiding Chen Lu at all costs. All she could hear was the rapid pounding of her heart, her cheeks burning. "I only wanted to rest my eyes for a bit. How did I end up sleeping on his shoulder? This is so embarrassing. What if Chen Lu thinks I am too forward? You took advantage of me." Seeing the way she was blushing shyly, Chen Lu chuckled. "Sorry. Chen frowned slightly, dissatisfied with that response. Just saying sorry is enough? You took advantage of me and are not even taking responsibility? Ha! Liang Jiro panicked even more, her brain completely short-circuiting as if it had overheated. At this rate, steam coming out of her head would not even be surprising. Then how should I take responsibility? Chen Lu had originally planned to tease her a little longer, but he could not hold back his laughter anymore. Smiling, he gently pulled the flustered girl down onto the chair next to him. I was just teasing you. You looked so tired. I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Liang Jiro lowered her head even further, still looking extremely embarrassed. No need. To be honest, when Chen Lu had just told her to take responsibility, she had almost believed him. She had spent a long time thinking about how exactly she should take responsibility. After all, back in her hometown, what she had done could already be considered quite improper. Even with the internet being as advanced as it was now, kids from rural villages were still far less open-minded than those from big cities. Seeing how others acted was one thing, whether she herself could accept it was another. I'm really sorry. Liang Jiro still felt that her actions had been a bit inappropriate. That made Chen Lu feel a little confused. According to how things usually played out in TV dramas, the female lead should have just blushed shyly and pretended nothing had happened. Why was she apologizing over and over again? Resting his cheek on his hand, Chen Lu continued teasing, if you really feel guilty about it, then next time, let me rest on your shoulder instead. That way, we'll be even. No, we are friends. We can't do that. But we're best friends. Even best friends can't. But we're completely innocent. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Lu said with a serious face. Hearing this, Liang Jiro was stunned for a moment, feeling like she was about to be completely led astray by him. She hurriedly shook her head. Even if we're completely innocent, good friends still shouldn't do that. No, good friends can. Chen Lu kept a straight face. You have to repay me at least once, right? Isn't it normal for good friends to help each other out? Liang Jiro was completely bewildered, her eyes blinking rapidly. Just once? She asked cautiously, afraid that Chen Lu would raise his price once she agreed. She looked so pitiful that Chen Lu could not help but want to tease her even more. All right. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Chen Lu did not push the matter further, just in case Liang Jiro fully woke up and realized what he had just tricked her into agreeing to. Lowering her head in embarrassment, she said nothing and quietly removed her hair tie to redo her ponytail. Her jet black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, looking smooth and glossy without a single split end. Chen Lu could not help but wonder how this silly girl managed to take such good care of it. If you're not working, how about not tying your hair up all the time? I think you look really nice with it down. The moment Chen Lu said this, he regretted it a little, feeling like he was overstepping. But to his surprise, Liang Jiro agreed immediately. All right. She put the hair tie around her wrist like a bracelet and gently adjusted her hair, sitting obediently beside Chen Lu, looking soft and delicate. At that moment, she finally noticed the unfamiliar-looking clothing next to her. Curious, she picked it up and examined it. Lin Niumyo gave it to you, Chen Lu explained. Want to try it on? Liang Jiro was startled for a moment, then immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. Even though it was normal clothing, she still felt it would be strange to wear. You should try everything at least once. Chen Lu shamelessly continued coaxing her. We talked about this before, didn't we? You need to learn to be more confident. This is part of the plan. Let's just give it back to her later. Liang Jiro lowered her head deeply, feeling her face grow even hotter as her thoughts spiraled out of control. Why does he keep pushing things further? I already agreed to let him rest on my shoulder next time. Liang Jiro, what are you doing? You can't keep lowering your boundaries. You have to learn to say no. Finally, the girl made up her mind. But just then, Chen Lu suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you're too shy, you can just let me see. You wouldn't want your good friend to be sad, would you? The warm breath against her ear sent a tingling sensation through her entire body, making her delicate waist go weak. The shy girl had no idea how to react or where to hide. After a long internal struggle, as if under some kind of spell, she gave a tiny nod. Liang Jiro messaged Lin Niumyo on WeChat, asking where they had changed clothes. Then, she quietly led Chen Lu to a spacious, empty classroom. Lin Niumyo had specifically reminded her that this was a professional classroom and did not have surveillance cameras. Chen Lu followed behind her silently, feeling as if the two of them were secretly doing something mischievous. But the clothes were proper, and they were decent people. When they reached the door, Liang Jiro adorably poked her head in, glanced left and right to make sure no one was around, and finally relaxed. Why you keep watch at the door, okay? Liang Jiro stepped inside and left the door slightly ajar, whispering to Chenlu. Got it. Chenlu leaned against the wall and smiled at her. Still uneasy, Liang Jiro added, and you are not allowed to come in. Chenlu put on a face of sudden realization. I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it. Liang Jiro immediately shut the door, ignoring him. As it turned out, her worries were completely unnecessary. The weather was hot, and with the May 1st holiday approaching, most university students either attended classes or stayed in their dorms. No one would come here without a reason. In all this time, Chenlu had not seen a single person. The entire corridor was empty. He ended up waiting idly for nearly 10 minutes, so bored that he started counting the tiles on the wall. Chenlu checked the time on his phone and was startled by how long it had been. Did it really take girls this long to change? She had not passed out in there, had she? Liang Jiro, did you fall asleep? Chenlu asked with concern. I'm coming. Finally, the door slowly opened. Liang Jiro lowered her head as she stepped out in front of Chenlu, saying nothing, likely out of embarrassment. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a snug light blue short-sleeved blouse. The neckline was quite low, with a row of diagonally placed buttons that she had fastened all the way up. She paired it with a black skirt that hugged her figure. The outfit accentuated her already striking curves even more. Chenlu's gaze was instinctively drawn to her chest. Sensing where he was looking, Liang Jiro turned her face away slightly and subtly tugged at the fabric near her neckline, whispering, "It's a little tight." Chenlu suddenly felt heat rushing to his nose. Looking at the girl standing before him, beautiful as if she had just walked off a film set, he gently brushed aside her long bangs. His movements were careful, as if he were afraid of making her uncomfortable. As expected, once she had allowed it the first time, Liang Jiro no longer resisted when Chenlu moved her bangs aside. She simply squinted her eyes slightly, standing there like a little lamb, completely at his mercy. For a moment, Chenlu felt dazed. Back when he first stepped up to help the drama club, he had never thought about getting to know this girl. Even that night when their eyes met and he realized how breathtaking she was, he had not expected that they would grow so close. And he never could have imagined that this girl was not only beautiful but also sweet, gentle, and unfailingly kind to him, almost to the point of being completely submissive. It was as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Chenlu lifted his phone. Let's take a picture. He was certain Liang Jiro would never wear this outfit again. It would be a waste not to capture it. Ha! Liang Jiro was visibly startled. She instinctively took 2 steps back until her back pressed against the wall. No, I do not think so. It's part of the plan, Chenlu said seriously. Then, without waiting for her response, he framed her in the shot and took a picture. Unlike most guys who take unflattering pictures of their girlfriends, Chenlu actually had some skill in photography. At the very least, he knew how to make someone look good in a photo. Whenever his family went on vacation, he was their designated photographer. If only Liang Jiro were not so shy, he was confident he could find a better backdrop and take an even more stunning picture. After snapping the shot, Chenlu straightened up and examined it closely. She was so beautiful that there was no need for editing. In the photo, the girl looked like a startled fawn. She had not even thought about posing. Instead, she clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, her wide eyes staring at the camera with an almost pitiful expression. Chenlu swallowed hard, momentarily stunned, completely forgetting that the real person was standing right in front of him. I sent it to you on WeChat, he said with a smile. At that moment, he fully understood why so many girls loved playing dress-up games like Miracle Nikki. Alright, so can I change back now? Nope. In a lecture hall. Yuqing, did you really see Chenlu playing the guitar for another girl a few days ago? Why did you wait until the next lifetime to tell me? Lu Yan asked in disbelief, already planning to interrogate Jiang Chao thoroughly that evening to figure out what was going on. She had long heard from Mo Yuqing that Chenlu was an excellent guitar player, but he had always kept it hidden, saying it was something exclusive to Mo Yuqing. So, the fact that he was now willing to play for another girl was no small matter. Chenlu was naturally charming, kind, and good-looking. It was no surprise that other girls would develop feelings for him. But if he was really planning to move on from Mo Yuqing, then, if feelings were mutual, their relationship could progress at an alarming speed. Other girls might not be as beautiful as Mo Yuqing, but at least they were not as clueless as she was. Mo Yuqing stared blankly at a few girls gracefully dancing in the distance and nodded in confirmation. Lu Yan sighed. She had always been the nagging, motherly type, but even she was growing tired of advising her. But what could she do? She was Mo Yuqing's best friend. How do you feel about it? Lu Yan asked with a wry smile. Mo Yuqing's slender fingers intertwined as she anxiously fidgeted with them. Very uncomfortable. Lu Yan was exasperated. Then why are you still pretending? If you really had no feelings for him, you would not care. You have so many guys chasing after you, do you ever care if they end up with someone else? Mo Yuching slowly shook her head. She did not care about them. In fact, she could not even remember most of their names. If anything, she wished they would hurry up and fall for someone else instead of constantly pestering her. If you keep this up, you are just going to watch Chenlu and that girl get closer and closer. Lu Yan said, her tone filled with frustration. Soon, you will see them hugging, kissing, and before long, you will be getting an invitation to his wedding. No, he cannot be with another girl. Mo Yuching suddenly raised her voice. But when she noticed the members of the dance club turning to look at her, she bit her lip in embarrassment and lowered her voice. I will think about it. Go ahead and keep being stubborn. Lu Yan did not bother saying anything more. She took a deep breath and angrily took a big bite of her burger. What was the point of trying to help? Some people were just hopeless. Have I really treated him that badly? After a long silence, Mo Yuching finally spoke again, her voice trembling slightly. Do you want the truth? It is going to hurt. Although Lu Yan knew that Mo Yuching was not the type to take things to heart, she still gave her a fair warning. Just tell me the truth. Alright, here is the truth. Lu Yan thought back to everything she had witnessed and took a deep breath before saying, you owe him. Mo Yuching fell silent again, completely frozen like a flawless marble statue, unmoving. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yan finished her KFC meal, tidied up, and was about to get up to throw away her trash. But as soon as she stood, her arm was gently tugged. Even though the weather was warm, Mo Yuching's hand felt ice cold. Do you think if Chenlu and I got together, he would eventually lose interest? He is already playing the guitar for someone else now. Mo Yuching's voice was laced with the hint of tears. Lu Yan was a little surprised but then found the whole situation somewhat ironic. She had not expected Mo Yuching to be so insecure. Still, she rolled her eyes. That is not a question you should be asking me. You two grew up together, did you not? Do you really have no idea? Even she could not imagine how Chenlu had managed to hold on for so many years. She was sure she loved Zhang Chao, but if she had to do what Chenlu had done, she simply could not. Mo Yuching's insecurity was not because Chenlu had not done enough. The problem was Mo Yuching herself. She had been spoiled into raising her expectations higher and higher. After being accustomed to Chenlu's overwhelming devotion, how could she possibly feel secure with anyone else? Chenlu had already given everything. How much more could he possibly do? Lu Yan let out another helpless laugh. Besides, whether or not he will lose interest after getting together with you is not something you should be worrying about right now. What you should be thinking about is how to get him back. She patted Mo Yuching's head, then turned to throw away her trash. Mo Yuching watched Lu Yan's retreating figure, her throat tightening. My parents were childhood sweethearts too. After lunch, Lu Yan went back to the dormitory for a nap, while Mo Yuching stared at her chat window with Chenlu for a long time, lost in thought. Since the day Chenlu confessed, the two of them had not sent each other a single message. She scrolled through their chat history, as if trying to find evidence that she had actually treated Chenlu well. But there was none. Every morning and night, it was always Chenlu sending greetings, checking in on her, and showing concern. It was always him. Her responses were often brief, just one or two words, and sometimes, when she felt annoyed, she simply ignored him. Chenlu would often remind her to dress warmly when it was cold, but she had never once sent him a message like that. She had no excuse. It was simply habit. After so many years, she had grown used to it. So used to it that she took it for granted and forgot to be grateful. Mo Yuching rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, stood up, cleared her throat, and slowly said, "Can I join your performance this time?" "Of course." The others immediately agreed without hesitation. They did not know why their senior suddenly changed her mind, but having her in the program would definitely attract a lot more attention, both for her dance skills and her looks. Mo Yuching quickly caught up with the choreography without any difficulty. For her, this level of dance was not challenging. She only needed to run through the routine a couple of times to get it right, but throughout practice, she kept getting distracted. She suddenly had the urge to see Chenlu. Aside from being in class, this was the longest they had gone without seeing each other. And for the first time, Mo Yuching found herself missing him. But she had no reason to see him. That realization hit her like a wave of dizziness. It was like waking up from a long dream. From childhood until now, no matter how unreasonable it was, Chenlu had always been there for her. Whenever she wanted to see him, she never needed a reason. But now, it was different. Now, she had to think of one. During break, Mo Yuching sat on the podium with her head down, feeling conflicted and unreal, as if the beautiful dream she had been living in was truly over. Even if she had never felt that it was particularly beautiful before, there was still a chance, right? Chun-Lu would not really leave her. Mo Yuching silently comforted herself, all while thinking of an excuse to ask Chen-Lu to meet her. The night had fallen, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Chen-Lu returned to the dormitory in high spirits, feeling unusually relaxed. As soon as he stepped in, he noticed that Jiang Chao had inexplicably drawn the curtain around his bed. Not bothering to ask why, Chen-Lu shifted his gaze to Li Xinian, who was sipping porridge. Better not pull that curtain, he did not want to witness any anti-aircraft guns in action. Drinking porridge at night? Are you on some kind of health regimen? Chen-Lu mocked. Li Xinian remained unfazed. Boss's girlfriend ordered porridge for him tonight. So? Chen-Lu did not get his point. I do not have a girlfriend, so I bought it for myself. Jiang Chao, that bastard. Fuck him. Li Xinian grumbled a few more curses before finally venting his frustration. Then he turned to Chen-Lu with a grin. Want some? We are both pitiful guys without girlfriends to buy porridge for us. Chen-Lu scratched his cheek with his index finger, hesitating to mention that someone actually made porridge for him every morning. If he said it out loud, he would be dead. With no other choice, he walked over and took a sip. The next second, he dashed to the bathroom to spit it out. What the hell? Why does your century egg taste so nasty? Chen-Lu felt nauseous. Are you stupid? That is how century eggs taste. No, they are not. The ones Liang Jiro made were not like this. Chen-Lu rinsed his mouth, now even more curious about how he had managed to finish the bowl of porridge she had made for him. Though he was intrigued, an involuntary smile curled on his lips. Seeing Chen-Lu packing his things, Li Xinian asked curiously, "What are you doing? Tomorrow is May Day, right? I am going home for a bit." Chen-Lu continued stuffing books and other unused items into his bag. Rather than calling it packing, it was more like unloading. Every time he went home, he simply brought back whatever felt unnecessary in the dorm. Unlike others who had to haul a bunch of luggage, he barely needed anything. After all, if he really wanted to go home, a short taxi ride would take him there in no time. Bringing a bag was just a show of respect for his roommates. Wow, I almost forgot you are a local. Li Xinian chuckled. Yeah, it is just that I cannot bear to leave you guys, my dear sons. Just as he finished speaking, Li Xinian suddenly leaned in and poked him lightly. Let me tell you something interesting. Chen-Lu turned his head, signaling for him to continue. Today, Mo Yuching's side reported another issue. I went to check it out, and after a long struggle, I realized they had just plugged the speaker wires in the wrong way. And this is supposed to be interesting? Chen-Lu paused, feeling confused. Hold on, I have not finished. Do you know what she said when she saw me? She said, "Why is it you?" Detective Li Xinian adjusted his glasses, looking as if he had unraveled a great mystery. I suspect she deliberately mixed up the wires, hoping you would be the one to come. She still does not know you have stopped helping me with these things. Chen-Lu scoffed, threw his bag aside, and collapsed onto his bed. You are crazy. I would sooner believe our boss could suddenly learn how to study than believe Mo Yuching would have a change of heart. Li Xinian saw that Chen-Lu had already closed his eyes, so he walked over and slowly pulled back Jiang Chao's curtain. Looking at Jiang Chao, who was staring intently at his laptop and even taking notes from time to time, Li Xinian muttered to himself. But, our boss is actually studying. At that moment, Mo Yuching had just returned to her empty home. After changing into a thin, lace-trimmed nightdress, she curled up on the sofa, hugging her long, slender legs, her mood sinking. She did not want Chen-Lu to date someone else, yet she was not ready to chase after him herself. For the first time in her life, she truly understood what it meant to be caught between fear of loss and fear of commitment. And at that moment, she finally, completely realized. She did like Chen-Lu. She had always wondered where Chen-Lu found so much time each day. How was he able to worry about her endlessly, day after day? Now she understood. It was never about having free time, it was about how much he cared for her. He cared so much that he constantly worried if she was upset or unwell. He cared so much that he knew her cycle better than she did. After sitting in silence for a long time, she picked up her phone and typed out a message for her social feed. I hope I do not have to lose something to realize how much I cherish it. This was a hint meant for Chen-Lu. She hesitated for a long time but still could not bring herself to send him a message directly, not even a simple good night. This was the first update she had posted in over 2 months. The last one was on her birthday. Mo Yuching tapped on that old post, her thoughts growing even more tangled. It was a picture of a beautiful bouquet of roses. Bright red petals bloomed as if they would never wither. And of course, they would not, because they were made of paper. Back then, Chen-Lu had spent nearly half a month preparing for her birthday party, and in the end, he had given her that handmade bouquet. 33 roses, every single one meticulously folded by his own hands. She could still remember the envious stares from the other girls around her. Within minutes of her new post, an overwhelming flood of comments appeared. Feeling down, senior? Let me take you to a movie. Are you hinting at me? Even though you rejected me, I am still waiting for you. Emoyuching, if you are sad, take a walk. I am already on my way to your dorm. Regretting it now? Just say the word, and I will be in Hangzhou tomorrow. Reading these comments, Emoyuching nearly choked. She hurriedly deleted the ones from people she had long forgotten. She did not even remember these guys, so why did they still remember her? The girls' comments were slower to come in, but at least they did not make her blood pressure rise. Sending you a hug, Xingbao. Pluck the flower while it blooms, do not wait until there is only an empty branch left. Lu Yen, knowing the whole story, simply replied with a sighing emoji, her way of expressing frustration at Emoyuching's foolishness. Emoyuching let out a long, disappointed sigh and kept refreshing her feed. For the first time ever, she was anxiously checking the comments under her post, because she was waiting for one person. No matter how passionate the responses were, they were not the one she wanted. She wanted to see Chen Lu's reply. Even just a like would be enough. She waited and waited, but it never came. Feeling uneasy, she opened Chen Lu's profile. His feed was still completely empty, he had never posted anything. But there was one difference. His background photo had changed from a silhouette of her to a picture of Pikachu. The night deepened, and one by one, the lights in the buildings outside flickered off until everything was swallowed by darkness. The once proud girl fell asleep waiting, but the reply she longed for never arrived. Cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bouquet of folded paper roses on the coffee table, making them look eerily elegant. And behind that bouquet, the sleeping girl lay curled up on the sofa, breathtakingly beautiful. The moonlight traced the contours of her delicate face, her fair neck, her smooth, snow-like legs, and the faint tear stains on her cheeks. May 1st, early morning. It had rained at some point during the night, leaving the air crisp and cool. Chen Lu yawned as he got out of bed, pulled open the curtains to let in some fresh air, and then went to wash up. Li Xinian and Zhang Haoyu, both from out of town, had left early to catch their high-speed trains. Only Jiang Chao was still sleeping like a dead pig. Boss, what are your plans for May Day? Chen Lu slung his backpack over his shoulder. He was about to kick Jiang Chao but ultimately just gave him a little push. Going on a trip with Lu Yen. My train is in the afternoon. Fuck you. The kick landed anyway. As Chen Lu walked down the street, he sent a message to Liang Zhiro. Chen Lu, good morning. What are you up to? Liang Zhiro, just got dressed. About to head to work. She always replied quickly. The moment Chen Lu sent a message, he would get a response almost instantly. Every time he asked what she was doing, she would seriously answer. Chen Lu, found a new job? Liang Zhiro, yes. Still handing out flyers, this time at the Guomao Mall. Chen Lu smiled and typed another message as he walked. Chen Lu, sounds good. He was so focused on his phone that he almost missed a step and twisted his ankle. Pausing for a moment, he put on his Bluetooth headset and called Liang Zhiro. He knew for sure she was on her phone, but for some reason, it took over 10 seconds for her to pick up. Then, her soft voice came through the receiver. Hello. She sounded groggy, as if she had just woken up. I nearly twisted my ankle texting you just now. Scared the hell out of me. Thought I'd just call instead, Chen Lu grumbled. Stepping off balance like that really gave him a fright. Her voice grew anxious. Sorry, are you okay? Chen Lu was puzzled. Why was she apologizing? I am fine. I reacted fast. Chen Lu yawned lazily, secretly glad for the near miss. After all, this was their first phone call. There was a faint sound of relief on the other end before she asked, have you had breakfast? No. Breakfast places do not make food as good as yours. Chen Lu teased, though the real reason was just laziness. For university students, having 2 meals a day was already a decent achievement. No one wanted to sacrifice precious sleep for breakfast. You have to eat on time. How about I bring you some? The naive girl proposed an idea that was not very well thought out. Chen Lu chuckled. Then bring it to my house. And remember to bring some for my family too. Then, never mind. Already halfway to the kitchen, ready to start making porridge, Liang Zhiro sat back down on the bed. Chen Lu was devious, she had been too slow to catch on to his little trick. For a while, neither of them spoke. Moments like this were common when they were alone, but neither found it awkward. If anything, they enjoyed it, the quiet feeling of simply knowing the other person was there. I feel like I still haven't improved. After a long silence, Liang Zhiro was the first to speak. Yesterday, when I was looking for a new job, the store manager asked me some questions, and I still could not bring myself to speak. Chen Lu smiled softly, his voice gentle. No need to rush. Just take it one step at a time. Confidence comes with self-improvement. Otherwise, it is not confidence, it is arrogance. In other words, as long as you keep making yourself better, you will naturally become more confident over time. Noticing she was still listening intently, he continued, "You have already improved a lot. The old you would never have agreed to wear that school uniform. I feel like that is not the same thing." "It is the same." "Is it?" She still sounded doubtful. Chen Lu, with a righteous tone, suggested, "How about trying on traditional Chinese attire next time? You would look amazing in it. You would not want your good friend to." "Can you stop teasing me?" she interrupted softly, sounding pitiful. Chen Lu grinned, satisfied with himself, but soon, his expression softened again. "Anyway, just take it easy. I am here." "Okay." Her quiet response carried a hint of relief, as if the weight on her heart had eased a little. She did not know why, but hearing him say, "I am here," made her feel incredibly safe. The phone call made time fly by. Before he knew it, the half-hour ride home had passed in the blink of an eye. Reluctantly, Chen Lu ended the call, scanned the payment QR code, and swiftly got out of the car. Nothing had changed. This was the downside of going to college in his hometown. Holidays never really felt like going home. For others, when they finally returned home, their parents would treat them like treasures, at least for the first few days. As soon as he opened the door, he heard the sound of adults chatting. An unfamiliar relative was rambling loudly about something, probably one of those distant aunts from his extended family. His father, Chen Guanglin, and his mother, Wang Xiaoxia, sat nearby with polite smiles, quietly listening. Beside them sat his younger sister, Chen Mo. Both Lu and Mo in their names meant road. He had no idea why his parents were so obsessed with driving metaphors. At 17, his sister was in the prime of her youth, a beautiful girl who sat obediently with a gentle smile, responding politely now and then. She looked like the picture of grace and manners. But Chen Lu knew better. If Lin Nyomia was an ordinary level of a social terrorist, then his sister was at the level of crashing a plane into the White House, a true little devil. "Wang Xiaoxia, I am telling you, your parenting style is all wrong. Kids need strict discipline." Chen Lu placed his bag at the entrance, quietly considering slipping out to avoid this nonsense. He would rather die than sit through one of these relatives' lectures. Wang Xiaoxia noticed his sneaky attempt to escape. Seeing that their guest was still going on, she did not force Chen Lu to stay and chat, just as he thought he had gotten away. "Brother, you are back!" Chen Mo suddenly shouted excitedly. Hearing this, the relative finally noticed Chen Lu, who had been attempting to slip away. She pointed at him and asked, "Is this your son? He has grown so much." "Xiaolu, call her second aunt," his father reminded him. "Second aunt," Chen Lu said reluctantly and sat down next to Chen Mo, shooting her a murderous glare. She continued to maintain her innocent act, blinking her big eyes at him. Only now did Chen Lu notice a young man sitting next to this so-called second aunt. He looked just a year or two younger than himself, stiff and silent. Unlike his sister, who mastered the art of fake politeness, this guy just sat there without speaking, without even touching his phone, completely zoned out. Since the guy had no intention of greeting him, Chen Lu was more than happy to ignore him. Instead, he pulled out his phone and asked Liang Jiro what she was doing. Seeing her brother take out his phone, Chen Mo followed suit and started watching absurd videos. Curious, Chen Lu glanced over, then frowned. "You little troll, bring that phone to court when your trial starts." "You see what I mean? Kids these days cannot live without their phones." Second aunt sighed dramatically, shaking her head. "Do you see this, Wang Xiaoxia? Video games are nothing but spiritual opium. They are ruining the youth." Chen Lu was dumbfounded. "That is the ninth art, you ignorant fool. And besides, I am a university student." Wang Xiaoxia continued to smile gently. Despite her age, she had barely any visible signs of aging, exuding a soft and warm demeanor. "These two kids are nowhere near as well behaved as your Xiao Hao," she remarked before changing the subject. "But I still feel that you should not be too strict about these things. As long as they do not lose themselves in it, a little entertainment is fine." "Oh no, that is not right. Online experts say this is a disaster waiting to happen. It must be avoided at all costs." Second aunt spoke with absolute seriousness before proudly patting her son on the shoulder. "My boy is in college now, and I strictly control his screen time. Every night at 10, I take his phone away." Chen Lu glanced at the young man and suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. Then, he noticed that second aunt was looking at him. She patted her son's head, then glanced at both Chen Lu and Chen Mo, who were still on their phones. "Xiao Mo is in high school now, right? You have to be strict with her. My boy never even touched a phone throughout high school. But he turned out well. Last year, he got into a first-tier university." Chen Mo was speechless. How did she end up getting dragged into this? "Xiao Mo, you should look up to your cousin," Chen Guanglin casually added. Unexpectedly, second aunt became even more proud and pointed at Chen Lu. And you, as her older brother, should set a good example. Spend less time on your phone and focus more on studying. College is not an excuse to slack off. Chen Mo clung to Chen Lu's arm and smiled sweetly. My brother is great. He is the perfect role model. Second aunt scoffed, unimpressed. Taking a sip of water, she asked, where is Xiao Lu studying now? Chen Lu cleared his throat. My university? It is nothing special, just Yuhang University. It is close to home. A brief but awkward silence filled the room. Chen Mo exchanged a glance with Chen Lu, silently complimenting their teamwork. Yuhang University was a top 10 school, saying it was nothing special was just pure flexing. Chen Lu looked at the young man sitting beside second aunt. His expression remained blank, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Poor guy. Raised by controlling parents who saw him as the embodiment of their unfulfilled dreams, forced to swallow the poison called "it is all for your own good," turned into nothing more than a puppet. As for his own passions and aspirations, no one cared. Not even himself. Before long, second aunt's family made up an excuse and left. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia headed to their room, busying themselves with who knows what. Chen Mo shook Chen Lu's arm and said with a bright smile, brother, you are amazing. Chen Lu smiled back. You are disgusting. He was not falling for it. Normally, at this point, Chen Mo would ask to borrow money. Mom, brother said I am disgusting. Chen Lu. A loud shout from Wang Xiaoxia echoed from the bedroom. Chen Mo gave Chen Lu an innocent smile as if she had done nothing at all. Brother, I want to go to the movies. Can you sponsor me? I have no money. If you do not, I will tell everyone about how you pursued Sister Yuqing. That is Uncle Mo's daughter, he treats us so well, and you had the nerve to go after her? Chen Mo traced her finger across her neck and whispered, imitating the movie Brotherhood of Blades, this secret I will take to the grave. The moment they no longer had to put on an act in front of outsiders, their usual sibling dynamic returned. Go ahead, tell everyone. I have already given up, Chen Lu said, his expression turning dim. Chen Mo froze, then quickly pressed a hand to his forehead. You do not have a fever. Are you serious? Seeing Chen Lu nod, Chen Mo stopped playing around. She sat there in silence, staring at him as if seeing her brother for the first time. She knew better than anyone how much Chen Lu had liked Mo Yuqing over the years, and that was exactly why she was so shocked now. Chen Lu gave a bitter smile and said nothing more. At that moment, the master bedroom door slowly opened. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia walked out, dragging suitcases behind them. Both of them wore sunglasses and were leaning lovingly into each other. Where are you going? Chen Lu asked. On a trip, of course, Wang Xiaoxia replied matter-of-factly. Chen Lu's tone grew urgent. Why did you not tell me earlier? I did not even pack anything. He had no idea how many travel-appropriate clothes he still had at home. Why would we tell you earlier? We never said we were bringing you along. What ha? We are going on a couple's getaway. Why would you tag along? Wang Xiaoxia planted a kiss on Chen Guanlin's cheek. With his sunglasses on, Chen Guanglin's expression was unreadable, but the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Stay home and behave with your sister. Chen Lu was stunned. He shouted, you literally called me a few days ago, nagging about how I never come home. You even said I was neglecting my family. And now that I am finally home, you two are ditching me for a romantic getaway? You said it yourself, it was a few days ago. Chen Lu slumped onto the sofa, saying nothing. He was exhausted. Let the world burn. Chen Mo, seemingly aware of their parents' plan all along, had already settled into her own slumped position. They were just accidents of fate. Wang Xiaoxia tidied up the coffee table, then looked up at Chen Lu. Oh, by the way, do not just laze around these next few days. Go help your sister find a tutor. She has been living too comfortably with this day school routine, I cannot stand to watch it anymore. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly thought of something. A friend of mine is looking for a part-time job. Want me to ask them to give it a shot? Wang Xiaoxia lightly smacked him. Chen Lu, are you stupid? Why do you not teach her yourself? This is money you could be earning. A few hundred per hour. Chen Lu was horrified. Teaching Chen Mo himself? He would rather die. Sure, his sister had decent grades and was quick-witted, but she was also completely unreliable. Whatever money he earned would not even cover the medical bills for his skyrocketing blood pressure. You know what your daughter is like. I would rather pay for her tutor myself than teach her. Otherwise, I will not live to see payday. Wang Xiaoxia patted her son's head, looking at him with satisfaction. All right, deal. The tutoring fee will be deducted from your living expenses. Ask your friend to give it a try. With the house door shutting heavily behind them, only two abandoned children remained in the living room. Though Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia had always been this way, the siblings still felt a little complicated about it. What did you do to piss off Mom? Chen Lu asked irritably. Chen Mo looked completely innocent as she shook her head. I just dropped a tiny bit in my rankings. How tiny? A dozen or so places. In the whole school? In my class. Chen Lu laughed out of sheer disbelief. And what were you up to? Nothing, really. Just messed up on this month's exam. I told Mom I will do fine next time, but she does not believe me. Chen Mo slumped back onto the sofa, stretching her legs onto the coffee table, looking utterly resigned. After a few seconds, she suddenly sat up straight, hugging herself defensively. Wait a minute. Is this friend of yours a guy or a girl? Are you sacrificing my dignity for the sake of your friendship? First of all, no one would be interested in you. Chen Lu held up one finger. Then he raised a second. Secondly, it is a girl. And finally, little sister, you really have no shame. Chen Mo was stunned. This was the first time in her life that Chen Lu had ever mentioned another girl aside from Mo Yuqing. Who was this mystery woman, and why had her brother suddenly given up on Mo Yuqing? What had happened? In just a few short seconds, Chen Mo had already imagined an entire TV drama filled with love, betrayal, and heartbreak. What happened between you and Yuqing? She asked cautiously. Chen Lu did not take the bait and simply walked toward his room. I am tired today. Tomorrow, I will take you to the movies and shopping. In return, you tell Mom that you are okay with my friend tutoring you. After all, you do not actually need a tutor. Anyone will do. Nighttime, inside a hotel sea view room. Wang Xiaoxia lay staring at the chandelier above, murmuring softly. Middle-aged couples always seem to have endless conversations at this hour. Guess what Xiao Lu talked to me about tonight? Unbelievable, he actually asked how much I was planning to pay. I was already planning to pay the full market rate, even if it is just his friend. But still, I cannot believe he is taking someone else's side over his own family. She yawned as she spoke. Then again, Xiao Lu is not wrong. We are not the type to underpay just because it is a university student or because it is his friend. Chen Guanglin listened quietly to his wife's complaints, offering no comment. The moment he heard Chen Lu mention a classmate, he had already suspected that things were not so simple. A while later, just as Chen Guanglin was about to fall asleep, Wang Xiaoxia suddenly sat up. Wait a minute, could it be a female classmate? Having lazed around all day and stayed up half the night, Chen Lu only got around to packing his things at noon the next day, getting ready to take Chen Mo out shopping. As he packed, he did not forget to send a message to Liang Zhiro. Chen Lu, are you working at the Guamao Mall again today? What time do you get off? I need to talk to you about something. Liang Zhiro, huh? What do you want to talk about? Chen Lu, now I know where I got my habit of saying huh all the time. Anyway, it is something really important. I need to say it in person. Liang Zhiro, I finish work at 6. Chen Lu, I will come pick you up then. Liang Zhiro, okay. Spending the whole day shopping with Chen Mo would not only make his sister happy but also help Liang Zhiro find a lighter part-time job. If Chen Mo spent more time studying, their parents would be happy too. Chen Lu felt like this deal was pretty worthwhile. After all, staying home only meant reading books and playing games. The two of them headed to Guamao Mall, where Liang Zhiro was working. Although Chen Lu had mentally prepared himself, he still did not expect the mall to be this packed during the holidays. Luckily, the air conditioning was strong enough to keep the place from feeling too stuffy. Chen Mo clung to his arm, pulling him from store to store, eyes filled with endless energy. Chen Lu could not help but wonder how was it that girls, who struggled to open a simple bottle cap, could shop for hours without ever feeling tired. Brother, I want fruit tea. I will buy it for you. Brother, I want a new dress. Fine. And get me a necklace too? Chen Mo stopped in front of a jewelry counter, eyes sparkling. Get lost. If you push your luck any further, I will buy you a set of 5-3 study guides instead. Chen Mo was not the least bit annoyed. She kept grinning mischievously. Brother, you would not want your dear friend to lose her job, would you? How about this pearl necklace? Chen Lu pointed at the display, as if their previous conversation had never happened. Seems like it would suit you. Not bad. You actually have decent taste. Let me try it on. Chen Mo strolled along with a shopping bag containing her new necklace, while Chen Lu looked absolutely exhausted. Only now did he realize the flaw in his plan. This was a world where he alone suffered. Half dead, he let Chen Mo drag him around. Brother! Look over there! Chen Mo's eyes lit up as she pointed toward a milk tea shop. That's Snowman. A person in a mascot costume stood near the shop, looking like a fluffy little snowman, wobbling as they walked. Whenever a customer entered or left the store, the snowman would bow slightly in greeting. It was actually quite adorable. But the most hypnotic part was the store's background music, playing the endlessly looping, "I love you, you love me." Chen Mo grabbed onto Chen Lu's arm. "Let's go take a look. How old are you?" Chen Lu muttered, but his body still followed her toward the shop. As they approached, the snowman noticed them. Seeing how closely Chen Mo clung to Chen Lu's arm, the snowman hesitated, pausing mid-bow. Soon, the siblings stood right in front of it. "Hello, I would like 2 cups of hand-peeled grape tea," Chen Mo said excitedly, stroking the snowman's plush arm. But the snowman did not respond. Chen Lu, who had been checking his phone, looked up and saw the mascot staring at him. He tilted his head in confusion. "Hello?" Chen Mo tried again, wondering if it was impolite to touch the mascot. As a girl, it was hard to resist petting cute things. Only then did the snowman hurriedly nod and hand over their order number. Chen Mo took the slip of paper and joked, "Such a cool and aloof snowman." Then, Chen Lu suddenly remembered something. Did Liang Jiro say she was working here today? He had walked through nearly every floor of this mall and still had not seen her. "Sis, when is mom coming back?" Chen Lu asked casually, raising his voice a little. "Didn't I tell you? The day after tomorrow. Why are you asking all of a sudden?" "No reason. Just forgot for a second." After getting their drinks, the siblings turned to leave. "Bye-bye." Chen Mo waved to the adorable snowman. Regardless of what the person inside looked like, girls had a natural fondness for cute things. Chen Lu glanced at the snowman and gently patted its head before walking away with Chen Mo. It did not matter if the person inside was Liang Jiro or not, bringing it up was harmless. In the off chance that she did have feelings for him, she might feel hurt. Better to avoid that if possible. He did not want to break this silly girl's heart. Soon after, Chen Lu doubled back, watching the snowman from a distance. "Brother, why are you still looking at the mascot?" Chen Mo asked curiously, already forgetting about the snowman as her mind was now occupied with the upcoming movie. Chen Lu stood there, expressionless, just thinking. Chen Mo did not bother questioning him further and found a seat to check her phone while waiting for the movie. The snowman continued to stand diligently by the shop, looking rather serious about their job. Unlike the other employees handing out flyers, this snowman seemed incredibly shy. Each time they finished greeting a customer, they would quickly retreat to the side. Only in the brief moments when no one passed by would the fluffy snowman dare lean against the wall to rest. Then, at the sight of another approaching customer, they would wobble forward again, clumsy yet endearing. There was a high chance it really was Liang Jiro inside. Chen Lu knew very well that even though the mall had central air conditioning, being inside that mascot suit was probably stifling. The thought made his heart ache a little. His mind was filled with images of Liang Jiro's silly, innocent face. Should he go help her? For a moment, the idea crossed his mind again. He had thick skin, he did not mind. But somehow, he felt that doing so would only have the opposite effect. After all, Liang Jiro was doing her best, just as they had agreed. Chen Lu chuckled to himself and let go of the idea of stepping in. Helping this little sapling stand tall would be a long-term project. A few minutes later, the boy who had been standing as still as a mannequin was gone. At 6 o'clock, with the sun beginning to set and the heat fading away, Liang Jiro stepped out of work. Holding a cup of milk tea in one hand, she massaged her sore neck with the other, her heart swelling with joy as she looked at the 200 yuan transfer in her WeChat. Her hard-earned wages for the day. Once the ache in her neck eased, she removed her hair tie, letting her hair fall naturally over her shoulders. Chen Lu said he liked it this way. That was when she noticed her phone battery was down to 2%. She glanced at a nearby charging station but decided against it. That would cost several yuan. Instead, she used the last bit of battery to send Chen Lu a message, confirming their meeting place. Chen Lu sat in a cafe on the first floor of the mall. The atmosphere was excellent, and since it was still early, the place was quiet and peaceful. Like the background music playing softly in the store, the cafe itself had a Victorian-style decor. The tables, chairs, and tableware were all elegantly classical. The only flaw was that the lighting was a little dim. After a short while, a long-haired girl timidly walked in. Sitting in the corner, Chen Lu waved at her, signaling her to come over directly. This was Liang Jiro's first time entering a place like this. She had always thought such cafes were fancy and expensive, far beyond her reach. Now that she was here, she realized the prices were indeed high, but not as shocking as she had imagined. "Why do you always arrive before me?" Liang Jiro asked, feeling a little embarrassed as she took a seat across from Chen Lu. It seemed that, except for the day she delivered clothes to him, Chen Lu was always the one waiting for her. Even when she brought him breakfast every morning, she always thought she was early, yet each time she would find him already sitting in their usual spot, waiting. The thought gave her an inexplicable sense of importance and warmth. Just a habit, Chen Lu replied with a soft chuckle. It really was a habit of his. The only difference was that some people cherished his efforts, while others did not. When he noticed the hair tie still wrapped around her wrist, his smile deepened. He had only mentioned it casually before, but this silly girl had actually remembered. I was actually at the mall earlier, shopping with my sister. It is a pity I did not run into you. Liang Jiro pretended to be unaware. Really? Maybe we just missed each other. I did not see you either. That was what she said, but in reality, she had been watching him the whole time, following him with her eyes until he disappeared from her sight. She had not expected him to circle back and watch her instead. Seeing her reaction, Chen Lu's lips curved slightly. This silly girl could not even lie properly. What a shame, he said, watching the clearly nervous girl in front of him. Now he was completely certain it had been her in the mascot costume earlier. Being stared at like that made Liang Jiro incredibly uneasy. She quickly took out the shopping bag she had prepared, trying to change the subject. She carefully placed the bag on the table and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "This is for you." Chen Lu was taken aback. His eyes lit up as he looked at her. Now she had no escape. Not changing the subject meant enduring his gaze, and changing the subject still led back to him looking at her. Overcome with embarrassment, she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Without hesitation, Chen Lu took the bag and opened it. This album is beautifully designed. He genuinely liked the pocket watch-inspired design. After all, photo albums were meant to preserve memories of the past. Do you like it? Liang Jiro finally managed to squeeze out the words from her throat, her ears burning, her head lowered even further. I love it. Chen Lu smiled gently, making the girl momentarily dazed. The sight of this incredibly handsome boy, his soft, warm smile, it was the only light in her otherwise dim world. She loved seeing him smile. That is good. Liang Jiro finally breathed a sigh of relief, the exhaustion on her face easing a little. This was her first time picking out a gift for a boy, and she had been incredibly nervous about it. I am going to print out the photos I took of you and put them in here. Chen Lu placed the album back in the shopping bag, speaking seriously. Ha! Liang Jiro's face instantly turned red, the flush spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. That is not what I got it for. She had thought he would use it for his photography hobby. Seeing her flustered reaction, Chen Lu smirked mischievously. This album can hold 400 photos. I will keep taking more of you until we fill it up. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. I do not look good. Stop taking pictures. Liang Jiro felt like she had set herself up for this. Why had she been so muddle-headed? Of all the gifts she could have given, why had she chosen this? She knew that her refusal had no real strength behind it. First, she was not used to rejecting Chen Lu's request. Second, Chen Lu had a way of twisting words with a straight face, always managing to rope her into his logic. Every time she refused, he seemed to get even more excited. Just as Chen Lu was about to continue teasing her, his phone rang. Annoyed, he glanced at the screen. It was Lin Miao Miao. What is it? Chen Lu asked, exasperated. She was ruining his fun. Lin Miao Miao sounded anxious. Liang Jiro is missing. I cannot reach her at all. You cannot reach her, so why are you calling me? You? Oh, right. Why did I call you? The voice on the other end suddenly sounded a little dumbfounded. Chen Lu chuckled and turned on speaker mode, giving Liang Jiro, who was looking at him curiously, a knowing smile. Relax, she is right here with me. Her phone is dead. I knew it. That idiot probably could not even bring herself to rent a power bank. As Lin Miao Miao spoke, she suddenly seemed to realize something and yelled. You shameless couple. You both deserve to be drowned in a pig cage. Liang Jiro sat in silence, her face filled with guilt, already thinking about what she could buy to make it up to Lin Miao Miao. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head and asked, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? She still remembered that Chen Lu had asked to meet for a reason. Even though she was happy just to be here with him, she was afraid he really had something important to say. My parents are looking for a tutor for my sister. I wanted to see if you were interested. Chen Lu did not mention that he had already paved the way for her to accept. It had to be done step by step with this stubborn yet adorable fool. I do not think I am suitable. Liang Jiro immediately shook her head. She would never dare. She had considered being a tutor before, but she was so shy that the parents had decided to switch after just one trial lesson. After that, she never tried tutoring again. It is fine. It is just my sister, what are you afraid of? That is way better than tutoring a stranger, right? Seeing her shake her head like a drum, Chen Lu leaned in and gently pressed a finger to her forehead, stopping her. Do you remember our promise? He asked, looking at her intently. Liang Jiro blinked. His firm gaze gave her a sense of reassurance. After a few seconds, she finally made up her mind and whispered, I can try? That is the spirit. Shenlu leaned back, satisfied, and took a sip of coffee. Here is the deal. My parents want you to do a trial lesson first. If they are happy with it, you will tutor my sister on weekends, 2 hours in the evening, 300 per hour. That is too expensive. Shenlu nearly choked, his brain struggling to process her words. What did you say? Too expensive? He looked at her in disbelief. Was she out of her mind? You are the one getting paid. What do you mean, too expensive? Liang Jiro, are you dumb? Shenlu laughed, both amused and exasperated. Embarrassed by his laughter, Liang Jiro lowered her head and mumbled, I am dumb. That is why I cannot teach well. If you were actually dumb, you would not have gotten into this university. Shenlu scrolled through his phone and showed her the tutoring rates of other students from their school. Look, these are all from our university. The rates were all in the hundreds per hour, and those with experience charged even more. Yet, parents still scrambled to book them. When it came to their child's education, parents never hesitated to spend money, they always gave their best. Seeing that she was still shaking her head, Shenlu sighed and said, Fine, you are so dumb, let us make it 250 an hour. That suits you. Any lower, and it is not worth it. He found the whole situation bizarre. Usually, tutors tried to raise their rates, yet here she was, stubbornly negotiating her own price down. Truly a rare sight. How about a little cheaper? Liang Jiro bit her lip and peeked up at him cautiously, afraid he would be glaring at her in anger. Luckily, he only looked at her with an expression of complete helplessness. She hesitated, then muttered even more quietly, Would 200 be okay? Even 200 an hour felt high to her. If she worked 8 sessions a month, that would be 16 hours, which meant she would earn 3,200 in total. That was even more than her hot pot restaurant job. Why not just work for free? Shenlu said dryly. I can do it for free, but only when I do not have other part-time jobs, she replied earnestly, completely missing his sarcasm. After all, it was Shenlu's sister. As long as she did not mind her teaching, free tutoring was fine. She was willing to help Shenlu, even if it meant working harder. Shenlu said nothing, simply staring at her, deep in thought. Liang Jiro could not tell what he was thinking. Are you mad? She asked timidly. When he did not respond, she dared not look up at him. Instead, she kept sneaking glances at his face to gauge his expression. After a while, Shenlu slowly stood up, expressionless, and sat beside her. Then, he reached out and started ruffling her hair. Liang Jiro did not resist. She just squeezed her eyes shut. At first, he messed it up a little, but soon, his movements became gentle as he carefully smoothed it back into place. Finally, he let out a long sigh and chuckled helplessly. Fine, 200 it is. Liang Jiro recalled the lively girl she had met that afternoon. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She had no idea how to deal with people like that. You mean I have to tutor your biological sister? What grade is she in? She asked in a small voice. Yes, my biological sister. She is in her 2nd year of high school. Your biological sister, huh? For some reason, hearing that made her feel a little happy. Her mood instantly brightened. Why are you not tutoring her yourself? You are so good at everything, she continued. Hearing that made Shenlu feel incredibly pleased. There was not a single man in the world who could resist a girl calling him amazing. No exceptions. Go on, keep praising me. If you are good at it, say more. Shenlu grinned so wide his smile nearly reached the sky. Am I really that impressive? You really are. You know so much, Liang Jiro muttered, lowering her head. And everything you do seems so effortless. It makes people naturally want to rely on you. After saying that, she pursed her lips. She did not have the courage to say the last part out loud about how he was also incredibly handsome. That night, when their eyes met, it had not just been Shenlu who was stunned. Is that so? Shenlu did not deny it. Instead, he smirked and looked at her playfully. I did not realize you had such a good impression of me. Liang Jiro nodded lightly. In truth, the impression she had of him was far better than just good, it was 100 times better. At that moment, Lin Miamia called again. Where are you guys hanging out? Tell me, I am bored to death at home. Just from her tone, it was clear she was here to gossip. She was not even trying to hide it. Hello? What? Hello? The signal here is bad, I am hanging up. Shenlu ended the call and put his phone aside. A few seconds later, it rang again. Without even glancing at the screen, Shenlu handed the phone to Liang Jiro. It is Lin Miao, right? Here, take it. I am going to the restroom. As she watched Shenlu walk away, she instinctively pressed the answer button. Hello? Shenlu, your sister just told me you ditched her and ran off. Halfway through, the voice on the other end suddenly stopped. Ha? Who is this? The moment Liang Jiro saw the caller ID and realized it was Chen Lu's mother, she froze completely. Her heart was pounding so fast she thought it might burst out of her chest. Talking to Chen Lu's mother was even more nerve-wracking than talking to Chen Lu himself. For a second, she wanted to hang up out of sheer panic. But then she worried that it would leave a bad impression, so she forced herself to stay on the line, despite her overwhelming anxiety. "Who are you?" Wang Xiaoxia asked, her tone full of confusion. She had noticed the nervous breathing on the other end of the call, so she softened her voice. She must be a shy girl. Chen Lu was up to no good again. "Can you hear me?" she asked again. Finally, Liang Jiro managed to squeeze out a response, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can hear you." Now that she heard the girl's voice clearly, Wang Xiaoxia immediately got a sense of her personality. Soft and sweet, she was experienced enough to judge a person by their voice and tone alone. This must be a kind and honest girl. "And you are?" Wang Xiaoxia asked even more gently, afraid of scaring her off. "Is Chen Lu not there?" "Auntie, hello. My name is Liang Jiro." Liang Jiro took a deep breath. These few seconds felt like an eternity. "I am Chen Lu's friend. He went to the restroom. He has not come back yet." She clutched the hem of her shirt tightly, so nervous that even her voice trembled. She barely managed to finish her sentence, but her heart was still pounding violently. She had always been shy, and the fact that this was Chen Lu's mother only made it worse. She was terrified of making a bad impression. Wang Xiaoxia chuckled. Her tone completely softened, losing all of its initial sharpness. "Oh, so you are Xiao Lu's friend? What a lovely name." Liang Jiro could never have guessed that Wang Xiaoxia was just as nervous as she was. This was the first time she had ever spoken to a girl Chen Lu knew. Mo Yuqing did not count, she had known that girl since childhood. "Thank you, Auntie." Liang Jiro buried her face into the table, her voice shrinking to nothing. "I will not bother you two anymore, then. I just wanted to chat with Xiao Lu, nothing important." "Okay." Liang Jiro waited quietly for Wang Xiaoxia to hang up first. As soon as she heard the call disconnect, she let out a long breath. Finally, she felt alive again. When Chen Lu returned, the first thing he saw was Liang Jiro's red-rimmed eyes. She looked up at him, her face full of distress. That startled him. He quickly sat down beside her. "What happened?" She pointed at the phone. "That call. It was from your mom." "That is all? I thought it was something serious." Then he suddenly froze. "Wait, my mom?" Liang Jiro nodded, still replaying the conversation in her mind, worried she might have said something wrong. "What did you two talk about?" Even though Chen Lu had been planning to introduce Liang Jiro to his parents as a tutor, this was completely different. Introducing her himself and being caught off guard like this were two entirely separate things. After listening to Liang Jiro recount the conversation word for word, he finally felt relieved. "Your flyer distribution job pays you daily, right?" he asked. "Yes." Her voice was still shaky. Clearly, she had not recovered from the shock. That had been way too intense for her. "Then take the next 2 days off. You can use the time to prepare for the lessons." "Okay." Chen Lu rested his chin on his hand, studying the girl in front of him, her face red like a little cherry tomato. "I have a feeling you will not listen to me." His expression turned serious. "Liang Jiro, you need to set your priorities straight. If you tutor well, you will earn in 1 hour what you used to make in a whole day." His voice softened, but there was deep sincerity in his words. "Then you will not have to hand out flyers anymore. That job is way too exhausting. And once you get better at tutoring, I will help you find other students. That way, you can quit the hot pot restaurant too. I do not want someone taking advantage of you when I am not around." Even Liang Jiro, as oblivious as she was, could hear the genuine concern in his voice. Especially the last sentence. It hit her heart directly. Tears welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision until everything was indistinct. For the first time, she realized how beautiful it was to have someone who truly cared about her. It was so overwhelming that her tears slipped down, one by one, eventually forming a steady stream. They glistened like delicate gemstones in the air before falling to the ground, shattering into tiny droplets. Throughout her life, she had met countless people who bullied her, but someone who truly worried about her, someone who wanted to protect her, that person had only appeared now. In the blink of an eye, the last day of the May Day holiday arrived, which was also the day Liang Jiro would give her first tutoring lesson. Chen Mo had to return to school at 6 o'clock, so they agreed to move the lesson to the afternoon. Liang Jiro had obediently followed Chen Lu's advice and hadn't gone out to distribute flyers, so she agreed without hesitation. Afternoon. The Chen family sat on the couch, ready to see what kind of person this classmate of Chen Lu's was. However, Wang Xiaoxia had already vaguely guessed who it might be, though she wasn't entirely sure yet. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia were chatting about neighborhood gossip, while Chen Mo showed no signs of nervousness about her soon-to-be teacher. Instead, her eyes were full of curiosity. Clearly, she was far more interested in knowing who this girl was than in the lesson itself. I'll give you all a heads up first, she's extremely shy and doesn't talk much. Try not to ask too many questions later, Chen Lu warned seriously. It was rare for him to speak in such a serious tone, so his parents, understanding their son's personality, both nodded. You didn't even think to go pick her up? Wang Xiaoxia scolded lightly. What kind of friend behaves like that? I offered, but she refused. Chen Lu took a bite of watermelon. She's as stubborn as an ox. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to put in so much effort just to convince her to take the tutoring job. He muttered inwardly, taking his frustration out on the watermelon. His own wallet had taken the biggest hit. Convincing Chen Mo to agree to this arrangement had cost him a good sum. And on top of that, the money for Liang Jiro's tutoring fee would be deducted from his account as well. But, honestly, it still hurt more to spend money buying Chen Mo that necklace. After a while, it's the girl who answered my call, right? Wang Xiaoxia finally couldn't hold back and asked. Yes, I was meeting with her that day to discuss this, Chen Lu admitted straightforwardly. There was nothing left to hide at this point. In fact, he was more curious about how his mother had managed to hold back from asking until now. Wang Xiaoxia nodded in understanding before suddenly saying, I thought you liked Yuqing. You used to follow her around everywhere when you were little. Chen Lu's eyes widened in shock as he turned to glare at Chen Mo, staring her into hurriedly shaking her head. This really wasn't her doing. Seeing his sister's reaction, Chen Lu realized she hadn't snitched. Damn, so the whole family knew he used to like Mo Yuqing. And here he was, thinking he had kept it a secret. He had been careless. The more Chen Mo thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Should she send Mo Yuqing a message and ask what was going on between them? Back when she was a kid, she had really thought that Mo Yuqing would become her sister-in-law. Not only was Mo Yuqing incredibly beautiful, to the point that even she, as a girl, found her stunning, but she had also been very generous, buying Chen Mo gifts worth hundreds of yuan without batting an eye. Chen Mo had always liked her, thinking that if Mo Yuqing really became her sister-in-law, life would be amazing. But now, the home was on the verge of being stolen, and there was no reaction from the other side at all. After thinking it over, she decided to message her brother first. Her curiosity couldn't wait. The two of them sat side by side, having an encrypted conversation on their phones right in front of their parents. Chen Mo, what exactly happened between you and Yuqing? Why did you suddenly stop chasing her? Chen Lu, simple. She doesn't like me. I confessed, and she rejected me. Why would I keep chasing after her? Chen Mo froze for a moment, then slowly put away her phone and silently stared at her expressionless brother. She had never even considered this possibility. She had always thought that Mo Yuqing was just playing hard to get, dragging things out with her brother. After all, she had seen firsthand how much effort her brother had put in over the years. She had never dated anyone in high school because she had never met a guy more devoted than her brother. None of them even came close. But now, she was hearing that Mo Yuqing didn't like him? Was this some kind of joke? Knock, knock. A very light knocking sound echoed through the house. Just as Chen Lu was about to get up, Chen Mo darted to the door in a flash. This startled Liang Jiro, who wasn't mentally prepared yet. Hello? Chen Mo waved energetically, grabbing Liang Jiro's arm and pulling her inside. Liang Jiro had let her long hair down and was wearing freshly cleaned clothes. Without any makeup, she looked naturally stunning. Watching his sister's overly enthusiastic approach, Chen Lu felt utterly speechless. The introduction he had prepared was now completely useless, so he could only proceed with the formalities. Dad, Mom, this is the friend I told you about, Liang Jiro. After introducing her, he turned to the girl, who was so nervous that she had bowed her head deeply, waiting for her to speak. Chen Lu had gone over what she should say beforehand to ensure that, in her nervousness, she wouldn't freeze up completely. She was supposed to greet his parents first, introduce herself, mention her outstanding college entrance exam scores, and finally, state that she was only charging 200 yuan per hour, a total game changer. So even though his sister had disrupted his carefully laid out plan, as long as Liang Jiro followed the script, everything would be fine. Come in and have a seat, Wang Xiaoxia said warmly. Noticing how timid the girl was, she gently took her hand and guided her to the couch. What a lovely name, and such a pretty girl too, Wang Xiaoxia remarked to Chen Guanglin. Hearing this, Liang Jiro became even more anxious, placing her hands neatly on her lap and lowering her head even further. She then suddenly glanced at Chen Lu. Seeing his gentle smile, she mustered all her courage and lifted her head like a fragile sapling straightening up after being watered. Chen Lu noticed her reaction, and his smile grew even brighter. Then, suddenly remembering something, he shot her a look, signaling her to follow the script. Liang Jiro nodded, understanding the cue, and said, "Auntie, uncle, hello. My name is Liang Jiro." In her nervousness, she had completely forgotten that Chen Lu had already introduced her name, and she simply recited the prepared lines like a well-rehearsed speech. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned, while Chen Mo, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked. Wang Xiaoxia paused for a moment, then chuckled, reaching out to affectionately pat Liang Jiro's head. Her eyes were full of warmth. "I know. No one could dislike such a well-mannered and adorable girl." Wang Xiaoxia was no exception. From the moment she had spoken with Liang Jiro on the phone, she had already formed a rough idea of the girl's personality. And now, seeing her in person only confirmed it further. This sweet, naive girl was as pure as a crystal-clear stream. Perhaps there had been girls like her in Wang Xiaoxia's youth, but in today's world, such innocence was truly rare. Most importantly, when she held the girl's hand, she could feel it. Unlike Chen Mo's soft, unblemished hands, Liang Jiro's palms had calluses. It was clear she had done a lot of work. Even though this was their first meeting, Wang Xiaoxia already felt a pang of sympathy for her. "Jiro, are you thirsty? Here, have some watermelon. If you don't like it, there are other options. Would you like to stay for dinner? What do you want to eat? I'll have Lu go buy it for you. Auntie is a pretty good cook, you know." Wang Xiaoxia's hospitality was overwhelming. Chen Mo and Chen Guanglin found it amusing. Only Chen Lu sat there in complete shock. Liang Jiro had somehow infiltrated the enemy camp with unprecedented ease. But, wasn't this a little too much? This was starting to feel like meeting the parents or something. Soon, Liang Jiro couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Chen Lu pitifully, silently pleading for help. This silly girl had even learned how to ask for assistance. Chen Lu quickly changed the subject. "Mom, she's here for a tutoring job. If you keep chatting, that's billable time. You'll have to pay her." No need to count it." Liang Jiro waved her hands in a flustered refusal. "You talk too much. Chen Guanglin, look at your son." Wang Xiaoxia scolded lightly, her opinion of Liang Jiro rising even further. "He's your son," Chen Guanglin countered. "No, he's your son." Chen Lu was being passed around like a hot potato. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat off to the side, laughing like an idiot. Even though she often endured the same treatment, since it wasn't her turn this time, she was thoroughly enjoying the show. As she listened to the joyful laughter filling the room, a faint sadness welled up in Liang Jiro's heart. Ever since her father passed away, it had been so long since she had felt this warmth. Chen Lu instantly noticed her thoughts and quietly picked up a toothpick, skewering a piece of watermelon and handing it to her to distract her. Liang Jiro sniffled, took the watermelon, and accepted it. Then Chen Lu added, "Mom, if you keep talking, Chen Mo is going to miss school." Wang Xiaoxia pointed at her daughter. "Mo, take Jiro to your room." "Okay." Watching as his sister's bedroom door shut, Chen Lu lazily sprawled out on the couch. The hardest part was over. Despite how mischievous she usually was, Chen Mo would never intentionally make things difficult for Liang Jiro. This tutoring job was already in the bag. That child, her family must not be well off, right? Wang Xiaoxia asked quietly, a touch of sorrow in her voice. It was rare to see a girl her age with calloused hands. At least, in Hangchun, it was. Yes, Chen Lu didn't hide the truth and slowly explained Liang Jiro's situation. Hearing how she worked multiple part-time jobs and only dared to order the cheapest meals, Wang Xiaoxia's eyes reddened. This was exactly the kind of upbringing that had shaped her son into the person who had stepped up that night. The room fell silent for a moment. Chen Guanglin remained expressionless. Wang Xiaoxia wiped her eyes and turned to Chen Lu with a solemn expression. "Chen Lu." Chen Lu turned his head, curious about what she was going to say. "If you ever dare to bully her, I will disown you." For the entire lesson, the adults remained in the living room, chatting without disturbing them. 2 hours passed quickly, and the bedroom door finally opened. Chen Lu looked up and saw Chen Mo shamelessly clinging to Liang Jiro's arm. "Sis, how is your English this good? If I had met you earlier, I would have mastered it already." She spoke so loudly that everyone in the living room could hear her. Seeing the satisfied smiles on his parents' faces, Chen Lu smirked to himself. He didn't even know how well Liang Jiro had taught, but just based on Chen Mo's reaction, that necklace was worth it. Despite Liang Jiro repeatedly declining, Wang Xiaoxia didn't press her to stay for dinner. Instead, she called out to Chen Lu, "Lu, take her home." "I was planning to." Chen Lu got up and headed toward the door. "Take your dad's car." "Got it." Chen Lu grabbed the car keys, then glanced over to see Chen Mo still clinging to Liang Jiro. "What's going on? When did you two get so close?" Chen Mo rolled her eyes at him. "None of your business." Then, turning back to Liang Jiro, she hugged her tightly. "Sis, if my brother is threatening you, just blink twice. I swear I'll come rescue you." Ha? No, he treats me very well, Liang Jiro said seriously. Seeing her slightly shy expression, Chen Mo suddenly wished she were a boy. Chen Lu flicked Chen Mo's forehead in annoyance and led Liang Jiro out the door. The door closed gently behind them, and the two stood quietly waiting for the elevator. Liang Jiro held onto her canvas bag, looking a little conflicted. What is it? Chen Lu, sensitive to the girl's emotional shifts, asked. I thought for a long time yesterday but couldn't decide on what to bring. It's my first visit, and I didn't bring anything. Chen Lu couldn't help but laugh. It's no big deal. You're there as a tutor, after all. If you brought gifts, it would really look like you were a bride visiting her in-laws for the first time. He leaned in closer, locking eyes with her. I see how it is. So you're this eager to marry into my family? Liang Jiro quickly turned her face away, her breathing becoming slightly erratic. That's not what I meant. Was my sister behaving? He changed the subject. Yes, she was actually quite serious, Liang Jiro said softly, hoisting her bag onto her shoulder. But she made me chat with her for a long time before she agreed to study. What did you two talk about? She told me not to tell you. Chen Lu frowned in discontent, giving her a stern look. Are we not best friends anymore? The girl nodded slightly. Then are you going to tell me or not? His expression remained serious. Don't be mad. I'll tell you, Liang Jiro panicked and quickly confessed she was asking about us. Before she could finish, Chen Lu placed a finger against her soft lips. Alright, I'm just happy to know you're willing to tell me. As for what you two talked about, that's your little secret. He smiled gently. You don't have to say anything you don't want to. Liang Jiro blinked, a little confused, but there is nothing I wouldn't want to tell you. They arrived at the parking space, and Chen Lu started the car while Liang Jiro obediently sat in the passenger seat. Of course, this was a non-negotiable request from Chen Lu. Like taking care of a child, he reached over, pulling the seatbelt around her chest and buckling it securely. Liang Jiro remained completely still, afraid of making any unintentional physical contact. She only sneaked a few glances at him from time to time. There was something strange about this feeling. Why do you look so nervous? You don't trust my driving? Chen Lu chuckled as he reversed the car. Then, he suddenly froze. Even though the girl was wearing a loose t-shirt, the seatbelt pressed tightly against her chest, accentuating her curves. She shifted slightly in embarrassment, trying to adjust her posture to make it less obvious. Chen Lu cleared his throat. Tell me the location. I'll set the GPS. Let's stop by the supermarket near my house. I need to buy some groceries. All right. Half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of a supermarket. Watching Liang Jiro unbuckle her seatbelt, Chen Lu felt a little conflicted. It had taken them this long by car. How many bus transfers had she needed to take? He had miscalculated. He should have just convinced her to let him pick her up. They entered the supermarket together, with Liang Jiro carrying a shopping basket and checking items on the shelves while Chen Lu followed beside her silently. It felt new to him, like they were running errands as a couple. What's for dinner? Chen Lu asked. The girl thought for a moment. Let's buy some fish. I don't like fish. He shamelessly played along. The unsuspecting girl blinked at him. Then, what do you want to eat? Chen Lu chuckled. I'm just messing with you. I'm not eating at your place. Liang Jiro finally realized she had been tricked. She turned away, continuing her shopping. Chen Lu was always teasing her, but she didn't really mind. She picked out a smaller fish and a few vegetables, intending to prepare a better meal than usual. For every item she picked, Chen Lu would ask how she planned to cook it. She patiently explained each time, never getting annoyed. The two of them continued their back-and-forth conversation as they walked through the store. But ultimately, a supermarket, like a shopping mall, couldn't hold a guy's interest for too long. Chen Lu's attention soon drifted elsewhere. For instance, to the kiddie rides at the supermarket entrance. They might have been childish for elementary school kids, but for university students, they were just right. He stood there watching as children climbed onto the small rides, waiting for Liang Jiro to finish shopping. Before long, she returned, arms full of groceries. Without a word, Chen Lu took the plastic bags from her. Let's go. I'll walk you to the entrance. They had barely taken a few steps when he felt a light nudge on his shoulder. Curious, he turned around. Liang Jiro was holding out a bottle of Pepsi, hesitating slightly before offering it to him. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. She even remembered this? Not only that he liked cola, but which brand he preferred. Thanks. I got you a room temperature one. Just make do with it. Liang Jiro lowered her head, her voice still timid. Your stomach is not in great shape, so drink less cold stuff, okay? I'll listen to you. As they chatted, they walked into a dimly lit alley, where the towering steel buildings blocked most of the sunlight. After passing through, they arrived at an old residential building. Unlike Chen-Lu's home, which had only 2 units per floor, this row of apartments had at least 5 or 6 doors. Just as Chen-Lu was curiously looking around, a loud argument suddenly broke out. "Don't you have a daughter? Tell her to come back and pack your things. Once you're done, you'd better get out of here." "Ma'am, isn't there still more than half a year left on our lease? You can see I can't walk properly. Moving would be too difficult. Can't you make an exception?" "I've already made an exception. I'm refunding the rest of your rent in full and even giving you a few days to move out. What more do you want? This is my house. If I tell you to leave, you leave." A middle-aged woman, slightly overweight with permed hair and sunglasses, was yelling at a frail woman in a wheelchair. In stark contrast to the wealthy-looking landlady, the woman in the wheelchair appeared older, exhausted, and utterly helpless. She could not even stand to argue back. Liang Jiro froze for a moment before rushing forward, with Chen-Lu following close behind. "Mom, what happened?" Liang Jiro gripped her mother's hand, her voice trembling. Feeling her daughter's familiar touch, Xiao Xuanfang snapped back to reality. When she saw the unfamiliar young man standing beside her, she hesitated for a second but still answered, "The landlady is kicking us out." The middle-aged woman shot a glance at the 2 newcomers, her aggressive stance unwavering. "Why are you playing the victim? This is my house. What, just because you've lived here a while, you think it's yours? But our lease isn't up yet. We haven't even had time to find another place," Xiao Xuanfang said helplessly. Chen-Lu, who had been silently listening, frowned and asked, "Do you have a contract?" The landlady flinched slightly at his words. Both Xiao Xuanfang and Liang Jiro seemed startled as well. Clearly, having lived in a rural village for so long, they had little exposure to these matters. To Xiao Xuanfang, signing a rental agreement felt no different from signing her husband's critical condition notice back then. It was just a formality. A contract? Liang Jiro finally remembered something. "Did you sign a lease when you rented this place?" Chen-Lu asked while quietly pushing the wheelchair into the shade. "Yes, we did." Chen-Lu nodded. "Go get it. Who the hell are you? This has nothing to do with you." The middle-aged woman snapped, her voice sharp. Chen-Lu raised an eyebrow and smirked. "That's my mother-in-law. What do you think?" The landlady was momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting to the bag of fish in Chen-Lu's hand, which made her believe him even more. Soon, Liang Jiro came running back out with the contract. Chen-Lu took it from her and carefully examined it. The lease still had more than 6 months left. Judging by the contract's format, it was definitely handled through an agency. Yet, there was no sign of any agent here. Most likely, this woman had found someone willing to pay a higher rent and decided to push out the current tenants, assuming that a mother and daughter like them would be easy to bully. Picking on the weak, absolutely disgusting. Chen-Lu did not even want to imagine what would have happened if naive, timid Liang Jiro had to deal with this alone. "They can move out," he said, still looking at the contract, his expression unreadable. Both Liang Jiro and Xiao Xuanfang were stunned. "Then," he added, "but first, pay the penalty fee. It's stated right here, 30% of the contract price." The landlady's face twisted in anger. "What does a kid like you know?" Chen-Lu remained unfazed, his tone relaxed. "Ma'am, this is exactly what I study. You can take advantage of their lack of knowledge, but trying that with me won't work." He handed the contract to Liang Jiro. "If you're pulling something like this, it means you either don't understand the law, or you just think they're easy to push around. I suggest you think carefully. If you want to make things ugly, we'll play along. But I wouldn't recommend it. My professor is a well-known legal expert in China. There's a good chance that the lawyer you hire might have studied under him." Seeing her hesitation, Chen-Lu softened his tone. "Look, we understand if you want to rent to someone offering a higher price. But we have our own difficulties, too. Life isn't easy for anyone, why not be considerate? If this really goes to court, you'll have to spend money on legal fees, and you might not even win. Is it worth it? You all better be gone once the lease is up. I'm not renting to you ever again." The woman spat out her final words before turning on her heel and storming away, her previous arrogance gone. She had been certain that Xiao Xuanfang and her daughter knew nothing about legal matters, but she had never expected them to have someone more knowledgeable backing them up. And her daughter's fiancé, no less? As the commotion ended, silence returned to the alley, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds. Liang Jiro replayed Chen-Lu's words in her mind. Somehow, they sounded familiar. That night, when he had defended her, he had used the same mix of force and reason. "He's amazing. No wonder I always end up getting talked into things. No wonder I got tricked into wearing that outfit. Wait, did he just call my mom mother-in-law?" Her face instantly turned bright red, like a little tomato, and she lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak. But she still managed to squeeze out a quiet, "Thank you." Are you alright, ma'am? Next time, don't let someone like her push you around. Chen Lu smiled at Xiao Xuanfang. I'm fine, really. Thank you so much. Xiao Xuanfang looked at the young man before her, full of gratitude. As a middle-aged woman who could not even stand on her own, raising a daughter in an unfamiliar city, she could not have felt more powerless in situations like these. It's nothing. Liang Jiro has helped me out plenty of times too. Your name is Chen Lu, right? Xiao Xuanfang asked tentatively. Chen Lu was surprised. You know me, ma'am? She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening. I've heard my daughter mention you quite a lot. You're a good kid. Good. My mom is ready to throw me out any day now. Chen Lu handed the shopping bag to Liang Jiro and said seriously, I'm heading off. If anything happens, call me, I'll be there right away. Liang Jiro looked up at him, wanting to say something to make him stay, but the words got stuck in her throat. Instead, she reached out slightly, almost subconsciously. Stay and have dinner, Xiao Xuanfang said suddenly. Try some of Jiro's cooking. Chen Lu turned back just in time to see her outstretched hand. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, all right. Seeing that Chen Lu had agreed to stay, both mother and daughter were happy, yet at the same time, a little nervous. After all, Chen Lu was the first boy Liang Jiro had ever brought home. And their home was so simple. Some insecurities were deeply ingrained. Liang Jiro opened the door, and Chen Lu immediately stepped forward to push the wheelchair inside. The lighting in the first-floor apartment was poor, making the interior seem a bit dim. The space was extremely small. Just stepping through the door, one could see the tiny living room leading directly to the kitchen. Next to it was the only bedroom. The small door across from the bedroom appeared to lead to the bathroom and shower. Despite the limited space, every corner was spotless, kept meticulously clean by Liang Jiro. Jiro, turn on the fan, Xiao Xuanfang quickly said, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. Chen Lu, have a seat. I hope you do not mind. It must be uncomfortable staying here. Chen Lu was not one to be picky. He casually pulled up a stool and sat next to Xiao Xuanfang, showing not the slightest hint of disdain. Auntie, what are you saying? He got up to help Liang Jiro adjust the fan. We are all just regular people. What is there to be embarrassed about? Afterward, Chen Lu sat with Xiao Xuanfang, chatting with her. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro, worried that Chen Lu might feel too hot, suddenly adjusted the fan to blow in his direction before retreating into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Her face was still burning, and she had not fully recovered. Calling her mother mother-in-law. Talking nonsense again. Yet, when she recalled the way Chen Lu had stood up for her earlier, looking so composed and reliable, her heart warmed. She washed the vegetables even more carefully. Are you and Jiro in the same class? Xiao Xuanfang asked curiously. Technically, I am her senior. I am in my third year, Chen Lu replied seriously. How old are you? 21. Xiao Xuanfang nodded, silently calculating in her mind. 2 years older than Jiro. Feeling a little thirsty, she instinctively tried to move her wheelchair forward to grab the cup of water on the table. But before she could even reach for it, Chen Lu had already picked it up and handed it to her, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He was neither overly flattering nor pretentious. It warmed her heart, yet at the same time, she let out a bitter smile and glanced toward the kitchen. Jiro must have been troubling you a lot. She is a bit stubborn and slow-witted at times. With a deep sigh, Xiao Xuanfang pulled open a drawer and took out an old photograph. She and Chen Lu looked at the image of a much younger Liang Jiro. In the faded picture, the little girl was beaming with joy, her eyes filled with wonder and excitement as if ready to embrace the world. She used to be so lively when she was a child, Xiao Xuanfang murmured. But then her father passed away, and I was left paralyzed. She changed completely overnight. Chen Lu was silent for a moment before saying firmly, she will come out of it. Xiao Xuanfang turned her head and saw only unwavering determination in his eyes. Just then, Chen Lu noticed a handmade bracelet inside the drawer. Curious, he picked it up and examined it. It looked very similar to the one he had at home. She made this when she was little, Xiao Xuanfang said with pride. Really? She is quite skilled. So that kind of thing was popular back then too. It turned out Liang Jiro had one as well. Chen Lu thought about it and realized it was not that surprising. Trends among kids changed every few months. When animated shows featured spinning tops, schools were filled with kids playing with them. When yo-yos became the craze, every recess was spent with students practicing tricks. If someone took a short break from school, they would return to find the whole class obsessed with something new. Chen Lu chuckled at himself for even thinking that the world was that small. He looked toward the kitchen, feeling that simply sitting around was not quite right. Auntie, you rest here. I will go help out. Xiao Xuanfang quickly refused. You are a guest. How can I let you do that? I am not just going to come here once. If I visit more often, I will not be a guest anymore, right? Chenlu put the stool back in place. If you do not let me help, it means you do not want me to come back. Hearing that, Xiao Xuanfang could not bring herself to refuse again. She could only smile as she watched Chenlu walk toward the kitchen. As soon as Chenlu stepped inside, he felt as if he had entered a steam room. The tiny kitchen was extremely cramped, so stifling that he almost found it hard to breathe. The girl had tied her hair into a ponytail and was wearing an apron, fully focused on chopping vegetables, completely unaware that someone had approached her. It was well known that girls in aprons had a unique kind of charm. Her delicate profile left Chenlu momentarily dazed, just like earlier today when she sat in the passenger seat, and when they went grocery shopping together. It gave him a strange feeling, like they were living together. For some reason, it made him want to marry her. What are you making? Chenlu asked as he walked up behind her. Ah! The girl was startled and instinctively stepped back right into Chenlu's embrace. He froze for a moment, feeling how soft she was. She must be incredibly comfortable to hold. Even though her skin was slightly damp with sweat, and a few strands of her hair clung to her flushed cheeks, there was still a faint, pleasant fragrance about her. She even looked a little alluring. Unfortunately, the moment did not last long. Realizing what had happened, Liang Jiro quickly straightened up, her face burning red as she hurriedly fixed her bangs. You took advantage of me again. You will have to make it up to me next time, Chenlu teased with a smirk. To his surprise, the girl suddenly turned around and looked at him with misty eyes, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. You are the one who does not keep his word. Chenlu was intrigued. When did I not keep my word? Before, I only leaned on you for a little while when I fell asleep. But then, when you said you would let me do the same to you, you ended up sleeping against me the whole afternoon. Did you not like it? That is not the point. So, do you want to or not? Liang Jiro turned back to chopping cabbage. A long moment passed before she finally managed to squeeze out a single word. Had Chenlu not been listening carefully, he would have missed it. Want to. That was what she said. Chenlu's heart pounded wildly. This girl, how did she always manage to land critical hits on him? Was she wearing full crit gear or something? He had no choice but to distract himself by helping wash the vegetables. Thank you so much this time, Liang Jiro suddenly said after a while. Oh, come on. This is nothing, Chenlu replied casually, setting the washed vegetables on a plate. To his surprise, her voice suddenly wavered as if she were about to cry. Not just this time, last time too. Thank you. Chenlu let out a quiet sigh and said seriously, I suggest you stop thanking me so much. Liang Jiro lifted her gaze to look at him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Why? Because no matter how many times it happens, I will always stand up for you. Then, he smiled at her gently. If you thank me every time, you are going to wear yourself out. The girl sniffled softly, her blurred vision making it difficult to continue cutting vegetables. You said you do not like fish, so I did not cook any. Is there anything else you would like? I will make it for you. You already washed the cabbage, right? I feel like having stir-fried cabbage. And what else? How about cola chicken wings? Liang Jiro wiped her hands on her apron. I will go buy some chicken wings. Chenlu immediately reached out and stopped her. I was just joking. Whatever you make, I will love it. The girl lifted her head and quietly searched his eyes. Really? Chenlu nodded. Only then did she obediently return to the cutting board. Curiously, she asked, how is it that you always manage to scare people off? Because people are awful, Chenlu replied matter-of-factly. If they think you are easy to bully, they will keep pushing. But if you first show them that you are not someone to mess with, and then give them a way out, as long as they are not determined to make trouble, they will usually take the easy way out and back down. As he spoke, an old memory surfaced in his mind. When I was in elementary school, I was short, and a few troublemakers liked to pick on me. Every time they came at me, I fought back, whether I could win or not. I would just grab one of them and beat them up as hard as I could. After a while, they gave up on me and went to bully people who would not fight back. Liang Jiro listened intently, hoping to learn from his experience. But then, she noticed that Chenlu had suddenly gone quiet halfway through his story. Just as she was about to ask why, she suddenly felt a cool breeze against her skin. Chenlu was standing behind her, fanning her with a small hand fan, his warm breath brushing against her ear. You do not need to think about these things, he murmured softly. I am here for you. Feeling the cool breeze, Liang Jiro felt much less suffocated by the heat. She could not help but wonder what kind of sleeping posture had she been in to have such a dream. She really did not want to wake up. Not at all. Just then, Chenlu's phone suddenly rang, making her tense up. Could it be someone calling him to go back? It's my mom, Chenlu said casually before answering the call. Mom, what's up? How did you manage to get yourself lost while dropping someone off? Wang Xiaoxia said in an annoyed tone. Since they were sitting so close, Liang Jiro could hear the voice coming from the phone. Unconsciously, she gripped the spatula in her hand a little tighter. I forgot to report to the organization, Chen Lu joked. I'm having dinner at her house tonight, requesting approval from the higher-ups. Approved, Wang Xiaoxia replied. I was just about to tell you your dad and I are going out for hot pot, so you'll have to figure out your own dinner. Hearing this, Chen Lu suddenly felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his chest. The girl, on the other hand, simply continued stirring the dish. Chen Lu gazed at her back, recalling the feeling of holding her just moments ago. Before long, several dishes were placed on the table. At Chen Lu's strong insistence, Liang Jiro ended up making the fish into a soup. A bowl of fish soup, a plate of hand-torn cabbage, and braised eggplant. The braised eggplant was made by Chen Lu. For Liang Jiro, this was already considered a very luxurious meal. The three of them sat together at the small dining table. Liang Jiro was growing more and more nervous. She had never imagined herself sitting down with her mother and a boy for dinner. She kept her head lowered, not daring to speak, afraid that Xiao Xuanfang might ask her something. The intimate contact she had secretly shared with Chen Lu earlier in the kitchen, away from her mother's eyes, still left her cheeks tinged with pink. She looked so delicate and bashful that Chen Lu found himself dazed just watching her. Here, auntie, try some of what I made, Chen Lu said. Instead of directly serving her, he simply pushed the plate of food toward her. He was warm but knew how to keep a respectful distance. This kid, Xiao Xuanfang muttered but still smiled joyfully as she picked up a bite to taste. She nodded repeatedly. You even know how to cook? Liang Jiro also sneakily took a bite. Then another. Chen Lu stifled a laugh and said nothing. At that moment, he suddenly found it ridiculous as back then, he had taught himself to cook just to please Mo Yuqing. But was there really a need for that? Here was someone who would enjoy whatever he made, no matter how it turned out. Leaving aside the porridge she had made before, this was the first time Chen Lu had tasted Liang Jiro's cooking. It was truly delicious, and it seemed like she had adjusted the flavors to suit his taste. Clearly, this silly girl had remembered all his preferences from their casual conversations. Eat more, Chen Lu told Liang Jiro. She nodded but soon noticed that Chen Lu had only scooped 2 spoonfuls of fish soup onto his rice. Do you not like fish? She asked. I don't. Why not? Too many bones. Then do you like boneless fish? No, I don't like that either. Liang Jiro was confused. Why? Boneless fish doesn't taste good. Liang Jiro had never felt so speechless in her life. Xiao Xuanfang watched the two of them bicker playfully, a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. This was the kind of life her daughter was supposed to have. Liang Jiro had been trapped in silence for far too long. At this age, she should be falling in love, joking around with boys, and experiencing the sweet, youthful moments of life. And, the more she looked at Chen Lu, the more she liked this boy. Especially when she recalled how, during his confrontation with that middle-aged landlady earlier, he had discreetly pushed her into the shade. That was not an act. It was simply part of his nature, kindness that came as naturally as breathing. Chen Lu felt like he was eating quite quickly, yet somehow, his bowl was never empty. Looking up, he caught sight of Liang Jiro adding more food to his bowl. The girl hesitated for a moment upon meeting his gaze, then continued as if nothing had happened, quietly placing more food on his plate. You should eat too, Chen Lu sighed helplessly. This silly girl had been too focused on making sure he was eating well, her own bowl of rice had barely been touched. At this moment, Liang Jiro was as stubborn as a little calf, continuously serving Chen Lu more food and refilling his soup. Every time Chen Lu tried to refuse, he would see the girl blinking at him with those big eyes, her hand hovering midair, and his heart would instantly soften. Something was not right. Was this silly girl starting to figure out his weaknesses? After a while, Chen Lu truly could not eat anymore and quickly stopped Liang Jiro from treating him like a pig she was fattening up. In the cafeteria, he could tease her as much as he wanted, but here, in front of her mother, this was her home turf. Do you not like my cooking? Liang Jiro asked. I do. I wish I could eat it every day. Chen Lu blurted it out without thinking. Then just marry her, Xiao Xuanfang chuckled. You two wouldn't even have to worry about taking care of me. I can manage on my own. Mom! Liang Jiro panicked. Chen Lu laughed along with Xiao Xuanfang but soon grew more serious, half-jokingly saying, Auntie, you cannot exclude yourself from the equation. If you are happy, then your daughter will be happy too. She is a good girl, after all, right? He spoke in a way that Liang Jiro would not fully understand, subtly advising Xiao Xuanfang. That is true. My daughter is wonderful, Xiao Xuanfang said proudly, glancing at her daughter, who had lowered her head in embarrassment, and once again dismissed the thought she should not have. Lu, are you preparing for an internship soon, or are you planning to go to graduate school? Xiao Xuanfan suddenly remembered and asked. Chen Lu thought for a moment. I am not sure yet. I feel a bit lost. He glanced at Liang Zhiro and smiled bitterly. I wasted too much time before and never really thought about my future. Although Xiao Xuanfan's face was weary, her smile was gentle. It is okay. You are still young. Chen Lu's lips curved slightly, but he did not comment. His classmates were already preparing, some were studying for graduate school, some were looking for jobs, others were starting businesses. He could not afford to wait any longer. Yes, he was still young, but if he wanted to keep living carefree, that time had already passed. Thinking about this, an inexplicable sense of worry welled up in his heart. The waves of life were crashing toward him, yet he still felt unprepared. After finishing dinner and washing the dishes, they chatted for a while longer, and soon, it was close to 9 p.m. Chen Lu did not know why he had lingered for so long, but before his mother could call him, he quickly got up to leave. Liang Zhiro followed him outside, seeing him off, refusing to go back even when urged. The alley that had been pitch dark earlier was now lit by rows of streetlights. The soft white glow illuminated the uneven road, casting long shadows of the two of them. They walked side by side, their pace slow. Neither spoke. Are you unhappy? Liang Zhiro pursed her lips, gathering the courage to ask. At the same time, she wondered if she had done something to upset Chen Lu. Chen Lu feigned surprise and looked at her. You could tell? Do you want some candy? She asked. Yes. Chen Lu unwrapped a fruit candy and put it in his mouth, savoring the sweetness. He pressed the candy under his tongue and imitated the tone of a child. I am not unhappy. I am just not ready to grow up yet. This time, Liang Zhiro understood. You do not have to worry. You are really capable. And also what? Chen Lu turned to look at her. Also, I will be with you. Silence fell again. Liang Zhiro found it strange. Chen Lu was taller than her, yet she never felt like she had to catch up to him. So, she deliberately slowed her pace. Chen Lu still walked beside her. She slowed down a little more. Chen Lu still did not move ahead but remained just slightly behind her. Why do you always walk a little slower than me? Liang Zhiro loved asking Chen Lu all sorts of random questions because he always seemed to know the answers and was willing to tell her. Even when he playfully tricked her with nonsense, she found it amusing. So that I can always keep you in my sight, Chen Lu said gently, stopping in his tracks. It is easier to handle any unexpected situations that way. I will stop here. Go inside now. Only when the boy's figure completely disappeared under the streetlight did Liang Zhiro finally turn around and head home, reluctant to leave. Early the next morning, Chen Lu returned to school and headed to the drama club to meet Liang Zhiro and enjoy his exclusive breakfast. He suddenly realized that he had been seeing this silly girl more and more often lately, and he quite liked it. But today was different. Lin Nyamyo was also there. I had only been home for 2 days, and my mom was already itching to kick me out. Can you believe that? Lin Nyamyo complained, puffing up her cheeks. Before the holiday, she was calling me every day, practically begging me to come home. But the moment I got back, she started getting annoyed with me. If I looked at my phone, she would say I was always on my phone. If I watched TV, she would say I was glued to the screen. So I thought, fine, I will do some chores. But then she said I was not cleaning the floor properly. I was going crazy. Just wait and see, before summer break, she will start saying how much she misses me again. Then she will keep asking when I am coming home, and when I do, she will just start nagging me all over again, and the cycle continues. Chen Lu quietly drank his porridge, listening to her vent. Liang Zhiro did not know how to comfort her, so she simply held her hand gently. Oh, come on, that is nothing, Chen Lu said, finishing his porridge and looking at Lin Nyamyo with disdain. Lin Nyamyo glared at him. What the hell? How could he be so heartless? There was no way anyone had it worse than her. But then, Chen Lu slowly spoke in the tone of an experienced elder. This is just the life of a college student. You will get used to it. Before the holiday, my mom was also constantly calling me, rushing me to come home. So, early in the morning on the first day of break, I went back, all excited. And guess what I saw? My parents had just packed their suitcases, ready to go on vacation. He clapped his hands together and then slowly spread them apart. Without me. Lin Nyamyo burst into laughter, and even Liang Zhiro stared at him in surprise, clearly not expecting such a thing. Your sadness did not disappear, it just transferred onto your face, Lin Nyamyo chuckled. Seeing someone more miserable than her instantly lifted her mood. Happiness really did come from other people's misfortune. As she laughed, she suddenly noticed Chen Lu reaching out his right hand to Liang Zhiro, his expression sincere as he softly asked, I need comfort too. Can you hold my hand? Slap. Before Liang Zhiro could respond, Lin Nyamyo smacked his hand away. Liang Zhiro glanced at Chen Lu, who was now shaking his hand in pain, and pressed her lips together slightly. Lin Miao immediately noticed and gasped in shock. "Oh my god, you are actually feeling bad for him?" She then turned to glare at Chen Lu. "What kind of spell did you put on my Jiro? She is mine. You cannot do this." Chen Lu shrugged. "I advise you to stay out of this. You shameless pair. I am going to lose my mind." After hanging out for a while longer, Chen Lu went off to class. His school had thoughtfully arranged an entrepreneurship course for third-year students. It involved lectures, group projects, and even a final presentation. They claimed it was voluntary, but attendance was mandatory. Very ironic. By evening, as darkness gradually took over the sky, the sweltering heat had finally eased into a cool, damp breeze. With the rising temperatures, the buzzing of insects grew louder, filling the air with restless noise. It made people feel agitated for no reason. Chen Lu spent some time at the drama club, only returning to his dorm after nightfall. The moment he stepped inside, Li Xinian leaned over and muttered, "Boss is drunk." "Drunk? Why?" Chen Lu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Chao, who was slumped back in his chair, looking utterly miserable. Li Xinian sighed. "What else?" He started talking about how his dad forced him to change his major again. This had always been a sore spot for Jiang Chao. Given that his father was a bureau chief, paving a path for his son's future was only natural. But in doing so, he completely ignored what Jiang Chao actually wanted. "You are good at handling these things. Go and cheer him up." Li Xinian nudged Chen Lu. Chen Lu shrugged. How was he supposed to do that? Was there a chance that he, too, had chosen this major just to chase after Mo Yuqing? But since he had nothing better to do, and he was sure Jiang Chao was not actually that serious, he sat down to chat. "Boss, what do you really want to do?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "What was your original dream?" "I want to start my own business. Make video games," Jiang Chao declared. Chen Lu pretended to nod seriously, playing along. Games, first and foremost, are a product before they can be considered the ninth art. Since it is a product, it has a market. "Have you researched the market?" Jiang Chao, looking slightly more awake, responded, "I am researching. As long as you've played enough games, you already understand the industry to some extent. Domestic mobile games have a siphoning effect. Even industry professionals may not know much more than you do," Chen Lu said with a light chuckle. "So you're saying I should start with mobile games?" Jiang Chao sat up straight, growing more interested. Chen Lu shook his head. "No, start with WeChat mini-games. Whether your studio is just getting started as practice or you're aiming for your first pot of gold, it's a good fit. Short development cycles, quick returns, and most importantly, low investment costs. If it turns out to be unfeasible, disbanding the team won't be much of a loss. But if you realize your studio actually has potential, you can always move on to bigger projects later." "What kind of game should I make?" Jiang Chao continued asking. Chen Lu thought for a moment. "There's one genre that meets all your needs. It doesn't require much investment or a large development team, and as long as you can make it fun, you're good to go." "What is it?" Chen Lu opened a well-known gaming platform, pointed at the computer screen, and said, "Roguelike." Jiang Chao's eyes widened as if he were Liu Bei listening to Zhuge Liang's strategic counsel. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Lu's arm. "Chen Lu, you've got the brains, everyone knows that. You don't need to invest any money or take on any risks. As long as you join, I'll sell my car and scrape together more funds, and we'll go all in on this. You'll be the brains behind it all. If you join, you'll be a partner, a major stakeholder." Jiang Chao took another swig of beer and continued, "Selling my car won't even make my old man say anything. Just take this as you humoring me, okay? If we fail, I'll go back and follow my dad's plans for me." Seeing Chen Lu remain silent, he kept pushing. "You've seen The Wandering Earth, right? Guofan is my idol. I want to take a risk like he did. He has his sci-fi dream, and I want to make my own game." Chen Lu was stunned. He hadn't expected Jiang Chao to take his words so seriously. He sighed helplessly. "Are you sure you believe in this idea? Or do you think I'm the reincarnation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang?" He couldn't let Jiang Chao take this too seriously. After all, his perspective on the market was just one viewpoint. Besides, Jiang Chao's approach was still too naive. Chasing dreams wasn't the problem was blindly trusting that no one would be greedy, that you could just pull someone in without financial investment and let them take a share of the profits. Even if that person was himself. Most people in his position would have agreed without hesitation. After all, it was a no-risk investment. If they made money, it was pure profit, and if Jiang Chao ended up losing everything, they could just walk away like nothing happened. But Chen Lu wasn't that kind of person. Jiang Chao continued staring at him expectantly. Chen Lu sighed, "I'll think about it. Maybe by the time you sober up, you'll have second thoughts." Only then did Jiang Chao finally let go. Chen Lu watched his friend, who was still full of fighting spirit, feeling a bit conflicted. For him, a simple, routine life was the best kind of life. Just then, Jiang Chao suddenly pushed the door open and walked out. "Where are you going?" Chen Lu asked. Taking the first step, Jiang Chao muttered. Li Xinian immediately ran after him but was shoved back inside. He turned to Chen Lu and complained, "What the hell is up with him? Why is he acting on impulse like this?" "I think he's been thinking about this for a long time," Chen Lu said seriously, still looking toward the door. "Hasn't he been talking about how his dad forced him to change his major since freshman year? But isn't this too much of a leap? If he said he wanted to open a law firm, I wouldn't even be this surprised." Li Xinian smacked his lips. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh yeah. Now that you mention it, I do recall he's been researching this stuff for a while now." Chen Lu nodded. With his level of determination, he just might pull it off. Li Xinian didn't argue and instead started talking about his own plans. "I don't have such big dreams. I'm planning to take the civil service exam." "Sounds good," Chen Lu replied before lying back on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A law student starting a game studio? Absolutely wild. But this also sent him a signal. It was almost time for him to make his own choice about the future. The dormitory soon fell into silence. The lingering scent of alcohol filled the air as Chen Lu continued staring at the ceiling. Although his university was a prestigious one, when it came to the choice between graduate school or internships, no student was free from pressure. He wanted to live an easygoing life like Li Xinian, but he also wanted to take a gamble while he was still young, just like Jiang Chao. Choosing one path meant inevitably missing out on the scenery along the other. That was life. You could never truly predict whether the road you chose would be smooth or what awaited you ahead. And because of that uncertainty, he found himself hesitating, wavering between choices, until he lost the courage to move forward. "I'll be with you." The girl's naive yet sincere words suddenly echoed in his mind. Chen Lu slowly picked up his phone and sent a message to Liang Zhiro. "Chen Lu, what are you doing?" This straightforward question had become his go-to way of starting conversations with her. Liang Zhiro always answered honestly, telling him exactly what she was up to. She also enjoyed sharing these little details with him, but this time, she didn't reply as quickly as usual. Lu Yan was driving Jiang Chao's car, taking him to his friend's place. She knew where his pain lay, so she let him be when he drank, agreeing to take him wherever he wanted without hesitation. Half conscious from the alcohol, Jiang Chao stirred from the bumps on the road. "Where are we going?" Lu Yan found his confusion amusing. "Where do you think? You told me to drop you off at your friend's place." "Oh," Jiang Chao turned away, gazing at the scenery flashing past the window. One car after another sped by, and in the distance, the towering office buildings remained brightly lit. People in the 21st century never seemed to rest at 9 o'clock at night, so this was what life without freedom felt like. Staring into the night, his expression turned unusually serious. "I want to take a gamble." "You already said that," Lu Yan replied, her voice filled with affection. Jiang Chao hesitated, resting his head against the window. "If I really go through with this, I might end up cutting ties with my family. And once I sell this car, I'll have nothing left. Would you still want me then?" Lu Yan gently turned the steering wheel, playfully clicking her tongue. "I actually dislike this version of you more." The Jiang Chao I fell for would never hesitate like this. Jiang Chao looked at his own reflection in the car window and smirked. The gloom on his face faded slightly. "Oh, and I also disliked the old you," Lu Yan added. "If you ever go back to fooling around like you did before we met, I'll break your legs." "Damn. I guess I'm stuck with you." He sat in the passenger seat, casually chatting with Lu Yan, completely unaware that someone was sitting in the back. Mo Yuqing listened to their playful banter, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy. When Jiang Chao needed Lu Yan, she was always there for him. But when she needed Chen Lu, she realized she had pushed him away with her own hands. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Yan caught sight of Mo Yuqing's conflicted expression. Mo Yuqing also shot her a glance. Lu Yan sighed. "By the way, has Chen Lu been spending a lot of time with a girl recently?" "Yeah. How did they meet?" she asked again. Jiang Chao thought for a moment before recalling. "It was the night your dear best friend rejected his confession. Our whole dorm went out drinking with him, and that girl was working as a waitress at the hot pot place we went to. Some guys were giving her trouble, and you know how Chen Lu is, he immediately stepped in and shut them down. The more he spoke, the more proud he seemed, as if bragging about his own friend. Then, when we left, the girl happened to be heading home too. Chen Lu noticed she had burned herself but hadn't treated the wound, so he ran after her. And on the way home, he gave her his jacket. Turns out she's also a student at our university, so she later looked for him to return the jacket. One thing led to another, and they just started getting closer. Lu Yen didn't say anything, only nodded silently while sneaking glances at Mo Yuqing's reaction through the mirror. Mo Yuqing bit her lower lip. The once proud look in her eyes was now filled with sorrow. "What do you think of that girl?" Lu Yen asked. Not familiar with her, Jiang Chao admitted. He thought back to the shy girl at the hot pot place and added, "She seems really introverted. So much so that Chen Lu hasn't even introduced her to us yet. A girl like that, meeting someone like Chen Lu, she's lucky." Then again, I'd say Chen Lu is lucky to have met her at this point in his life. They all knew what this point meant, so Jiang Chao didn't elaborate, and neither of the girls asked, "How's it going between them?" Jiang Chao rolled his eyes. "You don't have to ask on behalf of your best friend. The emperor is never in a hurry, but the eunuch always is. What if the emperor does get anxious?" Jiang Chao hesitated. "If the emperor gets anxious, well, then, he might as well hang himself from a crooked tree. Look at history, when emperors finally panic, it means things are truly beyond saving. As long as the fire isn't at their doorstep, they only focus on indulging in their pleasures. They're never really in a rush." After a moment of silence, the car arrived at its destination, and Jiang Chao got out. Lu Yen didn't start driving immediately. Instead, she quietly listened to the sound of the car door opening and closing, watching as Mo Yuqing slowly moved to the front seat. No words were exchanged. "If you want to cry, just do it," Lu Yen said, hands still on the wheel, watching Jiang Chao disappear into the distance with the help of his friend. "I'll cry later," Mo Yuqing muttered. "What do you mean?" Lu Yen turned to look at her in confusion. Mo Yuqing didn't answer. She pulled out her phone and opened her chat with Chen Lu. It had been over 10 days since either of them had messaged the other. Taking a deep breath, she hesitated for a moment before typing. "My mom told me a few days ago that she was coming back from abroad. But when I got home, I realized she had lied to me. I was really upset at that moment." She used the same tone she used to complain to Chen Lu in the past. For the two of them, the meaning behind her words was clear. "At that moment, I was really upset, but you weren't there for me." After all, ever since she was a child, Mo Yuqing had cried to Chen Lu countless times about her parents, venting her frustrations. And Chen Lu had always been there, always coming to her whenever she needed. Sure enough, just as she expected, this time, he did not reply immediately. "So, the dream about you really is coming to an end." She waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no response. For the first time, she felt just how painfully long 10 minutes could be. This anxious waiting was torturous, making her restless. She was in a daze, unable to stop herself from imagining how Chen Lu must have felt all those times he waited for her reply. Another half hour passed, yet Chen Lu still ignored her. Tears finally slipped down Mo Yuqing's cheeks. She sniffled and sent him another message. "If you keep ignoring me, I'll tell your mom. I'll tell her that you bullied me and that it was actually you who lost her platinum necklace." She was deliberately using the same playful tone they used in the past, even bringing up an old memory they once shared. This was the first time she had ever spoken to Chen Lu so cautiously, so deliberately. This time, he finally replied. But no matter how hard she tried to recreate their old conversations, Chen Lu was no longer the same as before. His words were cold, piercing straight into her heart. "Let's just live our own lives like we have been these past few days. Let's let each other go." A moment later, another message arrived. "I'm really tired. I just want to forget you." Mo Yuqing stared blankly at her phone, almost forgetting to breathe for a moment. She wasn't the only one stunned. Lu Yen, who had been watching from the side, was also momentarily at a loss for words. The contrast between this Chen Lu and the devoted, affectionate one from before was too jarring. It was hard to imagine just how deeply he must have been hurt. But Mo Yuqing was still unwilling to accept this. She continued typing. "Why? We used to be so close." 10 minutes later, her screen lit up again. Mo Yuqing wiped her tears away, her slender fingers trembling. She was even more nervous than when checking her exam results. "You said it yourself, used to be." The car fell into a long, suffocating silence. The only sound that broke it was the engine starting up again. But even then, the quiet sobs in the passenger seat did not stop. Mo Yuqing's mind was flooded with countless memories. Memories she had long buried suddenly resurfaced, rushing back into her consciousness. Tears blurred her vision. She looked just like a child who had made a mistake, both regretful and afraid. She truly regretted it. And she was truly afraid. 1 hour later, Chen Lu was still staring at the chat screen, lost in thought. He silently read over Mo Yuqing's final message. "Good night." After a long moment of contemplation, he let out a helpless chuckle. "How ironic. Now that I have finally given up, you're the one chasing after me. I used to love you so much. But now, just let me go." At that moment, his phone vibrated again. He He rubbed his tired eyes and checked the screen. Liang Jiro, sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier. I felt like you might be getting tired of kanji, so I made some steamed buns for you. If you ever get sick of anything, just let me know and I'll switch it up, but you can't skip breakfast. Chenlu smiled, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. He lightly tapped the screen and replied, okay. Early the next morning, a sober Jiang Chao returned to the dorm, rubbing his sore waist. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a shocking sight. All the beer he had left in the dorm was now just a pile of empty bottles. What the hell? Where's all my beer? It was all drunk by Chenlu. Fuck, Chenlu, why the hell did you drink so much? Jiang Chao cursed. Chenlu slowly sat up, shook his head a little, and threw the question right back at him. Why did you drink so much yesterday? Jiang Chao froze. I was in a bad mood. I was in a bad mood too. Hearing this, Jiang Chao had initially wanted to drag him down from the bed and let him experience what real suffering felt like, but when he saw the heavy expression on Chenlu's face, he gave up. All he could do was scratch his head curiously and sit back down on his bed. The dormitory curtains were still drawn, with only a few streaks of morning light slipping through the gaps and casting patches of brightness on the floor. Jiang Chao silently stared at the scattered light spots, lost in his own thoughts. Chenlu picked up his phone and exchanged morning greetings with Liang Jiro, also casually asking what kind of filling was in the buns she had made. Then, he noticed something unusual. Mo Yuqing had also sent him a good morning. He thought about it for a second and decided to ignore it. To say he had completely let go? After growing up together and having liked her for so many years, it was impossible to just let go overnight. But to say he wanted things to go back to how they were? That was even more impossible. Thinking back, some people get tired after being together for 7 years. And yet, he had chased after her for 7 years. That was ridiculous. Hey, have you made up your mind or not? I'm not trying to get you to work for me. You don't have to overthink it. Jiang Chao interrupted his thoughts. If you don't like the idea of working under me, then fine, I'll work with you. But if we do it that way, you'll have to invest some money, otherwise, the others won't be able to accept it. After all, if everyone else was joining because of Jiang Chao, and Chenlu wasn't coding or doing art, yet still held the same status as the biggest investor, that wouldn't sit right with the team. Jiang Chao himself might not care, but others definitely would, and that would tear the group apart. Even though he seemed like a reckless kid dragging Chenlu into his grand scheme, deep down, Jiang Chao understood everything perfectly. Chenlu stared at him in shock. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he finally spoke. Holy shit, you're actually serious about this? Serious, Jiang Chao met his gaze with unwavering determination. I'll think about it, Chenlu replied. What the hell are you afraid of? Jiang Chao scanned the dorm to make sure they were alone before continuing. Out of everyone in the past few years, you're the one I trust the most. Do you not trust me? Chenlu did trust him. Back when his account got hacked, and the scammer sent messages asking for money, Jiang Chao had rushed over in person, panting, holding a bank card, saying there were 50,000 yuan in it, money he had just asked his dad for. If you called him stupid, well, he had insisted on handing the money over in person. If you called him smart, well, he actually believed it. Chenlu remained silent. Jiang Chao slapped his thigh and lay down on the bed. Fine, I'll just have to invite you 3 times like Zhuge Liang. I swear I'll drag you into this, you damn strategist. I don't trust myself, that's all. Why are you so desperate to rope me in? Chenlu asked, genuinely curious. What do you mean trick you? It's because I trust you, Jiang Chao said seriously. You're the only one who doesn't see your own strengths. I even talked to my girlfriend about it, and she has no objections. You really know more than the rest of us. You just spent too many years lowering yourself for Mo Yuqing. His voice turned stern. You need to lift your head and see yourself for who you are. Got it. Chenlu nodded and continued packing his things to head out. You've seen American Dreams in China, right? He pulled open the door, smirking. Yeah, why? Never start a business with your best friend, Chenlu joked as he stepped outside. As the door shut, Jiang Chao couldn't hold back and cursed, fuck you. I'm waiting for you. Chenlu arrived at the sports field to watch the drama club's final rehearsal. Tomorrow was the university's anniversary celebration. They had a full day of practice followed by a stage rehearsal in the evening. His opinion of these socially anxious weirdos had changed somewhat. At the very least, they were a group of socially anxious weirdos with dreams. Since the school didn't have extra rehearsal space, they were practicing under the scorching sun. By the time Chenlu arrived, Liang Jiro had already been waiting for a long time, which surprised him. This was probably the first time he was the one running late. Maybe because it was the final day of rehearsals, Liang Jiro wasn't standing in the same spot as usual. Instead, she had moved closer to the front, quietly watching the performance. Lin Miaomiao stood beside her, smiling in satisfaction. When Liang Jiro spotted Chen Lu, she immediately ran up to him and handed him the breakfast she had brought. But as she got closer, she caught a whiff of alcohol and frowned. You should drink less from now on, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she had instinctively grabbed Chen Lu's arm. Embarrassed, she quickly let go. Even though she was shy, she didn't step back. She stubbornly stood her ground, looking at Chen Lu with anticipation, waiting for his answer. All right, Chen Lu found it amusing and agreed with a smile. This little fool, so shy she could barely look at him, yet still forcing herself to stand her ground, was ridiculously cute. Hearing his response, Liang Jiro quickly lowered her head, feeling her face grow hot. After that, Chen Lu ate his breakfast while watching the drama club rehearse with Liang Jiro. He was surprised. Their performance was actually getting pretty decent. Even just their delivery of lines far surpassed that of many young actors on screen. You could tell from Liang Jiro's focused gaze that she was impressed. After running through a full rehearsal, a bespectacled guy enthusiastically approached Chen Lu. Despite his new hairstyle and traditional Chinese outfit, Chen Lu recognized him. He was the one who had written the script. Your look is quite something, Chen Lu joked. The guy chuckled but hesitated when he noticed Liang Jiro clinging to Chen Lu with her head lowered. In the end, he decided not to greet her and instead said, Senior, you have to come watch tomorrow. Technically, you contributed to this too. Chen Lu was puzzled. What does this have to do with me? The script. We lacked experience and weren't thorough in our historical research, but after revising it with you, even our advisor was impressed. Clearly, for someone passionate about their craft, this was a big deal. The guy beamed with pride. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Lu noticed Liang Jiro looking up at him with admiration, as if she were proud on his behalf. He smiled. All right, great. I'll get back to rehearsing then. Watching these people sweat for their dreams, Chen Lu quietly thought about what Zhang Chao had said. Liang Jiro, he called softly. She immediately turned to him, ready to listen. She didn't ask what he needed, she just patiently waited. Could it be that I actually have a lot of strengths? Chen Lu asked seriously. Liang Jiro nodded lightly, her voice soft but firm. A lot. She couldn't bring herself to keep looking at him. But her words were absolutely sincere. That was truly what she believed. Chen Lu, the one who had stepped up to help her twice, the one who had told her, I'm here for you. To her, he was the most amazing person in the world. Chen Lu couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard that. Looking at the girl's serious expression, he teased, so I'm actually that amazing? He wasn't sure if this little fool was just trying to comfort him. But his mood suddenly improved quite a bit. A thought crossed his mind, and he smirked at her. Oh right, today is Saturday. You should be heading to your tutoring session, Teacher Liang. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaxia were very pleased with this girl, so her part-time job had been smoothly finalized. However, they were quite shocked at the rate of 200 yuan per hour. They weren't the type to take advantage of others and wanted to pay her the standard fee. But Chen Lu refused. He thought to himself that these two had no idea what boiling a frog slowly meant. If they gave her too much money up front, not only would it put unnecessary pressure on Liang Jiro, but it might even scare this little fool away. She had never earned that much before. Hearing him call her Teacher Liang felt strange to the girl, though she couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with it. Since she couldn't make sense of it, she simply nodded slightly. I'll drive you there and pick you up afterward, Chen Lu said as he sent a message to Zhang Chao, asking to borrow his Mercedes E300. Within seconds, he got an okay in response. Liang Jiro quickly said, that's too much trouble. I can just. But when she saw Chen Lu's indifferent expression, as if daring her to argue, the words got stuck in her throat. Reality had already proven multiple times that trying to insist on her own way in front of Chen Lu was pointless. The girl could only go along with it. After all, even if she refused now, he would find a way to talk her into it later. Might as well just agree from the start. Seeing her compliance, Chen Lu smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. Experts recommend that you resist less. Otherwise, the more you resist, the more excited I get. The girl's petite frame shivered slightly, her ears turning bright red as she looked at him with a hint of grievance. You're bullying me again. Chen Lu was pleased and turned back to continue watching the rehearsal. The guy who had come over to greet him earlier had already died in the play. A girl was now holding his corpse, crying bitterly. Impressive. Even willing to write himself off like that. You turn bad when you drink, Liang Jiro stated seriously, her voice soft and sweet. Chen Lu found it amusing. He was pretty sure he had already sobered up. Turned bad? After thinking for a moment, he deliberately asked in a calm tone, so, do you like the me from before, or the me now? I like Realizing too late that she had fallen into his trap, Liang Jiro abruptly stopped speaking, her bright eyes staring at him in frustration. She wanted to be mad, but she just couldn't. Yet pretending nothing had happened felt like letting him take advantage of her for nothing. So she turned her head away, which took quite a bit of effort. At least an hour. She wouldn't talk to him for an hour. No, half an hour. Shen Lu didn't seem to be in a great mood. Maybe 10 minutes would be enough? What if ignoring him made him feel even worse? She hesitated. Just then, Shen Lu spoke again. You never fight back when people pick on you. If you never learn how to, I'll just keep bullying you. The girl turned back and pretended to suddenly understand. Oh, I see. She didn't want to learn how to fight back. Because as long as she never learned, she could stay by Chen Lu's side forever. She didn't know why, but that was just how she felt. Chen Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that getting Liang Jiro to lift her head and stand tall was going to be a long journey. That evening, after dropping off Liang Jiro, Chen Lu settled onto the couch with his laptop. His eyes were glued to the screen, scanning the latest news in the gaming industry. He still hadn't decided whether to accept Zhang Chao's offer, but as a friend, he was willing to take some time to learn more. Meanwhile, in the study, Chen Mo and Liang Jiro sat side by side at the desk. Chen Mo was restless, spinning her pen, checking if her favorite web novel had updated. In contrast, Liang Jiro was completely focused on her carefully prepared lesson plan. She took this tutoring job very seriously. If it had been any other tutor, they would have had no chance of keeping this little devil in line. But Liang Jiro's earnest and diligent attitude made Chen Mo feel a little guilty about slacking off. After all, Liang Jiro had filled 2 entire sheets of paper with notes just for this one lesson, afraid that she might get nervous and forget something, wasting the session. Seeing the neat, beautiful handwriting covering the A4 pages, Chen Mo realized that slacking off too much would be rude. It was a case of one thing suppressing another. After going over the plan for the day, Liang Jiro looked up. Finish the set of grammar exercises first, and then I'll help you review the concepts. Before she could finish, Chen Mo quickly changed the subject. Big sis, your school has its anniversary celebration tomorrow, right? My night classes end early, so I'll come watch the performance. We're allowed to leave early for special events. Liang Jiro was curious. Each class had only been given 5 tickets for spectators, and even she had to ask Lin Miaomio for hers. How are you going to get in? As she spoke, she automatically started tidying up Chen Mo's books. At first, Chen Mo had felt too guilty to accept her help and kept refusing. But Liang Jiro would still quietly straighten things up from time to time. Eventually, Chen Mo gave up resisting. Her only rule was that Liang Jiro couldn't help clean her room. She might not have much of a conscience, but if her tutor was not only teaching her but also tidying up for her, she would feel way too guilty. She still couldn't figure out where her brother had found such a gentle and capable girl. No, she had to make sure this girl became her sister-in-law. Professor Yu at Yuhang University is my dad. Didn't my brother ever tell you? Chen Mo blinked, surprised. She had assumed Liang Jiro already knew. Liang Jiro froze. She wasn't sure if Chen Lu had technically told her or not. Back when he had dinner at her house, her mother had asked what his parents did. Chen Lu had simply said, "My dad is just an ordinary teacher." Who would have thought that ordinary teacher meant a university professor? But even someone as naive as her could sense the subtle warmth behind his words. After a brief silence, she said, "Then come find me tomorrow night. But only if you finish all your work ahead of schedule." Deal. Chen Mo barely held back a victorious grin and nodded eagerly. Even if she had to do twice the usual exercises, it would be no problem. She had been slacking off on purpose, giving Liang Jiro the impression that her pace was naturally slow. Many people ended up working overtime simply because they were too efficient, giving their boss the impression that they had untapped potential. But in reality, the best strategy was to appear diligent while only finishing work right before the deadline. She didn't know if this was something inherited, but she and her brother were the same, both sly in their own way. Finally, after weeks of preparation, the long-awaited university anniversary celebration had arrived. The next afternoon, the school gates were now fully open, allowing many visitors to come and explore. Some were simply curious, treating the campus like a park as they wandered around, taking in the lively atmosphere and occasionally stealing glances at the youthful female students. Most, however, were parents bringing their children, hoping to inspire them with dreams of studying here and motivating them to work harder once they got home. Of course, this rarely worked. But the school was more than happy to use it as a form of promotion. Chen Lu was hanging out with the drama club members. After spending so much time with them, he had naturally grown somewhat attached and was there to cheer them on. Unlike usual, Liang Jiro looked a little tense. When Chen Lu had gone to check, all 5 audience spots allocated to his class had already been reserved. The news surprised him. Just a moment ago, he had been saying how he wouldn't be caught dead at such events. He had always been against the way counselors force students to attend these school performances just to fill the audience. He couldn't, for the life of him, figure out why the tickets were in such high demand this time. Liang Jiro, on the other hand, was caught in a dilemma, silently twisting her fingers in thought. As Lin Miaomiao's close friend, she was definitely going to watch the drama club's performance. But if Chen Lu couldn't go, she didn't want to leave him all alone. However, Chen Lu acted as if nothing had happened, joking around with the socially awkward drama club members. After finishing his conversation, he turned and noticed Liang Jiro's downcast expression. He could roughly guess what was on this little fool's mind, and a warmth spread in his chest. Why the long face? Because I cannot go? Chen Lu leaned in and asked. The girl let out a soft her voice low. The fact that Chen Lu couldn't come was one thing, but what worried her more was how indifferent he seemed. It made her anxious. Did he not really want to go with her? You're such an idiot, Chen Lu playfully scolded. If I wasn't worried about it, it means I have my own way in. Why don't you just talk to your classmates? Lin Miaomiao walked over, blurting out the obvious. Maybe someone who isn't that interested would be willing to give up their spot. Chen Lu shot her a glance. My dad teaches here, why would I need to go around begging people? But he had no intention of troubling Chen Guanglin over such a trivial matter. I'll just talk to the counselor. No need to make it so complicated. Hearing this, Lin Miaomiao and Liang Jiro both froze. They had never even considered that option. Their own counselor was strict to the point of being terrifying. He wouldn't even approve leave requests. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Chen Lu's counselor's office. Chen Lu knocked twice and, after the door opened, gave a quick glance at Liang Jiro and Lin Miaomiao before stepping inside. Hello, Professor. He paused for a moment, then casually said, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were a student yourself. The counselor rolled her eyes at him, but it was clear she enjoyed the compliment. Without asking, she picked up a pen, about to write him a leave slip. She wasn't that much older than the students, so she wasn't too formal with them. Since Chen Lu often got called in to help with various tasks, she was used to processing his requests quickly. But before she could write anything, Chen Lu hurriedly clarified, I'm not here to request leave. Then what are you here for? The audience spots for the performance are already assigned, right? I'd like to go too. Can you add me to the list? It's just one more person, it won't make a difference. He smiled. The counselor paused, then looked at him with an odd expression. I knew you'd end up going. Chen Lu was confused. Ha! She chuckled. After all, Mo Yuqing's name is on the performer list. Even his counselor knew about his past feelings for Mo Yuqing. Back in their freshman year, Mo Yuqing had wanted to run for class president just for fun. Chen Lu had been the one doing all the behind-the-scenes work for her. Later, when she got tired of the responsibilities, he had simply taken over most of the tasks himself, letting her enjoy the title without the burden. He had been completely devoted to her. And if she had wanted to experience a position in the student council, he probably would have found a way to make that happen too. As a young woman fresh out of grad school, the counselor had once admired and envied this kind of love. But now, it was Chen Lu's turn to be confused. He had no idea what she meant. She added, it's fine, I'll take care of it. If there's nothing else, you can leave. But if you have time, help me file these documents. Chen Lu glanced toward the door. Actually, I do have something else to do. I won't disturb you any longer. His counselor looked up just in time to see Lin Miaomiao and Liang Jiro peeking in with curiosity. Lin Miaomiao wasn't the least bit embarrassed about being caught. Liang Jiro, however, immediately turned and walked away. Chen Lu suddenly noticed a strange look in his counselor's eyes. When he turned back, she was staring at him with a knowing expression. Chen Lu, she said meaningfully, glancing at the performer list once more, you better be a faithful man. That evening, the group waited in line to enter Jiannan Auditorium, finally managing to find their seats in the packed venue. The massive stage was surrounded by recording crews, some even wearing badges from television stations. Every seat in the hall was taken, the entire place was packed with people. The scale of the event was far beyond what Chen Lu had expected. No wonder the counselor didn't need to force anyone to attend this time. Liang Jiro, clearly unfamiliar with such large-scale events, sat there in a daze, her wide eyes glued to the bright stage and dazzling lights. While she was mesmerized by the scene before her, Chen Lu found himself watching her instead. And so, they remained like this until the show began. Just then, Chen Lu felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that, at some point, Jiang Chao had switched seats and was now sitting right beside him. To his right was Jiang Chao's girlfriend, Lu Yin. Oh, you came to watch the show too? Chen Lu asked. Yeah. What about you? What brings you here? Jiang Chao replied. Lu Yan, growing impatient, rolled her eyes and muttered, are you two doing a comedy routine? Only then did she notice Liang Zhiro sitting beside Chen Lu. She hesitated for a moment but said nothing, nor did she greet her. Seeing that Liang Zhiro had lowered her head, seemingly too shy to speak, Chen Lu chose not to introduce them. I heard the event is split into two halves, Jiang Chao whispered. The first half is for the big shots, featuring alumni who made it big after graduating. The second half is where the current students perform. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow, finding this arrangement unexpectedly reasonable. It was certainly better than those overly formal, empty performances. As expected, the first half was painfully dull. While the naive Liang Zhiro still watched attentively, both Chen Lu and Jiang Chao were bored to the point of dozing off. By the time the second half began, Chen Lu had completely fallen asleep. That was until Jiang Chao suddenly shook his shoulder. What now? Chen Lu grumbled. Jiang Chao pointed at the stage. Li Xinyan is one of the hosts. That bastard never told us. Chen Lu instantly snapped awake, rubbing his eyes. Damn, you're right. On stage, Li Xinyan was hosting alongside a female student, both of them looking surprisingly professional. But their interest in this newfound discovery faded quickly, and boredom soon returned. That was until the drama club's performance began. Chen Lu immediately straightened up. The weeks of rehearsals had paid off. The performance captured the audience's attention within minutes. It was, without a doubt, the best performance of the night. Even the professional recording crews at the front seemed to be paying closer attention. Chen Lu leaned slightly toward Liang Zhiro, bringing his lips close to her ear as he whispered, "What do you think?" The girl nodded. "I've never seen anything like this before." Seeing her serious yet curious expression, so innocent and adorable, Chen Lu couldn't help but smile. But the thought that this silly girl had hardly experienced much of the world made his heart ache a little. A few minutes later, Liang Zhiro leaned toward him, quietly taking a bottle of mineral water from her canvas bag. She gently twisted the cap open and softly asked, "Are you thirsty? I brought water for you." Just as Chen Lu reached out to take it, Jiang Chao suddenly smacked his arm, nearly making him spill it. "The hell is your problem?" Chen Lu hissed in a low voice. Jiang Chao, still staring straight at the stage, muttered under his breath as he patted Chen Lu's shoulder again. Mo Yuqing. On stage, Mo Yuqing and several members of the dance club were dressed in flowing, wide-sleeved traditional Chinese gowns, their striking red silhouettes immediately capturing everyone's attention. At the very center of the group, like a delicate flower bud waiting to bloom, stood the undisputed star of the performance, her. Unlike the other girls, who seemed slightly nervous, she lifted her chin with poise, her expression calm and collected. At the same time, she appeared to be subtly scanning the audience. She had long since grown accustomed to the feeling of being watched by an entire crowd, even more so today, standing under the lenses of countless cameras. The girls of the dance club were all stunning in their own right, but under Mo Yuqing's dazzling presence, they seemed to pale in comparison. This was the girl Chen Lu had once loved, so deeply radiant, confident, and proud, because she had every reason to be. As expected from modern university students, the moment these girls stepped on stage, everyone in the audience put down their phones. Lu Yan, being the only one who had known about this in advance, quietly turned to observe Chen Lu's reaction. Both Chen Lu and Liang Zhiro were momentarily stunned by the name they had just heard, but Liang Zhiro was the first to recover. Without saying a word, she gently twisted the cap back onto his water bottle, just in case he accidentally spilled it. Then, she took out a tissue and carefully wiped the drops of water that had already fallen onto his clothes. At that moment, Chen Lu finally understood what his counselor had meant by "I knew you would come." But instead of looking toward the stage, his gaze quickly returned to Liang Zhiro. "Thank you," he said softly. When she looked up, she met his warm, gentle smile. For some reason, the weight pressing on her chest just moments ago seemed to ease, though even she wasn't sure why she had felt so heavy-hearted in the first place. Wasn't she supposed to be coaching the dance club? How did she end up performing herself? Jiang Chao asked Chen Lu. Seeing that Chen Lu didn't respond, he turned to Lu Yan instead. "You knew about this all along, didn't you?" "Yes," Lu Yan answered simply. Jiang Chao chuckled. "Let me guess, she thought the others weren't good enough, so she stepped in herself?" Lu Yan shook her head in exasperation, her eyes locked on the stunning figure in the center of the stage. "She has a different reason," she said seriously. She knew Mo Yuqing was dancing for Chen Lu. After saying this, Lu Yan turned her gaze toward Chen Lu, only to find him still chatting with Liang Zhiro, his expression relaxed and unaffected. A complicated emotion flickered in her eyes. At that moment, the female host's sweet voice rang out from the stage. Thank you to the drama club for their wonderful performance. Li Xinyan, looking slightly nervous, took over. And now, please enjoy the performance prepared by the dance club, Big Fish. The two hosts stepped aside, leaving the stage to the dancers. This was a dance choreographed to the theme song Big Fish from the movie Big Fish and Begonia. As the prelude began, the girls shifted into position, making way for Mo Yuqing, who stepped gracefully to the front. The moment she raised her right arm slightly, the audience erupted in cheers. With the melody, the dancers moved in perfect synchrony, their fluid movements as ethereal as celestial beings. Afraid you'll fly too far. Afraid you'll drift away from me. Even more afraid that you'll remain forever in this place. Every teardrop flows toward you, backward into the ocean in the sky. The audience was captivated, their focus sharpening as the dance reached its climax with Mo Yuqing's breathtaking backward kick. Chen Lu glanced around, noticing that the three people sitting with him were all entranced. With a faint smirk, he muttered, "I'm going to the restroom." "I'd advise against that," Lu Yan whispered just as he walked past her. "Why? What if she's dancing for you?" Chen Lu paused for a moment, then continued walking. "I used to play guitar, and she didn't always stay to listen either." By the time the dance ended, Chen Lu had just returned from the restroom. "Wow, talk about perfect timing," Jiang Chao teased. Chen Lu said nothing and was about to sit down only to realize that someone else had taken his seat. Chen Mo was sitting there, grinning mischievously. "Brother, are you out of your damn mind? Move over," Chen Lu said, exasperated. Chen Mo huffed before obediently scooting over to sit on Liang Jiro's left. "When did you get here?" Chen Lu asked. "I've been here for a while, just didn't find you guys until now. Mostly because I thought Jiro wouldn't open her mobile data outside, so I assumed she just wasn't replying to my messages." Chen Lu recalled the person who had originally been sitting to Liang Jiro's left. "And that guy was just nice enough to swap seats with you?" he asked. Chen Mo grinned. "Easy. I told him my seat was in the front row, where he could see all the dancing girls up close. He didn't even hesitate, just went straight for it." An unexpected confession. For a moment, no one spoke. But thanks to Chen Mo's playful antics, the awkward atmosphere quickly dissipated without a trace. Chen Lu was quite pleased, at least his little sister was proving useful for once. At that moment, Chen Mo nudged Liang Jiro's arm. "Do not worry, big sis. Even though I really like Yuqing too after watching her dance just now, I still like you the most." She stopped herself from saying "I still think you'd make the best sister-in-law." Chen Lu's expression darkened as he considered how best to get back at her. Meanwhile, the naive Liang Jiro did not quite understand why Chen Mo was saying all this, so she just nodded shyly. The group continued watching the performances while listening to Chen Mo's playful remarks, making the whole experience even more entertaining. Before long, it was time for the final segment, the interview. Every year, this part was fairly predictable. The hosts would pick a few standout performances from the rehearsals to interview, and then close the event with a scripted speech. The questions were usually pre-arranged, ensuring that everything ran smoothly. As the audience erupted in applause, Mo Yuqing gracefully walked to the center of the stage, standing between Li Xinian and the female host. "This was truly the most beautiful dance I have ever seen," the female host said with a bright smile. "Yuqing, do you have anything you would like to say?" Mo Yuqing nodded slightly. "First, I want to thank everyone for enjoying our performance." The moment she spoke, the auditorium was filled with cheers, even a few people shouting out their love for her. Chen Lu, however, was staring at his phone, barely paying attention. He remembered it all too well. Years ago, this same girl had never once thanked him for all the effort he put in behind the scenes. "And next, I want to thank." Her voice suddenly slowed, stretching the anticipation in the air. Chen Lu, the female host, and Li Xinian froze. This was not part of the script. "I should have said all of this back in my first year when I was on this stage for the first time," Mo Yuqing continued. "But somehow, I only managed to say it now. I know it is late." A bitter smile appeared on her strikingly beautiful face. "Thank you for helping me so much. Thank you for always being by my side all these years. I cannot believe I am only realizing it now. I am so sorry. I took your kindness for granted. I treated it as something I deserved. I am so sorry. I ignored all that you did for me. I truly am sorry." The auditorium grew quieter and quieter. For the first time, Mo Yuqing felt nervous. "I hope that when we have our graduation ceremony in the future, I can still see you by my side. Can I?" She then gave a deep bow toward the audience, as if apologizing for her own selfishness. Li Xinian, seeing his co-host standing there frozen in shock, cursed inwardly, "Chen Lu, you bastard, you are really in deep shit now." He quickly stepped in to wrap things up. Such heartfelt words from Yuqing. I am sure that person has already felt it. Now, let us welcome the next performers from the drama club onto the stage. For a second, the entire hall was dead silent. Then, the uproar exploded. Who the hell is Chen Lu? He better not sleep too soundly tonight. God damn it, that is my goddess. Which class is Chen Lu in? I need to talk to him man to man. Fuck. I just got into a relationship, and now I am already heartbroken? A calm response. Sitting in the front rows of the audience, Lu Yan turned to Chen Lu with concern. Will she get into trouble for this? She asked, visibly anxious. She had known that Mo Yuqing wanted to dance for Chen Lu, but she never expected her to pull something like this. To her surprise, Chen Lu's expression remained completely calm. No, he replied indifferently. Every year, people even run onto the stage to confess their love, and they never get punished for it. Besides, he glanced at Lu Yan. You do remember who her father is, right? Lu Yan hesitated, then sighed. Even though Chen Lu was probably right, she still hurried off toward the backstage area. Chen Lu, completely unbothered, turned to Liang Zhiro. It is over now. Let us go. Backstage, Mo Yuqing had just stepped off stage when Lu Yan grabbed her by the shoulders. This will go viral, Lu Yan said urgently. Yuqing, have you lost your mind? I am not crazy, Mo Yuqing answered calmly. In fact, I do not think I have ever been this clear-headed before. She met Lu Yan's gaze and smiled. But within seconds, that smile twisted, turning into something fragile. Then, the tears came. It is okay. I did not cry up there, so my makeup is still intact, she whispered while wiping her tears away. He saw me at my best. He will change his mind. He has to. Just like you once confessed in public, I have now embarrassed myself in front of everyone too. A shift in fate. Hearing Chen Lu's words, Liang Zhiro slowly picked up her bag and quietly stood beside him. Jiang Chao and Chen Lu exchanged looks, unsure of what to say. As Chen Lu's close friend, Jiang Chao had always disliked Mo Yuqing. He never expected her to pull something like this. Now that he had a chance to take a closer look at Liang Zhiro, he realized, this girl was just as beautiful as Mo Yuqing, if not more. For a moment, he did not know whether to call Chen Lu lucky or unlucky. If he was lucky, then why had he chased Mo Yuqing for 7 years without success? But if he was unlucky, then the girl standing beside him, gentle, pure, and stunning, was undoubtedly someone worth treasuring. While Chen Lu was distracted, Chen Mo suddenly grabbed Liang Zhiro's hand and tried to sneak her away. The girl, however, kept looking anxiously at Chen Lu. Chen Lu chuckled, waving a hand to signal them to go ahead. I need to borrow your car for a bit, he said softly. I will drive her home. Seeing Chen Mo's mischievous grin, he figured that his little sister would probably skip her tutoring session today. Jiang Chao did not hesitate, immediately tossing his keys to him with a grin. If the other guys find out, they are going to be so jealous. Both girls tied to you are absolute knockouts. Jealous my ass, Chen Lu scoffed. They do not understand shit. Jiang Chao grew serious. So what now? I thought you would be crying from joy. If you were in my position, you would know that after so many years of pain, a few apologies do not mean a damn thing, Chen Lu said coldly, leaving Jiang Chao with only a distant, indifferent silhouette. Unexpected calls. When Chen Lu reached the school gate, he found Chen Mo and Liang Zhiro eating snacks from a street vendor. His little sister had always loved this kind of junk food. Under the bright streetlights, the two of them nibbled on skewered fish cakes while unknowingly feeding the mosquitoes as well. If you like it so much, just get into this school. Every night, the whole street is lined with food stalls, Chen Lu teased. I have to actually get in first. Chen Mo rolled her eyes, reluctantly watching as Liang Zhiro was taken away by her brother. Just as the two were about to leave, Chen Lu's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he froze for a moment. Liang Zhiro blinked curiously at him. It was rare to see Chen Lu, who was always so composed, looking awkward like this. Who is it? Chen Mo asked. Uncle Mo. Chen Lu gestured for his sister to lower her voice before answering the call. Hello, Uncle Mo, he said with a light chuckle. It has been a while. My dad was just talking about you the other day. A steady, composed voice came from the other end, deep and authoritative, the voice of a man used to speaking in official settings. Xiao Lu, how have you been? Any difficulties lately? Mo Wenbin's way of speaking always carried a formal tone. I am doing fine. What kind of difficulties could a college student like me possibly have? Chen Lu responded casually, knowing that the real topic was coming. You and Yuqing had a fight recently? A small disagreement. After a brief pause, he decided to be honest. Since Mo Wenbin was bringing it up, he had probably watched the performance. A disagreement big enough that we are never speaking again. He thought to himself. You watched the school event? Chen Lu asked. Yes, but that girl refuses to see me, and I could not find you either, so I had my driver take me home. Mo Wenbin sighed. Conflicts between young people are normal. Just remember to communicate more. Being stubborn will not solve anything. Understood. I have watched you grow up. As long as you are by Yuching's side, I feel at ease, Mo Wenbin said sincerely. When I have some time, let us have dinner together. For now, I have to get back to work. Alright, Uncle Mo, goodbye. Chen Lu politely ended the call and finally exhaled. Despite having known Mo Wenbin since childhood, talking to a high-ranking official over the phone still made him a little tense, especially when it was probably just a veiled interrogation on behalf of his beloved daughter. Before he could relax, his phone rang again. Who now? Chen Mo asked. Chen Lu glanced at the screen, expression deadpan. Our dad. Mo Yuching is the one causing trouble, so why am I the one suffering? He answered with a defeated sigh. Hello. What is going on between you and Yuching? Chen Guangling's voice was straightforward, cutting right to the point. A small argument. I just explained it to Uncle Mo. Chen Guangling still sounded unconvinced. If you dare bully her, do not wait for Uncle Mo, I will break your legs first. Why do you not just adopt her already? Chen Lu snapped. Though his father had never hit him before, being threatened was still irritating. I am hanging up. I need to drive Liang Zhiro home. As he spoke, he reached over and buckled Liang Zhiro's seatbelt. Tell mom not to call me next, or I swear I am turning my phone off. Meanwhile, at home, hearing the call end, Chen Guanglin sighed. What do you think happened between those two? Wang Xiaxia asked curiously. Yuching made such a big scene on stage. Chen Guanglin shook his head. You know what your own son is like. If he does not want to talk about it, we will never find out. After a pause, he continued, let them figure it out on their own. It is not our place to interfere. That boy has followed Yuching around since he was a kid, and after all these years, he still has not won her over. I swear, he did not inherit a single bit of my charm. He and Mo Wenbin had been childhood friends since they were in diapers. He had always liked the idea of becoming in-laws with him. Wang Xiaoxia scoffed, rolling her eyes at her husband. I think Zhiro is a much better match. Our Xiao Lu definitely likes her. A silent ride in Unspoken worries. Chen Lu drove in silence, Liang Zhiro sitting quietly beside him. Neither of them spoke much along the way, but Chen Lu occasionally turned to glance at her. If he could not even tell she was feeling down, then he would not be Chen Lu. Are we still best friends? He asked. Yes, the girl immediately replied. Then why did you not share your Odin with me? Hearing this, Liang Zhiro hurriedly held out the small paper cup with both hands. Sorry, I got distracted and forgot. I am driving, Chen Lu said, deliberately placing both hands on the wheel when just a moment ago, he had been lazily steering with one. Feed me, will you? Okay. Liang Zhiro picked up a skewer, seeing the steam still rising from the food, and patiently waited a moment. You are too slow. Blow on it. I do not mind, Chen Lu teased. He did not have time to check if she was blushing. All he knew was that she hesitated for a moment, then earnestly began blowing to cool the food. Once she felt it was ready, she gently brought it to his lips. And so, he spent the entire ride just opening his mouth to eat. The walk home and the weight of loneliness. At the entrance to the alley, Liang Zhiro slowly unfastened her seatbelt and waved at Chen Lu. I am going now. She was fine with him fastening her seatbelt, but somehow, having him undo it felt different. It was like he was taking off her clothes. Chen Lu gave a small nod. Tell your mom I said hello. I will not go in this time. He stared quietly ahead, lost in thought. Liang Zhiro blinked at him, then gently nodded and turned away. She walked alone down the dimly lit alley. The old streetlights flickered overhead, casting her small, fragile figure in the shadows. Every so often, her shoulders trembled slightly. Hugging her canvas bag, she walked with her head down. No matter how hard she tried to understand, she could not figure out why she felt this way, why it hurt so much. She just could not stop crying. She did not know why someone who had always been alone suddenly could not bear the thought of being without Chen Lu. She was like a famine survivor who had finally found food, terrified of going back to starving again. She was so afraid of losing him, so afraid that he would let her walk away alone again, just like earlier. Wiping away her tears as she walked, she slowed her pace more and more. She had to finish crying outside. She could not bring her tears home. She did not want to make her mother worry. A voice that shattered the silence. Suddenly, Chen Lu's voice rang through the alley, breaking the heavy silence. Liang Zhiro, lift your head. I told you, I will always be behind you. Chen Lu stood at the alley's entrance, gazing at her distant silhouette. She continued walking forward at a slow pace. And then, at last, she slowly lifted her head. A decision in the rain. Chen Lu watched as Liang Zhiro forced herself to lift her head. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Step by step, the girl walked away. He stood there, unmoving, watching her figure retreat into the distance. Only when she disappeared at the end of the alley did he finally turn to leave. Just as he was about to return to his car, a light drizzle began to fall. Raindrops splattered onto the ground, leaving behind scattered imprints. The ones that landed on his face trickled down his cheeks, past his neck and Adam's apple, bringing a sudden chill. He had to admit, when he heard Mo Yuching apologize to him in front of everyone tonight, his heart had wavered. Standing there in the rain, staring ahead, he barely even registered that he was getting wet. Silently, he made up his mind. Since he had already stepped into this silly girl's life, he had to take responsibility until the end. The past should stay in the past. He had to forget everything that once was, cleanse his heart completely, and focus on one thing: finding a way to bring genuine happiness to this clumsy, kind-hearted girl. Liang Jiro was not Mo Yuching's replacement, and she never could be. Liang Jiro was simply Liang Jiro. Just then, his phone vibrated. Liang Jiro, hurry back, do not get caught in the rain. Shenlu, how could I be in the rain when I am in my car? Are you stupid? Liang Jiro, you are lying to me again. I can see that you have not left. Shenlu narrowed his eyes and looked off into the distance. Sure enough, a tiny head was peeking out from a corner, secretly watching him. The moment she realized she had been caught, she quickly ducked away. He chuckled, shaking his head, and typed, "Go home, now." Unable to suppress another amused laugh, he got into his car, started the engine, and drove off through the rainy night. This silly girl, secretly following him back just to check on him. She was sly in her own quiet way. A night of reflection. As Chen Lu drove back, he kept replaying in his mind the feeling of being fed by Liang Jiro earlier. It was the first time a girl had ever fed him. It felt nice, comforting. Chen Lu was immensely grateful that he did not have a mirror in front of him right now, because if he did, he was sure he would see himself grinning like an idiot. When he reached his dorm, he stretched lazily and pushed open the door. "My dear sons, your dad is back," he announced loudly. Silence. The dorm was empty. What the hell? Where was everyone? Baffled, he scanned the room and quickly sent a message to the group chat. "Shenlu, did you guys seriously go out to eat without me? Have I been abandoned? Li Xinyan, I am at a celebratory dinner, but it is for the post-show banquet. Zheng Haoyu, bro, you know me. I moved out ages ago." Jiang Chao said nothing. Then another message popped up. "Li Xinyan, you did not eat dinner? Want me to bring something back for you?" "Chen Lu, I had Odin. A girl even fed me." Li Xinyan, XXX. Zheng Haoyu, XXX. Chen Lu lay back on his bed with a satisfied smirk. He had no idea that on the very first day of freshman year, when his roommates saw him, they had already braced themselves to be constantly fed dog food, and after spending more time together, understanding his personality, they had completely resigned themselves to their fate. A guy who was good-looking and had a great personality, there was no way he would stay single for long. But then, he had spent 7 years chasing Mo Yuching without success. Not just his college roommates, but even his high school friends had assumed he would have a girlfriend before them. They, too, had never imagined that after 3 years of high school, Chen Lu would still be single. Somehow, they had ended up experiencing love before him. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, his phone buzzed again. It was Jiang Chao. "Jiang Chao, come downstairs. It is urgent. Get down here. Fast." Chen Lu did not bother asking why. If a guy kept his message this short, it meant it was serious. An unexpected encounter. Chen Lu stepped outside the dormitory building. The rain had stopped, but the cold wind lingered, making him shiver the moment he walked out. At this hour, the area around the boys' dorms was practically deserted. The guys who did not have girlfriends were holed up in their rooms playing games, while the ones who did were either at the girls' dorms or in hotels. You rarely saw couples hanging around the boys' dorms, but near the girls' dorms, they were everywhere. Chen Lu glanced around. Jiang Chao was nowhere to be seen. Standing under a streetlight, he pulled out his phone to call him when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar figure approaching. Too familiar. So familiar that even in his peripheral vision, even in the dim light, he recognized her instantly. Chen Lu froze. Mo Yuching? What was she doing here? His hand instinctively lowered, sliding his phone back into his pocket. His expression shifted into one of confusion. Had Jiang Chao sold him out? Had his traitorous friend been swayed by his girlfriend? 5 steps. 4, 3, 2. The distance between them closed. She came closer and closer until she finally stopped in front of him. She was still stunning, dressed in a form-fitting black halter top, just tight enough to highlight her curves, with a neckline that perfectly framed her delicate collarbones. A short skirt complemented her outfit, showing off her impossibly long legs. It was an outfit that suited her usual style except for one thing. Tonight, she had her hair tied up in a ponytail. That was new. Seeing his expression, Yuching, who had been wearing a serious look, suddenly broke into a soft, dimpled smile. Jiang Chao did not sell you out, she said with a playful tilt of her head. He got drunk, and Lu Yan took him home. She did not say anything more. She did not need to. Chen Lu could already piece together the rest. So, he said flatly, you have been looking for an excuse to meet me. And this time, Lu Yan saw an opportunity and helped you set this up? Yuching lifted her chin proudly. We still have such great chemistry. Chen Lu remained silent. If this had happened before, if Yuching had said those words to him in the past, he would have been over the moon. But now, things were different. He could not expect ashes to reignite into flames, because the fire that once burned so brightly had already consumed everything, and turned to dust. Yuching saw his cold, distant expression, so unfamiliar, so unlike the Chen Lu she had known for years. For a moment, she felt like she was in a dream. Then, a wave of panic hit her. His gaze was polite yet detached. It was the way someone looks at a stranger. The past 10 days without him had felt unbearably long. She had been restless, unable to focus, as if she had been locked in a cell, forced to reflect over and over again, until she finally realized how deeply Chen Lu had once loved her. Until she finally realized he was no longer by her side. That was why she had publicly apologized at the performance. That was why she had come to find him tonight. Yuching had never imagined she would one day humble herself like this. Now, standing before him, she felt afraid. The calmer he appeared, the more unsettled she became. Finally, she summoned her courage and softly asked, "Are you still mad at me?" Chen Lu let out a small laugh. It was as if he were mocking his past self, or perhaps the cluelessness of the girl standing in front of him. "I was never angry at you," he said calmly. "Then why?" Before Yuching could finish, he interrupted her, "I just do not want to love you anymore." She froze in place, her words catching in her throat. Her eyes turned red under the pale glow of the streetlights, as if she had applied eyeshadow. After a long moment of silence, her voice trembled as she spoke again, "I am sorry. I know I was wrong. I will never treat you like that again, I swear. I have spent these past few days thinking, going over everything from our childhood until now. I know I have always treated you unfairly, but I will not do it again. Chen Lu, please. Give me back the love that was once mine, okay?" This was the first time in his entire life that Chen Lu had heard Yuching speak in a pleading tone. Even if he counted the years before kindergarten, this was still the first time. She had never begged for anything. Even though her parents were divorced, she had always received love and had grown up in the best possible environment. Her family background was beyond what most people could imagine. She never needed to beg. Money alone could not achieve everything, but when combined with power, it could do a great deal. Yet this time, Yuching was truly begging. Even knowing all this, Chen Lu still gazed at her coldly and said in a low voice, "No." The tears that had been welling up in Yuching's eyes suddenly spilled over, streaming down her delicate cheeks and dripping onto the ground. Each drop bloomed like a sorrowful flower of regret and despair. "Why? Did you not love me for 7 years? You used to love me so much," she cried with such delicate beauty, her weeping as stunning as ever, enough to make anyone's heart ache. A shiver of cold ran through her. It felt as if she had been thrown into an ice cave. Chen Lu had never been able to bear seeing her cry. In elementary school, he had gotten into fights for her. In middle school, he had skipped classes to be by her side. When her parents were divorcing, he stayed with her day and night. When she had chickenpox, the young Chen Lu had sat outside her bedroom door, slipping handwritten notes to her through the crack beneath it. They had written back and forth like that for an entire afternoon, and Chen Lu had come back every day for several days. Childhood sweethearts, an inseparable bond, a perfect match, what could have been a beautiful love story. Yet she had single-handedly rewritten it into a tragedy. Now, that boy, who once could not bear to see her shed a single tear, was completely indifferent to her crying. The realization crushed her. The more she thought about it, the more the pain swallowed her whole. For the first time in her life, Yuching, who had always been too proud to cry in public, could not hold back her sobs. "Yes, I loved you for 7 years, Chen Lu said with a faint smile, "but as you said, that was in the past." Yuching kept crying, unable to stop. Chen Lu's emotions grew more complicated as he watched her, so he continued, "I do not regret treating you well. I have never regretted what I gave, but just like I said that night, not anymore. To be honest, I really did love you. So much that even now, I still do not want to see you sad. but I also know that I truly do not want to go back to you. Do you understand? I hope you can be happy. And I hope we can live our own separate lives. Chen Lu had always been a rational person, but he never imagined that one day, he would have to be this rational with Mo Yuqing. He continued, there is no meaning in me going back to you. The past is there, and I will never be able to forget it. You might think that if you had accepted my confession that day, everything would be fine. But it is not. It never was. That confession was my way of ending this chapter of my life. My love for you was already torn apart by you long ago. Even if you had accepted me that night, we still could not have gone back to the way things were. His words struck like a thunderclap in Mo Yuqing's mind. She was stunned, completely blank. She even forgot to breathe. The weight of regret crushed her, burying her alive. The memories she cherished so dearly felt like quicksand, pulling her deeper the more she struggled. Suddenly, she found herself ridiculous. Just moments ago, she had thought she had simply missed her chance. She had never realized that her wounds to Chen Lu were not from a single mistake but from years of neglect. I was just used to it. She wanted to explain, but Chen Lu raised his index finger to his lips. The message was clear, no matter what she said next, he would not listen. She understood Chen Lu was giving her, and this love, one final shred of dignity. Mo Yuqing wiped her tears with the back of her hand and whispered, let me take a picture, and then I will leave. Chen Lu looked puzzled. She explained softly, you used to love taking pictures of me. I know that was in the past. I do not care who you take pictures of in the future, just take one, okay? After that, I will leave immediately. Mo Yuqing clasped her hands tightly, looking at Chen Lu with a serious expression. Chen Lu found a girl who was out jogging and asked her to take a picture of them together. Find a spot yourself. You have studied photography so much, Mo Yuqing said while Chen Lu was briefly away, using a wet wipe to clean her face. If one did not get close or hear her speak, they would not even notice that she had just been crying. She let out a self-deprecating smile. Only now did she realize how romantic it had been when Chen Lu learned photography just to capture her youthful beauty. And now that she finally understood it, it was for the last time. How ridiculous. Chen Lu quickly walked over to a street lamp. Beside the lamp was a tree branch, casting a long, black shadow across the ground. Naturally, he chose that spot. The lighting was good, and the meaning behind it was even better. He silently stepped onto the other side of the shadow, raising his head to face the camera. But the girl holding the phone hesitated for a long time without taking the picture. Still not done? Am I that unphotogenic? Chen Lu joked. The girl shook her head, looking troubled. No, it is just that the young lady keeps wiping her tears. Chen Lu shifted his gaze. Sure enough, Mo Yuqing was continuously rubbing her tears away with the back of her hand, as if she simply could not stop crying. She quickly said, it is fine, just take it like this. 2 minutes later, Mo Yuqing stared at the photo on her phone. In the image, Chen Lu was turning his head slightly to look at her, while she, like a helpless, mistreated child, was sobbing uncontrollably. So this was the last bit of tenderness he had left for her. Should I send it to you on WeChat? She asked. There is no need. After saying that, Chen Lu turned and walked away. This time, it was his turn to leave Mo Yuqing with a cold and final silhouette. Why? Why is it that the colder I act, the more desperately you try to hold on? Chen Lu could not understand. He walked with his head down, realizing that the rain, which had stopped for a while, had started falling once again. Late at night, no matter how many times Lu Yan called, she could not reach Mo Yuqing. Worried, she hurried back to the dormitory from the hotel. As soon as she arrived downstairs, she saw Mo Yuqing squatting there in a daze, her eyes empty and lifeless. Lu Yan stopped for a moment before crouching down beside her, offering her shoulder to lean on. Mo Yuqing had barely managed to hold back her tears, but the moment she saw Lu Yan, they came flooding out once more. I was wrong. I am sorry. I really know I was wrong. Lu Yan's eyes trembled with emotion. She felt deeply for her friend but could only offer a bitter smile. Telling me will not help you. You fool. I told you back then that you would regret it. Mo Yuqing's tears quickly soaked Lu Yan's clothes as she sobbed, but telling him does not help either. The rain had yet to stop, and with the cold wind, it sent waves of chill through the air. Two delicate-looking girls stood at the entrance of the dormitory, wrapped in their coats, leaning against each other for warmth. One of them, in particular, the girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail, was especially captivating, evoking a sense of tenderness and sympathy. And yet, for some reason, her face appeared weary and haggard. Mo Yuqing had already cried until her tears ran dry. Now, she had entered a state of quiet composure. Lu Yan gazed at her best friend, whose eyes were swollen from crying, her expression filled with helplessness. She grieved for her misfortune and resented her passivity, because she had truly tried to talk sense into her. Many, many times. Mo Yuching had so many chances, countless opportunities, but she had simply let them slip through her fingers. I had completely forgotten, Mo Yuching murmured, staring into the distant rain falling under the street lamp. In the darkness of the night, she slowly reached out her hand, suspending it in midair, as if trying to catch the cold raindrops, or as if waiting for that familiar boy to pull her up once again, just like he always had. But nothing came. Neither the rain nor that boy was within her reach anymore. Forgotten what? Lu Yan asked, somewhat puzzled. I forgot how good Chen Lu was to me. Mo Yuching bit her lip, her expression filled with remorse. It became such a natural part of my life that I completely overlooked it. Until now, when he is no longer by my side, I have only just realized it. Lu Yan remained silent, listening without interruption. So many people take those closest to them for granted. They treat the kindness they receive as something they are owed, while even the smallest favor from an outsider is met with endless gratitude and remembrance. The clearest example of this is rebellious children and their parents. No matter how fiercely they argue or push their family away, they will always come to realize, sooner or later, that in this world, the only people who truly love them unconditionally are their parents. And once they step into society and are forced to face its harsh realities, they will finally understand, beyond their parents, no one will coddle them forever. Mo Yuching suddenly curved her lips into a faint smile, as if she had recalled something amusing. But just as quickly, tears slipped down her cheeks again. If only he had been a bad person, she whispered. If he had argued with me more, maybe I would have realized sooner just how terribly I was treating him. Lu Yan furrowed her brows, somewhat exasperated. So you were saying that if Chen Lu had not been so nice, he would have won you over? Mo Yuching shook her head, her long ponytail swaying slightly. You and Jiang Chao both know him. Chen Lu is smart, he understands everything perfectly. He just loved me too much. Loved me so much that all he ever wanted was to be good to me. He disdained playing petty games, never resorted to the push and pull of treating me coldly just to win me over. From beginning to end, he never wanted me to suffer. Not even a little. As she spoke, her smile deepened, but the moment she was hit with the crushing realization that all those beautiful moments no longer belonged to her, her expression froze. Her tears had long since dried up, leaving her staring blankly into the distance. Let's go to sleep. After a long silence, Mo Yuching slowly stood up and reached out her hand, pulling Lu Yan up with her. That night, Mo Yuching lay in bed, listening quietly to the sound of rain against the window. She did not sleep at all. No one knew what she was thinking. Noon, the next day. Chen Lu was woken up by the ringing of his phone. Miao Miao is asking if we want to go out for dinner tonight. It's the drama club's celebration banquet. Although Liang Zhiro was puffing out her cheeks in protest because Chen Lu had skipped breakfast, her tone remained as gentle as ever. However, hidden deep within her words was a hint of hesitation. Chen Lu thought for a moment, yawned, and asked, "Do you want to go?" He knew this naive girl was extremely shy, and he also knew that she did not know how to refuse people. If Liang Zhiro was unwilling, he planned to turn down the dinner and instead arrange a small gathering with just Lin Miao Miao in a few days. That way, with no unfamiliar faces around, Liang Zhiro would not be as nervous. Some things could not be rushed. The girl on the other end of the line had clearly never expected to be asked this question and was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that she remained silent, Chen Lu patiently explained, "You don't have to feel bad about saying no. This dinner isn't what you think it is. We aren't the main characters tonight, it doesn't matter if we go or not. If you feel uncomfortable being in a big group, just say you're not going. Then tell Lin Miao Miao that in a few days, I'll treat both of you to dinner. Don't worry, skipping this dinner won't hurt your friendship. We won't be in the wrong for doing this." Liang Zhiro was not sure if she fully understood, but her mind kept replaying that one word, we. "Do you want to go?" Chen Lu asked her again in a soft voice. The girl hesitated for a moment before finally responding in a quiet voice, "I don't want to." A crowded social setting really did make her feel suffocated. That's the right answer. From now on, if you don't want to do something, just say it outright. Chen Lu sounded very satisfied. He stretched out on his bed and said, "All right then, I'm going back to sleep. I'm exhausted." Suddenly, the girl's voice became a little urgent. "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Liang Zhiro took a few deep breaths, then finally mustered up the courage to say, "I want to treat you to dinner." Her voice was soft, almost trembling, but her tone was firm. That one sentence had taken all of her strength to say. "Hello? Are you still there? I never properly thanked you for helping me find a job." After a few seconds of silence, she cautiously probed again. Chen Lu finally snapped out of his daze, not realizing he had been smiling the entire time. This naive girl, who usually only allowed herself a meal of stir-fried shredded potatoes, was actually offering to treat me to dinner? Then she added, just you. No one else. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. Good grief, she's already learning how to apply what she just heard. For a moment, he did not know whether to be happy that Liang Jiro wanted to take him out for a meal or to be glad that she was seriously trying to improve herself. After finalizing their meeting time for the afternoon, Chen Lu was about to go back to sleep when his phone rang again. What is it this time? He still seemed to have endless patience for Liang Jiro. Miao Miao said. She postponed the drama club's celebration banquet to tomorrow. Tonight, she wants to treat just the two of us. Damn. Chen Lu gave his immediate evaluation. For a moment, he wondered if Lin Miao Miao had taken a little too long to process everything. It was just a mention on the school's official website. Was it really worth getting this excited over? This time, Chen Lu did not ask Liang Jiro whether she wanted to go. Instead, he directly accepted. I'll eat whatever. You two can take your time choosing a place. Just make sure it's a good one. After all, we've been working our asses off for her lately. Okay. Having been disrupted multiple times, Chen Lu gave up on sleeping and got out of bed to wash up. He had no idea what time he had actually fallen asleep last night. All he knew was that he had slept until now. By the time he finished getting ready and wasted a little more time, it would already be time to meet Liang Jiro for their meal. Seeing that Jiang Chao was still asleep, Chen Lu grew increasingly irritated and kicked him awake. Fuck, what the hell is wrong with you? Jiang Chao jolted up in shock. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Lu standing there, staring at him coldly. Did your girlfriend turn you against me? Chen Lu asked. What? No way. I'll always be on your side, man. Jiang Chao responded seriously, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Seeing Jiang Chao looking completely clueless while putting on such a solemn expression, Chen Lu became even more exasperated. He sighed. You might as well admit you were brainwashed. Jiang Chao was utterly confused. What are you talking about? I'm embarrassed on your behalf. Chen Lu spat at him. Ha? Chen Lu took his time explaining everything that had happened the previous night before giving Jiang Chao another kick. Even though clarifying things with Mo Yuqing was not necessarily a bad thing, getting tricked into it still irritated him the more he thought about it. You're telling the truth? You really did that? Jiang Chao, now fully awake, leaned in closer and asked. Chen Lu's face remained expressionless as he nodded. Damn, man. Jiang Chao found himself at a loss for words. Having witnessed Chen Lu's relentless pursuit of Mo Yuqing over the past 3 years of university, he could not help but feel conflicted. Well then, congratulations on finally being free. After a while, Jiang Chao continued, to be honest, I actually thought you would turn back. After all, Mo Yuqing has never been this humble before. Whether he was shocked by Mo Yuqing's public apology in front of so many people at the banquet or simply saddened that years of dedication to his brother had gone to waste, Jiang Chao suddenly felt a tinge of regret. It's too late, Chen Lu said in a deep voice. Besides, how can you be so sure that she has truly realized her feelings for me and isn't just feeling uncomfortable because she suddenly lost someone who has always been considerate of her? He felt that his words might come across as a bit narcissistic, but honestly, how many people would consistently buy meals, pick up packages, and be available at any time for more than 10 years? Jiang Chao was at a loss for words. He had never thought about it that way. Putting himself in Chen Lu's shoes, he realized that if it were him, he would be deeply moved, so much so that he almost forgot how much Chen Lu had given over the years. Damn, am I really this pathetic? Ready to go back just for a bit of kindness? I've been playing the role of a heartbreaker for so long, yet you see things more clearly than I do. He sighed. Chen Lu pulled out a short-sleeved shirt from his wardrobe and slowly put it on, covering his lightly defined abs. It's not that you don't understand, it's that you've never given as much as I have. You could try doing what Mo Yuqing did, apologize to the girls you've hurt in the past and see how they react. Even though most of the ones you've messed with were hopeless romantics, maybe 1 or 2 of them were genuinely in love. Jiang Chao remained silent, thinking that he should first check Lu Yan's reaction. Who knows? He might end up like Chang Gu. I'm heading out. Chen Lu picked up a trash bag, opened the door, and was about to leave. Wait a sec. Jiang Chao suddenly called out. What? Can't bear to part with your dear old dad? Chen Lu asked with a grin. What do you think about the idea of starting something with me? You love playing games so much, haven't you ever dreamed of developing one that could get nominated for TGA? I'm still thinking about it. But let me remind you, if you start a business with this mindset, you're going to starve. The door closed gently. Damn it. Jiang Chao cursed under his breath. That's exactly why I need you. That evening, they had agreed to go out for hot pot. Since Lin Miaomia had her own plans, Chen Lu went to the library to find Liang Jiro and kill some time before dinner. She was preparing for the CET 6 English exam in June. Even when she was busy with the drama club every day, she never forgot to memorize English vocabulary. Now that she didn't have to go to the club anymore, she spent all her time in the library. Liang Jiro wasn't like Shenlu, who could play around all day and still get good grades, but she wasn't the type to study desperately and still struggle academically either. She was somewhere in between. That's why anytime she wasn't working part-time or taking care of her mother, she devoted herself to studying to secure good grades, earn a scholarship, and get a better job in the future. Watching the girl who always took her studies seriously, Shenlu simply picked up a few books and started reading as well. Liang Jiro rested her arms neatly on the smooth table. Her fair, delicate skin made people want to reach out and touch it. Noticing Shenlu's gaze, she looked up at the book in his hands and asked, "What are you reading?" Shenlu quickly shifted his focus back to the pages. "This one? It's about the process of starting a business." He then pointed at another book on the table. "And this one is the famous C++, From Beginner to the Grave." Liang Jiro's small mouth slightly parted in surprise. She blinked. "Aren't you a law major? Why are you reading this?" She was baffled. No wonder Shenlu seemed to know everything. Even though he excelled in his major, he still squeezed in time to learn things outside his field. "I have some free time, so I figured I'd learn a little. I'm actually reading it for a friend," Shenlu replied seriously. He's too reckless, he wouldn't necessarily research these things in advance. Hearing this, Liang Jiro was even more shocked. She stood there, her mouth still open. She was already exhausted just from studying her own coursework. Yet Shenlu still had the time to learn subjects outside his expertise? Shenlu seemed to understand what she was thinking. He discreetly pointed at a few students sitting farther away, students who had stacks of books piled high beside them but were actually watching videos with their earphones in. No learning goes to waste. Besides, I use the time that others spend watching short videos. I still take care of my own responsibilities properly. Shenlu was certain that if he took the bar exam now, he would pass. The girl nodded, half understanding, and continued focusing on her studies. For some reason, having Shenlu nearby made her feel incredibly at ease. Even her study efficiency had improved significantly. She was growing more and more fond of being around Shenlu even if they were doing nothing at all. Even this simple level of companionship was something she had never dared to hope for. Just then, Shenlu suddenly poked her arm with his pen. Her skin was so soft that just a light press would leave a white mark. He poked her once and then watched the mark fade. "Can I poke your face too?" "Liang Jiro, as your good friend, surely you don't want to see me upset, right?" Liang Jiro was momentarily stunned, then slowly leaned a little closer to Shenlu. That way, he wouldn't have to stretch his hand too far. That night, the two of them walked into a hot pot restaurant near campus. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Miaomiao waving at them cheerfully, completely ignoring the curious stares of people around her. Liang Jiro lowered her head and sat next to Lin Miaomiao, while Shenlu took the seat directly across from her. "You got here pretty early," Shenlu joked. Lin Miaomiao made an exaggeratedly shocked expression. "How did you know I was on the school's official website?" Shenlu froze. "Did I say that? Didn't I just say she arrived early?" Before he could respond, Lin Miaomiao swiftly pulled out her phone. She didn't even need to search, her unlocked screen was already displaying the school's official website. A group photo of the drama club and a video of her being interviewed were featured on the homepage. Since the content aligned with the school's values and was well prepared, it had naturally been selected as a promotional piece for the anniversary celebration. Although Mo Yuqing's dance had attracted more attention from students, the drama club's production was more suitable for publicity. "Oh wow, I really didn't expect this," Lin Miaomiao sighed. "Seriously, why is the school making such a big deal out of it?" "Jiro, did you check the school's promotional videos before enrolling?" "I signed up after watching them." The clueless Liang Jiro had no idea Lin Miaomiao had set a trap, so she simply shook her head. "I heard they're going to edit this program into the admissions promo video. I'll send it to you when it's out." Shenlu shot her an exasperated look. "Wow, your map of Yin Kingdom is pretty short." Soon, a waiter arrived with the menu. "Order the expensive stuff. Let's eat until she's broke." Shenlu grinned at Liang Jiro. "We can't help for free." Lin Miaomiao couldn't take it anymore. "Shameless, you think I don't know what you're up to every day?" She protectively wrapped her arms around Liang Jiro like she was a precious treasure and shouted, "You're building a facade while making secret moves." "Ah?" Shenlu stared at her blankly, his face full of confusion. "What are you talking about? I do not understand." Then he turned to Liang Jiro. "Did you understand?" The girl shook her head again. She genuinely did not understand. Lin Miaomia was at a loss for words. She suddenly felt that these two were on the same side. She could only roll her eyes at Chen Lu and push the menu toward Liang Jiro. Go ahead and order whatever you want. Order more of what you like, after all, you have helped me a lot. In reality, it was Chen Lu, who always acted nonchalant, who had contributed the most to the drama club. But Lin Miaomia would never admit that. She would rather die than see the smug expression on Chen Lu's face. As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Liang Jiro's. Come on, see what you want to eat. Chen Lu and I will listen to you today. Seeing Liang Jiro seriously studying the menu with a bit of nervousness, Chen Lu found it amusing. Even though she worked part-time at a hot pot restaurant, she probably could not bring herself to spend money on a meal like this. He was in no hurry. He casually scrolled through his phone while waiting for Liang Jiro to decide. Then, suddenly, he noticed a glaring red notification badge next to the QQ app icon on his home screen, 99 plus messages. He froze for a moment. What the hell? As someone who could not stand having even a single unread notification on his screen, this was simply unbearable. Curious, he tapped in only to find that every single message was a friend request. Some people had even cursed at him outright in the verification messages. Well, pages upon pages of friend requests, all from people who were there to insult him because Mo Yuqing had apologized to him in public. Chen Lu could not help but think, are the freshmen this year all idiots? Even last year's juniors were not this aggressive. A bunch of immature, bitter kids, doing things that only elementary schoolers would do. The corners of his lips lifted slightly as he placed his phone back on the table. When people trying to provoke you are too stupid, you only find it amusing. At that moment, Lin Miaomia was growing impatient and could not help but ask, have you not ordered yet? Just pick whatever you want already. Liang Jiro clasped her fingers together hesitantly. I was thinking about what you and Chen Lu like to eat. Chen Lu tapped her cheek lightly with the end of his chopsticks and chuckled. I like eating whatever you like. Hurry up, or I am going to starve. Oh, after a little more hesitation, the silly girl finally placed the order. Whether it was Chen Lu or Lin Miaomia, if they had ever casually mentioned their favorite foods while chatting, she remembered them. Baby cabbage and beef tripe were Chen Lu's favorites. Lettuce and dried tofu skin were Lin Miaomia's favorites. But she never considered what she liked. These days, it feels like there are only hot pot restaurants everywhere. It is hard to find proper restaurants now, Lin Miaomia complained after taking just a few bites. It is either hot pot or barbecue. If not, then it is all-you-can-eat hot pot or all-you-can-eat barbecue. Liang Jiro nodded. She also found it strange. When she used to visit Hangzhou as a child, there were all kinds of restaurants with different regional cuisines. But now, they were becoming harder to find. When the silly girl's gaze landed on Chen Lu, he sighed and explained, that is because opening a hot pot restaurant costs much less than running a proper restaurant. How much of a difference can there be? Lin Miaomia blurted out in her usual clueless way. Chen Lu was still looking at Liang Jiro as he patiently explained, a traditional Chinese restaurant has its own unique flavors. Even if you are the owner, you still have to rely on the head chef. If the chef quits, the entire menu's taste could change, and you might lose a lot of customers. On top of that, training chefs takes time, and their salaries are another challenge. But with a hot pot restaurant, it is different. As long as you have the soup base ready, anyone can run it. There is no need for chefs, so all the effort can go into training service staff. That is exactly how Hey De Leo became successful. So, according to you, Chinese restaurants are going to disappear soon? Lin Miaomia did agree with Chen Lu's reasoning, but she still felt the need to argue. Chen Lu shrugged. Not necessarily. If you are treating a client to a meal, you would not take them to a hot pot restaurant, would you? Hearing this, Lin Miaomia quietly abandoned her dream of opening a Chinese restaurant and making it big. She had to admit that Chen Lu was just a little bit smarter than her. Just a little. The group continued chatting casually about all sorts of topics. After all, modern university students could talk about anything. Liang Jiro did not say much. Most of the time, she just used the public chopsticks to quietly put food into Chen Lu's bowl, occasionally giving some to Lin Miaomia as well. Chen Lu noticed that his bowl never stayed empty. No matter how quickly he ate, there was always new food in it. Lin Miaomia silently watched and thought to herself, I really need to find myself a boyfriend someday. Before long, Chen Lu could not hold back anymore. How much have you actually eaten? You have just been putting food in my bowl. He grabbed a pair of unused chopsticks and started poking Liang Jiro's cheek. This time, he applied a little more pressure, making the girl instinctively blink on that side. But even then, she did not avoid him. I ate a lot, she protested. Chen Lu did not believe her. He kept teasing her. Her cheeks were soft, and her skin was flawless. Poking her was surprisingly fun. Her skin looked so smooth and fresh. He wondered what it would feel like to kiss her. You finally have a little bit of meat on your face now. It seemed that his feeding project had been successful. At first, he was pleasantly surprised, but soon his expression darkened slightly. He frowned and asked in a serious tone, "Is your fringe longer than before?" "It was already long before. Why are you growing it out even more?" Liang Jiro lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers, "So that I do not get bullied as easily." Chenlu was not a girl, and the girls he knew had all been pampered and protected growing up. Even if he could guess, he could not fully understand what Liang Jiro had gone through because of her striking eyes. In the past, she had never deliberately grown out her bangs, but even when she kept her head down, people still noticed her beauty and wanted to take advantage of her. The way they looked at her made her skin crawl. Some even approached her, forcing her to run away. Every time it happened, she would grow her bangs a little longer. Over time, they became the length they were now. Alone in this city, as the only pillar of support for her family, she could only hide herself, hoping to avoid unnecessary trouble. And it worked. These days, few people looked at her with ill intentions, but now, she had met a boy who would look into her eyes and smile at her. Chenlu stopped poking her cheek. Instead, he gently pressed his chopsticks against her forehead, as if reminding her to lift her head. "It is okay. I already told you, when I am around, no one can bully you," he said with a gentle smile. "Not even Lin Miao Miao." "What does this have to do with me?" Lin Miao Miao protested, stuffing a giant piece of baby cabbage into her mouth without caring about her manners. After that, she continued eating, unbothered. Liang Jiro gazed at Chenlu quietly. Her eyes wavered slightly, becoming a little misty. Her entire heart was trembling. Lin Miao Miao took a few more big bites, then patted her stomach lightly after swallowing. No one knew how she managed to eat so much without gaining any weight. Not only was she not chubby, but even the parts that should have some weight did not. Chen Mo looked more like an adult than she did. Liang Jiro was different. She was not chubby either, but the places that should be full were undeniably eye-catching. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao suddenly raised her glass of juice and said, "Come on, let's celebrate our drama club's first successful performance." "Shouldn't you save that for tomorrow?" Chen Lu asked curiously. Lin Miao Miao froze for a second. "Oh, right. If I say it today, what will I say tomorrow? If I say it again, it will not feel the same." Seeing her blank expression, Chen Lu could not help but laugh at her. He raised his glass of cola and gave Liang Jiro a look. Catching the cue, Liang Jiro also lifted her own glass. Chen Lu cleared his throat. "Then, let us toast to our meeting." Lin Miao Miao grinned, revealing her cute little canine teeth. "Cheers." By the time they left the restaurant, it was already past 8 in the evening. As soon as they stepped outside, a wave of heat hit them in the face. The streets were still bustling with neon lights and lively chatter. The barbecue stalls and outdoor dining tables nearby added to the atmosphere of the city's nightlife. Many drunk people were making a ruckus. Skewers of meat remained untouched on their tables, while peanuts and edamame continued to disappear. The humid air, thick with the scent of summer, announced the season's arrival. Chen Lu exhaled and turned to Lin Miao Miao. "Are you heading back on your own, or do you want to come with me to drop off Liang Jiro first?" Lin Miao Miao smiled, then shook her head. "I will just get a taxi home. It is not far anyway." She knew that Chen Lu was not particularly insisting on taking her home. Besides, as Liang Jiro's best friend, even though she was not sure what was going on between her and Chen Lu, it was best to maintain some distance. Some friendships felt lively and fulfilling when filled with banter, but taking a step further could ruin everything. For her, Chen Lu was one of those friends. Just as Chen Lu was walking Liang Jiro toward the parking area, Lin Miao Miao suddenly waved him over. "Come here, I have something to tell you." Chen Lu found it strange but still walked over with a puzzled expression. Liang Jiro continued walking toward the car. Seeing Lin Miao Miao's serious expression, Chen Lu joked, "We are not a good match. You should give up now." Lin Miao Miao was stunned for a moment and nearly forgot what she was originally going to say. Furious, she shouted, "Chen Lu, you shameless bastard." Chen Lu suddenly took a couple of steps away, pretending he did not know her. Curious, she turned her head only to see that a bunch of people at a nearby barbecue stall were watching her with great interest. "Never mind. Forget what I said." Chen Lu was not even fit to be a friend. Once the onlookers lost interest and looked away, Chen Lu walked back and asked, "What did you want to tell me?" He had a rough idea of what she wanted to say. It was probably about Imo-yuching. After all, Lin Miao Miao had witnessed everything up close. If he were the kind of guy who jumped between relationships, as Liang Jiro's only close female friend, she would naturally have to deal with him, the so-called scumbag. Lin Miao Miao put on an unusually serious expression and said, "You better think carefully. So, you are saying that if I do not leave her side now, she will not be able to leave me anymore? Chenlu glanced toward Liang Jiro and asked softly. Lin Yamyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected him to understand everything without her even having to say it out loud. No wonder people like talking to intelligent individuals. Yes, and no. She rubbed the back of her neck and looked straight at Chenlu. What I am saying is, she already cannot leave you. That silly girl's heart was too small, so small that it might only have room for one person in her entire life. When she looks at you in secret, her eyes shine. Chenlu looked at her wordlessly, as if she was stating the most obvious thing in the world. Then, all of a sudden, he smirked. Do not worry. I will never leave her. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yamyao's ride arrived. Chenlu waved and walked toward Liang Jiro. As he walked, he thought to himself, Lin Yamyao is quite sharp, probably only a little less perceptive than Lu Yan. She genuinely cares about Liang Jiro too. I wonder how they even met. When Chenlu reached Liang Jiro, he saw her pressing a mosquito bite on her arm with her fingernail. Pressing it horizontally, then vertically, forming a little X mark. Mosquito bite? Chenlu asked. Liang Jiro nodded. My fault. I should have given you the car keys. He chuckled as he opened the car door and then asked, want me to blow on it for you? No need. Chenlu did not say much more, but in his mind, he cursed the mosquito. Damn thing. If you had bitten me instead, I could have made her blow on it for me. He carefully pulled out the seatbelt and buckled her in. Did Nyamyu have something important to say? Liang Jiro suddenly asked. Unlike other girls, she asked questions simply for what they were, no hidden meaning, no probing. She was genuinely concerned about whether Lin Nyamya had something on her mind, not about what they had talked about. But Chenlu did not care whether she was testing him or not. He smiled and answered honestly, she told me not to leave you. Liang Jiro's mind completely froze. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her long, silky hair falling over her ears. Chenlu could only see the tips of her reddening ears and the curve of her pale neck. Will you leave me? After a long pause, her voice trembled as she asked. Luckily, Chenlu had been paying full attention to her words, or else he might not have caught them. Are you going to drive me away? He asked while checking the rearview mirror and turning the steering wheel. Of course not. Liang Jiro answered without thinking. How could I ever drive you away? Then I will not leave you. Chenlu smiled. A few minutes later, as Liang Jiro gazed out the window at the passing streets, she suddenly realized something was off. This road is not the way to my house. She felt a small sense of pride that she could recognize the route. Chenlu burst out laughing. Of course not. We are not going to your house. How can you be this silly? If someone actually kidnapped you, you probably would not even notice. Where are you taking me? Liang Jiro did not panic. She trusted Chenlu completely, she never even considered doubting him. The mall. I am getting you some new clothes, Chenlu said seriously. The girl, who had been perfectly calm before, suddenly became flustered. Why are you buying me clothes? You only have a few plain white t-shirts that you keep rotating. Do you not need new clothes? Chenlu tugged at the hem of her shirt. It was so worn out that the fabric felt rough and coarse. Seeing that she was about to refuse, he added, Did you not give me that photo album before? Now that I am returning the favor, are you going to reject me? What kind of friend does not return a gift? Liang Jiro nodded, unable to argue. Only when they arrived at the mall did she suddenly remember the photo album was meant as her thank you gift to Chenlu in the first place. I gave him a gift to thank him, and now he is giving me a gift to thank me? Something feels off here. After parking the car, Chenlu reached out to help her unbuckle her seatbelt, but Liang Jiro's face flushed red as she quickly shook her head, signaling that she would do it herself. He did not insist. Instead, he smiled in satisfaction and stepped out of the car. He knew that Liang Jiro would definitely be too shy. The reason he still reached out to help, despite knowing this, was to interrupt her thoughts. This silly girl was slow to react, and Chenlu would not give her the chance to overthink. A few seconds later, the girl timidly stepped out of the car, her gaze toward Chenlu filled with a vague sense of guilt. She actually hated refusing him, but she had been too nervous just now. Even though she did not think she had done anything wrong, she still felt a little regretful. Chenlu did not mind at all and simply smiled. Let's go. Since today was neither a weekend nor a holiday, the mall was not particularly crowded at this hour. Most of the people were gathered in the restaurants inside. The two of them walked side by side, looking for the elevator. From time to time, people handing out flyers would approach them. Since Liang Jiro had done this kind of work before, she knew how tough it was, so she always accepted the flyers politely. Chenlu, having seen Liang Jiro handing out flyers in the past, changed his usual attitude of only taking them when he felt like it and instead began accepting every single one. Soon, both of their hands were stuffed with stacks of restaurant flyers, and they had no choice but to turn back and find a trash bin to throw them away. I will buy you something too, Liang Jiro said softly as they rode up the escalator. Standing one step ahead of Chen Lu, she was now at eye level with him. She could look straight into his eyes. Chen Lu smiled. Wait until your next tutoring paycheck comes in. He did not refuse her. By then, she would have a clear understanding of how much she earned per session. Chen Lu wanted her to develop a new mindset early on. Money cannot be saved into existence. Instead of spending all her energy trying to cut costs to the extreme, she would be better off focusing on self-improvement and earning more. Besides, mental work paid far better than working as a server in a hot pot restaurant or handing out flyers, and it was much less exhausting. No matter how hard she worked distributing flyers all day, she would never make as much as she could by tutoring for just an hour. As long as she got started, once she received a few more tutoring paychecks of a few hundred yuan per hour, she would naturally understand the direction she should take. Some things could not be explained to this naive girl all at once. She would not fully grasp them. It had to be a slow, gradual process, like boiling a frog in warm water. That way, she would understand everything more deeply when the time came. Liang Jiro stared blankly at Chen Lu's smiling face, completely unaware of how many thoughts were running through his mind. She was simply surprised that he had agreed so easily. Feeling a little happy, she turned her head and started recalling his usual clothing style. She was so focused that she did not notice herself reaching the end of the escalator. The moment she felt her foot slip, she panicked and lost her balance, falling backward. Chen Lu sighed silently, reached out his arm, caught her, and gently pushed her onto stable ground. Pay attention, he said softly. Honestly, even if you just stood still and let the escalator push you forward, you would not have fallen. Panicking only threw you off balance. Chen Lu knew this very well, because he had tested it himself as a child. At first, he thought letting the escalator push him forward was fun, but after getting a serious beating for it, he stopped thinking it was fun. Oh, Liang Jiro still felt a lingering sense of fear. She was not sure whether she should be embarrassed first or feel relieved first. More and more, she found that being by Chen Lu's side gave her a strong sense of security. Chen Lu seemed to have a solution for everything. Even when they walked, he deliberately stayed slightly behind her, always keeping an eye on her in any sudden situations. Thinking about this, the girl quietly glanced up at Chen Lu's profile again. At that moment, Chen Lu was carefully examining the clothes around them. He had some experience shopping at malls, but not much. Every time, it was because his mother or Chen Mo had dragged him along. Chen Lu found himself at a bit of a loss. If the clothes were too expensive, this silly girl would definitely refuse them. But if they were too cheap, they might not look good. Finding something with the right balance of price and style might take a while. However, after grocery shopping together before and now shopping for clothes together, Chen Lu felt that this was a refreshing experience. Along the way, they saw many couples shopping together. To outsiders, he and Liang Jiro probably looked like one of them. Chen Lu stopped in front of a cream-colored French-style dress and asked, "How about this one? Do you like it?" He knew Liang Jiro's personality well. Anything too revealing was not even within consideration. If he coaxed her enough, she might wear something a little daring just for him, but that would go against the whole point of buying her clothes. Liang Jiro slowly walked over. Instead of looking at the dress first, she sneakily glanced at the price tag. $588. It does not look good. The girl shook her head. Chen Lu let out a soft sigh. Let us look at something else then. He continued browsing with Liang Jiro at a slow pace. If this had been Chen Mo instead, he would have been complaining non-stop by now. But for some reason, today, Chen Lu did not feel tired at all. Yet, no matter how many outfits they looked at, t-shirts, dresses, Liang Jiro kept saying, "It does not look good." Chen Lu remained patient and continued shopping with her for a while. Eventually, they stopped in front of a pale green long dress. It was not overly flashy, but the fabric and craftsmanship were clearly of much higher quality. The store's sales assistant was particularly enthusiastic and quickly approached them. "Is this for your girlfriend?" "Sir, you have great taste. This dress suits your girlfriend's figure perfectly." The sales assistant was young, with a gentle smile, and she certainly knew how to talk to customers. Chen Lu turned to the girl beside him. "This one does not stand out too much." Liang Jiro continued pretending to examine the dress while sneaking a glance at the price. "Why does this one cost more than 600? That could buy so many meals with pork ribs." But it was really beautiful. The girl studied it carefully for a while, but in the end, she reluctantly looked away. "It does not look good. Let us find something else," she said with a hint of disdain. Chen Lu gave a helpless smile. "Try it on." "Ha?" Liang Jiro looked at him, confused. "We have been shopping for so long. Maybe you think it does not look good just because you have not tried it on yet, Chenlu said seriously. Trying it on does not cost anything. If you still do not like it afterward, we can pick something else. Unable to argue with him, Liang Jiro nodded. As she walked into the fitting room, Chenlu swiftly turned and walked away, leaving the sales assistant looking puzzled. She immediately thought of those drama scenes where a scumbag boyfriend abandons his girlfriend. However, Chenlu soon returned, carrying a shopping bag. He slipped the receipt into his pocket and handed a t-shirt to the sales assistant, speaking gently. This shirt, please tell her later that it was part of a buy one get one deal. The sales assistant was stunned for a moment before she finally understood what he meant. Then she dumbly nodded her head. A short while later, the girl timidly stepped out. She was wearing the pale green, waist-cinching dress. Her long, waterfall-like hair cascaded down her back, and her slender waist and graceful figure were perfectly accentuated. Even though she was keeping her head bowed deeply, she was breathtaking. Her well-defined curves only made it impossible for anyone to look away. Chenlu had always known that Liang Jiro had a great figure, but he had never imagined that beneath her usual loose white t-shirts, she had been hiding such an elegant silhouette. Does it not look great? Chenlu smiled. Liang Jiro felt her cheeks flush with heat. She mumbled, no, it does not look good. She had no idea whether Chenlu was praising her or the dress. Although the longer she wore it, the more she liked it, the price was still beyond what she was willing to consider. She slowly lifted her gaze, hoping Chenlu would quickly look his fill so she could go change back. But then, Chenlu suddenly said, we will take this one. The girl froze. This was not what they had agreed on. Chenlu tricked her again. She looked up at him, her lips slightly pursed in grievance. Chenlu smiled at her. You think I cannot tell that you like it? But he still spoke seriously. It is a good deal. This store is having a promotion, buy one, get one free. Liang Jiro blinked her bright, watery eyes, unable to process the words for a moment. At that moment, the sales assistant quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She took out the t-shirt that Chenlu had just bought and smiled. Our store is currently running a promotion. For purchases over 600 yuan, we are giving away a summer t-shirt for free. Chenlu took the shirt and deliberately held it up next to Liang Jiro. Why do you not try this one on as well and see if it fits? It will fit, the sales assistant said with a smile. I have been doing this for a long time. I can tell a person's size with just a glance. Chenlu nodded. Alright, pack it up. The sales assistant took a branded shopping bag from their store and carefully placed the t-shirt inside. Liang Jiro glanced at Chenlu, then at the sales assistant packing the clothes, blinking in confusion. She did not notice anything unusual. She could tell whether the fabric was good, but she had no ability to judge prices based on clothing. Because she had never worn expensive clothes, she did not recognize brands either. Once everything was packed, Chenlu picked up the shopping bag containing the new t-shirt and her old clothes, then turned to leave with her without giving her a chance to change back. After all, who knew when she would actually bring herself to wear the dress again? He might as well take the opportunity to enjoy the view while he could. He had bought the extra t-shirt precisely because he was afraid she would be too reluctant to wear the dress. Walking beside Chenlu, Liang Jiro kept her head down, feeling embarrassed. She had not worn a dress since she was a child. Even though it was a long dress, having her legs uncovered still made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She quietly stole a glance at Chenlu but quickly looked away again. Having Chenlu buy her clothes made her very happy. This was the first time a boy had ever bought clothes for her or gone shopping with her. These were things she had never even dared to imagine before, but Chenlu had unknowingly done so much for her. As for the t-shirt, she had never doubted it for a second. She believed everything Chenlu said. Even if he had not gone through all that effort to set it up, she still would have believed him. Even though it seemed like he had tricked her quite a few times. Watching the girl in her new dress walking with her head down beside the boy, the sales assistant's eyes revealed a trace of envy. All along the way, the two of them kept sneaking glances at each other. Chenlu occasionally looked at the girl beside him. This dress truly brought out a whole new level of elegance in Liang Jiro. She usually wore oversized t-shirts, so he had never realized how slim her waist was or how well proportioned her figure was. And it was just the right amount of slenderness. He really wanted to wrap his arms around her and see how it felt. Chenlu swallowed hard and forced himself to look away. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro was thinking about what kind of clothes she should buy for Chenlu once she got her paycheck. At that moment, it suddenly struck her if she bought a piece of clothing for a few hundred yuan for Chenlu, it would only take her 2 or 3 hours of tutoring to earn it. That was something she had never dared to imagine before. After all, handing out flyers for an entire day barely earned her 200 yuan. Now she finally understood why Chenlu had told her all that before. As long as she followed his advice and worked hard, she would definitely be able to save enough money for her mother's surgery. Just relying on distributing flyers and working at a hot pot restaurant was not enough. Seeing that Chen Lu was still looking around, Liang Jiro quickly mumbled, "Should we go back now? Please do not buy me anything else, okay?" She was afraid that Chen Lu would buy her another outfit. And even though she was right next to him, the way people were looking at her still made her feel a little uncomfortable. But she forced herself to follow what she and Chen Lu had agreed on. She kept her head up. Many of the boys they passed stared at her, but after seeing Chen Lu, their expressions showed disappointment. As for the girls, after glancing at her and then at Chen Lu, their gazes were filled with envy. There was a subtle difference. "Alright, I will not buy anything else for you." Chen Lu pretended to compromise. Hearing this, Liang Jiro immediately felt relieved. But then, Chen Lu suddenly added, "Let's go buy some supplements for your mother." "Ha? No need. I will earn money myself to buy them for her." Liang Jiro panicked and grabbed Chen Lu's arm, trying to stop him. "Did you ask your mother?" Chen Lu turned to look at her, his face full of innocence. The girl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No, I did not." "Then how do you know she does not need me to buy them?" Liang Jiro was still clutching Chen Lu's arm, her small mouth slightly open, trying to think of what to say. "She really does not need them," she finally tried to convince him. "It is not up to you. This is not for you." Chen Lu pretended to think for a moment. "I will just go ask her myself, then." "Okay." Liang Jiro relaxed. After all, she was sure that Xiao Xuanfan would politely refuse. What she did not expect was that Chen Lu meant he would buy the supplements first and then go ask. After some time spent going back and forth, Liang Jiro finally managed to drag Chen Lu, who was carrying several shopping bags, out of the mall. Once outside, she quickly let go of his arm in a fluster. "You are bullying me again," she said, feeling wronged. Chen Lu smiled and poked her soft cheek with his finger. "Buying you clothes counts as bullying you? That is not what I meant." Liang Jiro pursed her lips. "Which made you happier, me buying you clothes, or me bullying you and making you upset?" he asked. "I was happier," Liang Jiro answered truthfully. Strictly speaking, it was not just the truth, it was a huge understatement. Chen Lu nodded slightly. "So should you not be thanking me? Why are you complaining about me bullying you?" Liang Jiro blinked and suddenly felt that what he said made sense. Thank you?" Chen Lu was pleased. "You are welcome. It was the right thing to do." As he finished speaking, he finally noticed the rows of artificial flowers outside the mall entrance. Each flower had a small white light glowing in its center. It looked a bit dreamy. "Let me take a picture of you. Who knows when you will wear this dress again?" Chen Lu turned to look at her. Time cannot be held onto, not yesterday, not even a single second ago. And human memory is not enough to capture every scene, every person who walks into our lives, or every view that makes us pause and take a breath. That is why Chen Lu loved photography. The girl silently nodded. She did not refuse. She was not sure if she had simply gotten used to it, or if she had given up resisting. Standing in the middle of the glowing flowers, she forced herself to keep her head up, meeting Chen Lu's focused gaze. The evening breeze kept gently blowing her long hair to the side, so she raised a hand to lightly press it down at her neck. Surrounded by soft lights, the scene looked almost unreal. "I hope you learn how to smile," Chen Lu said as he adjusted the frame, sighing as he looked at the girl through the camera lens. Liang Jiro was confused. "I do not know how to smile?" Chen Lu nodded. "I have never seen you smile before. Not even once." Hearing Chen Lu's words, Liang Jiro was a little lost in thought. She began to seriously recall whether she had ever smiled at him. In her heart, she was sure she had smiled before, like the first time Chen Lu sent her a message, the first time he drank the porridge she made, the first time he played the guitar for her, and the first time he told her, "I am here." Even just now, when she put on the dress he had bought for her, she had definitely smiled. But whether it showed on her face, she was not sure. She had suppressed her emotions for so long, hiding everything inside, that she had completely blurred the lines. Watching Chen Lu slowly walk toward her, Liang Jiro asked nervously, "I have not?" Chen Lu held his phone up in front of her. In the photo, the girl looked a little shy, but it was clear she was in a good mood. She stood amidst a glowing sea of artificial flowers, wearing the pale green, cinched waist dress. Her long hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and the scene carried a serene beauty. But something was missing. She quickly realized she had not smiled. "Since the day I met you, I have never seen you smile," Chen Lu said, his expression serious. This had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Even Lin Miao Miao, or the usually reserved Chen Mo, smiled countless times in a day. Even Mo Yuqing was no exception. But Liang Jiro never. Not even once. Chen Lu put his phone back into his pocket and looked at the girl in front of him, who was staring at him blankly, blinking. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and used his thumbs to push up the corners of her lips, forcing a smile onto her face. Softly, he asked, "Have you not been happy these days?" "I have," Liang Jiro answered seriously, her words slightly unclear as Chen Lu was still pressing on her cheeks. "I have been very happy. Every day since I met you has felt like a dream." "Then it is your own problem," Chen Lu said as he withdrew his hands, letting out a small sigh. "I do not know. I never thought about holding back my smile," Liang Jiro murmured, feeling confused. "I just did not want to cry." Chen Lu let out a chuckle. "And yet, you did not manage to hold back your tears either. In the end, you just lost the ability to smile, huh?" As soon as he said that, he frowned slightly. Thinking about it more carefully, although Liang Jiro often had tears welling up in her eyes, she rarely actually cried. Given her past, she was not much different from someone who had forgotten how to cry altogether. "Take your time," Chen Lu said softly, watching the girl lower her head. At that moment, he seemed to see that same girl from the hot pot restaurant again, the one who had been scolded constantly but had only let her tears well up in her eyes, too afraid to let them fall. "You should stop suppressing your emotions so much. If you want to smile, then smile. If you want to cry, then cry." As he spoke, he lightly poked her cheek. "After all, when you smile, I will smile with you. And if you cry, I will wipe your tears for you. So why hold back your tears? Things are different now, you know? Maybe in the past, the only person you had was a mother who was afraid of you being bullied, so you did not dare to cry. But now you have me. I can share your sadness. You do not have to eat something sweet just to make the pain go away." The moment he finished speaking, Chen Lu suddenly felt something warm drip onto his fingers, falling right before his eyes. When he shifted his focus back to the girl's face, she was already in tears. Chen Lu said nothing, he only gently wiped her tears away with soft, careful movements. On the surface, he looked calm. But inside, he was panicking like hell. What the fuck? How did this happen? Why is she crying all of a sudden? I was not prepared for this at all. Will people think I am bullying an innocent girl in public? Oh well, let them misunderstand. As long as he did not feel awkward, the awkwardness belonged to everyone else. Unfortunately, in the couple of seconds he spent worrying about the onlookers, he completely missed the brief moment when, through her tears, the girl's lips curved ever so slightly into a faint smile. Perhaps tired from crying while standing, she rested her forehead against Chen Lu's shoulder, continuing to wipe her tears. A long time passed before she finally stopped crying. Seeing the girl's tear-streaked but now calm face, Chen Lu let out a soft chuckle. Girls really are made of water. How do they even cry for this long? As for why she was crying, he had no idea, and he did not need to ask. Maybe she was touched. Maybe she was letting out all the grievances she had held back before. Either way, being able to release it was a good thing. Under the night sky, the two walked toward the parking lot. "You leaned on my shoulder for a long time. You need to pay me back," Chen Lu joked, looking up at the moon emerging from behind the clouds. "Then, next time, you can lean on me and cry?" "No, that will not be necessary." When they arrived at the alley where Liang Jiro lived, she did not get out of the car immediately, her eyes were still slightly swollen. Chen Lu even went to a pharmacy to buy an ice pack for her to reduce the swelling. After all, on a small scale, it might just worry her mother. But on a larger scale, it concerned his own reputation. "You remember to send me the photos you took, okay?" Liang Jiro said with her eyes closed. Chen Lu shook his head slightly. "These pictures are not good enough." "I think they are fine," she said, removing the ice pack and looking at him curiously. What she saw was Chen Lu with an unusually serious expression. For some reason, he let out a bitter smile. "Phones are just like this. If only I had a better DSLR camera." His own camera had broken, and he did not want to use the one Mo Yuching had given him. He had been thinking about when he should buy a new one. Seeing the contemplative look on his face, Liang Jiro blinked thoughtfully. In front of the girls' dormitory, Mo Yuching gazed helplessly at the freshman kneeling before her, holding a bouquet of flowers. This was definitely someone who had not bothered to learn about her family background. Otherwise, he would not have casually parked his sports car not far away. Most likely, he had seen her performance at the school event and fallen for her. "Thank you for your feelings, but I am sorry, I already like someone," she said seriously. Mo Yuching had developed a habit of saying thank you for liking me whenever she rejected a confession. But the person she most wanted to thank, the one she owed the most, had already been pushed away by her own hands. The boy's expression was full of disbelief, as if he had just heard something absurd. "You like someone? Then why are you not with him? No one in their right mind would ever reject you." Mo Yuching's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile, but she said nothing. No, he would not have refused. If only I had not made mistake after mistake. The boy, unwilling to give up, slowly stood up, staring at the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He had never been rejected before. In fact, the moment he saw Mo Yuching's performance, he had dumped his girlfriend without a second thought, never even considering the possibility of failure. "Do I really not have a chance?" he asked, unwilling to accept the answer, confusion written across his face. Mo Yuching remained indifferent, as heartless as always. "You should focus on the person who loves you instead of wasting your time on me. No one would ever have a chance again." She had never cared about other men before, and now, there was no longer any room for anyone else in her eyes. With that, she turned around and slowly walked toward her dormitory. On the way, a conversation between a young couple suddenly reached her ears. "It is so late. Why did you come all the way here?" The girl's voice carried a tone of reproach, but more than that, she sounded touched. "I was worried your stomach might hurt. Your period cramps are really bad," the boy muttered, scratching his head, clearly unsure whether his girlfriend was mad or moved. "You know, period cramps can actually be cured," the girl whispered. Hearing this, her boyfriend suddenly became excited, as if he would be willing to gather all 7 Dragon Balls if that was what it took. He eagerly asked, "How?" The girl clasped her hands behind her back, leaned in close to him, and smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Having a baby will fix it." Mo Yuching stopped in her tracks and quietly watched them. No one, whether they had feelings for her or not, would have expected that Mo Yuching of all people would envy couples. This stunningly beautiful, cold and distant girl looked at the heart-warming scene before her, her eyes filled with longing. The corners of her lips curled up unconsciously as she felt genuinely happy for their happiness. And yet, at the corner of her eyes, glistening tears had begun to form. She pulled out her phone and stared at the last message she had sent to Chenlu. As she had expected, still no reply. Mo Yuching bit her lip hard. "If our parents were not so close, you would have deleted me long ago, wouldn't you?" She knew that if she posted anything on social media, there would be plenty of people lining up to send her messages. But none of them were the ones she wanted. She lifted her head and gazed at the streetlight beside her. The bright glow became increasingly blurred in her vision, as if shrouded in a mist of tears. 2 full moons hung in the night sky, one white, one yellow. For a moment, she could not tell which one was real. "I really miss you, Chenlu." After Liang Jiro's eyes were no longer as swollen, Chenlu led her out of the car. The two of them walked side by side through the alley, the overhead lights casting long shadows of their figures. When they reached the door, Liang Jiro suddenly realized she had come straight home wearing the new dress she had just bought. There was nowhere to change, so she could only lower her head in embarrassment as she took out her keys to unlock the door. Chenlu, carrying several large bags, followed behind her. As soon as the door opened, they saw Xiao Xuanfang sitting in her wheelchair, silently gazing at the small window. A faint stream of moonlight illuminated her figure, making her silhouette appear lonely. She was around the same age as Chenlu's mother, Wang Xiaoxia, yet she was rarely seen looking at her phone or watching television. Perhaps, for someone who had grown up in the mountains and could no longer walk, simply staring at the night sky was a way to pass the time. Chenlu suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Why are you back so late?" Xiao Xuanfang's voice was filled with worry and longing, though there was little reproach in her tone. Just as Liang Jiro hesitated, struggling to find the right words, Chenlu spoke on her behalf. "Good evening, Auntie. We had dinner together tonight." The moment she heard Chenlu's voice, she seemed to relax significantly. She turned her wheelchair around. "As long as you are with him, I can be at ease," she said with a smile. But then, noticing the large number of bags Chenlu was carrying, she froze for a moment. "Why did you bring so many things?" While Liang Jiro fumbled in the dark to turn on the lights, Chenlu had already crouched down beside Xiao Xuanfang. He tilted his face slightly upward, deliberately lowering his gaze below hers. With a gentle smile, he said, "There was a sale at the mall today, so I bought you some supplements." Xiao Xuanfang looked troubled. "Auntie cannot accept so many things from you. You should save your money and buy yourself something nice to eat instead." Chenlu put on a pitiful expression. "That is not how it works, Auntie. You have already fed me before. And I plan to come over often in the future. Whenever my mom scolds me, I will come here for a meal. If you do not accept this, I will feel too embarrassed to come next time." Xiao Xuanfang instinctively reached out and gently patted Chenlu's head. All right, Xiao Lu, you can come whenever you want. But you must listen to Auntie, no more buying things like this in the future." It was only when she reached out that she realized something. Chenlu was much taller than her. To pat his head, she had to stretch her arm downward. Glancing to the side, she saw that he was kneeling on one knee beside her. His knee did not even touch the floor, making the position look quite uncomfortable. For a moment, she felt a little dazed. Chenlu was still chatting as if nothing had happened. If she had not reached out just now, she might have completely missed this quiet act of kindness. Her eyes grew slightly misty without her realizing it. Auntie will always welcome you. Remember to visit often, she said gently. Hearing that, Chen Lu quickly placed the bags in the corner, just in case Xiao Xuanfang tried to make him take some of them back when he left. Of course. How could I not, when Liang Jiro's cooking is so good? Xiao Xuanfang saw Liang Jiro, dressed in a new dress, pouring water for Chen Lu, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her somewhat weathered face. After dropping off Liang Jiro, Chen Lu prepared to return to the dormitory. He sat in the car, not rushing to start the engine. His index finger tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel as he quietly pondered. What exactly could he do to help Liang Jiro right now? It seemed that there was still a chance for her mother's leg to recover through surgery, but the cost was unknown. One thing was certain, it would not be cheap. At least, it was far beyond what this silly girl could afford in the next few years. But the real issue was that their relationship was not yet at the point where he could step in and handle something like this. If he overstepped, it would only make Liang Jiro feel completely indebted to him, creating an imbalance between them. That was not what Chen Lu wanted. He did not want to see this silly girl obeying him in everything out of a sense of obligation. Besides, although his parents were kind-hearted and might be willing to lend him the money, this was something he had to earn himself. Otherwise, it would not feel right. If it was not his own money, he had no right to spend it this way. He chuckled softly, started the engine, and sped off. Taking care of this silly girl was definitely going to be a long-term commitment. Step by step, it had to be done slowly. Halfway back, his phone started ringing. Surprisingly, it was Li Xinian calling. Hey, Lu Ji. You tell me what you want first, and then I will decide whether I am your GE, Chen Lu said in a low voice. This guy never buttered him up for no reason. When he needed something, it was always Lu Ji, but when he did not, it was good son. It is nothing major. I wanted to borrow some money. Li Xinian's tone sounded a little awkward. You are out right now? Chen Lu asked curiously. If he needed to borrow money, he could have just waited until he got back to the dorm. There was no need to call now. Li Xinian hesitated for a moment, then, as if feeling embarrassed, admitted, Yeah, I am out treating someone to dinner, but the menu prices are scaring me, so I ran to the bathroom to call you. Chen Lu chuckled helplessly. How much? I will send it to you on WeChat. Li Xinian paused before replying, 2,000. How much? Li Xinian, are you out of your fucking mind? What the hell are you eating? Gold? Chen Lu was so startled that he almost ran a red light. Li Xinian's entire monthly allowance was only about 1,000 yuan. How the hell was I supposed to know Japanese food was this expensive? Li Xinian's voice grew quieter, though the embarrassment in his tone had already faded. Since Chen Lu was scolding him, it meant he was not refusing. In their dorm, the two most reliable people were Chen Lu and Jiang Chao. If something came up, everyone usually turned to them. But this time, he had not dared to call Jiang Chao. While both of them would lend him money, Jiang Chao's scolding was far harsher than Chen Lu's. As the traffic light countdown ticked away, Chen Lu sighed. You are eating with a girl, right? Li Xinian hummed in agreement. So, you are trying to follow in my footsteps? Chen Lu said sarcastically. Although, in reality, Li Xinian was not even close to his footsteps. At the very least, Chen Lu had never been ripped off like this. Do you want to come join us? Li Xinian quickly tried to change the subject. Chen Lu let out a cold snort. Why would I go? To steal your spotlight? His words were subtle, but the meaning was clear. Back when Jiang Chao took girls out to eat, he never brought Chen Lu along. Even if Chen Lu stayed completely silent and just sat there, he would still overshadow the entire scene. Sometimes, being too good-looking meant you could not even play the role of a wingman. It is fine, just come and help lighten the mood, Li Xinian muttered. Despite spending so much time in the student council, he still was not as socially adept as Chen Lu. Seeing that Chen Lu was not responding, he added, Please, Lu Ji, just this once. Wenxi is really a good girl. A good girl who is making you spend 2,000 on dinner? Chen Lu scoffed. Forget it. Just tell me the location, I will come see what kind of creature she is. After getting out of the car, Chen Lu glanced at the Japanese restaurant in front of him. The decor was overly extravagant, a flashy imitation of Japanese style, purely for show, completely superficial. It was all about appearances. What an eyesore. This restaurant was located near the university district, yet he had never heard of it before. That meant it definitely was not good. Clearly, they had spent more effort on advertising than on food. Who knew how many people came here just to take pictures? Following the table number Li Xinian had given him, Chen Lu made his way inside. Lifting the Norin curtain, he immediately saw Li Xinian sitting across from a girl with a single ponytail. The table was ridiculously low, requiring them to kneel while eating, which made Chen-Lu speechless. He silently vowed never to step foot in a place like this again. "Hello, senior." The girl turned her head toward Chen-Lu and immediately flashed him a sweet, but somewhat artificial, smile. Chen-Lu nodded and studied her. She had an oval-shaped face and delicate features, barely making it into the pretty category. About 0.8 Lin Myo. "This is my friend, Chen-Lu," Lee Sinian introduced. "He helped plan the freshman welcome gala with me. He is the one the dean personally praised." Chen-Lu did not say much and simply sat down next to Lee Sinian. A girl who could make a guy she barely knew spend 2,000 yuan on dinner, there was no way he would have a good impression of her. Not worth his attention. Lee Sinian did not notice Chen-Lu's reluctance. "This is Qin Wenxi. She co-hosted the event with me. She is a year below us." Qin Wenxi was a member of the arts department and had also been involved in planning the gala. That was why she had recognized Chen-Lu the moment he walked in. But Chen-Lu had no memory of her whatsoever. Only after hearing this did he realize so she was the girl who had hosted the school's anniversary event a few days ago. No wonder her voice had sounded vaguely familiar. Then, his expression changed as he turned to glance at Lee Sinian. "You want me to play wingman for you? For someone who was standing right next to Mo Yuqing when she watched me get humiliated on stage?" "You two had great chemistry on stage," Chen-Lu said politely. "My friends and I even talked about it at the time. Since he was already here, he might as well play the role of a proper wingman. At least until Lee Sinian paid him back, then this meal would be free." Qin Wenxi shyly replied, "Really? Thank you. But I still think it is more impressive that you, a non-student council member, were able to co-plan the event with them. It makes you seem like some kind of hidden expert. When you stepped in to host that night, so many girls in my class wanted your WeChat." "She memorizes scripts as fast as you do," Lee Sinian added. "During rehearsals, she never messed up once." "No, I get nervous easily," Qin Wenxi said, flashing Lee Sinian a gentle smile. "I really only got through it thanks to your help." Then, seamlessly, she turned back to Chen-Lu and continued talking about last year's gala, as if that brief exchange had never happened. Chen-Lu casually responded, but in his mind, he already understood why Lee Sinian had agreed to this dinner. This girl's social finesse gave him the illusion that they clicked well. When talking to someone you are not very familiar with, if everything feels effortlessly smooth, it does not necessarily mean you have found a kindred spirit. It could simply mean the other person's emotional intelligence is much higher than yours and they are adjusting to your level. So, no matter what you say, they can keep the conversation going, not because you truly understand each other. "Some hidden expert, huh? I was just working for free. If not for Lee Sinian, I would not have been involved with the arts department at all." Qin Wenxi took a sip of barley tea, rested her chin on her hand, and looked at Chen-Lu. "Then that makes you a hidden expert. I joined the student council hoping to gain the kind of experience you have." Chen-Lu, wanting to steer the conversation away from himself, bluntly countered, "It is useless. The idea that the student council builds experience is a lie." Qin Wenxi quickly pivoted, never letting the mood falter. "You are right. I regretted it as soon as I joined. The longer I stay, the more I realize that people like you are just naturally talented." Chen-Lu patted Lee Sinian's shoulder and smiled. "I was just backup." You would not believe how prepared he was. The moment he became vice minister, he came up with a ton of contingency plans, he even had a plan E. That is why, when the original host got sick at the last minute, he had a solution right away. He had already accounted for it. In reality, what happened was that Lee Sinian had begged him the night before to memorize the script so he could take over. But, of course, Chen-Lu would never say that out loud. After all, he was not the one trying to impress anyone. The girl covered her mouth and laughed. "That amazing?" Lee Sinian chuckled. It was not that big of a deal." Chen-Lu had had enough. "I literally handed you the perfect setup, and you do not even know how to follow up? No one is this dumb." Noticing how stiffly Lee Sinian was eating, Qin Wenxi turned to him. "Is this your first time having Japanese food?" Lee Sinian immediately shook his head. It absolutely was his first time. When the sashimi arrived, Qin Wenxi sweetly asked, "Do you need soy sauce?" Misunderstanding this as a choice rather than a necessity, Lee Sinian gently shook his head. "No need." Qin Wenxi's lips curled into a subtle smirk, but she said nothing. Chen-Lu saw right through her, she was deliberately making a fool out of Lee Sinian. Suppressing his irritation, he called over a waiter. "It is my first time here. How should I eat this sashimi?" A female server quickly approached, asked about his preferences, and helped him prepare the dipping sauce. In the end, it was Qin Wenxi who poured him the soy sauce. Seeing what Chen-Lu had done, Lee Sinian seemed to catch on and quietly followed suit, preparing a proper sauce instead of eating the wasabi plain. You are really trying Japanese food for the first time, senior? Chen Wensi smiled. Chen Lu had already been to a Japanese restaurant before, with Chen Mo. Still, he nodded. Yes. Lee Sinian was inexplicably nervous while talking to Chen Wensi. His brain kept short-circuiting, which meant Chen Lu had to sit through an excruciating hour of conversation. When it was finally time to pay, the main character of this dinner, Lee Sinian, suddenly became relevant again. A server approached the table, gave a small bow, and said, "Your total is 1,988 yuan. Who will be paying?" "I will," Chen Wensi said with a smile, gesturing for the server to come to her. Despite her words, she made no move to take out her phone. Chen Lu had no intention of paying. At the same time, he subtly pressed down on Lee Sinian's arm, waiting to see how she would handle this. He was not the type to hand out lifelines to just anyone. Nor was he the type to sit back and watch a friend get played without doing anything. "Oh, I cannot let you pay," Lee Sinian quickly said, immediately pulling up the payment screen. "I told you this meal was on me. Let us split it," Chen Lu said seriously. "You barely ate anything." Lee Sinian hesitated before heading toward the register. "I got it." The room fell into silence. Chen Lu stared at his phone, too disinterested to engage. Instead, he wondered what excuse he could come up with later to beat Lee Sinian up. "Senior, I remembered you ever since the freshman welcome gala," Chen Wensi said with a soft smile. Then, tilting her head slightly, she added, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Chen Lu did not even lift his eyes. "No, I would not want to upset anyone." "Didn't Yuqing already reject you?" she asked, resting her chin on her hand, as if she knew everything about him. "I never said I was talking about her." 10 minutes later, Chen Lu sat in the driver's seat, staring ahead. The neon lights from the signboard in front of him cast shifting colors across his face through the car window. After seeing Chen Wensi off into a taxi, Lee Sinian opened the car door and sat down beside him. Whatever they had talked about before parting, Lee Sinian still had a faint smile on his face, despite his earlier troubled expression. 2 seconds after the door closed, the lingering heat that had snuck into the car slowly dissipated. Chen Lu could not be bothered to look at him. Staring straight ahead, he said blankly, "When I take Liang Zhiro out for a meal, she cannot even bring herself to order a 10 yuan dish." Lee Sinian had not noticed all the details of the dinner earlier. He had not realized that Chen Wensi had only pretended to pay. Instead, he assumed that when Chen Lu held him back, it was because he did not want him to spend so much money. So he silently listened to Chen Lu's words without refuting them. "This time, I covered for you. But if this happens again, do not come to me for money." "Damn it, I do not get it. You have a living example right in front of you. You think I used to live so carefree, huh?" Chen Lu felt a pang of regret. He had just taken another step away from his new camera. But there was no helping it. Over the past 3 years, Lee Sinian had been good to him. "My advice? Stay away from her. You two are not in the same league." Chen Lu finally turned to him, his expression serious. "While you were upfront paying, she tried to add me on WeChat. I refused." Lee Sinian thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe she just wanted to get to know my circle a bit better? Like how you added Lu Yen back then. I told her you were one of my closest friends, after all." "Bullshit." Chen Lu cursed, reversed the car, and spoke with even more irritation. "You are even more delusional than me. Think about it, would Lu Yen ever let Jiang Chao spend 2,000 on dinner for her? She wouldn't. If Jiang Chao spent 2,000 on Japanese food for her, Lu Yen would break his damn legs. And neither would Liang Zhiro. If she saw me spending that much on dinner for her, she would regret it so much she might cry." Chen Lu was too frustrated to take his usual patient approach. Lee Sinian, unwilling to accept being scolded, retorted, "What about Mo Yuqing?" The implication was clear. Chen Lu had also once gone to great lengths for a girl. He had no right to lecture others. Chen Lu's expression darkened. He did not want to revisit anything related to Mo Yuqing. Mo Yuqing once bought me a camera worth over 30,000 yuan. "Ask Chen Wensi to buy you one," he said coldly. Lee Sinian immediately regretted speaking. He had not meant to hurt Chen Lu. He shut his mouth and stared silently out the window at the city lights. Chen Lu impatiently honked twice, urging the car ahead to move. After a while, he spoke again. "Love is not about inequality, it is about one person pushing boundaries while the other convinces themselves it is romantic." That was the last thing Chen Lu said to Lee Sinian in the car that night. The days passed uneventfully. Many third-year students, like Lee Sinian, were blindly throwing themselves into their final youthful pursuits. To them, stepping into an internship and joining the workforce marked the end of their youth. No one wanted to regret never having dated in college. Meanwhile, another group of couples was drowning in uncertainty about the future. One partner was too anxious, desperate to discuss the long term, while the other avoided thinking about it at all. Arguments were constant. This was the peak breakup season for college relationships. Early morning. Licinian finished getting ready and was about to head out. Just as he opened the door, Jiang Chao called out to him. "What the fuck is wrong with you? She probably sees you as an ATM, and you are still running after her?" Jiang Chao looked at him like he was an absolute idiot. "Didn't Chen Lu already tell you? She even tried to add him on WeChat behind your back." Licinian sighed. "I still have a chance." Jiang Chao stared at him in disbelief. "You are delusional. Chen Lu was right, you are even more far gone than he ever was." Unconvinced, Licinian countered, "The girl I am chasing is not as pretty as Mo Yuqing, her family is not as wealthy, and she is not a campus beauty. So how am I worse than he was?" Jiang Chao thought about Liang Zhiro for a moment, then chuckled and said nothing. Whether someone was easy to pursue had nothing to do with looks. Licinian was completely missing the point. People in love were fucking stupid. Except me, of course. Lu Yan is the dumb one. Jiang Chao quickly clarified that in his head. But even Mo Yuqing was never like that. "Wake the hell up, this girl is just using you." Before Jiang Chao could finish, the door slowly closed. Jiang Chao turned to Chen Lu, who was sitting on his bed reading, and let out a deep sigh. A girl he just met asks for his WeChat, and he still thinks he has a chance. Then he sat down on Chen Lu's bed, shaking his head with a grin. "You were spot on about one thing, if I ever spent that kind of money on dinner for Lu Yan, she'd definitely break my legs." "You are still reading?" Jiang Chao snatched the book from Chen Lu's hands. "Why are you not helping talk some sense into him?" "I am not going to." Chen Lu yawned. In his current state, he won't snap out of it until he crashes hard. Either he will get his heart completely broken, or he will eventually grow out of it, like I did. Either way, he won't stay like this forever. Then he added, "Most likely, it will be the first one. That girl is not just passively uninterested, she is actively bad news." Jiang Chao looked at the closed door, deep in thought. Chen Lu managed to pull himself out of the mess. "But you." "I am not so sure." When he snapped out of it, he realized he was still holding Chen Lu's book. It was about programming. Then he noticed another book on the bed, one about entrepreneurship. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Playing hard to get, huh? Refusing me to my face but secretly researching all this?" Chen Lu was unfazed. "Rejecting you was serious. Studying this is also serious. If I find out this is a dead end, at least I can talk you out of it. You are way more reasonable than Licinian." "Of course I am reasonable. If I had not listened to you, I would probably still be living like I used to, and I would have missed out on Lu Yan." Jiang Chao smirked. "By the way, isn't it a bit late for you to start learning programming?" "I already know a little." Chen Lu took his book back. "If I had not been so focused on chasing Mo Yuqing, I would not have picked law as my major." Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow. "So you actually gave up on your dream or your passion?" "I don't have a dream. I am probably just meant to be an average nobody," Chen Lu said quietly. "If anyone else said that, I'd believe it. But you? No fucking way." "Why?" Chen Lu asked, confused. Jiang Chao waved the book from the library. "Back then, you were exhausting yourself chasing after Mo Yuqing, but you still had the best grades in our class. Not to mention, you know how to do just about everything. I really don't get you." Chen Lu sighed. "I wish you were a girl." "What, so you'd chase after me?" "No, it is just disgusting to be complimented by a guy. I feel like throwing up everything I ate yesterday." Chen Lu pulled on a t-shirt. "Come on, let's go to class. We are good students who don't skip." Evening. Chen Lu called Liang Zhiro. He had not seen her all day. "You started working during the day now too?" He frowned. "Yes. I am about to start my shift at the hot pot restaurant. Can I call you back later?" "All right." Hanging up, Chen Lu frowned deeper, his expression filled with confusion. Something about Liang Zhiro had been strange these past few days. Meanwhile, inside the advisor's office, "Yuqing, you still have time, so take it slow." The advisor gently patted the shoulder of the girl sitting beside her, a hint of concern in her voice. The girl, with her neatly tied ponytail, sat by the window, carefully sorting through the school's employment documents. The golden hues of the evening sunset cast a warm glow over her, as if nature itself had arranged the perfect backdrop for this breathtakingly beautiful girl, making the scene appear serene and picturesque. Even as a fellow woman, the advisor could not help but feel momentarily dazed just by looking at Mo Yuqing's profile. No wonder even students from other departments chase after her. "Don't overwork yourself. Worst case, I will take the blame later." "I have gotten used to getting scolded anyway," the advisor said with a chuckle. As a newcomer, she had already endured plenty of reprimands. She had long since given up resisting. It is alright, teacher. This is my responsibility anyway. Mo Yuqing gave her a faint smile before continuing her work. Oh, right. Why don't you ask Chen-Lu for help? If you two work together, you could finish much faster, the advisor suggested. In truth, she also found the situation strange. Mo Yuqing used to do these things in her freshman year, but later, when she found it too exhausting, she simply had Chen-Lu take over. So why was she suddenly handling everything herself again? Did they have a falling out? That did not seem likely. After all, Chen-Lu was still handling his duties as class president as usual. At the mention of his name, Mo Yuqing suddenly froze. The file she was about to open remained suspended in midair, as if she had turned to stone. A mist seemed to cloud her vision. Pressing her lips together, she forced a helpless smile and murmured, "It's fine. I shouldn't trouble him with everything." The advisor found her reaction puzzling but did not press further. An hour later. I will take the remaining documents home. Goodbye, teacher. After finishing her task, Mo Yuqing absent-mindedly gathered the paperwork in front of her of materials that students would need for their internship applications next month. Gently closing the door, she found Lu Yan waiting outside to take her to dinner. You have been tying your hair in a ponytail lately, trying a new style? Lu Yan asked curiously, watching Mo Yuqing's ponytail sway behind her. Mo Yuqing had always been a fan of wearing her hair down. Lu Yan much preferred that look on her. Chen-Lu likes it, Mo Yuqing said lightly. Lu Yan almost thought she had misheard. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Chen-Lu likes it? Yeah. The other day, when I saw her, she had a ponytail. As she spoke, Mo Yuqing reached up and gently tugged at her own ponytail. The moment she let go, her silky hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Yet, no matter how beautiful she was, she could not hide the sadness in her eyes. Seeing her best friend so heartbroken, Lu Yan felt a deep ache in her chest. Her conscience told her that Mo Yuqing deserved to feel this way. But as her friend, she still could not help but feel overwhelming sympathy. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, Chen-Lu must have been so tired back then. Mo Yuqing suddenly whispered. She tilted her head slightly, rubbing her slender, snow-white neck. Every slight movement made her wince in pain. And this is just after a couple of days. When I got tired and dumped all this work on him back then, how did he manage to endure it all on his own? Chen-Lu had never once complained. Not even once. Sit down. Let me massage it for you, Lu Yan said gently, pointing to a nearby bench in the hallway. They sat side by side. Lu Yan turned slightly and began to knead the tension in Mo Yuqing's neck. You know, if you keep looking down like that for too long, it's no wonder you're in pain, she scolded lightly. She was well aware that apart from attending classes, her friend had spent every spare moment working on these documents. Mo Yuqing closed her eyes. The moment Lu Yan applied pressure, she let out a soft whimper followed by a single tear rolling down her cheek. It hurts. Lu Yan sighed. You probably slept with a stiff neck, and now, after keeping your head down for so long, it's even worse. Just bear with it for a bit. If we do not fix it now, it will be worse tomorrow. I will buy you some medicated patches later. She looked up after speaking only to see that Mo Yuqing's tears were no longer just a single drop. They had already formed a steady stream. She was stunned. How did Chen-Lu get through all of that back then? Mo Yuqing's voice trembled as she tightly gripped Lu Yan's hand. She sounded like a child who had just realized she had made a terrible mistake. I even complained that he was too slow. How hurt must he have been at the time? Lu Yan did not say anything. She simply continued massaging Mo Yuqing's neck, silently watching her cry. 10 minutes later, after a long silence, Mo Yuqing sniffled and murmured, I will return everything to him. Lu Yan did not understand. Return what? Mo Yuqing gazed at the darkening sky outside. Her eyes dimmed, and the traces of dried tears stained her delicate face. I will return all the kindness he gave me. Every bit of it. He chased you for 7 years, Lu Yan sighed. How could you possibly repay that? She let out a soft chuckle, making light of the situation. By the time you finish paying him back, you will be almost 30. No one will want you then. I know. Mo Yuqing wiped her face with a wet tissue, then stood up and continued gazing out the window. But it does not matter. I will return it all to him. Every last bit. For the first time, Lu Yan saw a look in Mo Yuqing's eyes that she had never seen before. She patted her on the shoulder. Come on, let's get your medicated patches and grab some food. Mo Yuqing shook her head. I want to go home first. Is your mom back? No, I just want to go home. Lu Yan thought about the look in Mo Yuqing's eyes moments ago and felt uneasy. Firmly, she said, then I will go with you. Mo Yuqing smiled. What's with that face? I know you're not going to do anything reckless. There is nothing to be reckless about. I do not even deserve to be reckless. Under Lu Yan's insistence, Mo Yuqing finally agreed to let her drop her off. Lu Yan, in turn, compromised she would leave as soon as Mo Yuqing got home. Mo Yuqing leaned against the car window, staring blankly at the dark sky. Thick, heavy clouds loomed, suffocating the horizon. A sudden clap of thunder nearly startled her, snapping her out of her thoughts. It's going to rain again. How annoying. Moments later, the car pulled up in front of Mo Yuqing's residential complex just as the rain started pouring down relentlessly. Mo Yuqing grabbed her umbrella and slowly opened the car door. Every time I drop you off here, I feel like life is unfair, Lu Yan joked. A riverside apartment? Come on. I could work my whole life and maybe afford a bedroom here. The elegant figure of Mo Yuqing stepped into the rain, opening her black umbrella. Raindrops pelted against it with sharp, rhythmic sounds. She turned back to Lu Yan, her dimples deepening as she smiled sweetly. What's there to be unfair about? My home is your home. Lu Yan was briefly stunned. Then, laughing, she waved her off. All right, I am leaving. Remember to use the medicated patches. Watching Lu Yan drive away, Mo Yuqing finally turned and walked toward her building. Mo Yuqing walked to the door, pressed her fingerprint against the scanner, and entered only to see a somewhat unfamiliar figure in the living room. It was a middle-aged man with glasses, slightly overweight, sitting on the couch watching short videos on his phone. Her so-called stepfather, Lin Jingming. In that instant, an oppressive feeling washed over her, and her already low spirits plummeted further. She figured her mother must have called him over to help clean up the house, hoping it would somehow improve their relationship. At first, Mo Yuqing had been a little touched by the gesture. Until she discovered the truth. Her mother probably had no idea that, every time, he simply called a cleaning lady to do the work while he lounged on the couch playing on his phone. It was always the same. And every time, she would end up being questioned by her mother why was she not making an effort to get along with him. But Mo Yuqing no longer cared. She silently changed her shoes, walked into her room, and shut the door with a bang. Lin Jingming did not even lift his head, showing no intention of acknowledging her. As soon as Mo Yuqing entered her room, she started rummaging through her things. Before long, the floor was covered with an assortment of old and peculiar objects, worn-out watercolor paintings, spinning tops, crystal balls, paintbrushes, Barbie dolls, and then later, love letters, sketch drawings, origami roses, necklaces. She even pulled down the large stuffed bear from her bed and placed it among the pile. Looking at all these things, Mo Yuqing's lips curved into a silent smile. Every single one of them had been gifts from Chun Lu. From childhood to adolescence, from one birthday to the next. As they grew older, the gifts changed too. From childish trinkets to thoughtful keepsakes. From innocent gestures to signs of budding affection. The watercolor and sketch paintings were both of her. The difference in skill was night and day. The watercolor painting could hardly even be called a painting, it was more like a stick figure. A round head, curved lines for eyes and a smile, a blue trapezoid representing a dress, and a yellow circle in the corner for the sun. She chuckled. But as she did, fresh tears welled up, trickling onto the old, yellowed paper. Startled, she quickly set it aside. Then she froze. Something's missing. One thing is missing. She mumbled in a daze, not even bothering to put on slippers as she rushed out to the living room. Where is my stuff? Mo Yuqing demanded. Lin Jingming looked up, startled. He had clearly been suppressing his irritation. What stuff? Mo Yuqing took a deep breath, trying not to lose control. My things. The music box that was on my nightstand. She did not want to get into a heated argument with this man, she did not want to disrupt her mother's relationship, but she also refused to let them disrupt her life. That was why she had insisted on living on her own for the past few years. Lin Jingming narrowed his eyes, finally recalling. Oh, that. I told the cleaning lady to throw it away this afternoon. Such a childish thing, aren't you a little too old for that? Mo Yuqing froze. You threw it away? That was mine. Did you even ask me? That was from when I was 12. That was from Chen Lu. Lin Jingming flicked the ash from his cigarette and sighed impatiently. You are about to start your internship. Focus on what matters. Grow up a little. Already furious, Mo Yuqing could no longer hold back. You are not my father. Why do you even care? Why shouldn't I care? He stood up and yelled back. Seeing the tears in Mo Yuqing's eyes as she glared at him coldly, he decided not to escalate things further. With an exasperated sigh, he grabbed his phone and walked toward the door. I will just buy you another one. Those things are cheap, you can have as many as you want. With that, he slammed the door behind him. Thunder rumbled outside. Lightning flashed intermittently, illuminating the dimly lit room. The torrential rain only grew heavier. Mo Yuqing stood frozen, as still as a statue. She was lost in the past. Back when Lin Jingming and her mother had returned from overseas, they had only brought gifts for her half-sister. She had cried as she told Chen Lu about it. The next day, Chen Lu gave her a music box. Even now, she could still recall the look on his face so vividly. That morning, Chen Lu had arrived early at her house, only to be pulled aside by her mother and sister for what felt like an endless conversation. It took him forever to find a chance to slip into her room. At the time, Mo Yuqing had been sulking under her covers, her eyes still red from crying. The moment she saw Chen Lu, she felt something indescribable. Chen Lu had pulled her out from under the blanket and, like a magician, produced the music box from his jacket. He put a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo." Lin Xian did not get one. "I only got this for you. Do not tell her. Look, it even plays music." When Mo Yuqing came back to her senses, she was already downstairs, alone in the pouring rain. She lifted her head and stared at the row of trash bins in front of her. Her eyes were cold, her face expressionless. So this is why I hate rainy days. She did not know how long it had been. The icy rain had been replaced by the warmth of the shower. Steam filled the bathroom, clouding the mirror. Mo Yuqing stood under the running water, smiling as she gazed at the music box in her hands. On the back, in clumsy white strokes, were the letters CNM, written with correction fluid. Correction tape had not been invented yet. The crooked C was Chen Lu's handwriting. The slightly neater M was hers. She was not sure if the moisture running down her face was water or tears. She did not care. She simply smiled. "Your C is so ugly. The more I look at it, the worse it gets." She mimicked the way Chen Lu used to press a finger to his lips. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not stop her lips from trembling, and her vision from blurring. "Why did I forget? Why the hell did I forget? I took your kindness for granted. I treated it as something I deserved. Thank you for being so good to me back then, so good that I used to get angry if you did not answer my calls." Mo Yuqing traced the letters on the wooden music box with her fingers. And in that moment, the image of that bright-eyed boy surfaced in her mind once more. She whispered to the air, "You once told me you would marry me when we grew up. I said yes. Even back then, I already agreed. It is all my fault. I forgot. I broke my promise." As she spoke, she slumped down onto the wet floor, hugging her knees. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs uncontrollable. "I kept hurting you over and over again. Chen Lu, I am sorry. When I was little, I really wanted to marry you. I still do." Noon, the next day. Chen Lu sat at the cafeteria table, resting his chin on his hand, quietly watching the girl in front of him. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Liang Jiro kept her head down and took small bites of her food, her heartbeat refusing to calm. At this hour, the cafeteria was at its busiest, packed with people, filled with noise and chatter. Yet, even in the midst of all that, she could hear the pounding of her own heart. After a while, she could not take it anymore and murmured softly, why do you keep looking at me?" Chen Lu continued observing her. Noticing that she had barely eaten anything, he let out a light sigh. "Not much of an appetite lately?" "It is too hot," Liang Jiro replied, eyes downcast. Chen Lu found it amusing. "So those serious dark circles under your eyes are because of the heat too?" Initially, he had planned to keep pressing for answers, but just as he was about to continue, Liang Jiro suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were slightly damp. "If you do not want to talk about it, then..." Midway through his sentence, he paused. It was only then that he realized something. If he asked, she would definitely tell him. She was not unwilling to talk, she just preferred that he did not ask. Chen Lu suddenly chuckled. "All right." With that, he picked up a peeled shrimp and placed it in her bowl. Not bad. You have learned how to politely refuse." One step closer to smiling at me. Strangely enough, seeing her hesitantly turn him down actually made him feel rather happy. Liang Jiro stared at him blankly, blinking, as if the situation had not unfolded as she expected. A few more seconds passed before she suddenly spoke up. "The dark circles are because I have been feeling tired lately. I want to work harder. I want to become someone amazing, sooner." Well, clearly, neither of them had anticipated this development. This time, it was Chen Lu's turn to be stunned. He blinked. "But I did not even ask? Why did you suddenly tell me?" He could not make sense of what was going on. The girl kept her head down, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, and said seriously, "Because I do not want to refuse you." Liang Jiro had a certain stubbornness about her, in the most unexpected ways. Chen Lu slowly reached out and tucked her bangs behind her ear, carefully studying her bright, clear eyes. They were just as beautiful as ever, pure and full of life, but the heavy dark circles beneath them made her look exhausted. "Do you have class this afternoon?" or are you going to your part-time job? Chen Lu asked. I have work. You know, you cannot rush these things. Chen Lu's expression was tinged with worry. Come on, finish your meal. Once we are done, I will take you somewhere quiet so you can rest for a bit. What is with that nervous look? Stop overthinking. I am a gentleman, alright? Do I look like some kind of creep to you? After lunch, Chen Lu took her to a secluded pavilion he had only recently noticed. And why had he only recently noticed it? Well, it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that the drama club was no longer a suitable meetup spot. The pavilion was located in a more isolated area of their faculty, next to a large pond. On weekends, a few couples might stroll by, but on weekdays, it was practically deserted. It was quiet. Liang Jiro carefully took in the surroundings, her gaze lingering on the shimmering ripples of the pond as a gentle breeze swept across the water. The cool air was refreshing, dissipating the heat of the day. She had never known there was such a place on campus. Then again, she had never really taken the time to explore. Her schedule had never allowed for such leisure. As they entered the pavilion, they found a stone table in the center, flanked by two cylindrical stone stools. Wooden benches lined the perimeter, providing more seating options. Liang Jiro meticulously wiped off one of the stone stools for Chen Lu, but before she could even finish, he casually hopped onto the stone table instead. She sighed helplessly and sat down properly. As soon as she did, Chen Lu reached over and poked her cheek firmly. She puffed up her face in protest, only for his finger to press down again, deflating it like a balloon. I already told you before, this is a gradual process. What is wrong with balancing work and rest? Chen Lu scolded. Your dark circles are so bad, and the weight you just gained is already disappearing again. If you keep this up, you are going to wear yourself out. Liang Jiro lowered her head, lips pursed, obediently accepting his lecture. Since Chen Lu was sitting on the stone table, looking down at her felt oddly like standing at a podium and lecturing a student. He cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, Student Liang Jiro, do you realize your mistake? Liang Jiro nodded lightly in response, still staring at her fingers. She really did look like a little kid who forgot to do their homework and had to make excuses about leaving it at home. I do, she murmured, her voice laced with guilt. Chen Lu was pleased. You have to say, Teacher Chen, I know I was wrong. If you do, I will forgive you. I know I was wrong. And, Teacher Chen. Her voice was soft, timid, tinged with both shyness and nervousness. Chen Lu froze for a moment, then immediately took a deep breath. No, something was not right. Some strange, completely incorrect preference seemed to be awakening inside him. Quickly shaking off the thought, he cleared his throat again and said, I am guessing you would not be comfortable lying down on the bench, so just rest here for a bit. I will wake you when it is time to head to work. He figured that if he had not brought her here, she might have just ended up dozing off on a cafeteria table instead. Without hesitation, Liang Jiro obediently lay her head down on the stone table, stretching her legs out underneath. As she adjusted, the hem of her pants shifted slightly, revealing her fair, slender ankles. Chen Lu, being a normal male, of course, noticed immediately. Firstly, he was not into feet. Secondly, he was not into feet. It was just something that happened to catch his eye. He turned his head, about to say something only to realize that in mere seconds, she had already fallen asleep. He was not sure whether it was because she was that exhausted or because she trusted him that much, perhaps both. Liang Jiro lay with her arms folded beneath her head, sleeping deeply. At this distance, he could see her delicate features up close, her flawless skin, her peaceful expression. She was breathtaking. A light breeze blew through the pavilion, lifting a few strands of her jet black hair and playfully brushing them across her cheek. The ticklish sensation made her frown slightly in her sleep. Chen Lu chuckled and reached out, gently tucking the stray hairs behind her ear. He watched her sleep for a while, then slowly closed his own eyes. Facing the pond, feeling the cool afternoon breeze, he let a contented smile spread across his face. Although Chen Lu had rested with his eyes closed for a moment, he never took afternoon naps. After all, he still had to wake Liang Jiro up. It wasn't because such a beautiful yet clueless girl was sleeping defenselessly beside him, and he wouldn't miss the chance to look. Chen Lu nodded to himself, admiring his own honesty. What does it mean to be a true gentleman? As the time approached, the cool breeze stopped, and the air became somewhat stuffy. Chen Lu gently pinched the girl's cheek. It was soft. Wake up, I'll take you home, he said softly. Liang Jiro groggily sat up, a red imprint still visible on her cheek from where she had been lying down. She stared blankly for a moment with her eyes half closed, then rubbed them. It took her a few more seconds to fully register the situation. Seeing that Chen Lu was still looking at her, she quickly turned her gaze away in embarrassment. Sit for a bit and wake up properly. I was afraid someone might stuff you into a sack and carry you off, so I didn't go buy you water. Chen Lu chuckled. I'll take you home later. Only then did he remember that he had a class in the afternoon. He felt a moment of panic, but then brushed it aside. Skipping it wouldn't hurt. Surely, no one had made it to their third year of college without skipping a single class, right? No way. Liang Jiro quickly shook her head. No, that won't do. Why not? Chen Lu asked curiously. You have class. Chen Lu paused for a moment. How do you know? You sent me your class schedule for this week. Liang Jiro looked at him seriously. Chen Lu shrugged and got off the stone table. It seemed he wouldn't be able to take her home after all. Standing beside her, he spoke slowly. Listen to me, take today's earnings and quit this job. I'll help you find students who need a tutor. Then the two of us scam people together. Wait, no, that's not right. I'll nicely tell the anxious parents I know, your child is at a critical learning stage, and then you just go and tutor them. Chen Lu smirked slyly. Though, to be fair, it wouldn't really be a scam. Chen Mo had once seriously mentioned that Liang Jiro was actually a great teacher when she wasn't nervous. Besides, his mom had colleagues who were eager to find tutors for their kids. With Liang Jiro offering the lowest industry rates, she would crush the competition. It was a win-win. Of course, they'd have to raise the price eventually. She couldn't be charging the same 200 yuan per hour she charged Chen Mo for other students, right? Thinking about it, Chen Lu poked Liang Jiro's cheek in frustration. Teacher Liang, I hope you remind yourself over and over again that 1 hour of tutoring pays as much as an entire day of your other part-time jobs, okay? Liang Jiro let out a small "oh," sounding a little uncertain. In truth, she had already applied for tutoring jobs over the past couple of days, but without exception, she had been politely rejected. Only now did she realize just how cooperative Chen Mo had been with her, and just how much effort Chen Lu had put in to make this tutoring job work for her. Otherwise, there was no way his parents and Chen Mo would have accepted her so easily. The rigorous evaluations from other parents were the norm. Their questions felt like an interrogation. Just as Liang Jiro was feeling a little disheartened, Chen Lu suddenly patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I won't introduce you to any families with bad personalities. At worst, your students will only be slightly more difficult than Chen Mo, just a little, I promise. Trust me. Or if you don't like jobs that require socializing, you can tell me. I'll support you no matter what. Liang Jiro nodded slightly and said in a soft voice, thank you. I don't dislike it. Hearing Chen Lu's words filled her heart with warmth. If he hadn't been staring at her, she might have had to turn away just to take a deep breath. Why did he always say things that made it so hard to breathe? A simple thank you is too cheap. Shouldn't you repay me? Chen Lu said, unimpressed. He thought, I didn't help you just to hear a thank you. How? How should I repay you? The girl lifted her head to look at him, unknowingly revealing a large expanse of fair, smooth skin at her neck and the slight opening of her t-shirt collar. Perhaps because she had been napping, there was still a slight sheen of sweat on her. Chen Lu quickly averted his gaze from places he had no business looking at and met her confused eyes. Smile for me. Smile? Liang Jiro tilted her head slightly, even more confused. He had helped her so much, and all he wanted as payment was for her to smile? Yeah. I told you, I've never seen you smile before. Chen Lu's expression turned serious. Liang Jiro took a deep breath and looked into his eyes. Then, she lifted the corners of her lips slightly. That's too stiff. It's kind of scary. Chen Lu sighed. Maybe the moment for a real smile has already passed. Try again when you're happy next time. Liang Jiro picked up her phone and checked her reflection. It really did look a little awkward. At that moment, Chen Lu asked again, are you feeling unwell? You've looked a little pale all day. No. Seeing her lower her head and fidget with her fingers, Chen Lu sighed helplessly. After Liang Jiro left for her part-time job, Chen Lu went back to class like a good student. The theory and practice of college student innovation and entrepreneurship. That was the name of the class. Apparently, most universities offered it, but some didn't. Chen Lu wasn't sure. Not that he cared, he had slept through most of the previous lectures anyway. Most of the student project topics were pretty abstract, like planning proposals for flower shops specializing in confession and proposal setups, or gaming lounges for console experiences. Since brainstorming didn't cost money, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to think up. All in all, this course was just a formality. Even the required online modules were something most students ignored while continuing to play games. As always, the four guys in Chen Lu's dorm sat in a row. As soon as he sat down, he overheard Jiang Chao whispering to Li Xinian, I'm telling you, a government job is the best. At least it's stable. Just prepare for the civil service exam with me, man. Li Xinian said seriously. Jiang Chao rolled his eyes. You're only looking at the comfortable parts. Then he added, just like how you only see the good things about Qin Wenxi. Li Xinian sighed. wondering why his friends were so determined to block his pursuit of this girl. Frustrated, he said, "Come on, don't be like that." "I think you're wrong too," Chen Lu chimed in. Jiang Chao turned to glare at him. "What's wrong about what I said?" "Well, I just don't see what's so great about that girl. Ha 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 ha." Just as they were laughing, Chen Lu noticed a girl sitting in front of Jiang Chao, Lu Yen. A group of girls was chatting together. "Yen Yen, where's Yu Qing? She's feeling unwell and took a leave of absence." "Oh, our advisor is ridiculous. It was so hard for her to get approval for sick leave. We still have another class after this, so I can't visit her until tonight," Lu Yen said, getting angrier as she spoke. Chen Lu sighed. "Forget it. Let's not mock him anymore. Who hasn't been infatuated with an unattainable girl before? Life will teach him the lesson." Jiang Chao wasn't having it. "Hey, don't lump me in with that. You weren't like that when you were younger?" "When I was younger, I was a ladies' man, okay? Girls lined up to chase after me." Chen Lu nodded and turned to Lu Yen. "Lu Yen, did you hear that?" The girl didn't even turn around. She simply said 3 words, "I heard." Jiang Chao froze, while the other 3 burst into laughter. Just as Chen Lu was catching his breath, his phone lit up with a new message. "Chen Lu, this is Aunt Xiao. Jiro fainted at her job. The hospital just called me. But you know my situation, can I trouble you to check on her? I'm trying to find a way to get there." By the time Chen Lu processed the message, he was already on his feet. The entire class, including the teacher, stared at him in shock. "Sir, my stomach hurts." The lecturer was momentarily stunned, pushed his glasses up, and looked at him. Jiang Chao and the others beside him were also dumbfounded. They had no idea why Chen Lu, who had just been laughing moments ago, suddenly pulled a stunt like this. However, seeing the seriousness on Chen Lu's face, the smile on Jiang Chao's face gradually faded, replaced by concern. After a brief silence, the lecturer gave a slight nod. The next second, Chen Lu dashed out of the classroom. On the way, he made a call to calm Xiao Xuanfang down and also sent a message to the academic advisor to request leave. Clearly, he had no intention of attending the next class either. Unlike with Lu Yen, this time, as soon as he sent the message, the academic advisor approved it immediately. At the hospital, in front of the ward, Chen Lu stood there, mouth slightly open, panting heavily. The sharp smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils, and his throat burned from running so far after parking his bike. He casually supported himself against the wall and looked up, only to see a short-haired girl standing at the door, wiping away tears. It was Lin Miao Miao. What is going on?" Chen Lu stepped closer and asked in a hoarse voice. "Speak up. I ran all the way here as soon as I heard she fainted. What exactly happened?" Seeing Lin Miao Miao wiping her tears with the back of her hand, he asked again, his tone becoming more urgent. "Jiro has low blood sugar," Lin Miao Miao said sadly. Chen Lu was stunned. "Are you out of your mind? Low blood sugar is not that serious. You are standing here crying like this, I nearly had a heart attack." Lin Miao Miao glared at him. What kind of thing is that to say? She originally wanted to scold Chen Lu a little more, but when she looked up, she saw him let out a deep breath, his body slackening as he leaned against the wall, a faint smile appearing on his face. Her irritation suddenly dissipated. Chen Lu turned to look at her, his breathing gradually stabilizing. "Why are you not going in? The doctor is inside. I just finished completing her admission paperwork." "She has to be admitted?" Chen Lu asked worriedly. He understood the symptoms of low blood sugar, but fainting from it made him uneasy. Even if she only stays for a day or 2, the paperwork has to be done. Chen Lu nodded slightly, not saying anything more. He took out his phone and called Xiao Xuanfang. From time to time, he glanced through the glass panel on the door. Inside, Liang Jiro was still receiving a glucose drip. Hospitals really are not good places. As he waited for the call to be answered, he sighed deeply. Most atheists would start believing in divine forces after spending time in a hospital. Apart from families welcoming newborns, people here rarely had smiles on their faces. Just then, the call connected. "Auntie, you do not need to come. I am already here," Chen Lu said immediately. "Lin Miao Miao and I are both here. There is no major issue. If necessary, I will come pick you up later." In his rush, he had not even thought about picking up Xiao Xuanfang. His only concern had been checking on Liang Jiro's condition. "Ah, all right. I really appreciate it," Xiao Xuanfang said softly. Her voice sounded exhausted, with a faint trace of tears. She had been trying to hail a taxi for a long time, but not a single driver was willing to take the trouble to transport her. She had no acquaintances in this area, and sitting in her wheelchair by the roadside, listening to the endless passing of vehicles, she felt helpless and lost. Only now did Chen Lu fully realize that Liang Jiro truly was the pillar of her family. she was not even allowed to fall ill. When he saw the doctor coming out, he quickly said, "Auntie, I will hang up now." Seeing their anxious expressions, the doctor spoke calmly, "It is not a major issue. As long as she receives timely medical attention, fainting from low blood sugar will not cause any lasting effects. She just needs to rest in bed for now and be more mindful in the future." Understood. Chen Lu said this as he pushed open the door and entered. Liang Jiro had already heard his voice outside. Now, seeing his familiar, handsome face, she felt something indescribable rise in her heart. Following behind him, Lin Miao Miao also gave her a smile, prompting Liang Jiro to slightly lift the corners of her lips in response. On her pale, exhausted face, a faint smile finally appeared. The feeling of being truly valued by her friends had never been so clear before. All three of them had gentle smiles on their faces, each for a different reason. Chen Lu extended his index finger and lightly tapped Liang Jiro's forehead before slowly sitting down beside her. "I am sorry," Liang Jiro said, feeling embarrassed. It was both an apology for troubling Chen Lu and Lin Miao Miao and for not listening to Chen Lu's advice properly. Chen Lu looked up at the foredrip, watching each drop of glucose fall. In a soft but firm tone, he asked, "Will you listen to me from now on?" "Yes. You are lucky you collapsed somewhere people noticed. If you had fainted alone and remained oxygen deprived for too long, you would not only be dead but brain damaged." Chen Lu poked her forehead again in mild irritation. "You are already not very smart. If you got any dumber, how would you even survive?" Liang Jiro did not dare to argue. She just obediently lowered her head, allowing him to poke her as much as he wanted. When she secretly glanced up and saw the faint smile on his lips, she finally felt at ease. "Could you two wait until later to make fun of me?" Lin Miao Miao interjected, annoyed. She then sat directly on the edge of the bed and held Liang Jiro's hand. "Do you want something to eat? I will go buy it for you." Liang Jiro shook her head. She looked drowsy and had no appetite. Chen Lu silently adjusted the foredrip speed slightly. "Get her some biscuits or bread. Let her eat a little first. She can eat a proper meal once she feels hungry." Hearing Chen Lu's words, Lin Miao Miao immediately left. Who would willingly play the third wheel? After the door closed, the room instantly became quiet. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere else?" Now that he had finished lecturing her, Chen Lu asked in a gentle voice. "I am alright, just a little weak. No matter how much you want to work hard, you still have to take care of your body, understand?" Chen Lu said while unwrapping a piece of candy for her. Lin Miao Miao was so anxious that she cried outside. "For the sake of those of us who care about you, you need to take better care of yourself. Here, open your mouth," Chen Lu said as he held up the fruit candy. "A reward for smiling at me for the first time." Liang Jiro hesitated, her lips slightly pursed as the orange candy brushed against them. "Eat some sugar. Behave and open up," Chen Lu coaxed her like he was feeding a child. Unable to resist him, Liang Jiro finally mustered up the courage and, blushing, opened her mouth slightly. Chen Lu frowned. "Wider. You cannot even fit it in like this." I can eat it myself, alright?" Liang Jiro pleaded, looking aggrieved. "It is fine. No one is watching anyway," Chen Lu teased, glancing toward the door. "If you keep hesitating, Lin Miao Miao might walk in and catch you." Just as he turned his gaze back, he felt a soft and slightly moist sensation on his fingertips. The candy was gone, and his hand remained in midair. A tiny bit of moisture lingered on his fingers, slightly cool, making him involuntarily swallow. Achievement unlocked, successful hand-fed candy. Under completely unexpected circumstances. He turned to look at Liang Jiro in surprise, only to see her pretty face tinged with red. She seemed to have realized something as well. She quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze. Liang Jiro struggled to regulate her breathing, afraid that he would hear how erratic it was. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Something was not right. Had she fallen into his trap again? Even if no one was watching, this was still not okay. Chen Lu stared blankly at Liang Jiro's profile, her long hair cascading down her back. He continued staring, then broke into a dazed smile. Like an idiot. But he quickly realized something was off and frowned and thought, why did it suddenly feel like he was playing a turn-based game? Why did this silly girl keep landing critical hits on him out of nowhere? But she was flustered too, so this round could barely count as his victory, right? At least he had not blushed. He could not afford to space out again. If this silly girl noticed, it would be humiliating. Not bad, not bad. Chen Lu was quite satisfied. Hurry up and eat. I will reward you with another one later. Recalling that soft, delicate sensation, he shamelessly added, and no, I do not want it. Liang Jiro was so overwhelmed with embarrassment that her voice trembled. You tricked me again, she mumbled, feeling utterly wronged. This Chen Lu always used a mix of coercion and persuasion to take advantage of her, constantly scheming and deceiving her. She had clearly been determined not to accept his feeding, yet the moment he mentioned the risk of Lin Miao catching them in the act, she had panicked and lost the ability to think. And he even made a point of saying no one was watching. So evil. I only trick you, Chen Lu said with a smile, looking at her. Do you not like it? Liang Zhiro lay down quietly, turning her head toward the side with the foredrip, half burying herself in the blanket, ignoring him. She would not talk to him for at least a minute this time. At the very least, she had to wait for her heartbeat to calm down a little. Who asks a question like that? If you ask like that, and no matter how much I like it, I cannot just admit it. Chen Lu chuckled softly and handed her his phone. Want to video call your mother? Let her know you are okay. This silly girl was too frugal to use mobile data. She probably did not even have a plan. Which, in a way, ended up costing her more. Okay. Liang Zhiro slowly took the phone and sat up a little. She still could not even hold out for 10 seconds. What is the password? She asked in a small voice. Chen Lu looked at her calmly. Your birthday. Ha? Liang Zhiro froze for a long moment before softly responding, oh, and then lowered her head, tapping on the screen. Watching her clueless expression, the corners of Chen Lu's lips curled up. In the end, I win. Consistent output is what really matters. Random critical hits do not count. The advantage is mine. Since the video call was between Liang Zhiro and Xiao Xuanfang, Chen Lu had no intention of getting involved. He silently walked to the window, gazing at the clear blue sky outside. The weather in Hangzhou was strange, just like a girl's emotions, completely unpredictable. It was often overcast in the morning, then bright and sunny by the afternoon, only for a sudden storm to arrive at night. Unstable and fickle. Naturally, while he was looking outside, he did not notice how the girl kept sneaking glances at him. To her, his silhouette was far more beautiful than the sky outside. Liang Zhiro kept her description of her condition as light as possible to avoid worrying her mother. The weakness in her expression disappeared entirely. She was too used to this, she had grown up doing it. About 10 minutes later, Liang Zhiro ended the video call and softly called Chen Lu back. My mom told me to thank you properly. She murmured shyly. She had no idea how else to thank him. She felt like she would never be able to repay all the favors she owed him. I heard her, but you can just let it go. It is not like you are the kind of person who thanks others properly anyway, Chen Lu said with a straight face. Liang Zhiro was startled, feeling deeply wronged. Why am I not? Chen Lu sighed sadly. I just fed you candy, and you did not even thank me. Do you know how tiring it is to unwrap candy? My hands are already clumsy, and I even had to hold back from eating it myself. Then, thank you. The girl mumbled pitifully and handed his phone back. That is more like it. See? She still had to thank me. Perhaps because she had not listened to him and ended up in the hospital, Chen Lu found himself wanting to tease her even more. He slowly took back his phone and glanced at his last message to the class advisor. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to make a call. Soon, a crisp voice came from the other end. I already approved your leave. Did something else happen? Chen Lu cleared his throat. Well, sir, considering how long I have been running errands for you, can you approve Lu Yan's leave as well? What does her leave have to do with you? The advisor sounded curious. It is like this, she is too embarrassed to say it, and, well, I do not feel comfortable saying it either. But it is a serious matter. Please approve it so she can go to the hospital for a checkup. I have worked hard for you these past 2 years, sir. She is my friend, after all. The advisor was momentarily fooled by his vague yet convincing words. After all, Chen Lu rarely spoke so seriously. And thinking back to how efficient Chen Lu had been in helping him avoid scoldings, he eventually agreed. Even though he had spoken with emotion and reason, Chen Lu himself remained completely expressionless throughout the call. At the end of the day, he was just doing Lu Yan a favor. Anything beyond that had nothing to do with him. After hanging up, Chen Lu put his phone back in his pocket and adjusted the 4 drip speed. You probably have not had an 4 in a while, right? If the flow is too fast, you might feel nauseous. Now that you have adjusted, it should be fine, he said gently, watching the glucose drip. I had IVs all the time when I was younger. I even learned how to remove my own needle in 1st or 2nd grade. My mom beat me up for it, he recalled. Liang Zhiro tried to imagine Wang Xiaoxia hitting Chen Lu, but she just could not picture such a gentle-looking woman doing it. She kind of wanted to see it. A while later, I am back. Lin Miaomia pushed the door open and called out loudly. But the moment she stepped in, she saw the two of them gazing silently at each other. Chen Lu's eyes were filled with a questioning look. Why are you staring at me? With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. 2 seconds later, it was slowly pushed open again. I am back, Lin Miaomia said coldly. She then walked straight to the bed as if nothing had happened, rummaging through her large shopping bag. "What did you buy?" Chen Lu looked at her in surprise. Anyone who did not know better would think she was here for a camping trip. "Snacks. Bread and biscuits for Jiro, and snacks for myself while I stay the night." Lin Miao Miao seemed very satisfied with her haul. "After all, I am staying to keep her company. I cannot let you stay here alone overnight, can I? Just the two of you, a man and a woman." Chen Lu was convinced she was part hamster. Meanwhile, Lu Yan arrived at Mo Yuqing's house and knocked softly on the door. "Yuqing, it is me." Hearing no response, she knocked harder. "Open the door." Lu Yan knocked on the door with increasing urgency until, in the end, she had no choice but to take out her phone and call Mo Yuqing. No one answered. She called several more times before the door finally opened slowly. "Oh my god, lady, anyone would think you had gone missing." Lu Yan blurted out anxiously. "No." Mo Yuqing's voice was low and heavy, as if she had just woken up. She turned around and walked back to her room in an unsteady gait. The black lace nightgown she wore swayed lightly with her movements, and one of the thin straps had slipped off her shoulder, revealing a patch of fair, smooth skin. But she left it as it was. After all, there were only girls here. Sensing that something was off, Lu Yan quickly switched into the slippers Mo Yuqing had prepared just for her and followed. "Are you all right?" By the time she reached Mo Yuqing's room, the girl was already curled up in bed, hugging a large teddy bear tightly like an octopus. Her long hair sprawled across the bed, giving her an air of careless abandon. "Why are you not saying anything?" Lu Yan, growing more worried, leaned in closer and placed a hand on Mo Yuqing's forehead. "Oh my god, you are burning up. You have a fever?" She gently shook Missouri Yuqing, trying to wake her up. "Did you take any medicine? How did your fever get this high?" "Got caught in the rain," Mo Yuqing murmured in a sleepy, muffled voice, looking like she was about to drift off again. She seemed truly unwell. "Why on earth were you out in the rain?" Lu Yan was confused. She had driven Mo Yuqing home herself, and the girl had used an umbrella. Where had she gotten wet? Mo Yuqing, eyes still closed, rubbed her cheek against the teddy bear, leaving faint damp spots on its dry fur. "Looking for something," she mumbled. "Looking for something? What could be so important that you had to search for it in the rain?" "Was not searching everywhere. Just in the trash can," Mo Yuqing answered drowsily, her breathing soon slowing into what seemed like sleep. "What did you just say? The trash can?" Lu Yan did not need a mirror to know that her face must look just like the classic subway, elderly man, mobile phone meme. An image suddenly formed in her mind: a torrential downpour at night, a breathtakingly beautiful girl, drenched and desperate, digging through a trash can? "Girl, are you out of your mind?" Her exasperated remark got no response. Mo Yuqing had fallen asleep again. Scanning the room, Lu Yan saw no sign of cold medicine or fever reducers. With no other option, she shook the girl again. "Did you take any medicine?" "No. I will be fine after some sleep. I have always been like this since I was a kid." Apparently irritated by the disturbance, Mo Yuqing turned over and pulled Lu Yan into bed with her, forcing her to lie down as well. Her entire body radiated heat, even her breath was warm. She wrapped her long, slender right leg around Lu Yan's lower body, keeping her locked in place. Lu Yan looked up only to see the perfectly smooth curve of Mo Yuqing's thigh, but she was not at all tempted. Instead, she sighed and wriggled free. "If you just sleep it off, you are going to burn your brain out." With that, she started searching for fever medicine and a thermometer. If there were none, she would have to go buy some. She had no idea what was going on in this girl's head. When Lu Yan had a high fever in the past, Mo Yuqing had taken care of her diligently. But now, when it was her own turn, she simply said, "I will be fine after some sleep." Lu Yan rummaged through the drawers for a long time before finally finding a small transparent box containing a thermometer and fever medicine. "Here, check your temperature." Fortunately, Mo Yuqing was more obedient while asleep than when awake, so Lu Yan did not have to waste much time before heading off to boil some water. A few minutes later, she returned with a cup of warm water and the medicine, setting them gently on the pristine white nightstand. But the moment she picked up the thermometer, her brows furrowed deeply. 39.2? Lu Yan looked up at Mo Yuqing, who was still hugging her teddy bear like an octopus, and scolded, "If I had not come, you would have burned yourself stupid. Take your medicine." Startled by the stern command, Mo Yuqing slowly sat up, lazily took the pills in the cup, and swallowed them in one go. Lu Yan let out a breath, pulled the curtains shut, and prepared to monitor her temperature. Good thing she had come in time. She still had no idea why their class advisor had suddenly messaged her, saying do not feel embarrassed. If you need to get checked, just get checked, whatever. At least she got the leave approved. She sat on the bed, scrolling through her phone in silence. You are unbelievable, you know that? Going through the trash in the pouring rain. Lu Yan started laughing but then sighed in exasperation. Seriously, what is wrong with you? What were you looking for? Did you throw away your property deed by accident? I was looking for something Chen Lu gave me, Mo Yuqing muttered, burying herself under the blanket, leaving only her hair sprawled across the pillow. Let me sleep. Lu Yan froze for a moment before sighing helplessly. Go to sleep. She looked at the sleeping Mo Yuqing, her gaze growing more and more complicated. If you had this much devotion, why did you not act sooner? If you had done this before Chen Lu gave up on you, he would have proposed to you the very next day. What is the point now? Either you could not recognize your own feelings for Chen Lu, or you were so used to the overwhelming sense of security he gave you that you took it for granted until you pushed it too far, and now it is too late for everything. Any girl might struggle to understand love because of their parents' failed marriage, but you should not have. No one could ever treat you better than Chen Lu did. As she thought about this, she finally reached out and gently touched Mo Yuqing's forehead. Sigh, in the end, I still feel sorry for you. At 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness had completely fallen. The room was pitch black, with only a faint sliver of light seeping in through the gap in the curtains. Mo Yuqing slowly opened her eyes after the fever subsided, looking exhausted. You are awake? Lu Yan said softly. Here, drink some water. Sorry for making you come all the way here, Mo Yuqing murmured as she took the cup and gulped it down in one go. Lu Yan, both amused and exasperated, looked at her. What were you dreaming about? Mo Yuqing froze for a moment, then slowly shook her head. Nothing. Lu Yan did not believe her at all. If it was nothing, then why were you calling out Chen Lu's name in your sleep? You heard me, and you are still asking? Mo Yuqing shot her a glance before hugging the teddy bear Chen Lu had given her even tighter. Did you not say you would come after class? I was not even fully awake this afternoon. She frowned slightly, trying to recall what had happened. Then, remembering that she had blurted out something about digging through the trash, she quickly turned to Lu Yan. If you dare tell anyone, I will take you down with me. Her voice was ice cold. If word got out that she had been rummaging through the trash, how would she even live that down? Just thinking about it made her stomach turn, the rain soaking through her clothes, the disgusting mix of smells. Lu Yan shrugged. I am not the type to run my mouth. I was not supposed to get leave in the first place, I had to wait until class was over. But as soon as the entrepreneurship lecture ended, the advisor suddenly approved my leave and even told me to get myself checked out properly. But all I told them when requesting leave was that I was feeling unwell because of my period. Mo Yuqing was stunned for a long moment before burying her face deep into the teddy bear, holding it tightly as if she was using up all her strength. Her whole body trembled slightly. She muttered in a muffled voice, Chen Lu asked for you. What? Who else in his class has that good of a relationship with the advisor? Lu Yan thought about it and realized she had been too careless, there really was no one else it could be. I want to call him, Mo Yuqing said with a bitter smile, taking out her phone and dialing the number that once could solve all her problems, but all she heard was a cold, automated voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently on another call. As if all the strength had drained from her body, the phone slipped from her hand onto the bed. She did not say anything else, just buried her face back into the teddy bear, her shoulders trembling. She knew that if she had not made mistake after mistake, Chen Lu would have been by her side taking care of her right now. Lu Yan watched as Mo Yuqing cried in silence. She could only sigh deeply, her eyes red, as she poured her a cup of hot water. Chen Lu silently hung up the phone and looked up at the two girls chatting on the bed. After finishing her intravenous drip, Liang Jiro still had no appetite and had only eaten a few biscuits. Lin Miao, on the other hand, was completely different. She was happily munching on a bag of potato chips. If everything is fine, I will head out now. I will come back during the day tomorrow, Chen Lu said softly, standing up from the companion bed. Go on, go on. Do not interrupt the beautiful world of just me and Jiro, Lin Miao said, lifting her chin proudly. Halfway through, she suddenly glanced at Chen Lu, blinking curiously. Why do you look unhappy? Kids should not meddle in adult matters. Tisk. Chen Lu walked over to Liang Jiro and lightly poked her forehead. Eat a little something later. Seeing the girl nod, he smiled slightly. At that moment, an extremely cringeworthy ringtone suddenly started playing. SCNO. Chen Lu gave Lin Miao a look of utter disdain, while she answered the call with an expression as calm as ever. Hello, Mom? What is it? Yeah, I am at school. What did you say? You and Dad came over? What are you two doing here? Lin Miao was completely frozen, her mouth hanging open for several seconds. Even though they could not hear what was being said on the other end of the call, her words and expression made it easy to guess the situation. Why do you not just get a hotel for the night? I will come see you tomorrow when I leave campus. I have something going on right now. I am not staying at a hotel with a boy. You are leaving tomorrow? Alright then, I will come over. After hanging up, Lin Miaomio let out a long, deep sigh. She looked up at Chen Lu and Liang Jiro with a gloomy expression. My parents came to visit me. If I do not go back, they will start suspecting that I am staying at a hotel with a guy. Why on earth did your parents come all the way to your school? A surprise inspection? Chen Lu did not even try to process the situation before making a sarcastic remark. What are you talking about? I told you, I have not been feeling well. They are probably worried about me. What exactly is wrong with you? Get lost. She shot him an annoyed glare, then turned to hug Liang Jiro tightly. I am so sorry. I really did not expect this. Then she twisted around to face Chen Lu. Jiro, you must protect yourself. No matter what he says, do not fall for it, understand? If things get out of hand, call the doctor. Why are you looking at me? I am a proper gentleman, alright? You did not even ask if I wanted to stay here, but you were already on guard against me. How is that fair? Chen Lu kept a straight face, but inside, he was completely speechless. Lin Miaomia suddenly flashed a smile, revealing her small canine teeth. Just kidding. We trust you completely. I will be leaving her in your care tonight. Liang Jiro glanced at her, then at him, completely unable to understand how the two of them had suddenly completed a handover without her input. Then it hit her, she would be spending the whole night in the hospital with Chen Lu. Her head dropped as nervousness overwhelmed her. Now she would never be able to repay this favor. What should she do? Lin Miaomio left the large bag of snacks she had bought with Chen Lu, dawdled a bit more, and finally hurried out under the pressure of her mother's second phone call. I said it again, I am not staying at a hotel with a boy. As the hospital room door shut with a loud thud, the room fell silent once more. It was only now that Chen Lu fully realized he was staying here to take care of Liang Jiro. Late at night, just the two of them, a man and a woman, alone in a room. How thrilling. Seeing Liang Jiro lowering her head nervously again, fiddling with her hands, Chen Lu spoke gently. Relax. I am a gentleman. The girl nodded slightly. I believe you, but I am not as easygoing as Lin Miaomio. Now that you are in my hands, do not even think about resisting. Liang Jiro froze. Wait, was he not supposed to be a gentleman? How had he switched roles in just 2 sentences? She slowly leaned back against the headboard, shrinking under the covers until only her eyes were visible, blinking at him warily. Chen Lu found it amusing and said seriously, what I mean is, you have to finish your meal. I will order some porridge and have it delivered. If you do not eat properly, you will regret it. Did this silly girl even realize that her reaction only made people want to tease her more? She practically had I am clueless, come scam me written on her face every day. It was frustrating. Watching her timid expression, Chen Lu sighed to himself. Oh okay, Liang Jiro responded obediently. A while later, just as Chen Lu was messaging his roommates to say he was not going back that night, Shan Lu, Liang Jiro called his name softly. Chen Lu looked up at her slightly pale face. What is wrong? The girl hesitated for a moment before finally gathering the courage to speak. Can we go back? I do not want to stay in the hospital. Chen Lu found it strange. It could not be that she just did not want to stay alone with him and had held back until now to say it, right? That did not seem likely. He would not say he was overly confident, but he was sure Liang Jiro did not dislike being around him. Otherwise, she would not have fallen asleep so quickly in the pavilion that time. Curious, he asked, why? Liang Jiro lowered her head, gripping the white blanket tightly. A long silence passed before she finally spoke. I hate this place. She had never received good news here. Not about her father, not about her mother, nothing. The red and white hospital lights were always glaring, and the 4 drips hanging over people's heads felt like ticking time bombs, as if they were counting down the days of every patient wearing a hospital gown. The smell of disinfectant in the air always brought her back to those helpless days, her mother desperately asking for directions, herself following behind, unable to help in any way, and her father, sighing in frustration, powerless to change anything. Back then, her mother could still walk. By now, Chen Lu fully understood what she meant. He slowly reached out his right hand, intending to hold hers, but after a moment of thought, he gently patted her head instead. Feeling the softness of her hair beneath his fingers, he said in a soothing voice, eat properly later, then get some rest. We will leave tomorrow. As soon as you wake up, we will go, alright? Liang Jiro did not resist his touch. Like a little kitten, she let him pat her head. If anything, it made her feel more at ease. Alright, she answered firmly, unconsciously tilting her head ever so slightly toward him. The slow-witted girl did not realize it yet, but the feelings that Chen Lu had unknowingly planted in her heart had finally begun to sprout at this moment. Within 2 minutes, the food delivery arrived. Chen-Lu reluctantly withdrew his hand and got up to answer the door. Why do deliveries never arrive this fast when I am starving? He smiled and thanked the delivery person, but inside, he could not help but complain. I did not even get to touch her hair long enough. And what was with that? Not only was her hair incredibly smooth, but it also smelled amazing. Do girls just naturally absorb the scent of their shampoo? He sat down beside her with the porridge and said softly, "Open your mouth." I want to eat by myself. No, you do not. A patient should just do what a patient is supposed to do. The night deepened. Both inside and outside the hospital room, everything was quiet. The hallways were empty except for the 2 nurses on duty at the station. Chen-Lu had only turned on a small bedside lamp. The dim light cast a soft glow over him, while further away, Liang Jiro had already fallen asleep. His efforts in feeding her spoonful by spoonful had not been in vain. This silly girl had ended up eating a decent amount in the end. Chen-Lu smiled in satisfaction as he looked at her sleeping face. Then he lowered his head to check his phone, chuckling quietly until the screen suddenly went black. Damn, he had left in such a hurry that he forgot to bring a charger. He walked over to Liang Jiro's bedside and gently poked her cheek, whispering, "Let me borrow your phone. I will use it to find a charging station." The girl let out a soft hum, her sleepy face rubbing against his fingertip. "Okay." Chen-Lu picked up her phone carefully. "What is your password?" "Your birthday." As soon as Liang Jiro finished speaking, she drifted off into sleep, leaving Chen-Lu's hand frozen in place. "My birthday." After a few seconds, he finally withdrew his hand, turned around, and left the room. The strange smile on his face made the nurses at the station glance at him sideways. If he were not so handsome, they might have mistaken him for some kind of creep sneaking around in the middle of the night. Within minutes, he had rented a portable charger. Since he had left Liang Jiro alone in the hospital room, he sprinted back, his figure zipping past the nurses' station in a blur. The 2 night shift nurses who had been chatting were startled again. "What is with all the weirdos tonight? I think it is the same guy from earlier." Back in the hospital room, Chen-Lu carefully closed the door without making a sound, afraid of waking Liang Jiro. After plugging in his phone to charge, he walked over to her bedside, intending to put her phone back next to her. As he set it down, his thumb accidentally tapped the bottom navigation bar, and he caught a glimpse of her notes. It seemed to be filled with a lot of writing. Who knew what this silly girl had written? Chen-Lu was never one to pry into others' privacy, unless he saw his own name in it. Curious, he opened it, only to find that it was an expense log. One section recorded future expenses and her current income, while another tracked her past spending. At the very top, there was a detailed breakdown of all the costs related to her mother's medical checkups and upcoming surgery. Mom's surgery expenses. Skipping past all the medical costs, he finally found the entry with his name. Chen-Lu's DSLR camera. There was even a diary-like note beside it. "I hope Mom gets better soon so I can start saving up to buy a camera for Chen-Lu." He looked really sad when he mentioned it. When he noticed I was watching, he forced a smile. He probably thinks I am too naive to notice, but I do. I just want him to be a little happier. He is like a ray of sunshine in my dark life, so I want him to have a bright smile on his face too. "You can do it, Liang Jiro. Keep going." Further down, she had listed things he liked and disliked. She had written down that he did not like eating fish or bitter melon, things he had casually mentioned in passing. And all he had done was complain once about how bad his phone camera was, yet she had actually turned buying him a camera into one of her goals. The phone screen's glow reflected in his slightly misty eyes. His pupils widened just a little. Her personal expenses were all listed at the very bottom. Unlike the earlier entries, there was nothing written about things she wanted for herself. Only basic living costs and groceries. The most recent personal expense was a piece of clothing that had cost less than 40 yuan. In an instant, Chen-Lu understood everything. He finally realized why Liang Jiro had been so busy lately, and why she had suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. A bittersweet smile tugged at his lips. He looked down at the sleeping girl. Her breathing was steady, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, her face peaceful. This silly girl was like a person with 2 completely different personalities. She could list expenses for her mother and Chen-Lu in the tens of thousands, but when it came to herself, she hesitated to spend even a few dozen yuan. She probably had no idea how long it would take her to save up for these 2 goals. All she thought about was the sooner, the better. What surprised Chen-Lu even more was that, in her priorities, he ranked right after Xiao Xuanfang, and she had placed herself at the very bottom. He stood frozen for a long time, then took a deep breath and quietly turned off the phone screen. But he did not leave. Instead, he remained there, silently watching the sleeping girl. No one knew how much time had passed. Since she had gone to bed early, Liang Jiro gradually stirred awake only to find Chen Lu standing in front of her. Startled at first, she relaxed upon recognizing him and burrowed back under the covers. "Why are you still awake?" she asked timidly, reaching up to touch her own cheek under the blanket. It was burning hot. Surely he had not been watching her sleep this whole time. The thought made her reach up to check the corner of her mouth. What if she had drooled in her sleep? Chen Lu's lips curled into a small smirk. "You were talking in your sleep. Did you not know?" "Ha!" The girl let out her signature dumbfounded noise, her expression a mix of shock and embarrassment. What did I say?" Chen Lu said nothing, he simply smiled at her. Let her imagination run wild. After all, he had not actually thought of a fake answer yet. Now she felt even worse. How could he not even let her die of embarrassment with some clarity? It felt like ants were crawling all over her. "Go back to sleep. It is still early," Chen Lu said softly, reaching out to pull the blanket up over her shoulders. His movements were as gentle as if he were tucking in a child. Liang Jiro glanced at the cold, hard companion bed in the corner and hesitantly asked, "Do you want to sleep on the bed?" Chen Lu froze on the spot. What did I just hear? He turned to look at her, only to see half her face still buried under the covers. "What did you just say?" Only then did Liang Jiro realize how her words might have been misunderstood. She quickly sat up and clarified, "That is not what I meant. I meant I could sleep on the lower bunk." Chen Lu was silent for a moment before finally speaking, his tone exasperated. "You honestly would have been better off not explaining. You are the patient. Just get some rest." As he spoke, he unwrapped a piece of candy. "Have you noticed that you have been a little more open lately? This is your reward." He had already decided that from now on, he would always carry some candy with him for her, just in case her low blood sugar acted up again. Back when he tricked the drama club into believing she had hypoglycemia so she would not have to overwork herself, he had not expected his words to actually come true. He held the fruit candy up to her lips. "Ah." Liang Jiro stared at him blankly before suddenly murmuring in a small voice, "If I let you feed me, will you sleep on the bed?" "I have already slept for a long time." That folding bed might look decent, but just one glance told her it had to be terribly uncomfortable. Chen Lu chuckled. "Liang Jiro, you do realize you are in no position to negotiate, right? My advice, just behave, or you will regret it." Liang Jiro pouted but obediently opened her mouth and accepted the candy. And then she bit his finger. "Ah!" Chen Lu yelped and instinctively yanked his hand away, his heartbeat suddenly speeding up. As he shook his hand, he frowned inwardly. Damn, this silly girl had started fighting back now. This was dangerous. He would have to be on guard from now on. As he was mentally plotting his revenge, he looked up only to see her smiling at him. Despite her obvious shyness, there was a hint of triumph in her eyes. Her clear gaze sparkled with laughter. Her lips curved in a delicate smile, her long eyes shimmered, and the faint dimples at the corners of her mouth deepened. At that moment, he wished his eyes were a camera so he could etch this image into his memory forever, never to forget it, for the rest of his life. Even though the room was dimly lit, the girl's smile still left Chen Lu momentarily dazed. It was not until the notification sound from his phone rang that he finally became aware of the sound of his own heartbeat again. "Let me bite you back." He snapped back to reality and said, though in truth, her bite had not hurt at all. Panicked, Liang Jiro quickly burrowed deeper under the blanket, full of regret and fear. "I was wrong." After that brief moment of excitement, her usual rationality and self-doubt quickly took over, making her deeply regret what she had just done. Her cheeks burned with heat, and she felt so embarrassed she almost wanted to cry. Suppressing her emotions had always been an instinct, at least until she became fully capable of supporting her family on her own. But the emotional walls she had spent her whole life building in order to be strong for her mother had begun to crumble ever since she met Chen Lu, for reasons she could not explain. When a person finds a place where they can cry and be vulnerable, they inevitably become soft-hearted. Chen Lu let out a smug chuckle, deliberately playing the victor. "I will let you off just this once." He had no intention of pushing her too far. The courage she had gathered was something precious, something that needed to be protected. It was best to let this moment pass as if nothing had happened. Naturally, he changed the topic, and Liang Jiro followed along, skipping over the incident. She let out an unconscious sigh of relief, her emotions gradually settling down. Some parts of Chen Lu's gentleness, she could clearly feel. Some, she had yet to fully understand. Liang Jiro sat at the edge of the bed, while Chen Lu sat on the chair beside her. With only a small night lamp on, they spoke in hushed voices, as if unwilling to disturb the stillness of the night. For a moment, he nearly forgot they were in a hospital. All he felt was the silence around them and the soft murmurs of the girl before him. Talking to a girl at this hour, it was a strange feeling. After a while, as if remembering something, Chen-Lu suddenly turned serious and looked at Liang Jiro. Take it slow, alright? You do not have to rush everything. I will be by your side every step of the way. His voice was both firm and gentle. At that moment, Liang Jiro also lifted her gaze to meet his. But for some reason, Chen-Lu saw a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes, because she really was in a hurry. There were too many things she wanted to do, but she refused to start any of them until her mother's legs were healed. She wanted, more than anything, to become extraordinary, just as the two of them had promised. Only then could she give this boy before her the gift she had chosen for him, even if it meant saving up for a long time. By then, her mother would already be happy, and she, too, would have all the time in the world to pursue her own happiness, to do things that would make this boy happy. By then, she would finally be able to stay by his side without any hesitation. Chen-Lu froze. This was the first time he had ever seen the usually timid, seemingly fragile Liang Jiro with such a determined and unwilling gaze. It was both shocking and intriguing. No matter how observant he was, there was no way he could guess what she was truly thinking in that moment. After all, they had grown up in completely different worlds. Some differences could never be bridged simply through empathy, only time could smooth them out. He stood up and flicked her forehead. That is your punishment for not listening. Liang Jiro covered her forehead, looking slightly aggrieved. I do listen. I will take care of myself. Taking care of herself. Well, that would do. Chen-Lu smiled at her. I have said what I needed to say. All that is left is for me to stay by your side and support you. Liang Jiro found it strange. She had expected Chen-Lu to be angry, but he had not been, not even a little. He respected her decisions far more than she had anticipated. Even when it came to tutoring, he had told her that if she really disliked socializing, she did not have to force herself. He had never once tried to overwhelm her with rational arguments, never told her I am doing this for your own good. Why are you not mad? She asked hesitantly. Now it was Chen-Lu's turn to be confused. Why would I be mad? The girl thought for a long time before murmuring. Because you were right, but I did not do what you wanted me to do. She thought that he might feel like all his efforts had been wasted. Chen-Lu tried to follow her train of thought. After pondering for a while, he finally understood a little. With a soft chuckle, he said, having differences is normal. Besides, I am not always right. When I give you advice, I often forget to consider what you actually want. For example, I tend to overlook the fact that you do not like talking to strangers. You might be afraid of making me unhappy, but I actually think it is great that you have your own thoughts. If you always blindly agreed with me, it might seem like our disagreements are instantly resolved, but in reality, the conflict would only build up over time. Until one day, you would start thinking, why should I listen to him? And by then, you would leave my side. And honestly, that is something I never want to see happen. As he spoke, he lightly poked her soft cheek again. No one has the right to make you change just to suit their preferences. Not even me. You only need to do what you want to do. Seeing the girl frozen in thought, he could not help but smile again. Slowly, he walked over to the hard, uncomfortable companion bed. Get some sleep. Once you wake up, we will leave. Liang Jiro looked at his blurry figure, her eyes trembling slightly. But I do want to change. I want to become the kind of person you like, just as you respect my wishes, I want to respect yours. The only reason I did not listen to you this time is because I want to reach that future as soon as possible. They exchanged a few more casual words before Chen-Lu finally shooed Liang Jiro off to bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep almost instantly. That night was quiet and peaceful. Perhaps, even years from now, this memory would still remain vivid in their minds. One afternoon, a few days later. After class, Chen-Lu stared at his phone, lost in thought as he waited for a reply from Liang Jiro that had not come for a long time. He recalled the messages he had seen in the part-time job group chat back when they were at the hospital. I should check the parcel pickup station. With that thought, he slowly walked out of the classroom. Sure enough, outside one of the university's parcel pickup stations, he spotted Liang Jiro busily working. Standing at a distance, he silently watched her, once again suppressing the urge to force her to go home and rest. Just like that time at the shopping mall, he took out his phone and called her. Hello? What is wrong? Liang Jiro's soft voice came through. Chen-Lu hesitated for a moment, suddenly unsure of what to say. The girl did not rush him, simply waiting quietly. For a few seconds, the only sounds in the call were their steady breathing. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. You are just starting to recover. Make sure to get enough rest. Understood. Alright, I am hanging up now. Ha? Oh, okay. The girl sounded a little confused but still agreed blankly. She had no idea why Chen-Lu had suddenly called her. It was only at that moment that Chen-Lu realized every time she answered his calls, she would press her phone tightly to her ear, holding it there even after the call ended, only reluctantly lowering it once the disconnect tone had rung several times. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro lay on the table to rest for a bit before standing up again, rubbing her sore neck, and weakly continuing her work. Shan Lu dialed another number. Licinian, how much do students earn per month working at the parcel pickup station? How would I know? Of course, I know you would not know, that is why I am telling you to find out. Fuck, fine, I will ask around. 2 minutes later, Licinian sent him a message. 1,400. That was how much a student earned per month working there. To buy the Sony DSLR camera sitting in her shopping cart, she would have to work for nearly an entire year. If a girl were willing to go this far for you, what would you do? Chen Lu asked himself. The answer came almost immediately. He raised his phone back to his ear, his gaze firm as he watched the distant figure of the girl, listening to the steady dial tone. Before the person on the other end could even speak, he said first, "Boss, let us do something big." "That is right. I agree." As soon as Chen Lu finished speaking, he silently moved his phone a little further from his ear. Sure enough, a deafening shout erupted from the other end. "Holy shit, you actually agreed?" Zhang Chao practically yelled, almost forgetting to chew the snack in his mouth. "Yeah," Chen Lu replied calmly, "but there are still some things we need to discuss. I will talk to you when I get back to the dorm." Zhang Chao was clearly excited. All right, I will be waiting." Chen Lu hung up the call and continued watching Liang Jiro for a while longer. The girl was still diligently sorting through the packages, carefully placing each one in its designated spot. Every so often, she would lower her head to read the labels closely, her long hair falling forward with the movement, and she would gently tuck it behind her ear. Chen Lu found it a little surprising. Ever since he had casually mentioned that he liked her with her hair down, she had hardly ever worn it in a ponytail again. Sensing something off, Liang Jiro glanced up toward the distance, feeling as if someone had been standing still for a long time. But when she looked around, there was nothing there. Only a gentle breeze rustled the green leaves of the nearby trees. The moment Chen Lu stepped into the dorm, Zhang Chao rushed up to him like a ghost. "Spill it." "Why the sudden change of heart?" he asked curiously. Chen Lu tilted his head, looking exasperated. "Why do I feel like you are making it sound like I lost my mind?" "Screw you." Zhang Chao laughed and cursed at him, then grabbed the car keys from the desk and reluctantly stroked them a few times. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze to Chen Lu. "Come on, take a drive with me." Chen Lu did not ask any questions and simply followed along. The deep black Mercedes cruised down the road, catching the golden hues of the setting sun. Zhang Chao took every familiar turn he recognized, driving without any particular destination. In the car, Su Shanghao's "This Year's Brave Ones" played in the background as the two of them chatted casually. "You have changed, my dear son," Zhang Chao suddenly remarked. "What has changed about your father?" Chen Lu would never let himself be taken advantage of that easily. Among guys, it was common to subtly switch each other's titles when the other was not paying attention. Losing a few rounds did not matter, but as long as you won just once, no matter how old you were, it was enough to make you laugh like an idiot. Zhang Chao proudly tapped the steering wheel with his index finger, as if he was convinced that only with Chen Lu's participation could his plans actually work. "Of course, you have changed. You are no longer confused. Even just yesterday, you were probably still hesitating, wondering if you should slack off for the rest of your life or start working towards something." A smirk appeared on Chen Lu's lips. "So, you are admitting I am your father? Fuck off. I am being serious here. Still, I am your father." Chen Lu shrugged. Zhang Chao suddenly had the strong urge to swerve the wheel and crash the car, taking this bastard down with him. He had just started getting emotional, and Chen Lu just had to pull this shit. No sense of respect whatsoever. "Anyway, what changed your mind? Can you tell me?" Zhang Chao still could not contain his curiosity. Chen Lu gazed at the sun, now half hidden behind towering buildings in the distance, and smiled. "Because there is a fool working herself to the bone to buy me a camera. So it is only natural that I find a job for her sake, right?" After all, they were both simply doing their best to fulfill each other's wishes. It was the same thing. Zhang Chao frowned deeply, as if he had just taken a huge bite out of a lemon. "You are calling this a job? Oh, right. Speaking of that, I just remembered, let's partner up." "I will take the lead," Chen Lu said, his expression suddenly turning serious. "Do not worry, I am not going to freeload off you. I will put in my own money." It was precisely because he and Zhang Chao were close that he wanted to keep things clear. He had absolute trust in Zhang Chao. He was the type of person who, once he considered you a brother, would charge into battle ahead of you without hesitation. But letting Zhang Chao lead things? Absolutely not. If they followed his way of doing things, they would both starve to death. Jiang Chao was so startled by the statement that he almost dropped the cigarette from his lips. He had thought Chen Lu, with his serious expression, was about to say something huge, and here I thought you were going to say something important. That is it? He scoffed, full of disdain. I told you before, even if you did not put in a single cent, I would still follow your lead. Chen Lu chuckled and looked out the window. Guess I am kind of important, huh? After a while, he added, you really trust me, huh? Unreal. Jiang Chao rolled down the window and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. It is almost June now. Once September comes, and the new batch of freshmen arrives, we will have known each other for 3 years. Maybe that is not a long time, but you really are my best brother. That is the main reason I trust you. The secondary reason is that you are actually capable. I am not an idiot. Do you think I would cling to you if you were completely useless? Of course, I see your ability, but honestly, that is just a bonus. Jiang Chao seemed eager to emphasize that their bond was more important than any practical benefits. When did we actually become close? Chen Lu suddenly asked. Jiang Chao seemed to recall something and let out a quiet chuckle. Now that I think about it, when we first started college, I really could not stand you. I thought my looks would make me unstoppable in university, that I would have girls lining up for me. But as soon as I walked into our dorm, I saw you. Fuck. Even now, when I think about it, I feel like you deserve to die. Because of you, I could not get close to any of the girls in our class until I finally got with Lu Yan. Then, when our class advisor let us elect a class representative, I stood up, saw you did not stand up, and instantly felt at ease. Saying that, he punched Chen Lu lightly. Then I found out you secretly helped Mo Yuching instead. I really could not stand you back then. And after that, Jiang Chao rambled on about the past but failed to pinpoint exactly when they had become close friends. Maybe it was after our first all-nighter at the internet cafe, Chen Lu suggested after thinking about it. The truth was, neither of them remembered when their relationship had changed. Most guys only remembered the anniversary of when they met their girlfriends. As for their best friends, no one really kept track. Then again, part of the reason why best friends stayed best friends was that forgetting such things never led to arguments. But none of that really mattered. At that moment, Jiang Chao suddenly pointed outside the window. Remember this place? Back when Li Xinian and I almost had a falling out, you dragged us both here that night to the internet cafe. Then, he froze. Shit. When did it turn into a foot massage parlor? Male friendships were odd. Case in point, the two of them had been aimlessly driving around for hours, ending up here by pure coincidence. By now, the entire city was lit up with thousands of lights. Occasionally, passing headlights cast flickering shadows on Chen Lu's face, leaving behind a strange sense of heaviness. Jiang Chao pulled over by a bridge, got out, and lit a cigarette. The tiny sparks glowed in the darkness as he took a deep breath. All right, I am not attached to this car anymore. I will sell it soon, and we will take our shot. I have no regrets about trying this out with you. Even if we fail, when I look back on this someday, I will just smile. At least I tried. And I did it with my best brother. Chen Lu tilted his head, looking at him like he was an idiot. Who the hell told you to sell your car? Jiang Chao was so shocked he almost put the lit end of his cigarette into his mouth. Then where is the money coming from? Chen Lu leaned against the railing, letting the night wind mess up his hair, and smirked. If I am here, then that means I have a way. Before Jiang Chao could even ask, Chen Lu pulled out his phone and scrolled through his notes, searching for the information he had gathered. There is an independent game development competition happening in Hangzhou soon. Only university students are allowed to participate, he said seriously. As long as we manage to place decently, we can apply for our university's entrepreneurship fund. That is a solid 100,000 yuan. If we push a little harder, we can probably secure a free workspace in the university's startup incubator. If all goes well, we will save a lot of money. Jiang Chao was stunned for a moment before realizing that, while Chen Lu had a solid plan, he had no team to execute it. What about the people we need? Jiang Chao asked. Chen Lu knew some programming, but Jiang Chao knew absolutely nothing. His role had always been that of an investor, just putting in money. Chen Lu was completely unfazed. That is easy. I know a bit of programming, so I count as half a person. We will find the rest from the neighboring college when the time comes. He turned around, leaning against the railing, and spoke softly. This will not cost much. You might not be able to hire construction workers for 2,000 yuan a month, but you can definitely hire university students. Some might not even need 2,000. Before we discuss salaries, we can talk to them about dreams first. There will definitely be young people like you, who will jump in without hesitation just because it sounds exciting. If you do not know how to sell dreams, how can you start a business? As long as he had the ability to turn those dreams into reality, it was enough. He did not need to be some great philanthropist, but he would never be the kind of person who made empty promises while withholding pay like some exploitative boss. Jiang Chao thought about it for a long time before finally piecing together the entirety of Chen Lu's plan. On one hand, he felt incredibly lucky to have dragged Chen Lu onto this crazy venture. On the other, he realized he was never going to catch up to this guy in this lifetime. He flicked his half-smoked cigarette onto the ground and crushed it under his foot. Damn! You are fucking ruthless. At that moment, Jiang Chao deeply understood if Chen Lu wanted to, he would be exactly the kind of person Chen Lu described. Hell, he would even be the type to hand over his money willingly. How could the gap between people be this huge? Chen Lu remained indifferent. Do not talk nonsense. If this works out, they will be the founding team. How could we possibly mistreat them? As for those who would only work for a short time and then leave, Chen Lu did not care. As long as the framework remained intact, cogs in the machine could always be replaced. You do the work, I pay you. A simple, one-time transaction, no emotional attachments. Jiang Chao nodded in understanding, then asked, so, what do I do? Just provide funding? He suddenly felt like he should sell his car and invest more money. Otherwise, Chen Lu's plan seemed perfectly executable even without him, an incredibly humbling realization. Chen Lu found this amusing. Of course, you have to put in some money like me. You are the second in command. In the beginning, all the things I do not have time for will be handled by you, including the grunt work. Later, when we grow bigger, you will be the lead designer. With your tendency to come up with random ideas on a whim, you are perfect for it. Of course, having a thick skin also helped. A game designer would definitely take the most criticism. Jiang Chao grinned. Deal. Honestly, he just wanted to be part of making a game. He did not care about the profit split or what title he had. At the core of it, he just wanted to make up for the regret of having his father forcefully change his major. He knew very well that he did not have Chen Lu's self-discipline or ability to teach himself programming. So this opportunity, it was more than enough. Chen Lu swiped through his phone screen one last time, double-checking his plan before locking the screen. That is pretty much it. If we cannot pull this off, then selling your car and investing so much money would be pointless, he said seriously. Jiang Chao watched Chen Lu's structured, methodical approach and then glanced at the stacks of game development books on Chen Lu's bed. He sniffled slightly. Chen Lu, thank you. He knew Chen Lu's reason for agreeing to this was not just because he was moved by Liang Zhiro. It was also because he wanted to do something reckless with him. Otherwise, with Chen Lu's skills, he could start any kind of business he wanted. There was no reason for him to have to make games. You are fucking disgusting. Chen Lu gagged dramatically, then broke into a smile. Do not thank me. After all, I am your father. The competition is at the end of June. We are about to get really busy. We can discuss everything together, but in the end, I will have the final say. That okay with you? The closer the friendship, the more important it was to clarify these things. That way, even if things did not go smoothly in the future, it would not damage their relationship too badly. Seeing Jiang Chao nod slightly, Chen Lu smiled again. If we succeed, we will be President Chen and President Jiang. If we fail, we will just be some guy named Chen and some guy named Jiang. Could you stop saying ominous shit? Jiang Chao cursed. Chen Lu thought for a moment and finally reworded it more seriously. The future is long, President Jiang. Jiang Chao leaned in with a dead serious expression, glancing around cautiously before whispering, who is Fong Chang? Since Li Xinian was busy preparing for civil service exams and Zhang Haoyu was studying for graduate school, only Chen Lu and Jiang Chao ended up going out for a barbecue. Honestly, when he received their messages, Chen Lu felt a bit dazed and melancholic. Graduation was still officially a year away, but somehow, once third year ended, everyone seemed to start going their separate ways. The day of parting was getting closer and closer. By the time they returned to the dorm, it was already close to 10 at night. By then, the area around their dormitory was almost deserted. With summer approaching, the air was filled with the constant sounds of chirping insects. The nights in Hangzhou were far from quiet. There were enough bugs in the grass to start an entire museum. The girl you love may not always stay by your side, but mosquitoes will. Chen Lu supported Jiang Chao, both of them swaying slightly as they made their way to the dorm entrance. He looked at his dear son in exasperation, completely baffled as to why, in the time it took him to finish one drink, this idiot had already downed an entire bottle. Is this how people with high alcohol tolerance celebrate? Chen Lu, having a brother like you is enough for me in this lifetime. I mean it, Jiang Chao slurred, draping an arm over Chen Lu's shoulder. Then call me dad, Chen Lu replied, unamused. Unlike Jiang Chao, he was completely sober because he had not even had the chance to get drunk. Jiang Chao was chugging bottles while he barely had a sip. There was no way he could keep up. Just as they reached the dorm entrance, they saw a striking silhouette crouched nearby. The girl sat against the tightly shut dormitory doors, her arms wrapped around her knees, saying nothing. The dorm's white light shone down from above, casting a faint glow on her, making her look unusually solemn, completely different from her usual self. When Mo Yuqing saw Chen Lu, she finally stood up. It was unclear how long she had been squatting there, but when she got up, her legs were so stiff that she wobbled slightly, only managing to steady herself by holding onto the door. It was hard to reconcile this frail, uncertain girl with the one who had always carried herself with unwavering confidence. All three of them froze. Just as Chen Lu was about to act as if he had seen nothing and help Zhang Chao inside, Mo Yuqing took a few quick steps toward him. The hem of her dark dress swayed lightly like a blooming flower. She had already made up her mind. Even if Chen Lu stood still or even took a step back, as long as she ran to catch up, it would be fine. Even if it exhausted her to the point of collapse, it would not matter. After all, compared to the years of effort Chen Lu had given her, this was nothing. She lifted the bag in her hand slightly and said softly, "I bought peach crisps for you. From your favorite shop." That shop was far from the university. It would take at least 40 minutes by taxi, over an hour for a round trip. Chen Lu did not know how long she had traveled back and forth, nor how long she had been crouching here like an abandoned child, feeding the mosquitoes, drawing curious glances from passers-by. But he no longer wanted to know. If even boiling water at 100 degrees can cool and freeze over, how much more so a heart at only 37 degrees? The deeper one's love, the more absolute their heartbreak. His only remaining wish was to part on good terms. Zhang Chao, sensing the mood, sensibly staggered into the dorm by himself, leaving them alone. Though, in reality, he still stood a little distance away, lighting a cigarette and quietly observing. Chen Lu let out a soft sigh, making it clear that he had no intention of accepting the gift. Mo Yuqing's expression turned even more sorrowful. She cupped the bag of peach crisps in both hands and held it out again, pleading, Just 2 bites. 2 bites are enough, please?" She held back her tears. She had already anticipated this response, but now that it was truly happening, her heart ached as if pricked by countless needles, an unbearable coldness spreading within her. The boy who had once treated her with such warmth, who had smiled at her, who had always had eyes only for her. It felt like he was gone forever. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, and waves of regret crashed over her heart, one after another, relentless and suffocating. At the same time, she finally understood regret was meaningless. Chen Lu looked at the girl in front of him with an indifferent expression. "Forget it, I just ate. Besides, I do not like these," he said, sounding almost weary. Mo Yuqing froze. Her trembling hand slowly moved behind her back as she bit her lip. "But you have loved them since we were kids. I remember everything you loved to eat." Ever since childhood, even back in elementary school, Chen Lu had always been excited about peach crisps. Because of this, her mother often bought them for him, keeping some at home for whenever he came over to play. She trembled slightly. More than the thought that he no longer liked peach crisps, she was terrified of the possibility that he no longer liked her. Chen Lu let out a quiet, complicated chuckle. "You should think harder about this. Back then, when my parents or your parents bought peach crisps, who actually ate the most?" Mo Yuqing lowered her gaze and whispered, "I." Back then, Chen Lu always took a few bites and then stopped. He was often scolded for asking for them despite not actually liking them. Yet he still insisted, every time, that he loved them. And she, like a clueless child, had never noticed a thing. She had trampled all over his kindness without a second thought. As Mo Yuqing stood there in a daze, Chen Lu's face was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "Have you figured it out now?" he asked. Mo Yuqing nodded faintly. She bit her lip so hard that she tasted something metallic, bitter, salty. She was furious at herself. How could she only realize this now? Chen Lu said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the dorm entrance, leaving behind only one sentence: "Let us not bother each other anymore, for your sake, and for mine." He had barely taken 2 steps when he felt a sudden tug on his arm. "I do not want that." Mo Yuqing grasped his sleeve with one hand while using the other to wipe away the tears she could no longer hold back. "Please do not push me away. I am begging you. We grew up together. I never once imagined a life without you. I will make it up to you. I will treat you the way you once treated me." At this moment, she had abandoned all of her pride. Lowering her head meant nothing. As long as it could make Chen Lu change his mind, she was willing to do anything. For a brief moment, she held on to hope, until she saw Chen Lu let out a long sigh. "Let go," he said, his voice low. "Have some dignity." His meaning was clear. "You cannot hold me back if I want to leave. If you let go now, at least it will not be too humiliating. Under his gaze, Mo Yuching's fingers slowly loosened, as if each movement took all her strength. She had never realized how much she craved being close to him until now. But she knew forcing him to stay would only backfire. It would only make him resent her even more. She could not let that happen. So all she could do was stare at him with blurred vision, trying to memorize his face just a little longer. "Go home," Chun-Lu said. Then, without another glance, he walked away. His every step felt impossibly heavy. Mo Yuching stood frozen in place, not knowing how much time had passed before she finally turned and left. From the shadows, Lu Yen stepped out, watching her with a mix of helplessness and pity. "Look at it this way right now, it is normal for you to throw yourself at him and get nothing but cold rejection," she said. Mo Yuching looked at her lock screen, the last photo she had taken with Chen-Lu. She wiped her tear-streaked cheeks with the back of her hand. She laughed through her tears, forcing herself to sound strong. "It is fine. This is just the beginning." She could no longer expect him to treat her the way he used to. At the very least, he had spoken to her. Lu Yen said nothing. She knew that Mo Yuching had never suffered this kind of humiliation before. And she also knew she deserved to. If Mo Yuching was not ready to give up yet. "You are a lot more determined than I thought," Lu Yen admitted honestly. Mo Yuching turned back toward the dorm entrance. Even though Chen-Lu was no longer there, only a few moths fluttering under the light, she still stared at the spot where he had been. "Because I finally understand how he must have felt back then." The more she put herself in his shoes, the more she realized just how deeply Chen-Lu had once loved her. "I will not give up. If he could chase me for 7 years, then I can chase him for 7 years too. 14 years in total, that is all. I will do everything for him that he once did for me without missing a single thing." As she spoke, her vision blurred again. "But 14 years. I will be 35 by then. That is too old. I will not even be able to show you my best self anymore. Can you come back to me just a little sooner?" Chen-Lu spat in the direction of Jiang Chao, who was leaning against the wall smoking. "I knew you would be watching." Jiang Chao turned his head, exhaling a cloud of smoke to the side. He shrugged and grinned. "Come on, this was the most beautiful girl in our university begging someone for once. Wouldn't it be a shame not to watch? If this gets out, imagine how many guys would lose their minds. The goddess they dream about day and night, standing there crying, pleading for you not to leave her. TSK, TSK. Chen-Lu could not be bothered to respond. He shot Jiang Chao a glance, his expression unreadable. Damn, the real enemy was inside all along. What do you mean? Jiang Chao did not get it. As long as I hang around you, my every move is completely transparent. Chen-Lu started heading upstairs. You are basically Lu Yan's informant, even if you do not mean to be. Jiang Chao thought back to his chat with Lu Yan during dinner and realized he had no way to refute that. He sighed and followed Chen-Lu up the stairs, feeling a bit guilty. That woman was too cunning. She has already been rejected twice to her face, and she still has not given up? I barely recognize her anymore, Jiang Chao said. I am not leading her on, Chen-Lu replied, his voice filled with exasperation. I have been clear enough. Our dads are close, so I cannot be too harsh about it. So there is nothing else I can do. She will not keep this up forever, at most. She will try a few more times and give up. If she shows up again, just ignore her. If she wants to feed the mosquitoes, let her. Jiang Chao could not help but ask, does it not bother you? You two grew up together, and you liked her for so many years. He had never experienced anything like this, so he could not really put himself in Chen-Lu's shoes. But even though Chen-Lu was firm in his rejection, Jiang Chao could tell he was not in a good mood. Of course it bothers me, Chen-Lu admitted without hesitation. He had no interest in pretending otherwise. Then he turned around, looking down at Jiang Chao from a few steps above. But tell me, just because it hurts, does that mean I should go back? Jiang Chao was momentarily stunned. Both Mo Yuqing and Chen-Lu had suddenly become strangers to him in this regard. The once persistent pursuer had become as cold as ice, while the unattainable goddess had turned into a desperate romantic. So devoted it was almost shocking. Love really was a strange thing, it was all just mutual torment in the end. I think you are doing the right thing. The sooner she lets go, the better it will be for both of you, Jiang Chao nodded approvingly. Once you both move on, you will not need to hurt her any further. Mo Yuqing is not like Qin Wenxi. When Li Xinian eventually came to his senses, Qin Wenxi would not care. To her, it was just one less fish in the pond. That was the difference between the two. One had feelings but never responded to them. The other never had feelings to begin with. Chen-Lu hummed in agreement, not refuting it. Who has not had regrets in their youth? The next afternoon, in a pavilion on campus, Chen-Lu rested his chin on his hand, staring at his laptop with boredom. Across from him, Liang Jiro sat quietly, head lowered as she memorized English vocabulary. He was reviewing past submissions for the G-Bits Future Game Developer Competition, analyzing the commonalities between the entries. Compared to something like GWB, which required a finished game, this competition was much more suited for them. As long as they passed the preliminary selection, they only needed to produce a passable game prototype within 48 hours. With such a short development time, everything would come down to creativity. Their disadvantage as newcomers would be significantly reduced. They did not even need to win, just placing anywhere in the rankings would be enough to secure funding from the university. Chen-Lu absent-mindedly scrolled with his mouse, muttering to himself, "Coding is easy to handle, but art, that is going to be a problem. Nothing is ever simple." A lot of the judges were well-known gaming content creators and streamers. Maybe he could even get some autographs, especially from that 1.16-meter tall monkey. As he thought about it, he let out a deep sigh. One step at a time. The hardest part is always getting started. What is wrong? Liang Jiro looked up in concern when she heard his sigh, just feeling a bit frustrated. Chen-Lu stretched and glanced at the soft-spoken girl in front of him. "You have not been feeling unwell, have you?" She shook her head. "No." "Good. If you end up back in the hospital, see how I deal with you," he grumbled. Liang Jiro still felt embarrassed whenever she remembered how he had fed her in the hospital. She quickly waved her hands. "I will not. Really, I will not." But just as she was thinking about it, Chen-Lu suddenly pulled a fruit candy from his pocket. Ever since she had fainted from low blood sugar, he had started carrying them around. Without taking his eyes off the screen, he casually unwrapped the candy with one hand and held it out to her. "Open up." "Ah." Liang Jiro immediately shut her mouth tightly, her face turning bright red. "I can do it myself." She reached out to take it, but Chen-Lu pulled his hand back. His expression became serious. "Are you disgusted by me?" "I am not." Liang Jiro pouted, feeling wronged. "Then why will you not eat it?" "Because." Before she could answer, Chen-Lu pressed the candy toward her again. "Hurry up. If you keep stalling, someone might see." "You already used that trick once." Liang Jiro huffed. "Do you think I will fall for it twice?" "No way." She had learned her lesson, but when she saw Chen-Lu's stern face, she swallowed her tiny moment of triumph. Pouting, she reluctantly opened her mouth and hesitantly took the candy. "I should not have come here." Chen-Lu turned his head and saw Lin Miaomia standing there, glaring at them while biting her lip. When he looked back, Liang Jiro had already collapsed onto the stone table, burying her face in her arms like an ostrich. Only the tips of her ears, flushed bright red, were visible. Chen-Lu blinked. "Damn, could she be any cuter?" "I told you to be quicker," Chen-Lu whispered, glancing at the approaching Lin Miaomia. "Look, I was right. Next time, be more efficient so no one catches us." Liang Jiro nodded furiously, still hiding. She completely missed the fact that there was something very wrong with what he just said. "I should not have asked where you two were." Lin Miaomia huffed, plopping down beside Liang Jiro. "Why did I come all the way here just to be force-fed lemons? I could have been watching anime in my dorm." The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. At first, they only exchanged glances in front of her. Now they were openly feeding each other. Shameless. After a while, Liang Jiro finally sat up, letting Lin Miaomia grab her hand and show it off in front of Chen-Lu. Chen-Lu was unfazed, merely watching her calmly. "Let us see how long you can be smug. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes?" Lin Miaomia suddenly asked. "Chen President Lu, are you actually going through with this startup thing?" If any other guy in her class had told her they wanted to start a business, she would have laughed it off. But when Chen-Lu said it, she had a feeling he might actually succeed. "Yeah," Chen-Lu sighed dramatically. "I am exhausted." Then he turned to Liang Jiro, looking pitiful. "So, can you give me a hug?" Liang Jiro was momentarily confused. Weren't they just talking about the startup with Lin Miaomia? How did the conversation suddenly shift to her? "How what? Can you be any more clueless?" Chen-Lu chuckled. Sometimes, when this silly girl softly uttered an "huh," it was honestly too cute. Lin Miaomia froze for a second before dramatically throwing her arms around Liang Jiro. "What did you do to her while I was not around?" Chen-Lu was entirely unbothered by her "you look like a creep" stare. "Nothing like this when you are not here. This is exclusively for your viewing pleasure. Just getting you used to it in advance, so you do not overreact later. This is my painstaking consideration for you." If Lin Miaomia freaked out just from him feeding Liang Jiro a piece of candy, she would be insufferable as a third wheel in the future. It was crucial to desensitize her early. Chen-Lu had not intended to provoke her like this, but well, she was a complete anime nerd, so he had to counter her antics somehow. "Chen-Lu, What do you mean by that? Lin Yongyo was so mad she kept biting her lip, her small fong pressing against it. Liang Jiro, on the other hand, could not concentrate on her English vocabulary anymore. Even after studying all afternoon, she still could not comprehend what Shenlu meant. What does he mean by "so she won't overreact later"? What exactly is going to happen? Shenlu kept his eyes on his laptop screen. I am about to become the owner of a game studio. Mind your tone. Completely deadpan, he added. For all you know, if you cannot make it on your own, you might end up working for me. Lin Miao spat at him and squeezed Liang Jiro's shoulder. No need to suffer here with him. Come to my dorm and watch me draw. I am almost done with my saber piece, it looks so cool. Shenlu, who had been lazily leaning back, suddenly perked up. He pushed himself off the stone table and asked, "You can draw?" Lin Nyamya cleared her throat and smirked. How did you know I have been learning art since I was a kid? Shenlu had never seen anyone this smug before. Completely unimpressed, he sat back down, because a father always knows his children best. After getting played by Lin Nyamya last time, he had actually looked up how to counter this phrase. You. If I wasn't afraid of upsetting my dear Jiro, I would drown you in West Lake. Shenlu noticed the slight curve at the corner of Liang Jiro's lips and smiled as well. Then, more seriously, he said, jokes aside, I actually had no idea you could draw. Lin Nyamya found that odd. It never really came up before. I was not going to introduce myself with "Hi, I draw." But you had no issue mentioning your name when you got on the university website, huh? Shenlu could not even be bothered to point that out. Right now, to him, Lin Nyamya was just a freshly grown leek ready for harvesting. She is really good at drawing, Liang Jiro said softly. Shenlu nodded. Let me see? Hearing that, Lin Nyamya opened her phone's gallery and slid it over to him. Not bad, right? She was one step away from putting on sunglasses and adjusting them dramatically. Shenlu browsed through her illustrations, high-quality stuff, the kind that would easily earn thousands of followers if she uploaded her process online. The only issue? It was all anime fan art. He had no idea why she was not majoring in art. This is really good. Shenlu praised her without hesitation. You knew. I do not want to know, thank you. He cut off her usual bragging line before she could even finish. You are this skilled. Why did you not choose an art-related major? Could not be helped. My academic scores were too good. Shenlu shot her a cold look. Lin Nyamya chuckled and continued. I wanted to, but art does not have great career prospects back home. My health isn't great, so I will probably have to move back after graduation. My parents do not care about me making a lot of money. They just want me to stay close to them. Do you have any dreams? Shenlu asked seriously. Lin Nyamya tilted her head. Dreams? Help me make some game assets. I will pay you 1,000 a month. The workload is minimal, so you do not have to worry. Lin Nyamya resisted the urge to lick her lips. She was tempted. She had always drawn just for fun and never considered making money from it. Let alone Shenlu's money. The idea was pretty satisfying. She was already obsessed with mobile games. The thought of her artwork being part of a game made her very interested. Shenlu could not read her thoughts, so he added, too low? Fine, 1,500. Given your workload, that is basically free money. Liang Jiro knew Shenlu's budget was around 2,000, but at this moment, she had no idea who to side with. She glanced between the two, curious about their reactions. Shenlu is so sneaky. He is reeling her in step by step. 1,500? Lin Nyamya was completely hooked. That was 2 whole premium gacha packs. Imagine how many characters she could get. Seeing her hesitation, Shenlu relaxed. Fine, flat rate 2,000. But if I need you to work overtime, you have to be available. Deal. Lin Nyamya agreed instantly. She never even considered that Shenlu's original budget was 2,000. She had basically signed herself into indentured servitude for free. They both nodded at each other, grinning, though for slightly different reasons. Shenlu's grin widened as he placed a finger against his lips and made a shoe gesture toward Liang Jiro. I will send you the names of a few games. Study their art styles, he messaged Lin Nyamya. Then, he smiled again. Looking forward to working together. Got it. Lin Nyamya jumped to her feet and skipped off toward her dorm, already thinking about how many gacha rolls she could afford now. Shenlu watched her bounce away and could not help but sigh. Are university students really this easy to scam? Have they regressed to only caring about how much food they can buy? Suddenly, his business plan felt even more promising. When he turned back, he saw Liang Jiro pouting as she studied him. No wonder I always get tricked by you, she muttered. Relax, I would never scam you like that. Tricking her is just for cheap labor. I would never replace you. The only reason I would ever deceive you is to take advantage of you a little. Am I not being very honest? Liang Jiro just stared at him, dumbfounded. Why is he suddenly telling the truth? Never mind. Studying English was so much simpler. The two of them quietly enjoyed each other's company, feeling the cool breeze that swept by as they focused on their respective tasks. Whenever they felt tired and looked up, they would see the person they missed the most right before their eyes, and in an instant, they would feel re-energized. The girl kept her head slightly lowered, a few strands of hair slipping from behind her ears and resting against her cheeks. She seemed so focused that she did not even bother to fix them. She looked both beautiful and gentle, creating a sense of warmth and serenity. However, when Chen Lu unknowingly lifted his head for the umpteenth time to glance at Liang Jiro, he suddenly realized that this silly girl had already fallen asleep. She lay quietly on her arms, her sleeping posture neat and well-behaved. Chen Lu turned his head and noticed that the breeze had become too cool. He wondered if it might rain later. If she kept sleeping here, she would definitely catch a cold. He could not be bothered to complain about this unpredictable weather. Walking over to her, he gently nudged her shoulder. I will take you home. If you sleep here any longer, you will catch a cold. Still half asleep, Liang Jiro rubbed her eyes. I do not want to go home. Why? Chen Lu was genuinely curious. Liang Jiro fidgeted with her hands, opening and closing her mouth a few times, but in the end, she could not bring herself to say it. I just want to stay with you. Right now, saying that felt far too difficult. Chen Lu did not press further. He simply closed his laptop, placed it in his bag, and spoke in a calm, gentle voice. If you do not want to go home, then come to my place. Why are we going to your house? Liang Jiro couldn't quite keep up with Chen Lu's train of thought. Moreover, the way Chen Lu was looking at her right now made her feel uneasy, like a big bad wolf eyeing a little white rabbit. Chen Lu spoke with a calm expression. If you sleep here, you'll catch a cold. You don't want to go home, so just sleep at my place. No need, I am not sleeping. Liang Jiro rubbed her eyes and widened her clear, watery gaze at him. See? I am not sleepy at all. Chen Lu let out a chuckle, then suddenly said with a serious face, What are you afraid of? My parents are not home. Liang Jiro felt slightly relieved. Wait a second. That does not seem right. What does this have to do with whether his parents are home or not? It is not appropriate for me to go to your house alone, Liang Jiro quickly refused. What kind of girl would go to a boy's house just to sleep? What is the problem? We are such good friends. Before she could say anything, Chen Lu continued, You still have to tutor Chen Mo tonight. Consider it as going a little earlier. We will be sneaky about it. No one will find out. As long as you are not in my room when Chen Mo comes back, it is fine. Looking at Liang Jiro, who was fiddling with the paper in her hands, Chen Lu's expression was incredibly serious. This silly girl really needed rest. He was willing to bet that she was in a state where she could fall asleep the moment her head touched a pillow. Can you stop saying things that are so easy to misunderstand? Liang Jiro finally caught on to the implications of his words and scolded him softly. Then I will take that as a yes. Let's go. Chen Lu said as he started packing up Liang Jiro's canvas bag for her. Normally, even if she did not know how to refuse, he was willing to respect her wishes. But this time, no. This girl was way too stubborn. If he did not drag her along, she would wear herself out sooner or later. I will do it myself. I will do it myself. Liang Jiro gave up resisting once again, obediently gathering up the books on the stone table. Next time, she must not fall asleep in front of him. She thought to herself, but I did not even plan to sleep. How did I fall asleep as soon as I lay down? Chen Lu watched as Liang Jiro carefully organized her books and smiled in satisfaction. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Zhang Chao, asking him to go to the neighboring computer science department and gather some information. With Li Xingyan's connections as a student council member, this kind of task should not be too difficult. Just as he looked up, he saw Liang Jiro clutching her bag tightly and quietly inching toward the edge of the pavilion. Where are you going? Chen Lu looked at her, feeling both amused and exasperated. Liang Jiro flinched at his voice, then slowly turned around and said, I am going home. Oh, so she was trying to sneak away? Did she think he was stupid? Chen Lu walked up to her and poked her forehead. Fine, as long as you get proper rest, that is all that matters. Then, he checked the time, it was already 3:20 p.m. Forget it, I have changed my mind. You are coming with me. Chen Lu took her bag and slung it over his own shoulder. After thinking it over, he decided he could not let this silly girl go home. By the time you get home, it will be past 4 p.m. You won't have much time to sleep before you have to come back. Besides, I bet if you go home, you will not actually rest, you will secretly prepare lessons for Chen Mo behind my back. Liang Jiro lowered her head and stayed silent. Clearly, he had guessed exactly what she was thinking. She had no choice but to follow him obediently. Is it not normal for two close friends to take a nap at each other's places? I have slept over at Jiang Chao's house many times. Chen Lu continued to justify himself, but in his heart, he quietly scoffed, who was clear and innocent with her. This little foolish frog could just stay in the warm water without realizing she was being slowly cooked. And so, the clueless girl was successfully tricked into going home with Chen Lu. Are uncle and auntie really not home? Standing at the doorstep, Liang Jiro still hesitated and looked up at Chen Lu. She knew there was no escaping now. She could only hope that they would not actually be caught, otherwise, there would be no way to explain herself. On the way here, she had mentally prepared herself countless times. It was not until Chen Lu showed her his chat with Chen Mo, where Chen Mo specifically told her to stay in her room, that she finally felt a little more at ease. Over the past few weeks, she had been getting along better and better with Chen Mo. Although, to be fair, it was mostly Chen Mo sticking to her and chatting non-stop. Chen Lu nodded and slowly opened the door. Relax, I saw my mom's social media post. They are at the movies right now, having a little date. They will probably eat dinner outside too. After opening the door, Chen Lu poked his head in to take a look. He was still a little worried that his mom would misunderstand. After all, she really liked Liang Jiro. If she saw this, there was a real chance that he would be tied up and beaten. Sure enough, just as he expected, the house was completely silent. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the balcony, casting a warm glow on the spotless floor. Chen Lu took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. His mom had bought them specifically for Liang Jiro and handed them to her. My mom bought these just for you. From now on, whenever you come over for tutoring, wear these. These are only for you. He felt like he had inherited a lot of his mom's kindness, just not her violent tendencies. As he set water to boil on the coffee table, Chen Lu led Liang Jiro to Chen Mo's bedroom door. Would you feel less nervous sleeping in a girl's room? He teased. Liang Jiro nodded slightly. But just as she turned to look at Chen Lu again, she saw him staring at the door in shock. Why is it not opening? He quickly sent another message to Chen Mo. Chen Lu, I cannot get into your room. Did you lock it? Chen Mo, really? Did I lock it? Oh no. The key is in my bag. Guess there is no choice. Let Jiro sleep in your room instead. She is already there anyway, might as well make do. This is my fault, look at the trouble I have caused. Sad bear emoji. Chen Lu stared at the message and fell into deep thought. There was no way Chen Mo had forgotten whether she locked her door or not. She had replied instantly. When did she even have time to check her bag? From now on, whatever she wants, I will just buy it for her. After all, I am her older brother. He handed his phone to Liang Jiro and said softly, go sleep in my room. Liang Jiro suddenly felt like she had walked straight into a trap, but she could not quite figure out where the problem was. She could only lower her head and walk toward Chen Lu's bedroom. She had been to his house for tutoring many times, but she had never set foot in his room before. Aside from regret and nervousness, there was also a tiny bit of anticipation. She swore it was just a tiny bit, not even a tiny bit. Chen Lu did not notice her nervousness. He simply opened the door and stepped aside, letting Liang Jiro enter first. The moment she walked in, she saw something completely different from what she had imagined. Chen Lu's bedroom was much tidier than she expected. A light gray comforter was neatly spread over the bed, a desk sat beside it with a computer, and an entire wall was filled with bookshelves, all packed with books. Compared to this, does Chen Mo's room feel like a pigsty? Just as she was still taking it all in, Chen Lu stood beside her and smirked. He was just about to continue teasing her, when suddenly, his smile froze. The sound of the front door unlocking echoed from the entrance. Damn! At that moment, Chen Lu's heartbeat seemed to stop for a second. Liang Jiro was also frozen in place. Even though they had not been discovered yet, she already felt like she no longer wanted to live on this planet. As the lock cylinder turned with a series of clicks, the front door slowly opened. Just as Chen Lu was thinking of a way to deal with the situation, Liang Jiro tugged lightly at the corner of his shirt. When he turned his head, he saw the girl's misty eyes filled with grievance. Where should I hide? She asked anxiously. Chen Lu almost choked on his own saliva. How did this silly girl's brain completely shut down the moment she got nervous? Liang Jiro looked at him with desperate urgency, panicking inside. If Auntie saw her here, she would rather just die on the spot. Even though it was Chen Lu who had dragged her over by force, from his mother's perspective, it would definitely look like she had snuck in to steal her son. It is fine, do not panic. You are making it look like we are hiding in here because we did something shady, Chen Lu said, exasperated. Seeing her looking so tense, even he had almost been misled into thinking they had done something wrong. Just stay in the room for now. I will go check out the situation first. With that, he slowly opened the door and walked out into the living room, acting as if nothing had happened. Right at that moment, the kettle he had set to boil finished heating the water, conveniently giving him an excuse to step out. He poured a bit of hot water into a cup, then looked toward the entrance. Wang Xiaoxia was just about to lower her head to change her shoes when Chen Lu quickly called out, "Mom, why are you back?" She was startled by his sudden voice and immediately marched over to flick his forehead. "It is bad enough that you are never home because you are always at school. Now you are sneaking back in behind my back too? If you really do not want to see me, we can just live our separate lives." She pinched Chen Lu's ear, barely holding back her laughter. "Why are you back? The way you are talking, you make it sound like you actually live here all the time." I was wrong. Chen Lu quickly admitted defeat, rubbing his ear. "I saw your social media post earlier, and then you suddenly came back, so I was worried you two had a fight." He looked at Wang Xiaoxia with a sincere expression, appearing calm on the surface but actually panicking inside. Since he had not immediately brought Liang Zhiro out earlier, there was no turning back now. No matter what, he absolutely could not let his mom find out there was a girl hiding in his room. After pulling on his ear, Wang Xiaoxia smugly walked toward her bedroom. "At least you have a bit of conscience left. Do not worry, we did not fight. I spilled my milk tea on my dress while we were watching the movie, so I came back to change." Chen Lu blew on the hot water in his cup. He only ever drank hot water when his stomach hurt, otherwise, he would always go for cola. Unable to resist, he muttered, "You are a grown woman, why are you still drinking milk tea?" Wang Xiaoxia stopped in her tracks and gave him a gentle, almost angelic smile. "Xiao Lu, how old is your mother this year?" Chen Lu was so startled that his hand trembled, nearly spilling the hot water. "Mom, you are 18. Wang Xiaoxia nodded in satisfaction. "Next time you run your mouth, I will kill you." With that, she slammed her bedroom door shut. Chen Lu let out a small breath of relief. Even though he had not actually done anything bad, the whole situation still felt incredibly nerve-wracking. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoxia came out wearing a fresh dress, looking as youthful as ever. When she and Chen Mo went shopping together, people often believed her when she said she was Chen Mo's aunt. She had never gone through hardships, and her relationship with Chen Guanglin had always been strong. Even though her son was already 21, she still looked as if she had never aged. This was what love looked like in Chen Lu's eyes. Hardships seemed to be the only thing that nourished wrinkles. The more suffering one endured, the more easily time left its marks on their face. Liang Zhiro's mother was the perfect example of this. "You are not coming back for dinner?" Chen Lu asked curiously. "Just order takeout for yourself. Eat whatever you want, do not deprive yourself," Wang Xiaoxia said while changing her shoes, not seeing anything wrong with her words. "Then can I go eat out with you too?" Wang Xiaoxia refused without hesitation. "Go eat with your girlfriend. Why are you trying to crash our celebration for Lover's Day? If you keep provoking me, I will give you a grandchild. Good luck. If the girl's parents break your legs, do not come crying to me." With that, she closed the door and left. Chen Lu let out a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, his mother had not noticed anything, especially not Liang Zhiro's shoes. Crisis averted. But why did his heart ache a little? He and his sister did not even look like their parents' biological children. His mom and dad were truly generous souls, adopting not just one but two kids. As he walked back to his room, that thought lingered in his mind. The moment he opened the door, he saw Liang Zhiro sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him timidly. As soon as he stepped inside, she shuffled a little further away. Chen Lu found it odd. He had no idea that it was because she had overheard his words, "Believe it or not, I will give you a grandchild," and was now feeling extremely flustered. Not thinking much of it, he stepped forward and drew the curtains, adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Then, after checking the time, he grabbed his laptop bag and turned to leave. "I will be in the living room doing research. You sleep. Just turn the lock twice, and no one can get in from outside." Liang Zhiro noticed him clutching his stomach and asked softly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Lu brushed it off. "It is nothing, just a little stomachache. I will eat some crackers, and it will be fine." As he was about to close the door behind him, he suddenly felt resistance. Curious, he let go, and the door was gently pulled open from the inside. Liang Zhiro pressed her forehead against the doorframe, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. Would you like something to eat? I can cook for you." Chen Lu did not respond immediately. Instead, he reached up and pinched his own cheek. What kind of dream was he having to come up with this scene? Snapping back to reality, he fought the urge to smile too widely and replied softly, "Just go to sleep. I have experience with this. A little snack, and I will be fine." The girl, however, was as stubborn as ever. She pursed her lips slightly and looked up at him. "How about a bowl of noodles? It will not take long, and I will go straight to sleep after." Chen Lu sighed internally. Why was she asking this in the tone of someone pleading for a favor? Would that be okay? Or you can tell me what you want to eat, and I will make it. As long as you eat something, that is all that matters. When Chen-Lu still did not respond, she continued her plea, her voice soft and gentle, lingering in his ears. He realized he could not refuse her. 15 minutes, no more. And you have to promise me, once you are done cooking, you will go to sleep immediately. Okay. A bright smile bloomed on her face, clear eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. Chen-Lu had not even figured out what to say next when he saw her tie up her hair into a ponytail and walk toward the kitchen. Feeling the rapid beat of his own heart, he sighed internally. Fine. You win this time. Chen-Lu was unwilling to let a silly girl make his heart race, so he started thinking of a way to turn the situation around. He followed behind her, watching her ponytail sway gently as she walked. When Liang Jiro reached the refrigerator, she hesitated just as her hand touched the handle. Then, she turned to look at him and softly asked, "Can I open it?" She felt a little awkward. When she cooked for Chen-Lu at her own house, she never felt any pressure. But now that she was in his home, she suddenly found herself too embarrassed to touch anything. Chen-Lu found it amusing. "I would not mind even if you took the entire fridge with you." Liang Jiro pressed her lips together and said nothing more. She quietly opened the fridge, checking what she could use to cook noodles for him. "What do you feel like eating?" she asked after a while. "Plain boiled noodles are fine. Just make it quick." Chen-Lu leaned against the wall, watching her with a serious expression. "Otherwise, I will feel guilty to death." The reason he did not insist on refusing her offer, aside from the fact that she was ridiculously persistent, was because her cooking was simply too delicious. It would be a lie to say he was not tempted. The girl nodded and reached for 2 tomatoes. She remembered his tastes very clearly. Given the ingredients in the fridge, the only thing she could make that he would like was tomato and egg noodles. At least, that was what she had gathered from what Chen-Lu had told her before. Seeing this, Chen-Lu did not just stand around idly. He stepped into the kitchen and started filling a pot with water. He figured it would save this silly girl some trouble. Liang Jiro might have a great figure, but she was still delicate and did not seem to have much strength. She looked like she would topple over with a single push. He was lost in thought until he suddenly noticed the water overflowing from the pot. Quickly, he snapped back to reality and poured some of it out. "You do not need that much water," Liang Jiro gently chided, her tone soft and full of concern. Even this, she felt, was a waste. "I know." Chen-Lu placed the pot back on the stove. "I just got distracted." Liang Jiro looked at him with concern. "Do you have something on your mind?" That made Chen-Lu feel a little guilty, so he quickly made an excuse. "Not really. I was just thinking about how to fatten you up a little. Look how skinny you are." "Oh," Liang Jiro responded softly, not overthinking it. Chen-Lu always seemed to care about her weight more than she did. By now, she had grown used to it. "You should go rest. Just lie down for a bit. I can handle this myself." As she spoke, she mustered up the courage to poke Chen-Lu just a light touch, since he was always poking her cheek. But as soon as she did, she suddenly noticed something strange. His stomach felt different from hers. Curious, she poked her own stomach for comparison. "What is it?" Chen-Lu asked, amused. Liang Jiro lowered her head in embarrassment. "Your stomach is a little firmer than mine." Chen-Lu could not hold back a laugh. He lifted his t-shirt slightly, revealing his toned abs. For someone with his lean build, this level of definition was just right, visually appealing without being excessive. "Of course, I have abs, you know?" Originally, he had only started training because he thought it would be attractive. Over time, it had just become a habit. He had never planned on working out to the extreme, too much effort, too little reward, and frankly, it would just look bad. This level, where he could maintain it with occasional training, was perfect. Liang Jiro quickly turned away, feeling both shy and regretful at the same time. She had turned around too fast. When would she ever get another chance like this? She should have looked for a little longer. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, her face burned even hotter, and she started scolding herself internally. Chen-Lu chuckled and patted his stomach twice. Instead of walking away, he sat down nearby, watching her. "Oh, right. You still have not let me poke you back," he reminded her. "Come on, let me poke your stomach once." Liang Jiro shook her head vigorously. "No way. Liang Jiro, are you seriously getting away with this for free? That is not fair." "You poke my face all the time," she retorted. Chen-Lu was unfazed. "Your face is your face, your stomach is your stomach, and I never stopped you from poking my face. Go ahead, poke as much as you want." Liang Jiro ignored him, focusing on her cooking. If she kept talking, she was bound to fall for his tricks again. Her cheeks still felt warm. This trait of hers was so frustrating. It made her seem too easy to tease. The steam from the pot rose up, making her face feel even hotter. She took 2 steps back, only to suddenly freeze in place, afraid she might bump into something. She turned around anxiously, checking to see if she had knocked anything over. Then, it finally dawned on her, this was Chen Lu's kitchen. There was plenty of space. She did not need to be so careful, and she definitely did not need to stand right in front of the hot steam, roasting herself alive. For a moment, they fell into a comfortable silence, no longer teasing each other. For some reason, watching Liang Jiro moving around the kitchen always filled Chen Lu with a warm, indescribable feeling. Something between admiration and contentment. The last time he had seen her cooking at her own house, he had suddenly felt an impulsive desire. He wanted to marry this silly girl. Not because he loved her cooking that much, but because he loved this feeling. With her personality, she would insist on handling everything herself. He could picture it already, coming home after work, watching her carefully pick out groceries, carrying the bags for her while yawning, helping her out in the kitchen, only to get chased away when he got too cheeky. Just imagining being able to tease her every day made the corners of his lips curl up. This silly girl would never let him do housework, so he had to take on everything else. A girl like this, if she could really be his wife, he would have to cherish her with all his heart. Liang Jiro, Chen Lu murmured, snapping out of his thoughts. She turned back to look at him, her ponytail swaying slightly. What is it? You look really beautiful from behind, he said sincerely, the kind of beauty he could never get tired of, no matter how long he looked. Liang Jiro froze, then quickly turned back to her cooking, mumbling under her breath, pervert. Though she scolded him, deep down, she felt a little happy. When other men complimented her looks, it usually made her uncomfortable. She had encountered too many sketchy people while working part-time. But when Chen Lu said it, she felt something different, something warm and sweet. Watching the noodles floating in the pot, she could not help but smile again. Even though she had just called him a pervert, Chen Lu only laughed. He loved moments like this. The kitchen was filled with the sound of boiling water. The two of them stood there, one in front, one behind, both smiling to themselves in silence. After a while, a thought suddenly struck Chen Lu. This was the first time Liang Jiro had ever called him that. He could not help but ask, you are picking up new habits fast. First, you learned how to smile at me. Now, you are calling me a pervert. What if one day you learn to yell at me? I will not, she replied instantly. But this time, she did not turn around to look at him. She was too shy. And yet, she needed him to believe her. Lowering the heat on the stove to reduce the noise, she bowed her head deeply. After gathering all her courage, she finally whispered, I could never bear to. Really? Chen Lu asked, feeling rather pleased. The girl gave an almost imperceptible nod and continued focusing on her task. Chen Lu stretched lazily and sat down at the coffee table to continue his research. Since all the participants were university students, as long as he put in some effort, he had a fair chance of securing a decent ranking. He did not feel too much pressure. If he succeeded, that would be great. If not, it would still be a valuable experience. While Liang Jiro was cooking in the kitchen, Chen Lu sat in the living room, sipping hot water like a well-behaved patient and taking notes. This scene remained unchanged for about 10 minutes until Liang Jiro brought a bowl of noodles to him. Go get some rest, Chen Lu urged her softly. Liang Jiro nodded slightly, but before heading to Chen Lu's room, she leaned over to glance at his laptop screen. It was filled with things she could not understand at all. Even though Chen Lu often fooled around, the serious look he had when he was working made it hard for her to look away. Why did you suddenly want to do this? She asked quietly. She did not know much about games. As for the ones she had played, perhaps the simple jumping game on WeChat counted? She was quite good at it, actually. Of course, for you, Chen Lu replied. You are lying again. Not wanting to press further, Liang Jiro got up and walked toward Chen Lu's room. She had promised him she would sleep, and if she did not, who knew how he would punish her later. She pulled off her hair tie, letting her long, silky black hair cascade down like a waterfall. It accentuated her slender waist, making her look even more graceful. Chen Lu watched her retreating figure and helplessly shrugged his shoulders. These days, even telling the truth was not enough to be believed. Sigh, the world had changed. People were no longer as they used to be. Although he had always pursued self-improvement for his own sake, the reason he suddenly wanted to start a business was indeed because of Liang Jiro. On a small scale, if things went well, he might be able to help her solve her current problems. After all, it would be money he earned himself, he could spend it however he wanted. On a larger scale, if they ended up together in the future, he could give her a better life. Unfortunately, this little frog still had to be slowly boiled in warm water. Right now, expecting a girl who had only recently learned how to smile to open up completely was unrealistic. As long as I stay by her side and help her improve little by little, that is enough. Just like how she pulled me out of the mud, Chen Lu murmured to himself. Then, he glanced at his bedroom door, tightly shut. He thought of the girl sleeping on his bed, imagined her peaceful and obedient sleeping posture, and unconsciously swallowed. A girl was actually sleeping in his room. The thought was intriguing. Snapping himself out of his daze, he refocused on his work. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was already past 6 in the evening. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains had shifted position. By this time of year, the days were much longer. If not for checking the time, it would not have felt this late. Chen Lu rubbed his tired eyes, yawned, and walked to his bedroom door. He knocked twice. "Wake up, I am taking you out to eat. If you sleep any longer, you will turn into an idiot." He continued knocking. He did not know if she would actually get dumber from sleeping too much, but he was sure of one thing: if she did not wake up soon, he would definitely be dead when his parents came home. Yet, after knocking several times, there was no response. She was sleeping that deeply? This silly girl really had no fear of exhaustion. Chen Lu sighed inwardly and reluctantly turned the doorknob to check if she had locked the door. She had not. The door opened easily. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Liang Jiro curled up on the edge of the bed, sleeping quietly like a little angel. She had not even dared to sleep in the center. Her t-shirt had ridden up slightly, revealing a stretch of fair, smooth skin. The way it framed her slender waist was particularly eye-catching. Soft, white, and delicate. Pretty girls even had alluring waists. Chen Lu repeated "I am a gentleman" several times in his head before stepping forward and gently shaking her awake. "Wake up! My mom is home." Still half asleep, Liang Jiro jolted upright the moment she heard that. Chen Lu immediately laughed and poked her forehead. "I was joking. You were impossible to wake up otherwise." She pouted in frustration. So bad. He was just too bad. For a brief moment, she remained in a daze. Then, she noticed her slightly disheveled clothing and the small patch of exposed skin. She blinked, looked up at Chen Lu, and saw him struggling to avert his gaze. Flustered, she dove under the blanket. She never wanted to face the world again. Then, a horrifying realization struck her. This was Chen Lu's blanket. Exhausted. That was it. The world could just end now. Seeing her reaction, Chen Lu could not help but chuckle. All right, get up now. I am taking you out to eat." "Why are we eating out?" Liang Jiro peeked out from the blanket and looked up at him. Chen Lu replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Because today is May 20th. As for Chen Mo, who would return home later to find no dinner, Chen Lu did not spare a thought. She was old enough to fend for herself. She could find something to eat. For a moment, Liang Jiro did not quite understand. But friends do not eat out together on May 20th. They do if they are really, really close friends, Chen Lu said seriously. "Last year, I had dinner with Jiang Chao." She believed him. "Oh," she murmured. She stayed under the blanket for a bit longer, making sure her clothes were properly arranged before she finally crawled out. "If I go, I have one condition," she said timidly. Chen Lu was intrigued. "What condition?" "Let me pay. I told you before I wanted to treat you." She lowered her head, fingers twisting together. "You are learning how to bargain now? Fine, I agree. Go wash up." "Okay." Chen Lu returned to the living room, pondering where to take Liang Jiro for dinner while waiting for her to finish freshening up. Just as he was contemplating the pros and cons of pixel art styles, the door at the entrance suddenly made a sound. A chilling sound. "Oh, fuck. No way." Chen Lu stood up and looked toward the entrance, determined to see who exactly had arrived. If it was Chen Mo, that was still manageable. If it was his parents, he might as well start considering where to be reborn in his next life. Soon enough, a girl with a high ponytail bounced inside and flung her school bag several steps ahead. Chen Lu let out a breath of relief, sat back down on the sofa, and muttered, "You act like an elementary school kid." Chen Mo grinned at him, then darted over and clung to his arm, acting cute. "Brother, I want to go to a concert this summer." "Go ahead. But I don't have money." "Perfect, neither do I." "No, you definitely do. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom and Dad that Sister Jiro stayed over at our house." Chen Mo's smile remained as gentle as ever. "And I'll also tell Sister Jiro that you once mistook my compressed facial towel for a milk tablet and almost ate it." "Shut up." Chen Lu was speechless. "Fine, if you can get the tickets, I'll go with you. Happy now?" Both siblings were die-hard fans of Jay Cho. "By the way, where are Mom and Dad?" Chen Mo asked curiously. "They're out celebrating 520. Chen Mo simply sighed. She was already used to it. "Then what are we eating?" Chen Lu shook his head. "You should be asking yourself what you want to eat." "I'm going out with your dear teacher Liang. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Mo bolted through the house, searching for Liang Jiro. The moment she found her, she hugged her tightly. Sister Jiro, I want to go too. She knew there was no point begging her brother. Even if he agreed, he would find a way to get back at her later. Her only hope was her world's most understanding sister Jiro. After the three of them left, Wang Xiaoxia and Chen Guanglin arrived home. You're making such a fuss. How old are you already? As if Xiaolu would bring a girl home, Chen Guanglin said, feeling that his wife could dream up scenarios even better than a little girl. He can fool everyone else, but he definitely can't fool his own mother, Wang Xiaoxia said smugly. Listen, we're just here to check things out. You better act natural and not scare the kids. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. This is all your fault. Taking forever to find the car in the parking lot. Xiao Mo has probably already eaten all the melon. After scolding him, she smacked Chen Guanglin again. You know nothing. I never said anything to you. Got it? Yes, I got it. Chen Guanglin nodded repeatedly as he unlocked the door. But as soon as they stepped inside, they found the house completely empty. The evidence by the shoe rack was also gone. Where was everyone? Where was my son? My daughter? And where the hell was my future daughter-in-law? Chen Lu had no idea that he had almost been caught by his mother. He was leisurely driving his car, completely unaware of the danger he had narrowly escaped. Originally, he had planned for Liang Jiro to continue sitting in the front passenger seat, but before he could even say a word, Chen Mo had already dragged her to the back seat. Chen Lu decided not to argue with his little sister right then and there, but he made a mental note to settle this score later. One day, he would make sure their mom gave her even more practice problems. A high schooler with so much free time, was that even acceptable? Hurry up and decide what you two want to eat, Chen Lu reminded them. Otherwise, we're just going to grab a bowl of noodles and call it a day. Chen Mo found this rather suspicious. You're only saying that because I'm here, aren't you? That's right, Chen Lu admitted without hesitation. She had zero self-awareness as a third wheel and still dared to ask? She was setting herself up for humiliation. Hearing the siblings bicker, Liang Jiro chuckled softly and said to Chen Mo, what do you feel like eating? We're fine with anything. Thank you, Sister Jiro, but I'm already full, Chen Mo replied after a brief pause. What was going on? Since when did they start saying we? What exactly had these two been up to while I wasn't around? Did you eat before coming back? Liang Jiro was a bit surprised. She suddenly felt like all the time she had spent thinking about what the siblings liked to eat had been completely wasted. She had really wanted to treat them to a meal. Her part-time jobs had been exhausting lately, but at least she had made quite a bit more money. No, I mean I'm full from watching you two shove your love in my face, Chen Mo teased, clinging onto Liang Jiro's arm like a lazy little koala. This girl, who was a serious competitor for her future sister-in-law, was sometimes just adorably clueless. Liang Jiro quickly turned her face away, scolding softly, don't say nonsense. Just tell me what you want to eat. Chen Lu cut off Chen Mo's nonsense before she could get too carried away. He had been carefully simmering things in warm water, and this dumb little sister was here stirring up trouble. For a girl like Liang Jiro, who was both insecure and overly sensitive, being too direct could easily backfire. The more she tried to face her feelings, the more she might resist them. Even if she did fall for him, she might end up suppressing her emotions, afraid of dragging him down into the struggles of her life. Right now, the pressure on her was still too much. She had yet to live even a single day for herself. Let's go for barbecue, Chen Mo suggested enthusiastically. You don't get a say, Chen Lu dismissed her mercilessly, watching Liang Jiro's reaction through the rearview mirror. Liang Jiro let Chen Mo cling to her and replied gently, let's listen to Chen Mo. I'm fine with anything. She didn't mind this kind of interaction. After all, she barely had any friends. Just having someone treat her like this already made her feel incredibly happy. Ever since she met Chen Lu, every day had felt like a dream, so much so that she was afraid of waking up. If this all turned out to be nothing but a dream, she was sure she would cry for a long time. She watched as the scenery outside the window rushed past in a blur, lost in thought. From time to time, she would steal a glance at Chen Lu's side profile. Only by doing this could she feel a little more at ease. Aside from her mother, this handsome and gentle boy had already become her entire world for this lifetime. As she stared at his profile in a daze, a sudden wave of sorrow surged through her chest, making it hard to breathe. She was finding it increasingly difficult to suppress her feelings. But she knew she wasn't someone who had the right to indulge in such desires. Chen Lu's figure grew more and more blurred in her vision. She bit down on her lower lip, her eyes filled with frustration and helplessness. She was terrified that by the time she finally became strong enough, she would have already missed her chance with him. Why Why did I have to meet you at the weakest point in my life? Sister Jiro, what's wrong? Did my brother bully you? Chen Mo turned her head and saw Liang Jiro's teary eyes, immediately panicking. She quickly grabbed a tissue and smacked the driver's seat hard. Brother! How could you treat Sister Jiro like this? Do you even have a conscience? Chen Lu frowned as he watched them through the rearview mirror. If it weren't for the fact that this area was bad for parking, he would have stopped the car immediately to check on Liang Jiro. You have so little faith in me? Chen Lu was exasperated. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. At this rate, he was going to end up recalling every bad thing he had ever done since childhood. If not you, then who? You think I bullied her? Sister Jiro, do not be afraid. We will never bow to tyranny. Chen Mo declared, looking into her eyes. I will make sure Dad and Mom hang him up and beat him, and I'll even record a video for you. He didn't bully me. Liang Jiro dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Even someone as naive as her could tell that Chen Mo was teasing. She couldn't help but smile faintly. I don't even know why I started crying. Ugh, why did I overthink things for no reason? How embarrassing. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Maybe you just wanted to wash your eyes. Sometimes I purposely find really sad novels or dramas just to make myself cry a bit. When I watched Goodbye, My Princess, I cried my eyes out. Sister Jiro, have you seen it? Liang Jiro shook her head, eyes still red. She had never had time for things like that. Whenever the people around her talked about these topics, she never understood a word, which was one of the reasons she had always struggled to fit in. Oh, that story is pure heartbreak. Let me tell you about it. As Chen Mo started explaining this story, which seemed to be written solely to break the reader's heart, Chen Lu finally pulled into their destination. Are you okay? Chen Lu opened the car door for Liang Jiro and asked gently. He still couldn't figure out why she had suddenly felt sad, but all he could do was express his concern. He couldn't help but wonder why were girls' thoughts so difficult to understand. He had reached a point where even this naive little fool's emotions were a mystery to him. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already jumped out of the car on her own. She knew that her brother only ever opened the car door for someone when Liang Jiro wasn't around. I'm fine. Liang Jiro avoided looking at him, embarrassed, and stepped out of the car. Just as she was about to escape, Chen Lu gently took her by the arm. This time, he didn't even have time to notice how soft her skin was. His focus was entirely on her. The girl froze in place. A few seconds later, she slowly turned around. Her heart clenched. She was terrified that he would ask her why she was upset. If he did, she wouldn't know how to answer. But at the same time, she also didn't want to hide anything from him. That kind of contradiction would crush her. Luckily, Chen Lu seemed to understand that she wasn't ready to talk about it. Instead, he said, "Then smile for me. If you do, I'll believe that you're okay, and I'll let it go." Liang Jiro tried her best to look at him. Too shy to force a smile, she puffed up her cheeks and made a cute pout instead. She knew she wouldn't be able to smile just yet, so she had to bluff her way through. Chen Lu chuckled, poked her cheek with his finger, and led her inside. Even in front of Chen Mo, he didn't let go of her hand. Watching Liang Jiro walking with her head down in the restaurant, so shy that she didn't dare to lift her gaze, Chen Mo wished more than ever that she had been born a boy. If she ever reincarnated as a guy, the first thing she'd do would be to claim her best friend for herself before anyone else could snatch her away. She entertained the thought quietly, trailing behind the two of them. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have come at all. This free meal was turning out to be a real struggle. She had already had enough of swallowing lemons. The three of them found an empty table and sat down. Chen Mo took the seat next to Liang Jiro and shot her brother a strange look. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro kept her head lowered, lightly gripping the spot on her arm where Chen Lu had just held her. She couldn't stop replaying the sensation in her mind. It felt like her skin was burning. Every time Chen Lu touched her, the places where their skin met seemed to bloom into flowers. In this not-so-special day that had, at some point, been given a special meaning, the restaurant was full of couples, their laughter and chatter filling the air. The scent of grilled meat mixed with the slightly greasy aroma of hot oil. After some brief conversation, Chen Mo and Liang Jiro started discussing what to order. Chen Lu rested his chin on his hand, watching Liang Jiro's focused expression, and found himself thinking something was off. Just a while ago, when he turned around in the car, the silly girl had been on the verge of tears, and it had really startled him. Still, he had to admit she was quick to adjust her mood. Now she was just going about things as usual. Probably something she had trained herself to do from a young age. If it were Chen Mo, she would have been in an emotional slump for a while. What do you want to eat? Liang Jiro looked up at him. Chen Lu smirked slightly and chuckled. Teacher Liang is really considerate. I don't mind. I'll just eat whatever you two eat. Bro, do you have some kind of special fetish? Chen Mo stared at him blankly. How did you just pull that out of nowhere? Liang Jiro nodded in agreement with Chen Mo's comment. He even made me call him Teacher Chen before. Ugh. Chen Mo looked at him with utter disgust. Seeing the two girls smiling so faintly, Chen Lu found he didn't really mind being the target of their jabs. This silly girl had become a bit livelier compared to when they first met. Back then, he never could have imagined that this girl would walk into his life and change him so much. Looking at Chen Mo and Liang Jiro sitting close together, Chen Lu sighed. Sigh, if only we could switch places. I want to experience having a beautiful and gentle private tutor too. Chen Mo glanced at him, unimpressed. Bro, that kind of theme belongs in a certain type of film. You should stick to just watching it. Why are you taking it seriously? Chen Lu blinked innocently at her. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Then he turned to the dazed-looking Liang Jiro and asked with a perfectly serious expression, Did you understand? You definitely weren't thinking anything good. Liang Jiro answered just as seriously. Even though she hadn't fully understood, after spending so much time with Chen Lu, she had learned to read his expressions pretty well. At least when he wasn't bothering to hide them. Chen Lu started to feel that his image in front of Liang Jiro was getting a bit off. He shrugged and dropped the topic. Anyway, what guy hadn't fantasized about having a pretty tutor? What was the problem? I'm just speaking the truth. I'm honest. But if a silly girl like Liang Jiro were my tutor? Chen Lu shook his head and forced himself to stop thinking about it. Once all the food was served, he naturally took on the role of grilling meat for the two girls. Even though it was mostly just for fun, there was a real difference in taste depending on how it was cooked. This was Liang Jiro's first time in a place like this, but since she was with Chen Lu and Chen Mo, she knew no one would laugh at her for not knowing how things worked, so she felt completely at ease. Chen Lu would even wrap the grilled meat in lettuce before handing it to her. That's too much effort. Chen Mo grumbled as she shoved a whole leaf of lettuce into her mouth after eating the meat. Chen Lu ignored her, continuing to feed Liang Jiro, who was now so shy she couldn't even speak. This is called having a sense of ceremony. You wouldn't understand. Isn't it all just lettuce and meat in the end? What difference does it make whether you eat them together or separately? There is a difference. Chen Lu's eyes carried a hint of amusement. When you're feeding someone, this way makes it seem more thoughtful. But you wouldn't get it, after all, no one's ever fed you. Chen Mo was livid. She clung to Liang Jiro's arm, whining, Jirojia, feed me too. All right. Liang Jiro mimicked Chen Lu's actions from earlier, preparing a bite and feeding it to Chen Mo like she was feeding a child. Chen Lu looked at his sister's smug expression and rolled his eyes. If she fed you, she has to feed me too. Liang Jiro was feeling a little dizzy from all the teasing, but she still nodded obediently. Okay. A while later, Chen Mo glanced at Liang Jiro and curiously leaned in to whisper in her ear. How far have you and my brother gotten? Liang Jiro immediately tensed up. Don't say things like that. We're just good friends. Completely innocent. Chen Lu clarified. Chen Mo nearly had a brain malfunction. Good friends? What kind of good friends walk into a restaurant arm in arm? She shot her brother a glare as if saying, How are you this useless? If you won't do anything, I will. Chen Lu ignored her and simply responded with a helpless look. More than half an hour later. Alright, time to head back. You have class, Chen Mo. Chen Lu checked the time and got up. Chen Mo made no move to get up, looking at Liang Jiro pitifully. Jirojie, you're the best. Can I take a break today? Liang Jiro hesitated. You say that every time. Chen Mo slumped onto the table like she had no strength left. Future sister-in-law refused to let her skip class today, -1 point. It was getting worse. They were already speaking in sync. How was a single person supposed to survive this? The three of them didn't linger outside. Before long, they arrived home. As soon as Chen Lu opened the door, he saw his parents sitting in the living room. Wang Xiaoxia sat there with a stern expression, looking like she was about to conduct an interrogation. But the moment she saw Liang Jiro, her face instantly lit up with a smile, her change in expression faster than flipping a page. Zero, you're here. She pulled the girl over to sit beside her. Are you thirsty? Do you want some fruit? Auntie will get you some. And no, thank you. Thinking about how she had spent the entire afternoon sleeping in their son's bedroom, Liang Jiro's face instantly turned red. She quickly declined, stammering, I just ate. For some reason, Wang Xiaoxia treated her so well, but she had gone and slept in her son's room. It felt so wrong. It was like she had done something she shouldn't have. After chatting for a while, Chen Mo was sent off to her room for class. I'm gonna take a nap. I've been so tired lately, Chen Lu whispered before trying to sneak toward his bedroom. But the moment he turned around, Wang Xiaoxia called out to him. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it sent chills down his spine. My dear son, don't you have anything to say to your kind and understanding mother?
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.